Wang Chen, having traversed the realm of cultivation for countless years, unexpectedly awakened system. However, despite his belief in his invincibility as a great emperor, he found himself despairingly subdued by a multitude of fate's chosen ones. In his final moments, the image that lingered most vividly in his mind was that of his stunningly beautiful female master, the Empress. Possessing an unparalleled visage and extraordinary talent, she garnered the admiration of many of the realm's favored sons. Yet, this enchanting Empress remained indifferent to their affections. The chosen ones, however, perceived Wang Chen's presence beside her as a threat to their pursuits. Chapter 1. Rebirth. I refuse to acknowledge her as my master. On the Bahuang continent, amidst the ominous clouds and tumultuous thunder of the Bone Abyss, one of the three great forbidden zones, stood a bloodied figure on the crumbling peak of a mountain that I have spent a century achieving the status of sage and a millennium becoming an emperor. Yet today, I am forced into a corner by you, a mere gathering of favored ones. How utterly ridiculous! Truly laughable. Wang Chen, his expression frenzied, stood atop the mountain, facing the multitude of chosen ones surrounding him, and let out a heart-wrenching laugh. The howling winds whipped through his tattered, blood-stained robe, rendering him a pitiful sight. Had I known it would come to this, why did I not eradicate you sooner, even with the heavenly Tao pearl in my possession? A figure with striking features pointed a sword-like brow at Wang Chen, reciting incantations. The pretense of righteousness was utterly revolting. Even in death, you shall not escape my wrath. Wang Chen, now blind and bleeding profusely, felt his aura surge once more, his skin beginning to split apart. With all his might, he crushed a golden pearl in his right hand, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy. Not good. He has just weathered the tribulation. The self-detonation of the heavenly Tao pearl is not to be underestimated. Run. The crowd of favored ones, now panic-stricken, hastily employed their life-saving techniques to flee. As Wang Chen felt his body swell with impending explosion, he lifted his head towards the heavens, filled with a profound sense of unwillingness. Jiang Lingxian. If there is a next life, I shall shatter the master-disciple bond and hold you accountable for the fate you brought upon me. With a resounding explosion that reverberated across the Bahuang continent, Wang Chen's furious cry was gradually consumed by the rising flames. A millennium prior on the Bahuang continent, in the dead of night, within the vast grounds of the Taisu immortal sect, located in the Dihuang region, Wang Chen awoke in a sweat. His eyes snapping open just a crack. What is happening? Wang Chen, lying in bed with a blurred vision, felt the warmth of the blankets, which were not only warm but also soft. No, this cannot be. I should be dead. Panic surged within him. To grasp the truth, he needed to fully open his eyes. Yet despite exerting all his strength, he could only discern vague shapes around him. He was utterly immobile. It felt as though he were pinned down by a malevolent spirit. Conscious, able to see faintly, yet unable to move. Suddenly, a series of glitchy sounds echoed in his mind. System? Wang Chen, feeling utterly limp yet elated, realized that his salvation had arrived. Ha. Host. Please wait. Just a moment. Glitching. Initializing. As the system's voice faded into coherence, its cold, emotionless mechanical tone began to stabilize. Host. We have been reborn. The booming voice in his mind elicited an involuntary reaction, causing him to briefly close his left eye as a buzz resonated in his head. WW8. In his moment of overwhelming excitement, Wang Chen stumbled over his words. He truly had been reborn. After analysis, although I am unsure of the circumstances, I can assure you, it is indeed a genuine rebirth. Haha. The emotion-laden mechanical tone of the system revealed its own excitement, for it had accompanied Wang Chen through a lifetime of hardship, ultimately facing annihilation. Alongside him, now rebirth signified that they possessed foresight in this life. How could it not be thrilling? Quickly tell me, what period have I been reborn into? It cannot be the day when I was taken as a disciple by Jiang Lingxian at 19, right? Yet, Wang Chen's primary concern was the time of his rebirth. In that moment, he even forgot the softness and warmth of his current body. If the system had a human form, it would surely be nervously fidgeting, wearing an awkward expression. What do you mean? Hurry up and tell me. I know it cannot be. It cannot be, right? Wang Chen sensed something was amiss, but continued to plead for an answer, feeling utterly despondent. Host, perhaps you should first look at who is tightly embracing you. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the system's timid suggestion, feeling a seemingly enchanted weight against him. Yet he summoned the remnants of his strength to forcefully turn his head. Finally, through the haze of his vision, he beheld her, Jiang Lingxian. Her exquisitely ethereal face, gently pressed against his cheek, appeared to revel in the warmth of their connection, slightly tilting her head in comfort. As he gradually comprehended the situation, shock surged within him. Did she not despise men? Even a mere touch from her soul disciple would earn him a frosty glare. How could she have drugged him, embraced him, and pressed her enchanting face against his? Why was her long leg draped over him in the bed? Wang Chen was both astonished and unable to fathom how Jiang Lingxian, the famed ice-hard empress of the future, who had once been so indifferent, could now be so intimate with him. Yet, for Wang Chen, this was not the crux of his turmoil. The true dilemma was why. Oh, why? I refused to acknowledge her as my master. It was precisely her beauty that had entangled him in enmity with so many favored sons in his previous life, leading to his untimely demise at their hands despite his invincibility. Though part of the blame lay with his own arrogance, the root of it all was still Jiang Lingxian. Chapter 2. The First Embrace. Wang Chen yearned to shout, but it felt as if he had been subjected to some enchantment, leaving his body weak and his voice silenced. If it were not for his rebirth, the power of the medicinal remedy and the cold force within his body would have been shattered by the will of his past life. He would likely be sleeping as soundly as a corpse, completely oblivious even to the ministrations of Jiang Lingxian. Wait, hold on. Could it be that every time I enjoyed such restful sleep at the Taisu Xianzong in my previous life, it was because Wang Chen seemed to have stumbled upon an astonishing secret and hurriedly relayed this thought to the system residing in his mind? But system, you have been by my side all along. How could you not know? Or is it that you refuse to tell me? I truly did not know. Whenever you sleep, I must also succumb to slumber. Back then when I asked you to upgrade, you were reluctant, claiming that the all-weather online feature was of no use. Wang Chen, that it seemed he was indeed at fault for not upgrading the system to save on source points. However, host, do you remember that you possess the chaotic 9-yang divine body, a limited edition physique of the system? So what? Is that her reason for humiliating me night after night? How can I, a pure and innocent young man, endure this? Humiliation aside, she clearly embraces me every night. Yet when I expressed my affection for her in my previous life, she always coldly rejected me under the guise of our master-disciple relationship. System, that is it possible that because Jiang Lingxian is a 9-yin cold divine body, she has recognized your physique as the supreme furnace body of the 9-yang divine body? The chaotic 9-yang divine body encompasses all attributes of the 9-yang divine body, but infused with the essence of chaos, making it even stronger. A limited edition physique of the system. She requires the 9-yang divine body to suppress the cold power within her. Is that why she is now willing to take you as her disciple in the mountains, despite her destined fate to become a peerless empress a millennium later? Curse it! Why do you analyze so expertly that I am momentarily at a loss for rebuttal? After hearing this, Wang Chen gritted his teeth, wanting to raise his fist and pound the bed, only to remember that he had been enchanted and drugged. Rustling. As Wang Chen conversed with the system, Jiang Lingxian, who lay beside him, seemed to be disturbed by the faintest sound. Is she that sensitive to sound? Wang Chen's heart sank in alarm, and he quickly closed the slight gap in his drowsy eyes, regaining his composure. This moment, Jiang Lingxian, with her drowsy yet beautiful eyes, first glanced at the small. Finally, her lovely eyes slowly turned toward Wang Chen, who was drenched in sweat. Have you sweated from the heat? Hearing her soft murmur, which was both drowsy and coolly melodious, Wang Chen felt a surge of anger. What do you mean, have you sweated from the heat? That was because I just died once, all right? At this moment, Jiang Lingxian had no idea that Wang Chen had already cursed her 100 times over in his heart. Although they were master and disciple in their previous life, their interactions resembled that of familiar strangers. Thus, Wang Chen's insults toward her as a cheap master bore no psychological burden. After all, Even in his past life, he had often cursed her in silence. But what Wang Chen failed to see was the tenderness in Jiang Lingxian's gaze as she looked at him, an emotion barely perceptible in her eyes. Her eyes seemed to contain a mix of compassion, joy, and a hint of relief. Finally, Jiang Lingxian gently took out a clean, fragrant white cloth from her storage ring. With her delicate, fair hand holding the cloth, she began to gently wipe the beads of sweat from Wang Chen's forehead. Her movements were tender and cautious, as if she feared Wang Chen might suddenly vanish before her eyes. Even Wang Chen, with his eyes closed, could sense Jiang Lingxian's demeanor, as if she were terrified of waking him. Such gentle actions of Jiang Lingxian, wiping the sweat from his forehead, inexplicably brought Wang Chen back to the moment in his past life when she had cared for him without leaving his side during his injuries. Host, you should quickly open your eyes now and see if you can startle her. No, system, you fool. Do you think I am not dying quickly enough for my previous life? If she were to discover that I was awake during this intimate midnight secret, she would surely confine me. Wang Chen had no knowledge of how many times Jiang Lingxian had utilized him to suppress her cold power in the depths of night in their previous life. But he was aware that he was not the same person who had some acquaintance with Jiang Lingxian in his past life. If he were to open his eyes now, she would likely gouge out his eyes and rip out his tongue to prevent any loose talk. However, Wang Chen was now almost certain that today marked the first day of his apprenticeship at the Tai Su Xian Zone. Thus, today was the day Jiang Lingxian, and he had their first secret embrace in the dead of night. Wang Chen never expected that the distant and aloof Jiang Lingxian would hold him close at night in both of his lives. Although it was to suppress her own cold power, the atmosphere between them at night was still quite ambiguous. Today marks the first intimate moment between the host and the future Empress. Remember it as a keepsake, hee. According to the timeline of Blue Star, the current date should be February 2nd, 2222. Fool. By the way, system, shouldn't the furnace body cultivation be conducted in a certain manner? After cursing the system, Wang Chen questioned the doubts that lingered in his mind. But why is she merely holding me now? Cough, cough, system. Don't get me wrong, I'm not that kind of person, I'm just curious. Wang Chen relished the subtle fragrance emanating from Jiang Lingxian beside him, as well as her gentle wiping of the sweat from his forehead, that in theory, dual cultivation with your furnace body would indeed yield better results. But perhaps she doesn't understand such matters, nor does she desire it. It is likely that being able to embrace you is already the limit of her discomfort. Thinking back to my previous life, even a secret embrace would earn me her icy glares for an eternity. I believe you are correct. Rustling. Just as Wang Chen finished acknowledging the system's words, Jiang Lingxian, who had wiped away his sweat, lay down beside him once more. What the hell? Let's not go there. Control your desires. As Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian's warmth pressing against him once more, particularly the softness against his arm, along with the pleasant fragrance enveloping him, his heart fluttered with emotion. In his previous life, after becoming Jiang Lingxian's disciple, he had never known such late-night benefits. In Wang Chen's clear memories, Jiang Lingxian had always maintained an icy demeanor toward everyone. She was a solid ice block, utterly unyielding, to the extent that upon his rebirth, Wang Chen wished to avoid her as a master altogether. He planned to bide his time until he amassed enough strength to confront her, the very culprit who had indirectly caused his demise in the past. Yet, amidst this blossoming affection, Wang Chen had already begun to contemplate how to escape the following day. Forget it. Tomorrow's matters can be dealt with tomorrow. For now, let me savor this beautiful moment. I must say, Jiang Lingxian's delicate form is truly enchanting. That subtle yet alluring fragrance calms Wang Chen's spirit immensely. Chapter 3. Jiang Lingxian's Rebirth/System Mission. Having been drugged and lulled into a drowsy state, Wang Chen, in this moment of warmth and comfort, closed his eyes, and his consciousness gradually descended into slumber. Little did he know that after a few minutes of drifting into the depths of sleep, Jiang Lingxian's warm body drew even closer to his solid frame, embracing him tightly. Her breathtakingly beautiful face gently pressed against his chest, and unbeknownst to her, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Disciple. In this lifetime, Master must ensure that all those who bear enmity towards you are utterly annihilated. Jiang Lingxian spoke these words, her tear-filled, rosy eyes lingering on Wang Chen's face for an extended moment. Finally, She gently pressed her profile against Wang Chen's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat as he slept. Her slender arms tightened around his waist, as if she wished to meld him into her very being. In the enveloping darkness, Jiang Lingxian's heart-wrenching demeanor revealed her profound fear of losing Wang Chen once more. Yet, under the influence of the intoxicating fragrance, Wang Chen remained blissfully unaware, sleeping as soundly as a log. Disciple, after your demise, Master truly longs for you. This time, I will not allow you to leave me again, I swear. Jiang Lingxian's delicate arms clung tightly to Wang Chen's waist, as if to integrate his sleeping form within her. In that moment, she seemed to find solace solely in the warmth of his presence. Alas, the you of now is reminiscent of when we first met. Jiang Lingxian's exquisite face rested against Wang Chen's chest, and despite her efforts to hold back, tears fell freely. The imprint of her tears marked the white shirt he wore from Blue Star, a stark reminder of the night's emotions. The following morning, Wang Chen awoke abruptly, opening his eyes and sitting up, repeatedly reassuring himself of his rebirth before settling down. At that moment, he realized the person who had been by his side the previous night had already departed. The weakness he felt in his body and the lingering cool fragrance from last night's embrace had vanished, as if everything had been a fleeting dream. Yet he was certain he was not dreaming. Recalling the memories of his past life, Wang Chen vaguely mapped out the current layout of the Tai Sucian zone. Once he had devised an escape route, he prepared to rise from his bed and stealthily slip away. However, just as he turned his body, the cold voice of the system echoed in his mind. Beep. Detected an important cause of the host's previous demise, linked to the future Empress Jiang Lingxian. Beep. Task. Eradicate the root of the problem. The host must immediately proceed to eliminate Jiang Lingxian. Reward. 1 imperial pill. Wang Chen, who was poised to leave, was taken aback. Based on my past memories, Jiang Lingxian currently appears to be a formidable cultivator at the Sacred Soul Realm, right? And here I am, devoid of any cultivation, completely. At her mercy. How can I accomplish this? Beep. Detected insufficient host strength. Task has been updated. Beep. New task. Secure Jiang Lingxian as a partner to prevent a repeat of being besieged to death, like in a past life. Reward. An instantaneous breakthrough of 10 levels upon reaching the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Goodness. The system displayed a surprising degree of understanding. At that moment, sitting on the edge of the bed, Wang Chen hesitated as he contemplated the new task. In truth, in his previous life, he had harbored feelings for his seemingly frigid master and had pursued her relentlessly. Yet, her face, both cold and stunningly beautiful, often elicited a mix of admiration and embarrassment from his crude remarks. But ultimately, he would find himself punished, locked away, or even subjected to a light beating with willow branches, as she would recite phrases about their impossible relationship. Thus, the desire in Wang Chen's heart to become her partner gradually faded under the weight of those experiences. However, despite the circumstances, he had pursued her countless times, only to face numerous rejections until his heart grew weary. After all, Jiang Lingxian's punishments rarely exceeded 7 strikes, and her strength was tempered, leading to a sensation that felt less like punishment and more akin to a playful jest. Each teasing of Jiang Lingxian would result in a mild reprimand, which Wang Chen found oddly worthwhile. Now, as the system's voice echoed in his mind, he felt the remnants of his past feelings for his master resurface, leading to a furrowed brow as he weighed the pros and cons. Caught in indecision. Yet, Wang Chen understood how arduous it was to elevate one's cultivation to the next level once he reached the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. It was akin to scaling a mountain. According to the task, if he could secure Jiang Lingxian, he would leap from the Heavenly Sovereign Realm directly to the Emperor Realm. Recalling that in his previous life, he had ascended to the Sacred Soul Realm within 300 years, yet it had taken him over 700 years to reach the peak of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm to break through to the Emperor Realm. Cultivation stages: body refinement, spirit establishment, Yuan returning, Dan Si, Spirit King, Spirit Emperor, Sacred Soul, Heavenly Sovereign, Emperor. System: display the attributes panel. Wang Chen. Physique: Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm: Mortal Realm. Cultivation technique: Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space: none. Origin points: 0. Overall evaluation: human machine. System: do you suggest that I stay? Wang Chen gazed at his attributes panel, which appeared a mere shadow of its former self compared to his past life, and couldn't help but inquire. He had initially intended to leave, yet the system's task halted him in his tracks. Recommendation: given your nature, it is likely that you would still pursue those who conspired against you in your past life after leaving. Therefore, it would be wiser to secure Jiang Lingxian, the most formidable, influential, and well-connected future empress. Ah! Wang Chen inhaled sharply as his hesitance began to fracture under the weight of the system's arguments. Do not gasp. Do you dare claim that upon seeing your master, you can resist the allure? Cough, cough, and not fall in love at first sight. Moreover, consider this. You have pursued her for so long in your past life, and it feels as though you are at 99% completion. Would you truly be willing to stop? Now that you have been reborn, it is the perfect opportunity. All you need to do is win her heart and assert your dominance. At that point, the two of you, both at the heavenly sovereign realm, will be an unstoppable force in the 8 desolations. Who could possibly stand against you? From my observations of your past interactions with Jiang Lingxian, she is notably stiff and ineloquent. You are the only man she has ever shared intimate contact with, and you share nightly embraces. As the system relentlessly encouraged him, Wang Chen's internal barriers crumbled until, finally, they shattered with a resounding crack. All right, let's do it. Wang Chen, a man of few words, made his decision after weighing the benefits and drawbacks with a decisive clap of his hands. As a disciple who had spent over a millennium with Jiang Lingxian, he understood her well. To summarize it succinctly, aside from cultivation and basic knowledge, she was a blank slate when it came to matters of the heart. Moreover, to speak candidly, Jiang Lingxian had grown up devoid of parental love. As for the details, Wang Chen was unaware. He only knew that mentioning such matters would cause her to grow cold, as if she were on the verge of exploding with anger. It is said that those who lack love in their childhood often harbor profound insecurities when they fall in love. There might even be some peculiar traits involved. The truth of this, however, remains uncertain. Chapter 4. Call me Master. Very well, Sister Fairy, but does it really matter whether it is true or false? In his past life, he failed to win over Jiang Lingxian, simply because he was her disciple, which led to enmity with thousands of fortunate sons. Ultimately, he was secretly besieged and killed by these fortunate sons. In this life, if he still fails to win over Jiang Lingxian, and, due to being her disciple, incurs the wrath of thousands of fortunate sons again, then what is the point of his rebirth? Wang Chen thought of this and abruptly jumped up from his bed, clenched his fists in indignation, and shouted, "Therefore, this time, I must win over Jiang." Creak. Just as Wang Chen was shouting, the door was suddenly flung open, and he froze on the spot. Win over Jiang what? Jiang Lingxian stood at the door, holding a robe and shoes from the Tai Su Xian zone, looking at him with a frown of confusion. Jiang is Jiang. Yes, I want to win over Jiang, perhaps by drinking ginger tea, as I seem to have caught a slight chill recently. Wang Chen awkwardly lowered his raised fist, hugging his arms and rubbing them, as if he truly felt cold. Jiang Lingxian's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she regarded Wang Chen with a peculiar gaze, yet she did not harbor any suspicions. Could it be that last night I held him too tightly, allowing the cold energy of my Jiu Inhan Shin body to inadvertently enter his, causing his constitution to weaken today and giving him a chill? But according to my recollections of his Jiu Yang Shin Ti, such a top-tier constitution should not be so. Moreover, I did not absorb his Jiu Yang power last night as I did in my past life to suppress my own cold energy. Jiang Lingxian found herself perplexed. But at that moment, Wang Chen spoke again. Sister Fairy, is this attire for me? Wang Chen approached cautiously, rubbing his arms and looking at her with care. He vaguely recalled that upon his arrival in this world, the first thing he called her was Sister Fairy. After all, Jiang Lingxian was indeed as beautiful as a fairy, leaving him in awe when he first crossed over. Even now, upon seeing her flawless visage, his heart could not help but flutter. Yes, and you must call me Master from now on. Jiang Lingxian knitted her brows as she stepped into the room, gently placing the robe and shoes on the table, responding with a tone that suggested her habitual preference for being addressed as Master by Wang Chen, regardless of their past or present. Oh, then, Sister Fairy, I should be able to wear this robe and these shoes, right? Wang Chen intentionally phrased it this way to avoid being repeatedly rejected by her under the title of Master, as it happened in his previous life. The term Master could not appear now. At least, it should not be used frequently. However, if Jiang Lingxian developed feelings for him in the future, he could gradually test the waters. Yes, both the robe and shoes are for you. I already said you should call me master in the future. Jiang Lingxian initially did not grasp the full implications, but upon recollection, her brows knitted tighter as she coldly reminded him once more. Understood. Wang Chen did not press the issue further, agreeing for the moment, intending to renegotiate later when the time was right. He then moved to Jiang Lingxian's side and began to remove the attire he had arrived in from the Blue Star. The rustling sound prompted Jiang Lingxian to turn her head, only to be met with the sight of his flamboyant floral undergarments. You. Jiang Lingxian stuttered, swiftly turning away. Her eyes closed, with her ears turning crimson in an instant. Whether in her past life or the present, she had never seen Wang Chen so audaciously undress in her presence. Now, he had given her a considerable visual shock, even through the barrier of his ostentatious undergarment. This was the first time in 1,000 years, across both lives, that she had witnessed him so unreserved. Sister Fairy, what is the matter? Wang Chen, unfazed, donned the robe he had just picked up from the table. He even harbored a hint of intentional mischief, seeking a slight reprisal against Jiang Lingxian. Although he aimed to retaliate against her past self, her current incarnation was not much different. After all, they were the same person. Observing Jiang Lingxian's mortified and furious demeanor, her ears flushed with embarrassment, Wang Chen found himself momentarily distracted. Had it been her former self, she would likely have merely scrutinized him coldly, showing no sign of emotion whatsoever. Indeed, the feelings formed in the early stages of acquaintance are often the most genuine. How can you so casually change your clothes before me? Jiang Lingxian, her back still turned to him, struggled to suppress her embarrassment. Yet her cool tone bore a hint of indignation. It's no problem at all. You don't need to apologize. If you saw, then you saw. Wang Chen stepped in front of Jiang Lingxian, flashing a charming smile as he locked eyes with her, teasingly reversing the situation. You are utterly unreasonable and shameless. If it were not for your exceptional talent, I would certainly expel you from the mountain. Listening to Wang Chen's playful remarks, Jiang Lingxian's resolve hardened. Her delicate fist clenched beneath her flowing sleeves. Yet, it was evident that she could only express her displeasure verbally. If Wang Chen were truly gone, she would be distraught. I am truly sorry. I will be more mindful next time I change clothes in front of you. Wang Chen lowered his head, hastily apologizing, genuinely fearful of being expelled from the mountain. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback by this display, feeling a pang of regret for perhaps being too harsh in her words. No, wait. You still want it next time? Jiang Lingxian's thoughts shifted suddenly, her brows furrowing with a mix of shyness and anger as she fixed her icy gaze upon Wang Chen. All right, no next time. Wang Chen, feeling guilty under her scrutinizing gaze, quickly interjected, yet in his heart, he silently vowed, there will definitely be a next time. Very well, since you're dressed, follow me. Jiang Lingxian finally averted her gaze, which had been tinged with a hint of laziness, and spoke coldly. Where to? Although Wang Chen was fully aware of their destination, he feigned ignorance and asked. At this moment, it was clear that Jiang Lingxian was taking him to awaken his constitution. It was also at this awakening site that he encountered the first of the fortunate sons, Qin Yafan. Awakening the constitution, Jiang Lingxian refrained from unnecessary chatter, simply responding coldly before stepping outside. Along the way, Wang Chen, seemingly intentional, lightly tugged at Jiang Lingxian's white sleeve in response to the curious gazes of the Tai Su Xianzong disciples they passed. Jiang Lingxian, feeling her sleeve being pulled, gently tugged it back, attempting to maintain an appropriate distance from Wang Chen. She had long been accustomed to keeping a subtle distance from her disciple, both in her past life and the present. Thus, her actions seemed normal to Wang Chen, given her behavior over the millennia. However, Wang Chen remained undeterred and cautiously tugged at her sleeve once more. Jiang Lingxian, feeling the gentle tug, subtly furrowed her brow and pulled her sleeve back again in silence. After several exchanges, Jiang Lingxian finally turned her charming face towards Wang Chen, her expression cold and disapproving. You, Sister Fairy, I have a bit of social anxiety. Before Jiang Lingxian could finish her sentence, Wang Chen raised his eyes in a pitiful manner, his handsome face looking up at her. Jiang Lingxian could not bear his pitiful expression, and her icy reprimands faltered momentarily. What do you mean? Jiang Lingxian frowned, observing Wang Chen's forlorn look, her cold voice softening just a touch. It's just, why do they keep staring at me? I feel a little scared. After saying this, Wang Chen cautiously watched Jiang Lingxian's reaction, eager to see how she would respond. His claim of fear was undoubtedly a facade. After all, he had faced thousands of celestial beings, dozens of half-step emperors, and even 2 emperors without flinching, so why would he fear this? Chapter 5. With Sister Fairy Zizi protecting me, I am definitely not afraid. No need to pay any mind. Oh, upon hearing those words, Wang Chen's expression dimmed slightly. He nonchalantly responded with an "oh," lowering his head in solitude as he followed along. Indeed, this cold-hearted woman remained unchanged. And Wang Chen distinctly recalled that in his previous life, it was around this time that things were much the same. However, unlike in his past life, Wang Chen now possessed the wisdom gained from a millennium of experiences, and thus felt a twinge of apprehension under the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him. After all, as he traversed this path towards the Bingzhong, he was being observed by no less than 500 disciples from the Taisu sect, all of whom were adept cultivators. Reflecting on those bygone days, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy and an urge to laugh, realizing just how naive he had been back then. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly heard a gentle sigh from Jiang Lingxian. Just as he looked up in confusion, he caught sight of the ethereal Jiang Lingxian slightly extending her white-sleeved robe towards him. She then held his gaze, her long and beautiful eyelashes quivering, yet she remained silent. Witnessing this, Wang Chen's spirits gradually lifted, for it seemed as though the fish had taken the bait, and his heart warmed considerably. He grasped Jiang Lingxian's fragrant sleeve tightly and began to walk with newfound confidence, shedding the social anxiety that had plagued him moments before, as if he had found a solid support in her presence. "Are you no longer afraid?" Jiang Lingxian asked, observing the transformation in Wang Chen, who now walked beside her with an air of boldness. "With a celestial being like you protecting me, I am certainly unafraid," Wang Chen replied, lightly shaking his head as he adopted a sing-song tone in response to Jiang Lingxian. Caught off guard by this playful exchange, Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, her cool, beautiful eyes staring at Wang Chen, seemingly lost in thought. "What is it?" Wang Chen, taken aback by her gaze, furrowed his brow and tilted his head in question. "I have told you to address me as master. If you continue to call me otherwise, I shall enforce the disciples' regulations," Jiang Lingxian said, regaining her composure and suppressing the myriad of emotions and memories that surged within her. Meanwhile, a sense of inexplicable anxiety and panic began to stir within her. She pondered why this incarnation of Wang Chen was reluctant to refer to her as master. Could it be that her rebirth had caused some deviation in his perspective? "Oh, very well," Wang Chen replied, as he had always done, intending to call her fairy sister next time. He was determined to subtly distort the image of himself as her disciple within Jiang Lingxian's heart. "We're almost there," Jiang Lingxian said, gently tugging at her sleeve that he clutched tightly, signaling to Wang Chen to look ahead. Buzz, the heavenly forbidden Tao divine body. A golden light erupted from the awakening tablet, and a resonant voice emanated from the platform before them. Below the awakening tablet, a frenzied youth beamed with delight as he gazed at his hands and body. "I have succeeded. Ha ha! I have become a Taoist," the boy exclaimed, his voice brimming with exuberance. "When I ascend, I shall unleash chaos upon the heavens." As he stood on the platform, the boy gazed skyward, his eyes filled with a murderous intent that nearly overflowed, shouting madly, "Get down! Hurry! Do not disturb those behind you." An elder on the platform kicked the ecstatic boy off before he could revel in his triumph any further. Jiang Lingxian, maintaining her composure, led Wang Chen toward the elder on the platform, her white robe billowing gracefully in the wind. This exquisite sight inevitably drew attention, halting the steps of those who wished to ascend the platform. The disciples of Tai Su Xianzong watched as Jiang Lingxian, the saintess, led Wang Chen ahead, as she held the precedence of priority. However, moments later, the crowd's attention shifted to the striking figure of Wang Chen, who walked beside Jiang Lingxian. Who was this man? How could he hold the sleeve of the saintess? A multitude of envious, jealous, and even hostile gazes were directed at Wang Chen. After all, during various set competitions and special occasions, many had pursued Jiang Lingxian, and though their offerings were often rejected without so much as a glance, their animosity towards Wang Chen remained. While the appearance of Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian seemed quite compatible, the disciples of Tai Su were unfamiliar with his identity, leading to their resentment, particularly among the male disciples. Wang Chen, feeling the weight of their gazes once more, was not surprised. The corners of his lips curled into a subtle smile. Qin Yefan, should I ever have the chance to eliminate you, you shall surely perish in this life. Wang Chen shifted his gaze, filled with murderous intent, locking eyes with a jealous male disciple below the platform. In his past life, Qin Yefan had not yet become his rival at this point. Their enmity would only begin the day after the awakening of their respective bodies, when the Tai Su disciples ventured to the Bingzhong to select their weapons. At that time, Qin Yefan, consumed by jealousy over Wang Chen being Jiang Lingxian's disciple, had provoked him during the weapon selection. Wang Chen had reacted swiftly, leaping forward to deliver a resounding slap to Qin Yefan's face. Thus began their fierce altercation, mere days after Wang Chen had crossed over to this realm. Fortunately, the energy from the awakening tablet and the system had enabled them to fight to a standstill, both sustaining severe injuries. Now, down below, Qin Yefan noticed Wang Chen, furrowing his brow and returning his gaze defiantly. Wang Chen's calm, its subtly threatening eyes compelled many disciples to lower their heads involuntarily. After all, he had not gained his reputation for slaughtering countless individuals in vain. Most would find themselves intimidated by the palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Gazing back at Qin Yefan, Wang Chen offered a mocking smile, inciting a furious flush to rise on Qin Yefan's face. However, as Jiang Lingxian led Wang Chen to stand before the elder, she silently pulled him behind her with her sleeve. Taken aback by her protective gesture, Wang Chen obediently withdrew his gaze and refrained from provoking Qin Yefan further. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that this incarnation of Jiang Lingxian, though still frosty, exuded an inexplicable warmth that softened her demeanor. Was it merely his imagination? Or had last night's tender moments influenced her behavior? What brings the saintess here? Just as Wang Chen pondered, the elder before them respectfully greeted Jiang Lingxian. Regarding the awakening of the body, I request Elder Zhang to assign someone to guide us to a secluded awakening tablet. Jiang Lingxian's voice was cool and distant. It possessed an alluring quality that made one yearn to hear more. No need, I shall awaken right here. Wang Chen interjected urgently, recalling that in his previous life, the awakening tablet had revealed him to possess the nine-yang divine body, but the critical term chaos had not emerged. Since Jiang Lingxian required his nine-yang divine body to suppress the cold energy within her, she would undoubtedly be reluctant to part with him. Thus, Wang Chen aimed to instill a sense of urgency within her, a feeling that he might be snatched away by another woman at any moment. Chapter 6. The strategist must immerse himself in the fray. A gamble for Lingxian. Ascending to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. The strategist must immerse himself in the fray. A gamble for Lingxian. Winning would mean claiming the grand bed as the arena, ascending to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, with Chen above and the celestial being below. A desire for immortality. As for losing, it would mean Chen's retreat, a retreat that would last a lifetime. No way. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian's delicate brows furrowed. Her icy yet melodious voice sought to halt him. If Wang Chen awakens here, many of the female elders will surely vie for him. Even if the news of the Jiang Sheni were to leak, various sects outside of Taishu Xinzong would undoubtedly attempt to undermine them. However, Wang Chen remained unfazed, intent on his goal. He swiftly released Jiang Lingshan's white sleeve and dashed towards the awakening steel, pressing his hand against it. Jiang Lingshan, not holding his hand, was momentarily taken aback and failed to grasp him in time. In that instant, countless disciples below witnessed the awakening steel erupt in a dazzling radiance. The next moment, a magnificent voice resonated from within the steel as an intensely powerful crimson light shot straight into the sky. Jiang Sheni. As this proclamation echoed, Wang Chen felt several waves of energy surge towards him from the awakening steel. He did not resist, for this was a natural phenomenon. The energy was a form of nourishment bestowed upon him after awakening his physique, which had been pivotal in his previous life for contending with Qin Yefan, a third-tier cultivator of the spirit-building realm, resulting in mutual injury. In an instant, as these energies flooded into his body, Wang Chen felt his cultivation level ascend at an astonishing rate, from the first layer of body refinement to the pinnacle of the ninth layer. His realm soared from absolute zero to the apex of the ninth layer, where it finally came to a halt. Wang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. The sensation of his breakthrough was exhilarating, akin to a fitness enthusiast reveling in the peak of their strength. Having achieved his objective, Wang Chen slowly withdrew his hand, feigning a look of apprehension as he turned back to Jiang Lingshan. Meanwhile, the scene was already abuzz, with numerous elder women rushing towards him, all eyes fixated on Wang Chen, eager for him to become their disciple. "Come with me." Jiang Lingshan's expression was icy, her heart filled with a profound sense of crisis as she observed the approaching elders. In the next moment, Wang Chen felt himself lifted off the ground, and everything around him fell silent in a blur. They soon returned to the room where they had shared tender moments. Wang Chen bowed his head, standing to the side, while Jiang Lingshan stood before him, her gaze cold and piercing. The familiar sensation from his past life returned. If he were not a male, he might have felt a chill. Yet, after so long without this feeling of being scrutinized, he found an inexplicable sense of comfort. "Why did you act on your own?" Jiang Lingshan's voice was laced with an intense chill, imbued with an aura of anger. "I did not know I possessed such a physique," Wang Chen replied, lowering his head, his voice barely above a whisper, as if terrified of her wrath. "The master has already warned you against it. Why did you insist on touching the awakening steel? The emergence of a top-tier physique like Jiang Sheni will undoubtedly bring immense trouble." Jiang Lingshan's cold demeanor reflected her frustration as she addressed Wang Chen, her words deliberate and sharp. Feigning fear, Wang Chen slightly raised his head and took a small step back, appearing genuinely frightened. Observing his retreat, Jiang Lingshan's irritation flared, prompting her to step closer once more. Wang Chen continued to pretend to be afraid, retreating further, which only fueled her anger as she pursued him. Eventually, she cornered him against the wall, leaving him with no escape. Feeling overwhelmed, Wang Chen feigned determination, beginning to articulate his thoughts. "If it troubles you, then simply hand me over to another master. Why must you burden yourself?" He presented himself as considerate. Yet it was a strategic retreat aimed at catching Jiang Lingshan off guard. Jiang Lingshan paused, her anger and icy demeanor faltering momentarily, dissipating into nothingness as she regarded Wang Chen, now trapped in a corner. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart aching. Realizing her emotional state, she quickly turned away, unwilling to let him see her vulnerability. The moment she heard him express a desire to seek another master, her tears nearly spilled over. Such a notion was intolerable, absolutely unacceptable. With her back to him, Jiang Lingshan trembled slightly, saying nothing as she turned to leave. As she closed the door behind her with a soft click, Wang Chen was left in stunned silence. Had she just cried? Leaning against the wall, he pondered whether their night of intimacy had stirred feelings within her. Yet, that did not seem right. He believed she would scold him harshly, only to ultimately keep him close. However, if the Jiang Lingshan of his past life had heard him express a desire to seek another master, she might have indeed lost her composure. It could not be that she too had been reborn, could it? No, it was impossible. When he was besieged in the demonic cave, she was still in seclusion, so she should not have perished. Wang Chen stood perplexed, feeling a strange itch on his scalp, as if his intellect were awakening. "Dear host, it seems your beloved fairy sister was indeed on the verge of tears earlier. Could it be that the host's charm is so profound? One night of embrace has sown indelible feelings in her heart." The system in Wang Chen's mind began to ponder, as if deep in thought with a hand on its chin. Wang Chen, too, found this situation bewildering. Jiang Lingshan should not have reacted this way. Regardless, he resolved not to dwell on it, allowing her to reflect on why her disciple wished to seek another master. Wang Chen chose not to engage in self-reflection, instead sitting on the edge of the bed, unleashing two orbs of flame from his hands. These flames were not ordinary. They were chaotic, swirling in black and white, imbued with the power to influence the void. With a swift motion, he grasped the chaotic fire, which seemed capable of scorching through the fabric of reality, revealing a smile upon his face. In this new life, Wang Chen was determined to defy a fate that mirrored his previous one, where he had been vanquished after surviving the tribulation. At this moment, treasures such as the Xian Guang Baota, the Blood Dragon Tree, and the Heavenly Tao Pearl had yet to manifest, their whereabouts unknown. Wang Chen contemplated the artifacts he had acquired in his past life, as well as the various opportunities bestowed upon the Child of Fortune. Rest assured, host, I have recorded the 10 most powerful treasures. Simply expend origin points to locate them. The system, seemingly attuned to Wang Chen's thoughts, prompted him. Ah, splendid. In this life, let us join forces and seize all those opportunities. Furthermore, the disciples awakening their physiques tomorrow must visit the Bingzhong. It is the perfect chance to claim Qin Yefan's fortunes there. Having finalized his plans, Wang Chen waved his hand, summoning the system's attribute panel. Wang Chen, physique, Gao Zhuyang Shanti. Realm, pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Cultivation technique, Gao Zhuyang Divinar. Storage space, none. Origin points, 0. Comprehensive evaluation, human of the 9th layer of body refinement. System, do you possess anything to prevent being enchanted? Otherwise, I fear I may once again fall under Jiang Lingshan's influence tonight. As he spoke, he opened the system's store, revealing 9 golden cards suspended before him. The system's marketplace operated uniquely, refreshing 9 golden cards each day for the host to unveil, randomly presenting various items. Indeed, I can discreetly pilfer the essence of the Tao to craft golden cards for the store, but it will require substantial origin points. Can I purchase on credit? Do you think you can dine on Jiang Lingshan's whims? Is it even possible to express this? Tongzi, just hold back for a moment and squeeze out some source points. I promise to return you double later. What do you say? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the system fell silent, seemingly pondering how to extract some source points. Noticing the prolonged silence, Wang Chen casually clicked on the 9 golden cards in the system store. First item, Crow Flying Technique, price, 100 source points. Second item, Panga's Blood Essence, price, 9999999999. Third item, Wooden Carving of a Clay Horse, price. Damn it, it's that ridiculous Pangu's Blood Essence again. I've been dealing with this nonsense for 2 lifetimes. Wang Chen couldn't help but curse when he saw the image of Pangu's Blood Essence. After refreshing the list down to the last 2 cards, he had little hope left. He raised his hand and clicked on the 8th golden card, which playfully swayed before flipping over suddenly. 8th item, Smoke from Fragrant Mist. Poison Pill as Candy, price, 1,000 source points. Wang Chen was taken aback by the blunt name of this item and frowned as he clicked on the description below. Item, Smoke from Fragrant Mist, Poison Pill as Candy. Description, a one-time use item that nullifies all fragrances and poisons, but the effect wears off and triggers poisoning immediately after. Duration, 12 hours. A one-time use item, and it triggers poisoning right after the effect wears off. No wonder it's so cheap. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Chen thought, system, come on, can you squeeze out some source points for me? Please. He decided to sweet-talk the system, and, after some hesitation, he bought it. Based on the experience from last night, he believed that the fragrant mist set by Jiang Lingxian was harmless, so he had nothing to worry about. Although he would only have one night to enjoy the intimate moments, he was still eager to make the purchase. Worst-case scenario, he could steal some weapons from the Bingzhong tomorrow and convert them into source points to repay the system. All right, but you must return me 3,000 source points. After a round of persuasion from Wang Chen, the system finally agreed. With the system's consent, Wang Chen's source points increased by 1,000. And the system silently withdrew. 3,000 source points? No problem. I'll just steal more weapons from the Bingzhong tomorrow. Wang Chen used his newfound source points to purchase the 8th item, muttering to himself that he would return triple the amount to the system. After settling everything, Wang Chen surveyed his surroundings. The room was simple yet clean, furnished with a table, 3 chairs, a large bed, and bedding, all constructed from wooden planks. Such a familiar environment. He realized it had been over 900 years since he last returned to this room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Wang Chen reminisced about the familiar surroundings. Then, he entered a state of cultivation, activating the Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. At the body refinement stage, spiritual energy could only be attached to the body, unable to be projected outward. In simpler terms, there was no long-range attack capability. Wang Chen planned to utilize the time before nightfall to break through to the spirit-building stage, where he could project spiritual energy. System, remember to wake me up at night. I need to pretend to be asleep. The host is really playing it crazy, deceiving the innocent future Empress Jiang Lingxian, and now wants to take her as a disciple. The system couldn't help but tease Wang Chen with its cold, mechanical tone. Wang Chen, recalling last night, smiled but chose not to respond, quickly immersing himself back into his cultivation. He cultivated until dusk, around 5 o'clock, when a crisp sound erupted from within him, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge towards him. Spirit building stage. Breakthrough. The barrier of the realm shattered, and though Wang Chen broke out in a slight sweat, his spirit felt remarkably refreshed. He kept his eyes closed, continuing to devote himself to the cultivation process, striving to enhance his power to confront Qin Yafan, the child of destiny, currently at the 3rd level of the spirit building stage, and sees his opportunity in the Bangzhong. After continuing to cultivate until around 10 o'clock at night, Wang Chen's aura reached the pinnacle of the 1st layer of the spirit building stage. This was the extraordinary prowess of the Chaos 9 Yang divine body. He had surged through 19 layers of realms in just half a day. Moreover, with the accompanying technique, the Chaos 9 Yang divine art, cultivation below the Spirit King realm became effortless. Host, Ding Ling Ling. The alarm clock is at your service. Ding Ling Ling. Crazy. You startled me. Wang Chen, taken aback by the sudden sound in his mind, quickly opened his eyes. This is what you asked me to do, and yet you scold me, stinky host. All right, my fault. Wang Chen helplessly admitted his mistake, gazing at the dark surroundings before silently lying back down on the bed. He reached into the system's storage space, revealing a golden card inscribed with 10 characters, and smiled like a child about to eat candy. Use. Ding. Successfully used the smoke from fragrant mist, poison pill as candy card. Effect activated. It didn't feel like anything at all. Wang Chen lay on the bed, bored, staring at the ceiling, quietly awaiting the arrival of the person in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, the inconspicuous small incense burner on the table had begun emitting a colorless and odorless fragrant mist. System. Please conceal my cultivation level to the 9th layer of the body refinement stage until the awakening stone bestows its energy. Otherwise, if Jiang Lingxian hasn't given me the technique yet, and I suddenly break through to the 1st layer of the spirit building stage, it would be rather suspicious. Okay, the realm concealment function has been activated, current debt, for 1,000 source points. With the system's words, Wang Chen's aura was reduced to the 9th layer of the body refinement stage, while in reality, he remained at the spirit building stage. Thus, Wang Chen and the system engaged in playful banter, waiting for over half an hour until sounds emerged from outside. Top, soft footsteps approached the door, and with Wang Chen's keen hearing, he could clearly discern them. He quickly turned away from the door, closed his eyes, and anxiously awaited the arrival of the visitor. Dog host, I'm here. Your favorite little master is coming. Hee. The system was exuberantly gushing about the ambiguous couple in the night, as if it might burst from laughter. Don't call. I'm not deaf. The host only dares to pretend to be asleep. Go ahead and call. Hee. Wang Chen couldn't help but curse in his heart at the system until the footsteps suddenly halted beside the bed. In no time at all, he felt a warm, delicate body gently lie beside him, wrapping her arms around him from behind. The person behind seemed to be cautious, as a gentle chill of spiritual energy flowed into him, rendering him weak. Wow, it's easy to dodge a direct attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden one. Jiang Lingxian, what are you doing? Wang Chen could only feel his body gradually losing strength, eventually becoming limp and at her mercy. After completing these steps, the person behind carefully turned Wang Chen over, her movements incredibly gentle. He dared not open his eyes, secretly feeling Jiang Lingxian's soft actions as she gradually embraced him in her warm embrace. Chop derocho. No, why is she also reborn? His arms were positioned around her waist, tenderly holding her slender form. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian's arms tightened around him, as if fearing that Wang Chen would leave her. Hey, don't hold so tightly. It's a bit constricting. Wang Chen thought to himself. I can't breathe. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian gradually loosened her grip, allowing the seemingly unconscious Wang Chen a chance to catch his breath. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian's long eyelashes fluttered, her crystalline gaze fixed upon the sleeping Wang Chen. Her lips pressed tightly together as she began to softly sob. Disciple. Master did not mean to act in such a manner during the day. I was merely fearful of losing you to others. I am truly sorry, deeply so. Please, do not entertain the thought of seeking another master. Jiang Lingxian's tone was imbued with an exquisite fragility, contrasting starkly with the coldness of earlier. Disciple, it has been so arduous for me to see you again. I implore you, do not leave me once more. As she spoke, Jiang Lingxian buried her face in Wang Chen's chest, and recalling his earlier words, tears finally fell. Wang Chen felt the dampness spreading on his chest, yet within, he was struck with profound astonishment. In his previous life, Jiang Lingxian would never have wept in his embrace like this. What on earth is happening? Furthermore, her familiar calls of disciple sparked a conjecture in Wang Chen's mind. Could it be that Jiang Lingxian has indeed been reborn like him? Moreover, it seems her rebirth occurred much earlier than his own. No, let me listen further. The probability of both being reborn is exceedingly slim. Wang Chen allowed Jiang Lingxian to hold him warmly, quietly closing his eyes, feigning sleep to hear her subsequent words. Disciple, Master is truly terrified. Terrified that you seek another mentor, sobbing. Jiang Lingxian's voice became increasingly choked and muffled, her once clear tone now thick with sorrow and vulnerability. Wang Chen felt his heart melt. This was the first time in a millennium he had witnessed such a side of Jiang Lingxian. I am sorry, truly sorry. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian suddenly began to apologize, leaving the feigning sleep Wang Chen utterly bewildered. However, as her words continued, he gradually began to comprehend, though the revelation was overwhelmingly shocking. In her past life, you were surrounded and slain in the abyss of the demon cave, while Master remained in seclusion. I truly did not know you were to face the Emperor's tribulation. I am so sorry, disciple. I am sorry. Jiang Lingxian, as if bearing the grievances of the day, became more loquacious at night, her words flowing more freely. She feared to express such sentiments while Wang Chen was awake, concerned she might frighten the version of him that had only recently come to know her. Yet, Jiang Lingxian forgot that even in her previous life, after each of Wang Chen's declarations of affection, she would only dare to cling to him at night, voicing thoughts both had been too timid to articulate while awake. Jiang Lingxian resembled a soul bound by insecurity, finding it difficult to allow others to penetrate her shadowy, emotional realm. No, could it be she truly has been reborn? At this moment, Wang Chen, having heard Jiang Lingxian's tearful confessions, was rendered utterly speechless by shock. He recalled that in her past life, Jiang Lingxian indeed had no knowledge of his impending tribulation. He had been confident in his ability to overcome it, hence had not informed her, instead entering the forbidden zone alone to confront the trial. He had indeed succeeded in transcending the Emperor's tribulation, preparing to depart, only to be ambushed by an unforeseen multitude of fate's children, each seeking vengeance against him. From their perspective, it must have felt akin to confronting a formidable villain. Although that group had been vanquished by Master, the heart-wrenching truth remained. In her past life, Master could never find you, no matter how she searched. Jiang Lingxian's once melodious voice now carried a weight of despair, imbued with a sense of helplessness, almost pitiful. After these words, Jiang Lingxian held Wang Chen for a long while, her soft breaths mingling with the heaviness of her heart. Yet, despite her firm embrace, the memory of Wang Chen's words from the day before gnawed at her, causing her heart to twist painfully. She was engulfed by fear, terrified of losing Wang Chen once again, of him being taken from her by another. She longed desperately to keep Wang Chen bound to her side, preventing anyone from claiming him. However, Jiang Lingxian continually admonished herself against such perverse desires, recognizing their selfishness and the potential to frighten her disciple, which could backfire. Regardless of past or present, she could only voice her buried emotions in his slumber, as she held a profound reverence for the taboo of a master-disciple relationship. This was especially significant to her, as she had lacked love since childhood. Her early experiences with her closest parents, who had sought to consume her, instilled in her a fear of intimacy. Jiang Lingxian feared that should she shatter the master-disciple bond and transform Wang Chen into a husband, she would be engulfed by an overwhelming sense of insecurity. The master-disciple relationship provided a semblance of safety, allowing her to believe that Wang Chen would not abandon her, granting her a fragile sense of security. Thus, in her previous life, she had maintained a cold demeanor toward Wang Chen, disregarding his advances to keep a respectful distance. This relationship, which offered her a modicum of safety, unknowingly persisted for over 1,000 years, until Wang Chen's demise, which led her to fury and ultimately her own demise. In that moment, the voice of the system broke through Wang Chen's tumultuous thoughts. Given my profound understanding of her, both physically and psychologically, she might react with immense joy. Alternatively, she could be overwhelmed with disbelief, thinking it a mere illusion. Ultimately, our relationship would gradually revert to the normalcy of a master-disciple bond. Thus, the cycle of their previous life would repeat, with her forever rejecting any advances under the guise of her role as master, rendering his task eternally unachievable. She had certainly endured something in her childhood. Her fear lay not in breaking their master-disciple relationship, but in the potential betrayal she might face after claiming her entirety. Wang Chen understood Jiang Lingxian too well, his heart heavy with melancholy, and without hesitation, he responded to the system. He was certain that aside from Jiang Lingxian herself, no one else, not even he, who had remained by her side for a millennium, knew her as intimately. In his previous life, he had yearned to transcend the confines of their relationship, and in this life, he was resolute in avoiding that path. From the centennial mark of his apprenticeship under Jiang Lingxian, he had nurtured profound affection for her, pursuing her for nearly 9 centuries, remaining unmarried and disinterested in other women. Yet ultimately, he had failed to move her heart, perpetually met with her cold rejection under the pretense of master, maintaining an unbridgeable distance. Wang Chen felt a lingering sense of nostalgia. Enveloped in the fragrance of the person beside him and her soft murmurs, his thoughts a chaotic tangle. Chapter 9. The Nightmare of Jiang Lingxian. Disciple, do not leave master. Do not depart, do not. Jiang Lingxian gradually wept herself into exhaustion, instinctively nestling her face into Wang Chen's warm neck and drifting into slumber. Upon sensing her stillness, Wang Chen cautiously opened his eyes, taking a careful glance. Confirming she was asleep, he then fully opened his deep, expressive eyes, gazing intently at Jiang Lingxian. He felt the gentle, soothing chill of her spiritual energy enveloping him, igniting the chaotic flames within. Indeed, it could melt away. Evidently, Jiang Lingxian was cautious not to harm him, refraining from overwhelming him with her cold energy. As Wang Chen felt his body regaining control, a flicker of joy illuminated his expression as he fervently dispelled the cold energy within. Once his body was fully restored, he turned his gaze to Jiang Lingxian's exquisite visage, feeling an inexplicable thrill surge within him. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Wang Chen had the opportunity to quietly observe Jiang Lingxian from such a close distance, within reach. As he felt Jiang Lingxian bury her head into his neck, their positions reflected a subtle intimacy. Unable to resist, Wang Chen gently extended his hand and softly caressed her delicate and beautiful face. Jiang Lingxian appeared genuinely exhausted from crying, or perhaps her heart had been wounded by Wang Chen during the day. Now, nestled in his warm embrace, she slept soundly, showing no reaction. Noticing her stillness, Wang Chen carefully wrapped the hand that had been pinned beneath her slender body around her, holding her a little tighter. He then leaned down slightly, pressing his lips softly against her fair brow. Master, in this life, I no longer wish to remain your disciple. After all, in my previous life, I vowed that if I were to be reborn, I would urge you relentlessly, Wang Chen whispered in a voice imbued with a gentle magnetism, his words barely audible in Jiang Lingxian's ear. He then reclined back, returning to their original position. That night, the rarely soundly sleeping Jiang Lingxian found herself once again drifting into a dream. In the depths of a pitch-black void, Wang Chen from her previous life suddenly appeared before her, holding her tightly. He even kissed her forehead in the dream, leaving her motionless, her eyes wide open, helplessly watching. Just before his figure began to fade, he uttered 2 phrases. Master, I do not wish to be your disciple any longer. After all, I swore before my death that if there were a next life, I would push you ruthlessly. Upon hearing Wang Chen's first statement in the dream, Jiang Lingxian instinctively thought of their master-disciple relationship and the shadows lurking deep within her heart, wanting to reject him as she had done in her previous life. However, upon hearing his second phrase, a pang of pain gripped her heart as she suddenly realized it was merely a dream. As the awareness dawned upon her, Wang Chen's form began to dissipate rapidly, her consciousness returning as the dreamscape collapsed swiftly. No, please don't go. Just before dawn, Jiang Lingxian awoke abruptly in Wang Chen's embrace, tears glistening in her eyes, her heart racing. Had he been plagued by a nightmare? Wang Chen, startled by Jiang Lingxian's sudden awakening, managed to suppress the instinctive urge to jerk away. "Do not leave, Master, please don't," Jiang Lingxian murmured in a state of panic upon seeing Wang Chen, her anxious emotions calming ever so slightly. Yet, she continued to cling tightly to him, repeating her plea as if she could not bear to part from him even for a moment. Only when the morning light began to filter through the window did she reluctantly withdraw her arms after clinging to him for a while longer. In Wang Chen's perception, the person beside him stirred gently, beginning to erase all traces of her lingering presence. The door creaked as Jiang Lingxian finally departed, shutting behind her with one last protesting sound. After a moment, Wang Chen could no longer contain himself and sat up on the bed, struggling to regain his composure. He had no intention of revealing to Jiang Lingxian that he too had been reborn, preferring to contemplate whether to disclose this once they became partners in the future. He was resolute in his belief that, having lived two lives, he understood Jiang Lingxian completely. He had even caught a fleeting glimpse of her being one of the four most formidable divine beasts. Wang Chen recalled how, in his previous life, he had been subjected to a severe punishment of nearly 5,000 lashes after Jiang Lingxian discovered his attempts to understand her fully. A punishment that nearly led him to meet the King of Hell. Despite that pain, he had no regrets, for that fleeting glance had made him feel alive even in death. If, in this life, she continued to reject him, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Since Jiang Lingxian had also returned to life, it would surely make winning her over easier. Ding ding ding. Host, while I was perusing my past life as memories, I suddenly recalled something. It appears that today, an opportunity is to be seized under a tree by another child of destiny. Hurry! We must rush to claim that opportunity for ourselves to establish a foundation in this life. What? You could have mentioned this sooner. Time is of the essence. Let us go. Wang Chen hastily threw off the covers, putting on the pair of shoes Jiang Lingxian had given him the previous day, and dashed out. In the realm of cultivation, there were countless children of destiny and innumerable opportunities, making it impossible for Wang Chen to remember the locations of all chances. Thus, the ability to access his memories was crucial for treasure hunting. Once he had a treasure hunting companion, coupled with the system's guidance, acquiring such opportunities would surely become much easier. With Jiang Lingxian yet to arrive to lead him to the battlefield, Wang Chen seized the limited time he had to dig. Due to the absence of a source point for positioning, I can only provide you with a vague location. It seems to be a peach blossom grove. A peach blossom grove? Upon exiting, Wang Chen suddenly heard the system's voice, and a location gradually materialized in his mind. The Taishu peach blossom forest of the Taishusian sect. This was a place Wang Chen had often frequented in his previous life, a location he was intimately familiar with. After unwittingly gifting Jiang Lingxian a blooming peach blossom, he had noticed her fondness for the delicate pink flowers, prompting him to frequently gather them to win her affection. Wang Chen's mind began to instinctively chart a route, his peak strength in the spirit-building realm allowing him to move with astonishing speed. Ignoring the curious glances from surrounding disciples, he sprinted toward the grove filled with peach blossoms. However, he was acutely aware that his reputation had undoubtedly spread throughout the Taishusian sect. In his previous life, his identity as a Jiang divine body remained undisclosed, but whispers had circulated simply because he was Jiang Lingxian's disciple. Now, he was not only a Jiang divine body, but also acknowledged as Jiang Lingxian's visible disciple. After a brief sprint, Wang Chen skidded to a halt, his heels digging into the muddy earth, leaving a trench in his wake. He had arrived. Before him, vast fields of blooming peach trees unfolded, a breathtakingly beautiful scene. The peach blossom forest, carefully cultivated by the Grand Sect, was perpetually in bloom, teeming with female disciples gathering peach blossoms to brew peach blossom wine, while several male disciples idled about, and one young man seemed to be searching for something. Ye Ving. Wang Chen recognized him immediately, a surge of murderous intent bubbling within him, as if ready to erupt at any moment. The disciples in the peach blossom grove, sensitive to the surrounding aura, turned their gazes toward Wang Chen, and Yi Qing did likewise. However, in their eyes, Wang Chen had already shifted his focus, cautiously picking a beautiful peach blossom. Once the other disciples averted their scrutinizing gazes from the enigmatic Jiang divine body, Wang Chen's attention returned to Yi Qing, who was intently confirming the location of the peach trees. Finally, Yi Qing appeared satisfied, a smile breaking across his face as he crouched down, preparing to dig. What audacity! In broad daylight, he dared to attempt to uproot an entire peach tree. Witnessing this, Wang Chen sprang into action, pointing at Yi Qing and shouting as if he were apprehending a thief. Startled, Yi Qing quickly withdrew his hands, casting a cold glare at Wang Chen. Wang Chen had forgotten the specific moment in his previous life when he had made an enemy of Yi Qing, but two reasons seemed to linger. First, out of jealousy for Wang Chen being Jiang Lingxian's disciple, he felt Wang Chen was unworthy of being the disciple of the Holy Maiden of Taishu. Second, after gaining some cultivation, Wang Chen had chosen to suppress all those who coveted his breathtaking master, and Yi Qing was among them, having been thoroughly defeated by Wang Chen, who had taken on the role of a formidable antagonist in his previous life. In the previous life, during the battle that encircled him, Yi Qing was the one who pointed his sword at Wang Chen, exuding an air of righteous indignation. Wang Chen vividly remembered the faces of thousands of those favored by fate, as they all had to perish in this lifetime. Not me. Yi Qing furrowed his brows, hastily explaining to the disciples around him, eager to prove that Wang Chen was framing him. What about that little spade in your hand? Wang Chen pointed at the small shovel Yi Qing held, regarding him with a look of patronizing concern. You, a mere furnace body, are nothing but a plaything for women. What I do is of no concern to you. Yi Qing seemed to reach his breaking point, glaring at Wang Chen and mocking his physique. The situation was reminiscent of their previous life, where Yi Qing would taunt him while pushing his head, ultimately leading to a confrontation. Huh, a furnace body is still a top-tier constitution, far superior to you, a worthless being who has made no progress in 3 years. Wang Chen smirked derisively, crossing his arms and casually glancing at the ring on Yi Qing's finger. Damn it, I'll snatch it from him and tear it to shreds. You, seeking death. Yi Qing could not tolerate others speaking of his condition, as if they were blatantly declaring his inadequacy. With a loud thud, the peak power of the 9th level of body refinement erupted, causing the ground beneath Yi Qing's feet to sink. Wang Chen looked upon the charging Yi Qing with a sneer, flicking his thumb against his middle finger with a casual motion. Whoosh! A small stone-like black and white flame shot forth, crashing heavily into Yi Qing's chest. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the chaotic flame detonated upon impact, sending Yi Qing flying several dozen meters. A waste is merely a waste. Wang Chen slowly approached, observing the writhing Yi Qing on the ground, lifting his foot to trample on his face. Wang Chen felt nothing but disdain for this favored child of fate, who, despite being a waste in the early stages, would later experience a meteoric rise in power. Remembering that in the previous life, one of the 2 emperors involved in the encirclement was this very Yi Qing. Wang Chen's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. This was one of the reasons Wang Chen despised him so deeply. You will die. You will definitely die. Yizving, pinned to the ground and unable to rise, shouted at Wang Chen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Do you believe I could crush your skull with one kick right now? Wang Chen elongated his voice, instilling fear in Yi Qing. He truly had the capability to kill Yi Qing, but he feared that his grandfather would intervene, potentially leading to a backlash. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing finally fell silent, exemplifying the restraint of a favored child of fate. Everyone saw it. He attacked me first. If you dare to spread rumors, I will inform my Holy Maiden Master, and you shall regret it. Wang Chen crossed his arms, a charming smile gracing his handsome face as his cold gaze swept over the gathered disciples. He delivered his threats with unabashed boldness, showing no hint of embarrassment. Noticing the surrounding disciples quickly averting their eyes, Wang Chen finally displayed a satisfied expression. He then lifted his foot sharply and stomped down hard on the hand holding the shovel. Crack! Ah! The sound of bones breaking echoed alongside a scream, and even the ring on Yi Qing's finger became soiled. Subsequently, Wang Chen crouched down, attempting to remove the ring, only to find it stuck fast. Do you really think I can't do anything about this? Wang Chen laughed in anger, grabbing the nearby shovel and raising it to strike down on Yi Qing's finger. No! Yi Qing screamed in terror, and it seemed the ancient being within the ring responded, unleashing a layer of transparent spiritual power from his palm. Clang! The shovel collided with the transparent energy, producing a crisp flash of light, and then Yi Qing's figure vanished from spot. Damn, it's not so easy to kill. Wang Chen cursed, then picked up the shovel and headed towards the peach tree's muddy ground, digging fervently. The soil flew. Yet none of the disciples in the peach blossom grove dared to admonish Wang Chen's actions. Gradually, he found himself alone in the grove, as everyone fled, fearing the repercussions. Thud! Upon striking something solid, Wang Chen's heart leaped with joy, and he dug with renewed vigor. Soon a small box, the size of a square palm, emerged. Overjoyed, Wang Chen swiftly stored it in his spatial ring and covered the disturbed earth beneath the peach tree. Time was of the essence. Jiang Lingxian should have already gone to the room to find him. He needed to hurry back and plan to investigate the contents of the box later. Otherwise, that cold, unyielding individual might become irritated upon finding him wandering around an unfamiliar place. Just as Wang Chen was about to dash out of the peach blossom grove, a brilliant idea struck him. Right? I should bring her a few of the peach blossoms she adored in my past life. I just wonder if she still loves peach blossoms as much in this life. It doesn't matter. Having them is better than not having them at all. Wang Chen quickly returned to the grove, meticulously searching for the most beautiful blooming peach blossoms within his sight. Chapter 11. The Unruly Chen, Her Anger. This one will do. In that moment, Wang Chen felt as if he had returned to his previous life, seeking out the splendid peach blossoms on the high branches, gently gathering them for his beloved once more. The host is indeed thoughtful, given that she is also a reincarnated soul. She will surely be stunned upon seeing these blooming peach blossoms. After carefully picking the peach blossoms, Wang Chen began to race back, ignoring the fallen petals atop his head. However, before he could re-enter the house, he caught sight of Jiang Lingxian, her exquisite face frosty, striding purposefully out. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian's delicate features bore no trace of the tender and pitiful demeanor from the previous night. Instead, she exuded an allure reminiscent of the ice-hearted empress from Wang Chen's past life, captivating yet frigid. The contrast between Jiang Lingxian by day and the Jiang Lingxian of the night was stark. Upon spotting that breathtaking figure in the distance, Wang Chen quickened his pace, rushing to stand before Jiang Lingxian with his hands behind his back. "Sister Fairy, I was just about to find you." Wang Chen approached Jiang Lingxian, a few peach petals adorning his head, revealing a charming smile as his bright eyes met hers. Jiang Lingxian, who had been walking with a hint of urgency, finally halted at the sight of Wang Chen. The weight on her heart lifted at that moment, and she quietly exhaled. She had intended to seek out each female elder in the sect, but unexpectedly, Wang Chen had appeared on his own. However, as she gazed upon Wang Chen, her expression grew increasingly frigid, causing even Wang Chen to feel a shiver under her piercing gaze. "Where have you been?" Jiang Lingxian's voice was icy, laced with an unmistakable hint of displeasure. She was indeed angry, and it seemed even more severe than he had anticipated. Wang Chen's heart raced as he beheld Jiang Lingxian's unapproachable beauty, silently lamenting. Wang Chen quickly feigned a fearful expression, clutching the peach blossoms tightly behind his back, stammering, "Were you hiding behind your back?" Jiang Lingxian noticed and furrowed her delicate brows, her voice cold as ice as she questioned him again. Wang Chen silently crushed the peach blossoms in his hands, bowing his head and hesitating to speak. In that moment, Wang Chen truly embodied the essence of a green tea personality, exuding an irresistible fragrance. "I will only say it once. Take it out." Jiang Lingxian felt a surge of unease, particularly fearing that Wang Chen held bribes meant to undermine the female elders of the sect. She had also noticed the peach blossom petals atop Wang Chen's head. But at this moment, how could Wang Chen possibly find his way back to the peach blossom grove? Someone must have led him there. Wang Chen quivered slightly at the reprimand, and this reaction was not feigned, but rather a subconscious response cultivated in a past life. His expression bore an air of innocence as he finally extended his tightly clasped hands, yet they remained firmly shut. "Open them." Jiang Lingxian's gaze bore down on Wang Chen, her aura from the Shenghan realm unintentionally beginning to emanate. Even the ground around them seemed to freeze over with a thin layer of ice, prompting a shiver to run through Wang Chen. At the moment when Jiang Lingxian's energy threatened to spiral out of control, he reluctantly began to unfurl his palm. Upon seeing the peach blossoms resting within, Jiang Lingxian paused, her own energy seemingly stalling in response. The blossoms, once exquisite, appeared disheveled and trampled as if reprimanded by their beloved, striking a chord deep within Jiang Lingxian's heart. Memories of their past interactions rushed back to her mind. Master, do you find this peach blossom beautiful? It's for you, The first memory surfaced. Jiang Lingxian sat in a pristine yet desolate chamber, engrossed in ancient texts. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the door, and Wang Chen, with his back turned, stealthily pushed the door open with his shoulder. He approached her with an air of mystery, presenting the peach blossoms before her with a bright smile. Master, aren't you fond of peach blossoms? Please don't be angry. The second memory unfolded beneath a towering dragon-shaped tree in a courtyard. Jiang Lingxian, seemingly annoyed by Wang Chen, wore a cold expression on her beautiful face, remaining silent. Wang Chen, unsure of where he had procured the blossoms, cautiously observed her demeanor. Finally, he tentatively placed the vibrant peach blossoms in the palm of her hand, fearful of further inciting her ire. Master, I truly adore you. Why don't we sever our master-disciple relationship and become partners instead? What do you think? The last memory depicted Wang Chen adorning an entire room with blooming pink peach blossoms, a sight of unparalleled beauty. He held a large bouquet in hand, playfully winking while confessing his feelings to Jiang Lingxian. Numerous other memories flickered through her mind until Wang Chen's soft voice pulled her back to reality. While familiarizing myself with the sect as laid out earlier, I stumbled upon a peach blossom grove. I thought to pick a few of the most beautiful ones for you. My fairy sister, I didn't expect you to be so upset. Sorry. After stammering this apology, he lowered his head, too intimidated to meet Jiang Lingxian's enchanting gaze. The silence lingered for over 10 seconds before Jiang Lingxian began to stir. Rather than accepting the slightly crushed peach blossoms, which were akin to her heart, she restrained her trembling hands hidden beneath her white sleeves and spoke coldly. I will take you to the Bingzhong now. Her voice, laced with a barely detectable tremor, resonated as she swiftly moved forward. Host, your movements are so meticulously crafted. I truly adore them. Get lost. Wang Chen cursed in response to the voice echoing in his mind, then silently followed Jiang Lingxian. They traveled in silence, the atmosphere seeming normal yet distinctly peculiar. Wang Chen still clutched the slightly damaged peach blossoms tightly, unwilling to discard them, for they represented his genuine feelings. Even if Jiang Lingxian rejected them, he could not simply cast them aside. The Taisucian zone was vast, with countless branches lining the roads like stars in the sky. Wang Chen's dwelling was a private space belonging to Jiang Lingxian, deep within the sect. Now, she led him through the throng of disciples towards the Bingzhong. Along the way, Wang Chen felt various gazes upon him, yet he was accustomed to such attention, having experienced it in his previous life whenever he stood beside the enchanting saintess. Soon, they arrived at the bustling entrance of the Bingzhong, a large mountain on the sect's back peak with a dark cave entrance. As they arrived, the eyes of hundreds of disciples from both inner and outer sects converge upon them. Is this the disciple of the saintess? The one who awakened the 9-yang divine body? It seems so. A cacophony of voices arose, blending into an indistinguishable murmur. Jiang Lingxian ignored the discussions and deliberately slowed her pace for Wang Chen to catch up. As she walked beside him, Wang Chen felt an inexplicable warmth within him. He could not discern whether it was his imagination, but he sensed Jiang Lingxian's sleeve drawing closer to him, as if inviting him to grasp it should he feel anxious about social interactions, just as he had the day before. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and gently tugged at her white sleeve. Jiang Lingxian paused momentarily, casting a fleeting glance at him from her cold eyes. Wang Chen, noticing this, cautiously met her gaze before surveying the onlookers around them. Jiang Lingxian's deep eyes flickered slightly, yet she said nothing, allowing Wang Chen to hold onto her sleeve. The reincarnated Jiang Lingxian is far more gentle than the one I first met in my past life. Wang Chen thought to himself, delighting in the subtle fragrance emanating from Jiang Lingxian, soothing and captivating. Saintess, could you perhaps let him be my disciple? I genuinely require someone like him. Just as Jiang Lingxian was about to lead Wang Chen to the entrance of the Bingzhong, a figure clad in purple, an intersect elder, suddenly appeared. Upon hearing the elder's words, Jiang Lingxian felt a slight tremor in her heart, her expression growing cold. Leave. Jiang Lingxian's command was resolute, directed at the elder blocking their path. In Wang Chen's memory, Jiang Lingxian's current cultivation level lay between the 1st and 6th layers of the Shenghan realm. The inner sect elders range from the first layer of Shenghen to the sixth layer of Tianzuan. Beyond the sixth layer of Tianzuan was the sect leader at the seventh layer, and beyond that, the two ancestors at the ninth layer. Yet, Jiang Lingxian showed no fear. Her icy gaze unwavering as it met the elders. The inner sect elder's expression darkened at her words, yet she dared not utter a sound and turned to leave. This was due to Jiang Lingxian's master being one of the two ancestors, a peak Tianzuan at the ninth layer. The scene of Jiang Lingxian fiercely protecting Wang Chen did not go unnoticed by the surrounding inner and outer sect elders. In that instant, they suppressed their impulses, planning to later approach the sect leader to claim Wang Chen for themselves. After all, who would not desire a disciple with a nine-yang divine body? Even the male elders were eager to take him as their student. Following her strong dismissal of the inner sect elder, Jiang Lingxian cast a cold glance at Wang Chen, which made him feel somewhat guilty, for it was he who had sought to create a sense of urgency within her. However, the current outcome appears to signify that Jiang Lingxian has achieved unparalleled success after her rebirth. As the two approached the entrance of Bingzhou, they both instinctively halted and gazed at one another, just as Wang Chen anticipated that, like in his previous life, Jiang Lingxian would allow him to enter. An unexpected turn of events transpired. I will accompany you inside, as I need to retrieve something from the Bingzhou. You better grab an egg. This remark undoubtedly reminded him of the previous life when he and Qin Yafan had a confrontation within the Bingzhou, leading to his grievous injuries. Wang Chen cast a slightly dubious glance at Jiang Lingxian, who appeared somewhat guilty, instinctively wishing to evade his gaze. Indeed, she harbored the same concern as Wang Chen. She feared that her disciple might be carried out of the Bingzhou as he had been in their past life. Really? Does this mean I can stay with Sister Xinjie the whole day? Yay! Wang Chen exhibited a somewhat naive and youthful demeanor, raising his right hand, which clutched a peach blossom petal with evident delight. Do not address me in such a manner. I have told you to call me Shizuan. Jiang Lingxian felt a twinge of headache, yet simultaneously, an inexplicable pang of longing surged within her. She genuinely wished to hear Wang Chen call her Shizuan once more. Since we are going in, you may keep the peach blossoms for me. I shall dispose of them later. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian noticed the peach blossoms still clutched in Wang Chen's palm and extended her hand with a cool and natural demeanor. Are you truly going to discard them? Very well. Since the petals are slightly torn, it is indeed reasonable to dispose of them. Wang Chen opened his hand, revealing the peach blossoms, a look of disappointment reflecting in his eyes, which Jiang Lingxian could not help but notice. Observing this scene, Jiang Lingxian's lips moved slightly, yet she ultimately chose to remain silent. Once Wang Chen had placed all the peach blossoms in her delicate palm, Jiang Lingxian quietly withdrew her hand, unbeknownst to anyone. At the very moment Jiang Lingxian clenched the peach blossoms and drew her hand back, they vanished into thin air. Let us proceed. Once we enter the Bingzhou, choose a weapon that suits you best. After retracting her hand, Jiang Lingxian instructed, and together with Wang Chen, they began to step into the Bingzhou. The surrounding disciples, who were also entering the Bingzhou, instinctively parted to create a path, respectfully addressing her as the Holy Maiden. Jiang Lingxian paid them no heed and continued onward, with Wang Chen gripping her sleeve tightly as they entered the dimly lit Bingzhou. As they traversed into the depths of the Taishu's rear mountains, the surroundings gradually darkened, and the number of people dwindled. Ahead lay a pitch-black tunnel carved into the mountain, where the crowd had significantly thinned and visibility was nearly non-existent. At this moment, Wang Chen, possessing the cultivation of the building's spirit realm, should have been able to see distinctly in the ordinary darkness. However, he unwittingly stumbled, tripping over his own foot and colliding into Jiang Lingxian. Hey. As he fell toward her, Wang Chen hurriedly released her white skirt sleeve, reaching out with his left hand to grasp her delicate right hand. Jiang Lingxian was taken aback by Wang Chen's sudden move and instinctively reached out to steady him in the dark. Their hands met perfectly. Wang Chen's left hand firmly grasped Jiang Lingxian's right hand, the soft and cool sensation sending a delightful shiver through him. Jiang Lingxian, being of the nine-yin cold god body, was often sensitive to temperature due to her frequent chills. Now, as Wang Chen, the embodiment of the chaotic nine-yang god, held her warm hand, she felt an unmistakable discomfort, and after steadying him, she instinctively attempted to retract her hand. Yet Wang Chen was not inclined to let her go. He quickly intertwined his fingers with hers, gripping tightly. He was no longer the naive disciple of his previous life, blindly acquiescing to Jiang Lingxian as his master. In this moment, Jiang Lingxian could even sense the panic radiating from Wang Chen, his grip reflecting his helplessness in the dark. Chapter 13. The best assist of the match. The intersect female elder. Let go. Jiang Lingxian's heart raced at the warmth of his grasp, yet in the desolate tunnel. She spoke coolly. For even in her past life, she had seldom experienced Wang Chen holding her hands so tightly, leaving her unaccustomed to such intimacy. Thus, Wang Chen recognized that he must help her grow accustomed to this closeness. Sister Xianjia, I am afraid of the dark. Wang Chen recalled that in his previous life, before reaching the building's spirit realm, darkness had appeared as a murky void. To maintain the ruse, he feigned panic in the dark, clutching Jiang Lingxian tightly. Fortunately, he had previously masked his aura to that of the 9th layer of the body refinement realm, so Jiang Lingxian would likely not suspect anything. I am your Shizuan. You must release me. I will guide you through this. Jiang Lingxian paused at his words, hesitating for a moment before instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand. With her cultivation, she could see clearly in the dark, yet she remained unaccustomed to holding Wang Chen's hand. See, system? I did not admit to my rebirth, right? Even now, she still addresses me as Shizuan. Upon hearing the host's words, I nodded vigorously, exclaiming, absolutely correct, absolutely correct. Wang Chen appeared flustered, yet internally he felt a twinge of bitterness. But what of the master-disciple relationship? In this life, he was determined to be a rebellious disciple. Sister Xinjia, I truly fear the dark. With my current cultivation, all I see in the darkness is a blur. Wang Chen recalled that he had indeed been afraid of the dark in his previous life, and Jiang Lingxian was well aware of this, prompting him to continue speaking, albeit with a hint of desperation. I understand your fear. However, you must release your grip. I will use my spiritual energy to lead you. All right then. Realizing that Jiang Lingxian was resolute in her stance, Wang Chen reluctantly began to loosen his grip in the darkness, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Little brother, since she refuses, allow me to take your hand instead. I do not mind her. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the strongest assist in the dark tunnel emerged. A female elder from the inner sect, extending her hand toward him. In an instant, Wang Chen's hand, which he had intended to retract, suddenly felt a firm grip, as if it were being tightly held once more. Startled by Jiang Lingxian's unexpected return grip, he winced, nearly exclaiming in pain. Release him. He is my disciple. Jiang Lingxian glared at the inner sect female elder, her demeanor resembling that of a fierce cat guarding its prey. Oh, yet your actions suggest that you are unwilling to comply with even his modest requests. Furthermore, has he not been calling you Sister Xinjia all along? When did he become your disciple? The inner sect female elder, who had accompanied her own disciple to select weapons, had not anticipated witnessing this scene. This was a prime opportunity to steal a talented disciple. With the 9 Yanga body, she could surely break through to the heavenly sovereign realm. Jiang Lingxian locked eyes with the elder's violet gaze in the darkness, and, as she listened to those words, she felt as if she were suffocating. Indeed, it seemed that, up to this point, the elder's remarks struck a chord within her. Yet, Jiang Lingxian forced herself to maintain composure, her icy gaze fixed on the elder. A chill permeating the dark tunnel. The surrounding disciples, witnessing the tense standoff, quickly fled, while those ahead hastened their escape into the Bingzhou. In mere moments, the dark tunnel was left with only Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and the inner sect female elder. Little brother, how about you come with me? Join my sect, and I will not only provide you with the finest cultivation resources, but I will also consider all your extravagant requests. The elder's violet eyes locked onto Wang Chen, her voice laced with a subtle allure. In that instant, Jiang Lingxian's heart felt as if it had leaped into her throat, her grip on Wang Chen tightening as tremors coursed through her. The intensity of their clasped hands increased, as if she feared that one moment of inattention would result in Wang Chen being whisked away. Oh, that hurts. Wang Chen, feeling the excruciating grip, could no longer withstand the pain emanating from his hand and cried out in agony. This fellow was squeezing far too hard. After all, Jiang Lingxian was currently at the sacred soul realm. Wang Chen felt as though his hand might shatter under the force. Realizing her loss of composure, Jiang Lingxian was momentarily startled and quickly eased her grip. However, she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she intertwined her fingers tightly with Wang Chen's and proceeded toward the end of the weapon tomb. Yet, Wang Chen could distinctly sense that Jiang Lingxian's trembling hand was filled with trepidation, fearful that he might acquiesce to the elder woman's request. "Little brother, when we meet again, do remember to consider whether to agree to my proposition." The inner sect elder did not pursue them relentlessly, but, seeing her objectives achieved, called out with a charming smile from behind. Wang Chen was pulled away by Jiang Lingxian, not daring to turn back to respond to the elder's words. He realized that with each step Jiang Lingxian took, a thin layer of ice formed beneath her feet, clearly indicating that she was nearing the brink of losing control. She was so intent on avoiding Wang Chen's answer to the elder that she forcefully led him away. Wang Chen remained silent, merely holding onto Jiang Lingxian's hand tightly, following her into the depths of the weapon tomb. As Jiang Lingxian felt the comforting warmth of his palm, her nearly uncontrollable emotions gradually began to stabilize. Emerging from the dark tunnel, light finally appeared, revealing an array of exquisite weapons before them. Various bizarre weapons adorned the walls, seemingly awaiting their rightful owners. The space within the weapon tomb was vast, significantly larger than a standard football field, filled with an overwhelming assortment of weapons. "Sister Fairy, are you angry?" Wang Chen inquired gently, gazing with innocent eyes, careful to avoid provoking her further. "No," Jiang Lingxian replied, her emotions rarely reflected on her face. However, Wang Chen, having spent enough time with her, could easily discern her true feelings. He was entirely certain that she was indeed upset. "Really?" he asked. "MHM. Yet, Jiang Lingxian's response was contradictory. Although she tightly held Wang Chen's hand, she stubbornly refused to admit her irritation. "Oh, do you think I should agree to her?" Wang Chen ventured, lowering his head slightly and hesitantly testing the waters. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's expression froze for a moment as she turned her beautiful gaze toward him, her eyes cold and piercing. In that instant, Wang Chen could see her figure tremble slightly, as if she could no longer bear the tension. "Wait here for me. I need to retrieve something and will return to find you. Do not wander off." Despite Wang Chen's evident distress, Jiang Lingxian struggled to maintain her composure. Speaking in a frosty tone, without waiting for Wang Chen's reaction, she released her grip and headed back into the dark tunnel. "Hey, Sister Fairy, isn't the item you need inside the weapon tomb?" Wang Chen called out, furrowing his brow in confusion as he watched her retreating figure vanish into the shadows. Chapter 14. Entering the secret chamber of the minor weapon tomb. Defeating the Child of Fortune, however, Jiang Lingxian's exquisite silhouette in a white dress did not respond, gradually disappearing into the darkness. TSK. She must be going to confront that inner sect elder. By the way, host, Jiang Lingxian is no longer at the sacred soul realm. She has ascended to the celestial sovereign realm. It appears she has been concealing her cultivation. The fluctuations she exhibited were only those of the sacred soul realm. If she hadn't been so enraged earlier, revealing a hint of her celestial sovereign aura, I wouldn't have sensed it at all. Wang Chen stood rooted in place, staring blankly at Jiang Lingxian's departing figure, stunned by the revelation. Jiang Lingxian's rebirth time was indeed many years earlier than his own. Otherwise, she could not have progressed to the celestial sovereign realm so swiftly. Her rapid advancement was undoubtedly due to her previous cultivation experiences. In other words, Jiang Lingxian might have been waiting on that mountain you traversed for countless years. Regardless, he resolved to seize Qin Yefan's fortune first. Overthinking was futile. Shaking off his chaotic thoughts, Wang Chen made his way toward Qin Yefan's location, oblivious to Jiang Lingxian's warning not to stray. After all, if he stayed put, how could he confront that fool Qin Yefan and seize his fortune? Drawing upon his somewhat hazy memories and the system's guidance, Wang Chen quickly arrived at the entrance of a secluded minor weapon tomb within the vast mountain weapon tomb. The Taisu weapon tomb comprised a large public weapon tomb outside and countless minor weapon tombs within. The weapons in the public area were mostly disorganized and of inferior quality, while those in the minor tombs, though fewer in number, were of superior craftsmanship. Wang Chen observed the various disciples entering and exiting the minor weapon tomb entrances, a smirk forming on his lips. He then stepped toward the minor weapon tomb indicated in his mind by the system. As he traversed a dark tunnel suitable for a single person, approximately 3 meters in length, his vision soon widened, revealing 6 individuals selecting weapons within a minor weapon tomb. The weapons inside exuded a certain spirit, making it difficult for ordinary people to extract them from the walls, which explained why most Taisu disciples opted for the haphazard weapons in the public tomb. Upon entering the minor weapon tomb, Wang Chen spotted Qin Yefan not far away, grasping the hilt of a sword and slowly attempting to withdraw it from the wall. Realizing this was a moment he had arrived slightly earlier than intended, Wang Chen recalled that in his previous life, he had entered this minor weapon tomb just as Qin Yefan and his companions were preparing to leave. The fortunes of that lifetime had already been claimed, and this time, Qin Yefan seemed to be in the midst of claiming his prize. Wang Chen's unexpected arrival naturally drew the attention of all 6 individuals within the minor weapon tomb, including Qin Yefan. At that moment, Qin Yefan appeared to have just awakened a certain top-tier physique and had entered the service of a female elder from the inner sect. Wang Chen pretended to select weapons from the wall while pondering the current state of Qin Yefan's fortunes. Just then, his hand inadvertently grasped the hilt of a spear embedded in the wall, causing it to tremble slightly. Oh, an unexpected find. Ah. Feeling the spear loosened within the wall, Wang Chen forcefully pulled it out. System, what is the quality of this spear? Beep. Yellow grade premium, silver spear. Wang Chen, upon hearing this, became instantly captivated by the silver spear in his hand, momentarily forgetting about Qin Yefan. Friend of the furnace, this spear seems to be fated for me. Could you kindly bestow it upon me? Wang Chen's concentration was interrupted by the voice of an approaching individual. He raised his head, frowning as he looked at the newcomer. Upon realizing that it was not Qin Yefan, but a foolish young man, disappointment washed over him. After all, the moment the other had uttered the mocking phrase friend of the furnace, Wang Chen had felt an urge to retaliate. Get lost. Can't you pull it out yourself? Or do you simply lack the capability? Wang Chen's displeasure was evident as he stored the silver spear in his spatial pouch, mocking the young man. The young man's expression darkened as he clearly discerned the underlying meaning behind Wang Chen's words. In an instant, aside from Qin Yefan, who was struggling to extract the sword, the remaining 4 individuals in the minor weapon tomb turned their attention to the unfolding drama. Suddenly, the entire minor weapon tomb trembled, drawing the gaze of Wang Chen and the other 5 toward the source of the disturbance. Upon entering, one could immediately behold Qin Yefan wielding a sword that emanated a faint golden glow, his expression a blend of unparalleled surprise and delight. This astonishment was not confined to Qin Yefan alone. Even Wang Chen shared in the exhilaration. After a brief moment of joy, Qin Yefan commenced his approach, his demeanor tinged with a hint of disdain. He is here at last. Once he provokes me, I shall seize the opportunity to claim what is rightfully mine. Wang Chen's heart swelled with triumph, for with his extensive combat experience spanning millennia in his previous life, he knew he could fight above his rank within the realm of Ji Ling's step aside. Why waste breath on an individual who is merely a plaything for women? Qin Yefan pushed aside the man, standing before Wang Chen, proudly brandishing the faintly golden sword as he gazed at Wang Chen. You glared at me on the awakening platform yesterday. Now, hand over the silver spear, and we shall consider this matter settled. Alternatively, you may facilitate a connection with your master, and we can resolve our grievances amicably, perhaps even become good brothers. With a mocking smile, Qin Yefan twirled the sword, attempting to project an image of coolness. However, Wang Chen could hardly contain himself. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as the silver spear materialized in his grasp. Wang Chen uttered no further words, his form leaping into action as he raised the spear high, striking down towards Qin Yefan's head with the force of creation itself. His initial strike was lethal, devoid of restraint. Qin Yefan's eyes widened in horror as he swiftly unleashed the 3rd tier of his Ji Ling realm prowess, raising the sword to defend himself. The clash resounded with a thunderous impact as the silver spear struck the sword, creating a shower of sparks. The tremendous force drove Qin Yefan's feet deep into the ground. Technically, Iron Mountain Assault. Wang Chen suddenly relinquished the spear, adopting a horse stance and forcefully colliding with Qin Yefan's chest. With a resounding thud, Qin Yefan nearly lost his consciousness as pain seared through his chest. The sword slipped from his grasp, and he was propelled backward, his body crashing against the wall with a deafening crash. Remarkably, despite the numerous weapons lining the walls, he collided with an empty space. Yet, the impact was sufficient. Cracks spiderwebbed across the wall, revealing the power of the assault. The entire sequence transpired in less than 2 seconds, leaving Qin Yefan utterly unprepared to react. Wang Chen picked up the fallen golden sword and silver spear, his expression still cautious as he observed Qin Yefan. He was acutely aware that within Qin Yefan lurked a terrifying remnant of a demon lord, the very guide of Qin Yefan in his earlier stages. Yet, the result of the demon lord's parasitic attempt had ended in failure, ultimately being consumed instead. As anticipated, the severely injured Qin Yefan's gaze morphed into madness. Kill him. Allow me to take control of this body, and I shall help you eliminate him. Qin Yefan's eyes, influenced by the demon lord's remnant, glinted with murderous intent aimed at Wang Chen. Kill him for me. Clutching his chest in fury, Qin Yefan's voice echoed, seemingly directed at an unseen entity. After his outburst, he appeared transformed, his demeanor chilling, as an enigmatic aura began to emanate from him. In the small military tomb, the 5 remaining individuals observed the unfolding chaos. Retreating to the corners in sheer terror, they desired to flee, yet fate had it that Wang Chen stood directly at the entrance, rendering escape impossible. Hurry and come help me. He has gone mad. Otherwise, we will all be slaughtered. Wang Chen shouted to the cowering group, hoping to conserve energy for the impending conflict. What can we do? Our master is outside, and the strongest among us is merely at the 2nd tier of Jiling. He is at the 3rd tier. A previously sullen youth, now terrified, huddled with the others, fearing for their lives. Wang Chen, noticing the demon lord's remnant within Qin Yefan, had already grasped a long sword with a fierce grip. Ignoring the sword's reluctance, he forcefully drew it from the wall, performing a flourish. Do you wish for him to strike first, or shall we take the initiative together? Wang Chen called out urgently, pretending to rush toward the cornered group. The 5, exchanging fearful glances, ultimately steeled themselves, drawing their weapons. Let's subdue him together, declared the youth at the 2nd tier of Jiling, brandishing his large blade. As Wang Chen observed the 5 charging towards Qin Yefan, a smile of paternal pride emerged on his face. He then sheathed the golden sword and silver spear, pivoting abruptly and dashing towards the exit, realizing that the opportunity had been seized and the fight held little significance. Escape was paramount. Hold on, I will fetch reinforcements. Wang Chen shouted as he raced into the dark tunnel, his speed akin to lightning. In a flash, he burst forth from the tomb's entrance, leaving behind the bewildered gazes of the 6, including Qin Yefan. You fool, came the chorus of exclamations from within. The sounds of battle erupted within the confines of the small military tomb, punctuated by the thuds of bodies colliding against the walls. After knocking down the 5, Qin Yefan surged forward, the ground beneath him crumbling as he charged towards the dark tunnel's exit. Nine Sun's divine body. If I can absorb his soul, I shall regain a 1/3 of my power. The demon lord's remnant, now in control of Qin Yefan, was consumed by avarice, longing to devour Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen was no longer battling Qin Yefan himself, but the remnant of the demon lord that had perished millennia ago. Listening to the thunderous footsteps approaching the tunnel, Wang Chen swiftly concealed himself to the left of the exit. He then retrieved the silver spear from his storage space, his breath quickening as a wicked smile crept upon his face. With the spear poised, he gathered strength, envisioning the imminent confrontation. As the footsteps drew near, Wang Chen's smile widened, his body launching into the air. Halt! Monster! Taste my wrath! From his concealed position, Wang Chen raised the silver spear and struck down as Qin Yefan emerged, the sound of impact resonating as if a bell had tolled. To his astonishment, Qin Yefan had withstood the blow. Wang Chen, bewildered, could hardly comprehend the situation. How could a mere possession grant such fortitude? It was no wonder the 5 within the tomb had faltered against his onslaught. As Qin Yefan slowly turned his head, slightly bent from a strike, his gaze fixated on Wang Chen with insatiable greed. Nina Sun's Dinavadi. With that, Qin Yefan raised the high-quality yellow-tier sword he had drawn from the military tomb, lunging fiercely towards Wang Chen. Get lost! You perverse fiend! Wang Chen exclaimed, a chill running down his spine as he blocked the attack with the spear, retreating swiftly while cursing under his breath. Wang Chen hastily stowed the silver spear and began shouting to the disciples emerging from the surroundings. Help! Murder! Help! He sprinted towards the communal military tomb, desperately casting aside weapons from the walls to impede Qin Yefan's relentless pursuit. As he discarded his weapons, Wang Chen did not forget to frantically stuff more into his storage space. It is essential to remember that these are all source points. At that moment, the golden broken sword within Wang Chen's storage space suddenly emitted a resonance, trembling incessantly. "Take me out. I shall come to your aid." Wang Chen felt an ancient voice emanating from the golden broken sword, resonating in his mind. Sensing the approaching murderous intent from behind, Wang Chen could not afford to hesitate. He swiftly retrieved the golden broken sword. Clang! A sudden explosion of weapons echoed from behind Wang Chen. What the? Unbeatable back thrust. Wang Chen gazed in shock at the front, his right hand gripping the golden broken sword, positioned behind him to block the incoming long sword. The possessed Qin Yifan was equally astonished, staring at the golden broken sword, clearly not expecting that this strike would be thwarted. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt his right hand being compelled by the golden broken sword, thrusting forcefully backward. He could only hastily turn around to match the rhythm of the golden broken sword, unleashing a series of unfamiliar sword techniques. Surrounding Wang Chen and Qin Yifan were disciples, all merely spectating the intense duel. Witnessing the fierce clash between the two, none dared to intervene, fearing the repercussions. They were not concerned about fatalities, as numerous elders were stationed within the weapon tomb, likely to arrive shortly to mediate. Even if a life were lost, it was not their own to worry about. In a span of merely 10 seconds, Wang Chen had exchanged over 100 blows with Qin Yifan. As the brilliance on the surface of the golden broken sword began to dim, Wang Chen sensed the tugging sensation gradually fading. "Kid, you continue to play. I am weary and shall rest for a while." Suddenly, the force pulling him disappeared entirely, visibly disrupting Wang Chen's combat rhythm. With a sudden burst, he found himself wounded, a spray of blood erupting. Wang Chen felt a sharp pain in his right arm, and the golden broken sword slipped from his grasp. At almost the same instant, an intense chill enveloped the surroundings, causing the walls and ground to freeze rapidly. In an instant, Qin Yifan was lifted into the air by this chilling aura, his face reddening as he dangled in midair. The remnants of the demon lord sensed danger and hastily relinquished control of the body back to Qin Yifan, retreating into his consciousness. The fortune was enjoyed by the demon lord's remnants, yet the suffering fell upon Qin Yifan. Wang Chen, sensing that familiar chill, clutched his bleeding arm, his anxious heart finally settling. Damn it, an old broken sword is no good. It falls asleep at the drop of a hat. Wang Chen, feeling the pain in his right arm, crouched down to retrieve the fallen broken sword, unable to restrain a curse. As he stored the dim, golden broken sword back into his storage space, he looked down at his right arm, now marred by a significant gash. Upon noticing a dark energy continuously seeping in, Wang Chen's heart sank. Chapter 16. Injured before others, calm in the presence of Jiang Lingxian. "Pain, you cursed wretch. Always trying to sneak into my body, begone." Wang Chen, disregarding the injury on his arm, swiftly enveloped his left hand in chaotic flames and fiercely slapped it against his right arm. Boom! Crack! The chaotic black and white flames erupted upon his right arm, instantly vaporizing the encroaching dark energy. However, this came at a cost. His right arm was fractured, and the sword wound from shoulder to back of the hand was exacerbated. This child truly is terrifying. The surrounding disciples gasped in shock as they witnessed Wang Chen inflict such harm upon himself. Whoosh! At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's figure suddenly appeared beside Wang Chen, her pupils contracting upon witnessing his tragic state. "Sister Fairy, it hurts so much." Wang Chen's previously irate demeanor transformed into one of pain upon seeing Jiang Lingxian. Having already lost considerable blood, compounded by that last strike, his face was devoid of color, pallid and weak. Jiang Lingxian, seeing this, began to panic, swiftly retrieving various healing elixirs from her storage. "Quick, open your mouth." Jiang Lingxian poured several pills into her hand, her usually serene countenance now tinged with urgency. Wang Chen, seemingly enduring the pain in his arm, pitifully raised his head and opened his mouth. Jiang Lingxian, disregarding everything else, carefully fed the pills into Wang Chen's mouth. As Wang Chen felt the coolness of her hand pressing against his lips, he instinctively nibbled gently on her delicate palm. Jiang Lingxian, taken aback by the slight bite, hesitated momentarily, After confirming the pills had entered Wang Chen's mouth, she quickly withdrew her hand, hiding it behind her back. As the pills dissolved and transformed into medicinal liquid within him, Wang Chen felt warmth enveloping his body. The wounds on his arm beginning to heal, and the bleeding ceased. Seeing Wang Chen stabilize his injuries, Jiang Lingxian shielded him with her presence. Her icy gaze locked onto the suspended Qin Yi fan, especially with those beautiful yet chilling eyes. She captivated all onlookers with an overwhelming aura. Saintus, he seems to be dying. Among the onlookers, someone cautiously pointed at Qin Yi fan, ensnared in the chilling grip. Jiang Lingxian's frigid gaze remained tranquil as an undercurrent of intense murderous intent surged within her. Move Wang Chen. D. A surge of anger welled up within Jiang Lingxian as she fixed her frosty gaze on Qin Yi fan, and the freezing aura binding him erupted violently. Crack. Bang. The protective jade pendant around Qin Yi fan's neck exploded, barely preserving his life. Yet, even so, under Jiang Lingxian's wrathful chill, his spine shattered into two. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the cold that nearly obliterated Qin Yi fan. Saintus, he is my disciple. Why would you strike at him? A woman clad in red appeared, exuding an overwhelming presence, her face stunningly enchanting. The newcomer was none other than one of Qin Yi fan's consorts in Wang Chen's past life, his female master. Upon seeing the arrival, Jiang Lingxian's brows knitted slightly, understanding that Qin Yi fan had been saved. Tomorrow, I demand to see his right arm. If I do not, I shall personally end his life. Jiang Lingxian, her brow slightly furrowed, coldly regarded the woman in red, her voice chillingly resolute. My disciple has already faced punishment, nearly losing his life. Does the saintess truly refuse to show him any leniency? You are unworthy. Jiang Lingxian, calm and composed, merely glanced at the woman in red and Qin Yi fan, uttering 3 words dismissively. She then turned away, her gaze filled with concern as it fell upon Wang Chen. Wang Chen, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, quickly resumed his facade of agony upon seeing Jiang Lingxian turn towards him. The surrounding disciples, caught between admiration and envy, were at a loss for words. Evidently, Wang Chen had sustained severe injuries when alone, yet his demeanor remained composed, as if he were untouched. However, upon the sight of Jiang Lingxian, his expression morphed into one of utter despair. The most enviable aspect for the disciples was Jiang Lingxian's genuine concern upon witnessing Wang Chen in pain. We shall take our leave. Jiang Lingxian, upon seeing Wang Chen's suffering, finally set aside her authoritative demeanor, gently supporting his left arm. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the space before them was suddenly torn open, revealing a rift. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, merely supporting Wang Chen as they stepped forward into the void. As their figures vanished, the icy force that had torn apart the space slowly closed, disappearing from sight. The red-robed woman, anxious to protect her disciple, swiftly lifted the severely injured Qin Yi fan and vanished within the tomb of weapons. The holy maiden had indeed mastered the art of rending the void, a formidable feat for one of the Shanghan realm. The disciples within the tomb, witnessing the conclusion of the spectacle, began to fervently discuss their reflections. The disciple brought back by the holy maiden would undoubtedly stir unrest within the Tai Su Xian zone. Deep within the Tai Su Xian zone, in the sacred maiden's chamber, a sudden surge of spatial fluctuations erupted at the center of the tightly closed quarters, followed by a violent rending of the void. Wang Chen emerged from the abyss, now leaning heavily against Jiang Lingxian for support. With his eyes gently closed, he felt an overwhelming drowsiness, a genuine fatigue, rather than the impending shadow of death. Sister Fairy, am I to perish? He mumbled, lost in a haze, hoping to provoke a reaction from Jiang Lingxian. However, upon hearing the word death, her demeanor shifted noticeably, prompting her to quicken her pace. Ultimately, she swept him into her arms, hastening through the rift and placing him gently upon the soft bed. The sudden embrace startled Wang Chen, instantly dispelling his weariness. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a gentle tugging at the fabric of his right arm. It hurts. The long sleeves of his Tai Su robe had adhered to the wounds on his arm, and as they were pulled away, pain surged forth. Bear with me. I shall tend to your injuries. Jiang Lingxian's expression betrayed a rare panic as she summoned her gentle, icy spiritual energy to apply to his wounds. It's freezing. The sharp contrast of pain and coldness sent a flush to Wang Chen's face, invigorating him. Jiang Lingxian, why does your method of healing mirror the inexperience of our past life? Wang Chen seethed internally, recalling how she had treated him similarly in their previous incarnation. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Host, do you not feel as though you have returned to your former life? I do not. Host, I'm merely revisiting your past memories. Do not blame me. It is your own fate to endure this pain. If I truly perish, you shall be displeased. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, suppressing the numbing pain in his arm while responding angrily to the system. That's beside the point. You are not in any danger, merely experiencing some discomfort. Cursing the system's incessant taunts, Wang Chen turned his pale face towards Jiang Lingxian, who was focused intently on his treatment. Her familiar and captivating visage provided him with an inexplicable sense of calm. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian, unaware of Wang Chen's gaze, continued to concentrate on administering medicine to his injuries. Your arm's bone is completely shattered. I must align it with the medicinal properties. It may hurt a bit, so bear with it. As she spoke, her cool voice lifted, and she suddenly met Wang Chen's eyes. Their gazes locked momentarily, emotions swirling in the depths of their pupils. Wang Chen discerned the persistent worry in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, a reflection of her fear for his safety. As they continued to gaze at one another, an unsettling realization struck Wang Chen. It seemed Jiang Lingxian perceived the current him as the version from their past life. I shall do my utmost to endure, he murmured, instinctively turning away and closing his eyes, extending his right arm in acknowledgement. Yet, Jiang Lingxian appeared oblivious to his retreat, fixated instead on the profile of his turned face. In that moment, she had glimpsed the familiar figure of her beloved disciple from their previous existence. Disciple, she called out, unable to contain her longing for him to respond as he once did. However, Wang Chen dared not reply, opting instead to keep his eyes tightly shut, feigning ignorance. Sister Fairy, it hurts terribly. Please hurry, he implored, feigning strength as he weakly clenched his fist in a show of defiance against the pain. A silence enveloped the room for several moments. Very well, Jiang Lingxian's hopeful gaze dimmed as she lowered her head once more. In the next instant, Wang Chen felt his entire right arm grow cold, as though his senses had been stripped away. Suddenly, he was inundated with the sensation of shattered bones within his arm knitting themselves together, a peculiar feeling akin to undergoing surgery under partial anesthesia, painful yet numbing. The sounds of bones shifting within flesh echoed as Jiang Lingxian's hands became stained with blood, diligently rejoining the shattered fragments. Amidst the agony and numbness, Wang Chen unknowingly drifted into slumber. After a night's passage, when Wang Chen awoke, he shifted slightly, only to be met with the discomfort of sore muscles, as if he had been used as a pillow throughout the night. Jiang Lingxian, how unreasonable of you. Even in my injured state, you held me so tightly. He lamented internally, attributing his discomfort to her embrace rather than his injuries. Glancing at his arm, he was astonished to find it wrapped in a bandage infused with spiritual energy, radiating warmth and alleviating much of the pain. What a miraculous recovery, Dr. Jiang, he marveled, lifting his wrapped arm to admire it, his heart swelling with joy. Suddenly, the door creaked open, followed by hurried footsteps. Do not move your arm too much. It is healing, Jiang Lingxian instructed, her left hand bearing a bamboo basket as she approached him, gently placing his arm back upon the bed. Is that food you are carrying? He asked, his curiosity piqued by the enticing aroma wafting from the basket. Yes, since your cultivation has not yet reached the Guiyuan realm. You cannot fast. I prepared some meals. What? You can cook? Wang Chen nearly sprang from the bed, his voice rising several octaves at the revelation. Jiang Lingxian, standing at the bedside, raised an eyebrow at his sudden enthusiasm. Is my ability to cook truly so surprising? She inquired, her expression a mix of intrigue and scrutiny. And no, I am merely astonished that not only are you highly skilled, but also extraordinarily beautiful, and now, you can cook, Wang Chen hastily explained, his face beaming with delight while his heart swirled with mixed feelings. In their previous life, Jiang Lingxian had prepared all their meals during the days they had spent together. His culinary skills have even led Jiang Lingxian, who had long practiced fasting in her past life, to develop a habit of dining together. In his previous life, he had requested many times for her to prepare a meal for him, but her response was always the same. I cannot cook. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian pondered for a moment before once again gazing at Wang Chen, who was looking at her with eager eyes. Let's eat. This time, Jiang Lingxian did not assist Wang Chen in rising, as it was merely an arm injury, not a complete paralysis. Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian's figure as she walked towards the center of the room, where a table and 3 chairs were arranged, feeling a sense of helplessness as he began to shift his body to get out of bed. Ouch! Why does my back feel sore? It feels as though someone held me while I slept last night. After getting out of bed, Wang Chen suddenly displayed an unusual expression, as if he were speaking to himself or deliberately putting on a show. Jiang Lingxian, hearing his words, momentarily paused her hands, which were retrieving dishes from the table. However, she quickly regained her composure and continued her actions, though she felt the need to explain. It might be due to the injury on your arm. Please be cautious and do not move your right arm excessively. Jiang Lingxian noticed Wang Chen, whose right arm was wrapped in bandages, intently watching the dishes as she softly advised him. Oh, now I see. Wang Chen stood across from Jiang Lingxian, watching her avoid making eye contact with him, and he could hardly contain his laughter. When people feel guilty, they often pretend to be busy, and Jiang Lingxian was currently in such a state. Wang Chen found it amusing to tease her. Whether in this life or the last, he enjoyed playfully provoking her. Chapter 18. The Embarrassment of Lingxian. The only difference now was that in their previous life, their relationship was more familiar, and after teasing Jiang Lingxian, his master, he would be chased and hit. Now, pretending not to know her allowed for a straightforward approach, Jiang Lingxian would not dare to hit him, likely fearing that he might flee. Once Wang Chen noticed that Jiang Lingxian had retrieved the dishes filled with food, he ceased his teasing and took a seat. I am truly fortunate to sample the dishes prepared by the fairy sister. Alas, I fear this meal may be the last. Sitting in his chair, gazing at the array of dishes, which appeared perfectly normal and emitted a faint aroma, he spoke. Why do you say that? Jiang Lingxian, sitting opposite him, felt a sudden pang in her heart, quickly imagining Wang Chen's departing figure. After all, the fairy sister might not continue to cook for me in the future. Upon finishing his statement, Wang Chen lifted his left hand to pick up the chopsticks arranged by Jiang Lingxian, grabbing a piece of cabbage to bring to his mouth. After hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian's tense heart finally eased as she understood the teasing tone behind Wang Chen's remark. However, her relief was short-lived. As Wang Chen chewed on the cabbage, he suddenly furrowed his brow, his expression becoming increasingly strange. Cough, cough. Wang Chen could not suppress a couple of coughs, quickly putting down his chopsticks and covering his mouth. Jiang Lingxian, sitting across from him, was momentarily stunned by the scene, growing concerned. Has your injury flared up? As she spoke, she attempted to stand and move towards Wang Chen, but he raised a hand to stop her. Chew, chew, crunch, gulp. Wang Chen struggled to chew the cabbage, which tasted overly salty, forcing himself to swallow after taking a deep breath. No, it's nothing, just got choked by the vegetable. Wang Chen refrained from speaking the truth, instead lightly pressing his lips together, as if savoring the taste. How could this be? The color and aroma of the food appeared perfectly normal, yet it tastes so salty. At that moment, Wang Chen finally believed Jiang Lingxian's repeated claims in their past life that she truly could not cook. This is delicious. Fairy sister, you must try it. Wang Chen, beaming with a broad smile, picked up the largest piece of cabbage from his plate and offered it to Jiang Lingxian. I won't eat it. If it is delicious, then you should eat more. It was made for you. Jiang Lingxian frowned slightly, her delicate face leaning back a bit, seemingly reluctant to share the same pair of chopsticks with Wang Chen. However, this was understandable, as their relationship had not yet reached the point of such intimacy. Wang Chen, noticing her reaction, momentarily stiffened, lowering his head as if feeling rejected. But it truly is delicious. Fairy sister, just eat a piece, please. Wang Chen's voice grew somewhat muted as he slowly returned to his seat, a bittersweet expression as he placed the cabbage into his bowl. Jiang Lingxian fell silent upon hearing his plea, and the atmosphere in the room inexplicably grew quiet, until a pair of chopsticks slowly extended towards Wang Chen's lower gaze. Gently picking up the cabbage from his bowl, Jiang Lingxian, being considerate of Wang Chen's feelings, chose not to take from the dish, but instead took the piece he had already picked up. In that moment, Wang Chen's deep eyes seemed to light up, and he quickly raised his head to look at her. However, upon closer inspection, One could discern a mischievous glint in his smile. Jiang Lingxian ate with grace, her left hand slightly brushing aside her hair as she slowly brought the cabbage to her slightly parted lips. In the next instant, her brows furrowed. No, something is terribly wrong. Yet, recalling the way Wang Chen had exclaimed about its deliciousness, she stubbornly chewed several more bites. Then, she silently lowered her exquisite face, fighting back her disgust as she gently spat the cabbage onto the table. You tricked me. Jiang Lingxian raised her finely furrowed brow, glaring at Wang Chen with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Particularly after being overwhelmed by the saltiness of the cabbage, her pretty face wrinkled slightly, resembling someone who felt quite wronged, making her exceptionally endearing. Wang Chen, witnessing Jiang Lingxian's reaction, found himself momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Fairy sister, this is your cooking. Did you not taste the saltiness while preparing it? Or did you simply add salt without restraint? Or did you take a piece of cabbage, find it bland, and keep adding spoonfuls of salt? Then, after finishing the cabbage, you noticed the pan was nearly burnt, so you decided to serve it as is? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Lingxian's expression became dazed for a moment, and her face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily speechless, feeling so ashamed that she wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Wang Chen's words triggered memories of her cooking process, and she suddenly realized that she had indeed done all of that. Naturally not being eloquent, she found herself at a loss for words in front of Wang Chen. After being reminded, she began to silently berate herself for being so foolish at that time. Alas, it cannot be helped. Let me try this meat dish. Surely I cannot make the same mistake twice. Wang Chen raised his chopsticks once more, picking up another meat dish and slowly bringing it to his mouth. Outside the Tai Su Sacred Maiden Hall, several plates of food were dumped into a clear water pool, disappearing upon contact with the surface. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the dishes sinking into the water, pouting her lips in dissatisfaction, feeling a touch of blame towards herself. Her disciple in this life had always been reluctant to call her master, and now he would surely think less of her. If this continues, will he truly seek to be taught by those elder female disciples of the intersect? Alone outside the Tai Su Sacred Maiden Hall, Jiang Lingxian found herself imagining Wang Chen walking away with one of those intersect elder sisters. No, absolutely not. A sudden surge of anger flickered in her cold expression, and as she came back to her senses, she felt a jolt of alarm. Since the demise of her disciple in her previous life, Jiang Lingxian, after her self-inflicted rebirth, has noticed her emotions becoming increasingly sensitive. Jiang Lingxian firmly believes that if her disciple were to leave her again in this life, she would undoubtedly succumb to madness. Even if her disciple does not perish but instead finds solace in another woman's embrace, she would still fall into the depths of despair. The more she contemplates, the more her heart races, prompting her to hastily sit by the pond and begin her cultivation. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Taishu Saintess, Wang Chen happily organizes various weapon resources within his storage space. At this moment, Wang Chen remains blissfully unaware that his former life as Empress, his master, harbors an overwhelming possessiveness towards him in this incarnation. Chapter 19. The Celestial Grade Supreme Dragon Source Pearl. Wang Chen. Physique, Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm, peak of the first layer of spirit building, disguised as 9th layer of body refinement. Technique, Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space, 1 Xian Grade Low Tier Taishu Broken Sword, 1 Blind Box obtained from the Peach Blossom Forest, 1 Yellow Grade Supreme Silver Spear, 12 Yellow Grade Low Tier Weapons. Origin Points, 7458. Overall Evaluation, a being at the first layer of spirit building. Wang Chen scrutinizes the system panel, his uninjured left hand thoughtfully stroking his chin. System. Calculate how many origin points the remaining resources can be converted into besides the Taishu Broken Sword and the Blind Box. Beep. Calculating. Completed. A total of 11,458 origin points can be converted. Host, hurry and convert. You still owe me 4,000 origin points. Quiet down. The thought of repaying 4,000 origin points gives Wang Chen a headache, causing him to feel a tinge of sorrow. Convert. I will repay you, dear system. However, Wang Chen ultimately converts all those useless weapons into origin points to settle his debt to the system. After clearing his debt, he gazes at the remaining 7,458 origin points. contemplating for a moment. System, can you stuff that fragrant item used as smoke and the poisonous pills as candy into the store? 1,000. What do you mean 1,000? Origin points. Forget it, as a gentleman. I disdain such dubious substances. With a grand gesture, Wang Chen emanates the aura of a scholar, only to suddenly exclaim in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Creak. I told you not to move your right arm. At that moment, the door swings open, and Jiang Lingxian, with a cool demeanor tinged with concern, quickly strides to the bedside, furrowing her brow. She then supports Wang Chen's right arm, which he had inadvertently injured with his grand gesture, her gaze somewhat icy. Wang Chen, aware of Jiang Lingxian's concern, can only bow his head in silence, feeling a tinge of guilt. Why was it that this morning it felt warm and numb, yet now even the slightest movement causes pain? But as he bows his head, a hint of confusion arises within him. Has the effect of the anesthetic truly worn off? The cold energy within your arm has nearly dissipated. Naturally, you can now feel the pain. Jiang Lingxian seems to sense his bewilderment as she expertly unravels the spiritual bandage, her voice cool and composed. Sister Fairy, could you inject a bit more of your energy into me? The more, the better. Wang Chen raises his eyes to Jiang Lingxian, making his request, prioritizing a pain-free recovery. If that were to happen, your injuries would take longer to heal. Do you wish to live with these injuries indefinitely? Jiang Lingxian casts a cold glance at him while meticulously rewrapping his new spiritual bandage. Oh fine, I suppose that will suffice. Wang Chen concedes with a hint of resignation, watching Jiang Lingxian as she diligently applies medicine and wraps his arm. You will return to your own room to recuperate shortly. Try not to use your right arm for the next few days, and you will heal swiftly. Once Jiang Lingxian finishes tending to his wounds, she rises to collect the bloodied bandages from the floor. Seeing this, Wang Chen leans back against the head of the bed, pulling the fragrant quilt, which carries a faint floral scent, over himself. The familiar aroma reminds him of the tranquil scent Jiang Lingxian exuded when she held him close just a few days prior. This room is quite nice. May I recover here? Wang Chen, feigning ignorance of the fact that this is her private chamber, inquires as Jiang Lingxian prepares to leave. Jiang Lingxian, noticing the quilt covering Wang Chen, feels a slight stir in her beautiful eyes, but ultimately refrains from stopping him. This is my sleeping quarters. After a moment of internal conflict, Jiang Lingxian, with an icy yet calm tone, informs Wang Chen of the reality. No problem, I can sleep on the floor. That is unacceptable. A man and a woman should not share a room, especially since I am your master. Upon hearing Wang Chen's response, Jiang Lingxian suddenly senses that her disciple harbors a certain affection towards her in this life. Why else would he express willingness to sleep on the floor upon learning it was a room? Sister Fairy, you often claim to be my master, but have you ever considered my feelings? At this moment, Wang Chen's brow furrows as he sits up, his expression growing serious as he questions Jiang Lingxian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian stands by the bed, her alluring demeanor momentarily stunned. Jiang Lingxian finds herself at a loss, locking eyes with Wang Chen. Her voice momentarily caught in her throat. Indeed, throughout this life, she has been overly sentimental. Yet, having been Wang Chen's master for a millennium in her past life, she has grown accustomed to their relationship. Sister Fairy, I truly do not wish to worship you. Feel free to stay here. I suddenly recall matters that require my attention. You should focus on your recovery. Jiang Lingxian seems to grasp Wang Chen's intentions, hastily interrupting him, her breath becoming slightly erratic. Without waiting to hear Wang Chen's further words, she swiftly turns and exits, slamming the door behind her. Wang Chen finds himself momentarily bewildered by Jiang Lingxian's sudden change in demeanor, surprised by the intensity of her emotional upheaval. He recognizes that given her recent behavior, expressing such sentiments might hurt her feelings. Yet, remaining silent would forever entrap him in the role of her disciple. He does not wish to, nor can he continue to obediently remain Jiang Lingxian's disciple. Wang Chen feels an odd tension in his interactions with Jiang Lingxian. Despite her willingness to hold him tightly in her dreams, she seems to recoil at the slightest touch in reality, as if he were an electric shock. Could it be that her discomfort arises from his advances while she is awake, yet she feels at ease when he is asleep? After much contemplation, he begins to understand, planning to subtly tease her more often in the future, shaking off the chaos in his mind. Wang Chen's gaze falls upon the small opportunity box from the peach blossom forest in his storage space. He retrieves it, cradling it in his palm. Its size perfect for a single hand, though its contents remain a mystery. Exercising caution, Wang Chen holds it at a distance, and, with his left hand, he begins to struggle with the latch. Click! With a crisp sound, he places the box on the bed, carefully lifting the lid. What is this? Wang Chen pinches the golden, round object within, slowly extracting it and furrowing his brow. Beep. Celestial Grade Supreme Dragon Source Pearl. Can be consumed or converted into 100,000 origin points. Dragon Source Pearl? Wang Chen feels a surge of excitement within as he examines the golden orb containing liquid. It is said that in his previous life, Yi Qing experienced a sudden surge in cultivation to the 6th layer of spirit building within these few days, subsequently venturing out for training and growing stronger. It appears that this Dragon Source Pearl was destined to be the turning point for Yi Qing's rapid advancement, but now it has fallen into his hands. Little host, would you like to convert it into origin points? Wait a moment. Allow me to refresh the golden cards in the marketplace before contemplating whether to convert or not. Wang Chen did not hastily utilize the Long Yuan Pearl to convert 100,000 source points. Instead, he opened the system's marketplace. Chapter 20. Breaking through the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the spirit establishment realm. Just convert it. I can generously offer you that golden card that acts as a fragrant smoke and a poison pill as candy. Listening to the system's coaxing words, Wang Chen furrowed his brows, deciding to disregard it for the time being. He turned his gaze to the new 9 golden cards in his mind, focused his thoughts, clicked, and flipped the card. As the golden card turned, the pattern imprinted upon it slowly emerged into view. First item, Heavenly Grade Supreme Long Yuan Pearl, priced at 200,000 source points. System, I just logged in. You deducted a full 100,000 source points from me. Wang Chen, unable to contain his irritation, vented his anger at the machine-like system in his mind. Hee. You can keep your hee. I'm not going to argue with you. Wang Chen suppressed his rising anger, reminding himself that it was not worth getting upset over a foolish system, then flipped the card again. Second item, extra-large sticky liquid wipes, priced at 666 source points. Third item, Pango Essence. Ninth item, Ordinary Cultivator's 3 years of cultivation, priced at 5,000 source points. Oh, this ninth item is splendid. It was rare to encounter such a card in my past life. Wang Chen gazed at the ninth item. His heart instantly resolved to purchase it, as he had always bought cultivation cards each time he encountered them in his previous life. Consciousness focused on the purchase, Wang Chen's source points instantaneously diminished to 2,458. In his storage space, a golden card radiating a faint aura of spiritual energy appeared, exquisite in its design. Wang Chen glanced at the golden card in his storage and the Long Yuan Pearl in his palm, then put away the small box on his bed. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided it would be wiser to use the Long Yuan Pearl to enhance his own cultivation first. As he placed the 2-centimeter-sized Long Yuan Pearl in his mouth and bit down, a surge of dragon energy poured forth. System, use the Ordinary Cultivator's 3 years of cultivation card, and activate the function to shield the fluctuations of cultivation breakthroughs. Ding! Ordinary Cultivator's 3 years of cultivation card successfully used. Ding! Shield function for cultivation breakthrough fluctuations activated. Deducting 2,000 source points. Utilizing the Heavenly Grade Supreme Long Yuan Pearl alongside the Ordinary Cultivator's 3 years of cultivation, Wang Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming heat surging throughout his body. So hot, Wang Chen hurriedly threw off his bedding, sat on the floor, and quickly began to operate the accompanying cultivation technique, the Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Countless streams of spiritual energy began to flood into the room, and Wang Chen became like a vortex, absorbing them all. Just a few seconds into his meditative state, the barriers within his body were swiftly shattered. Boom! Spirit Establishment Realm. Second layer. Boom, boom, boom. Spirit Establishment Realm. Third layer. Fourth layer. Fifth layer. Upon reaching the 6th layer, Wang Chen's immense aura slightly waned. He understood that the effect of the Ordinary Cultivation card had worn off, and his heart raced as he focused on absorbing the dragon energy within. In that moment, Wang Chen's diminishing momentum surged once more. Roar! Suddenly, a roar echoed from within him, and his realm directly ascended to the 7th layer of the Spirit Establishment Realm. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Tai Su Holy Maiden Palace, an astonishing phenomenon occurred as a chaotic flame vortex slowly tore through the space above. 9 dragon-shaped phantoms, shimmering pure gold yet surrounded by chaotic red flame, soared around a chaotic cauldron. This was an unprecedented phenomenon in the realm of cultivation. The chaotic 9 dragons encircling the flame cauldron. Should anyone witness this, the great powers of the cultivation world would undoubtedly spare no effort to seize Wang Chen from the Tai Sucian sect. Such a scenario would inevitably bring countless troubles upon him. Fortunately, Wang Chen had activated the shielding function. Meanwhile, far away at Tai Su Jianhong Peak, Jiangling Xian stood high in the sky, coldly observing Qin Yifan as he resolutely severed his right arm. Holy Maiden, my disciple has already severed his right arm. Are you satisfied now? The woman in the red robe faced Jiangling Xian, struggling to suppress her urge to act, her voice icy. Beside her, Qin Yifan lay in agony, his severed arm on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. Jiangling Xian shifted her cold gaze towards the red-robed woman and Qin Yifan, concealing the icy, killing intent in her eyes. It was unfortunate that matters within the Tai Su Xian sect could not escalate too far. Otherwise, she would have already eliminated the two of them. Although Qin Yifan would not die now, he must die. He had to perish. This was a steadfast belief in Jiangling Xian's heart. Anyone who bore enmity towards Wang Chen must meet their end. Jiangling Xian stood in the sky, her right hand slowly extending, fiercely gripping the severed arm of Qin Yifan from distance. Crack, crack, boom! The severed right arm rapidly froze, and with a resounding explosion, it shattered into countless ice crystals. This is what you deserve. You harmed him a limb, so I shall sever yours. If you dare to act again, I will kill you. Jiangling Xian radiated an aura of coldness, even causing the clouds around her to freeze into thin ice, issuing a chilling warning to the two. Having suffered setbacks at Wang Chen's hands, Jiangling Xian finally vented some of her pent-up frustration. Ignoring Qin Yifan and Mu Hong's resentful gazes, Jiangling Xian focused her thoughts, and a fissure appeared in the space before her. She quickly pinpointed the location of her Tai Su Holy Maiden Palace and vanished into the void. Once Jiangling Xian's figure departed, Qin Yifan, pale and gritting his teeth, felt his anger escalating as his eyes gradually darkened. Let us go back quickly. I shall heal your wounds. Qin Yifan's consciousness was pulled back by Mu Hong, and the signs of his impending demonic descent swiftly receded, forcing him to suppress the killing intent within. In his heart, he believed that as long as he could rise, Wang Chen would surely die, and as for Jiangling Xian, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Wang Chen would not grant him such an opportunity. Once his cultivation broke through, he would be the first to eliminate him. Time swiftly passed, and soon the sunset painted the sky a brilliant red. Observed from the highest point of the Tai Su Xian sect, the scenery was breathtaking. However, the scene within the Tai Su Holy Maiden Palace was incongruous, with astonishing phenomena continuously occurring, the sound of dragon roars clearly audible from Wang Chen's body. Yet, these various phenomena were enveloped by a silent energy, unseen and unheard by anyone but Wang Chen. From Jiangling Xian's perspective, Wang Chen merely sat quietly on the floor of the room, seemingly engaged in serene cultivation. This was also why Jiangling Xian, despite their long association over 1,000 years, had failed to realize that Wang Chen was not merely a vessel for cultivation. At this moment, as the unseen phenomena within the Tai Su Holy Maiden Palace gradually dissipated, Wang Chen slowly awakened from his meditative state. Pinnacle of the 9th layer of the spirit establishment realm, achieved, Wang Chen felt the surging energy within him and believed he could easily defeat 100 spirit establishment realm demon bulls with a single punch. Ha ha ha. Elated, Wang Chen threw his head back and laughed heartily, slowly opening his eyes, exuding an air of invincibility. However, just as he laughed a second time, he suddenly noticed Jiangling Xian observing him from a distance, causing his laughter to abruptly halt. Were you just cultivating? Jiangling Xian inquired, seated in her chair, her beautiful eyes filled with skepticism. She clearly remembered that in this lifetime, she had not yet provided Wang Chen with any cultivation techniques. This time, Jiangling Xian had gone out not only to avenge Wang Chen, but also to seek a suitable holy grade cultivation technique for him at the Tai Su Treasure Pavilion. However, She had not yet had the chance to present it to him when she unexpectedly witnessed him sitting quietly on the ground, as if engaged in cultivation. Chapter 21. Yet what I desire has never been your techniques or resources. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's questioning, his thoughts drifting as he pondered how to respond. Indeed, what is the matter? After pondering for a brief moment, Wang Chen candidly admitted his thoughts. I have yet to provide you with any techniques. How is it that you can cultivate? Jiang Lingxian's gaze was fixed intently on Wang Chen, as if she sought to discern something from his familiar visage. I never claimed to be cultivating using techniques, Wang Chen replied. A hint of innocence etched on his face, as if she had jumped to conclusions. He continued to explain, after you left. I suddenly felt a warmth in my abdomen and an overwhelming hunger, so I attempted to sit cross-legged, hoping to see if I could cultivate to resist it. However, unfortunately, as he concluded, a note of regret seeped into his tone, and he sat there, dejected, with his head lowered. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Lingxian found it difficult to discern the truth of his words. Since the last time she had gazed into Wang Chen's eyes and glimpsed a faint shadow of his past life, she had often wondered if he too had been reborn. Yet, each time, she dismissed the thought. Her own rebirth was already astonishing. The probability of a double rebirth was even more elusive than ascension to immortality. System, could you please make my stomach rumble? Wang Chen thought urgently to the system, noticing Jiang Lingxian's doubtful expression. However, despite his words, he truly did feel a pang of hunger. Ding. Deducting 100 source points, let the baby host's stomach rumble. Gurgle, gurgle. Upon hearing the sounds emanating from his stomach, Wang Chen quickly feigned embarrassment, lowering his head and covering his belly. Host, quickly tell Jiang Lingxian. Baby stomach is rumbling. I'm so hungry. I need Sister Fairy to feed me. Shut up. Be quiet. Wang Chen's face flushed crimson as he listened to the system's cold yet emotionally tinged voice. A mere fish, harboring thieving thoughts without the courage. Forget it. I know you're hungry. Coincidentally, I passed by the sex dining hall at noon and brought you some food. Jiang Lingxian's voice coincided with the system's. Wang Chen chose to ignore the system, focusing his gaze on Jiang Lingxian, who had approached the table and retrieved a bamboo lunch basket. She began to extract various dishes filled with food from within. This time, however, unlike the last, these were not prepared by Jiang Lingxian herself, but rather an assortment of exquisite delicacies from spiritual beasts. Wow, your fairy sister is so generous. Look at all this spiritual food. I can only imagine how many spirit stones it cost. And it's evident that she carefully selected and purchased these from the Taisu dining hall. Yet she claims it's just a casual offering. Wang Chen rolled his eyes at the system, silencing it as he stood and approached the chair at the table. This marked Wang Chen's first substantial meal since his reincarnation, and he eagerly devoured the food, feeling the rich spiritual energy invigorate him with each bite. Although his injuries had long since healed due to his cultivation, he decided to play along for a few more days. Sister Fairy, why aren't you eating? Wang Chen noticed that Jiang Lingxian was merely sitting across from him, silently gazing at him like a beautiful apparition. I'm not particularly fond of consuming food prepared by others, Jiang Lingxian replied calmly, her voice betraying an undercurrent of emotion as she noticed that dusk was falling, casting shadows in the room. With a flicker of thought, she summoned her spiritual power to illuminate the lamps adorning the walls and ceiling. Then who would you prefer to have prepare your meals? Wang Chen, knowing well that Jiang Lingxian only savored the dishes he made in her past life, inquired while continuing to eat. You. Wang Chen fell silent, choosing not to respond, focusing solely on his meal as though he had not heard her. Jiang Lingxian, noticing his reaction, bit her lip and gazed at him with a hint of reluctant hope in her beautiful eyes. Why are you so unwilling to take me as your master? I possess techniques and resources. I can offer you the very best, provided you consent to be my disciple. As she spoke, a tome of sacred-level techniques and a top-tier storage ring appeared in her hands. Upon hearing her words, Wang Chen paused his meal, gently placing his chopsticks down, and lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Lingxian's eyes directly. However, what I desire has never been your techniques or resources. Then what do you seek? Jiang Lingxian's brows knitted slightly as she placed the tome and storage ring on the table, her heart racing with anticipation for an answer. As he just answered, "It is you," Wang Chen replied without a moment's hesitation, continuing to feign explanation. When I was trapped in the mountains, you were the first to appear before me, as beautiful as a fairy. I do not believe in love at first sight, but I admit I was captivated by your beauty from the very first moment." Though Wang Chen's demeanor was somewhat theatrical, he spoke these words with sincerity. In his past life, he had taken Jiang Lingxian as his master out of infatuation, and after enduring over a century of restraint, he began to pursue her. Thus, upon being reborn to the present, his declaration bore a kernel of truth. There is no such thing as love at first sight. It merely reflects a hastened progression of attraction that took over a century to develop. However, after living together for a millennium, their bond had deepened beyond mere physical attraction, evolving into a profound emotional connection. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned by Wang Chen's words. Her strikingly beautiful eyes fixed on him, her lips parted, yet unable to articulate a response. Her mind seemed to freeze for over 10 seconds before she finally regained her composure. "No, I cannot agree to this," she said hastily, her once cold voice now noticeably weakened. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. She had merely wished to maintain a master-disciple relationship with Wang Chen. Why was it that, whether in this life or the last, he always professed his affection for her? Since childhood, Jiang Lingxian instinctively resisted and feared those who grew too close to her. While she did not harbor any disdain for Wang Chen's affection, there were times when she felt a surge of secret delight, for such feelings ensured that her disciple would not abandon her. Yet, she could not bring herself to transform Wang Chen into her husband. Forever haunted by her internal psychological barriers, aware of her contradictory desires, she could only compensate him with endless cultivation resources while withholding matters of romance, referring to herself as his master. This, she knew, was selfish, yet she was unwilling to let Wang Chen slip away. If such feelings were to be deemed selfish, then so be it. Chapter 22. Jiang Lingxian's Million Spirit Stones. It is nothing. I am merely stating the facts. You need not feel pressure to agree to my request, Wang Chen said, having finished his meal and setting down his chopsticks, wiping his mouth as their conversation drew to a close. Why is it that the current disciple differs so greatly from the one in my memories? Jiang Lingxian mused, lowering her lovely face as she compared the Wang Chen of her past life with the present, her heart aching with concern. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, and Wang Chen hesitated to speak further, sensing her turmoil. You may take this technique and the resources, even if you do not wish to take me as your master. It matters not. Jiang Lingxian slowly rose, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she pushed the tome and storage ring across the table toward Wang Chen. Then, she turned and made her way toward the door. Where are you going? Wang Chen paused, concerned that his words had struck too deep a chord with Jiang Lingxian, fearing she might abandon him. Regrettably, Jiang Lingxian did not respond to him. She merely opened the door and left, the door closing automatically behind her. After careful observation, it was evident that she was deeply saddened. The present version of him bore little resemblance to the persona he had when they first met in his previous life. Back then, he had been obedient, calling her Shizuan in a tender voice. Could he not find a more suitable descriptor than tender voice? It was perfectly normal, after all. Yet, upon reflection, Wang Chen realized the truth of the matter. After all, he had been reborn. He could not possibly adhere to the same trajectory as before, could he? System, perhaps I should subtly hint to her that I too have been reborn, offering her a taste of sweetness? Then, when she confronts me, I can feign ignorance, appearing utterly innocent. Given her familiarity with me, she would likely deduce that I had been acting all along, aiming to dismantle our master-disciple relationship. Otherwise, if things continued as they were, she might become confused and distressed without any reassuring information. Wang Chen's gaze fell upon the remnants of food on the table, while his mind was preoccupied with how to navigate the situation. Considering the many times Jiang Lingxian had wept in his embrace, pleading for him not to leave, it was clear that she truly believed her life would end if he departed. This thought frightened him. What if she were to become a Yandere? The system commented on his scheming nature, questioning whether he was truly prepared to reveal his rebirth. He decided to initially suggest the idea to her, allowing her mind to fill in the gaps, and later admit to his rebirth when the time was right. Wang Chen recognized that only with sufficient cunning could he win over someone as insecure as Jiang Lingxian. Once he had devised his plan, he assessed his surroundings, which were stark and desolate. The room contained only a bed, a table, a chair, and a bookshelf, with the walls painted a cold, stark white. Jiang Lingxian, even in her second life, remained unchanged. The only difference lay in her relationship with him. As night fell, Wang Chen took the cultivation technique and storage ring from the table and sat down on the bed. The system chimed, revealing the value of the yin-yang sacred technique. A high-grade sacred cultivation method worth 10 million source points. He chose not to convert it, instead placing the technique into his storage space, unwilling to part with a gift from Lingxian. In his past life, Jiang Lingxian had given him an imperial-grade technique. He wondered where she had acquired this sacred-grade method in this life. Yet nothing could compare to his own innate technique, the Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art, which the system had claimed had no limits and an immeasurable rank. The ranking system classified techniques as Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, Wang, Huang, Sheng, Di, and Xian. System, please calculate the worth of the numerous precious spirit stones within this storage ring. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Chen probed into the storage ring with his consciousness and was astonished by the mountain of precious spirit stones he beheld. The system announced that there were 536, 487 precious spirit stones, each valued at 10,000, totaling an astounding 15 billion source points. This was indeed a culmination of his past life. Jiang Lingxian had gone mad, handing over such a fortune to him. When he finally processed this, he was utterly astonished. He had never encountered such an abundance of precious spirit stones before. The system explained that she likely feared he might be tempted by the various offers from the intersex female elders. Hence, she appeared to have emptied her savings to retain him. My dear host, would you like to convert these into source points? This would enable you to purchase many things. No, absolutely not. Wang Chen, who had initially been calm, found himself feeling increasingly irritated at the sight of the precious spirit stones. He donned the storage ring on his ring finger and then lay back on the bed, which was imbued with a cool, fragrant aroma, pulling the blanket over his head. Inhaling the familiar scent provided him with a sense of peace, and memories of his past life flooded his mind. In this tranquil environment, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. The atmosphere in a room remained serene for quite some time. It was not until the early hours of the morning that the soft creak of the door opening broke the silence. However, Wang Chen seemed to have been lulled into a deep sleep, entirely oblivious. Upon awakening at dawn, he quickly sat up, his eyes scanning the empty room. Damn it! He had fallen asleep amidst his turmoil. He had no idea if Jiang Lingxian had visited during the night. Wang Chen scratched his head in agitation, feeling somewhat restless in the silent room. System, is there a chance to seize the fortune of a fated individual at this moment? Wang Chen felt troubled regarding his relationship with Jiang Lingxian and planned to distract himself by pursuing the fortune of a fated child. The system replied that there were indeed many opportunities, but they were located elsewhere. There were none within the Taisu sect. Thus, he should take a few days to rest and prepare, as a significant event would occur at Taisu Xianzong in 7 days. That would be the pivotal moment he encountered those fated individuals, which had caused Jiang Lingxian to harbor enmity against them. Upon hearing the system's words, Wang Chen suddenly recalled a critical event from his past that had led to multiple feuds with fated individuals. Chapter 23. System. This is love. Chen love. Nonsense. Sigh. Forget it. Now that Jiang Lingxian has vanished, lingering here is pointless. I shall return to my own quarters. Wang Chen glanced at his right hand, which was wrapped in spirit energy bandages, and decided to remove all of them. Initially, he had sought refuge in this room because of Jiang Lingxian, but now that she was absent, there was no reason to maintain the pretense. He stood and walked toward the door, intending to return and boil some hot water for a bath, primarily due to his tattered clothes, which had been cut by Jiang Lingxian, leaving them somewhat ragged. Therefore, he planned to fetch hot water, bathe, and change into fresh attire. Later, he could bring over the bedding to avoid any inconvenience for Jiang Lingxian should she need to find him at night. Alas, I am far too considerate. She torments me nightly, yet I still worry about her having to travel a bit further. Amused by this thought, Wang Chen chuckled softly, reaching for the door to pull it open. However, the door unexpectedly swung open before he could touch it, leaving him frozen in place with his hands raised. He had just removed the spirit energy bandages, and now Jiang Lingxian had returned. What was the meaning of this? Where are you going? Jiang Lingxian stood outside the door, her expression restored to normal, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her gaze coldly fixed on Wang Chen. I was planning to return. I noticed you didn't come back yesterday and assumed you were displeased with me, so I thought it best not to intrude. Wang Chen attempted to mask his surprise, his words somewhat hesitant, yet the implication was clear to anyone. Returning? Has your injury healed? Did you not say you intended to rest here? As Jiang Lingxian spoke, her gaze shifted to Wang Chen's right arm, only to falter mid-sentence. For a fleeting moment, both those inside and outside the door fell into a profound silence. An endless silence. Ah, my injuries have healed. I practiced the technique you provided yesterday, and my recovery was swift. By the way, here's the ring. Please take it back, Wang Chen said as he removed the storage ring from his left hand's ring finger and extended it towards Jiang Lingxian outside the door. He dared not accept the precious spirit stones within, feeling he could not bear the weight of such a debt to Jiang Lingxian. Yet, Jiang Lingxian did not reach out to take it. Instead, her expression grew increasingly frigid. At that moment, Wang Chen felt the surrounding air drop several degrees, as if Jiang Lingxian were a human air conditioner. Is this how you wish to sever ties with me? Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze fixed on Wang Chen, her voice imbued with an icy yet somewhat muffled tone. A hint of a dangerously unsettling emotion flickered in her eyes, as if she were intent on devouring him whole. No, please don't be angry. I'll wear it, Wang Chen exclaimed, startled, and quickly slid the storage ring back onto his left-hand ring finger, fearful of invoking Jiang Lingxian's ire. Goodness, now he understood. Jiang Lingxian had indeed developed some peculiar attributes in this lifetime. I shall rest here tonight. Since you wish to return, do so, Jiang Lingxian said coldly, brushing past Wang Chen without looking back, her tone dripping with prideful implication. Oh, very well then, fairy sister. I shall take my leave, Wang Chen responded, oblivious to the implications, turning to exit as if he had not grasped her meaning. His intention was simply to return with bedding that evening, irrespective of Jiang Lingxian's words. Wait, just as Wang Chen was about to depart, Jiang Lingxian called out once more, halting him in his tracks. What is it? Let me check your injuries to ensure they have truly healed, to prevent any lingering issues, she said. Wang Chen furrowed his brow at her words, reluctantly retreating and crossing the threshold back into the room. With your cultivation level, you can clearly see my arm has completely healed. Why bother getting closer? He sighed inwardly, conceding to her examination. As he stood beside her, he extended his right arm. Wait, if that's the case, doesn't it imply that Jiang Lingxian already discerned my recovery yesterday? A sudden realization struck Wang Chen. If Jiang Lingxian's ruse was so transparent, was it not equally so? Contemplating this logic, he abruptly turned his head to gaze at Jiang Lingxian, who was quietly observing his right arm, her eyes flickering with thoughts unknown. Wang Chen, gazing at the exquisite contours of her profile, felt momentarily entranced. According to his reasoning, without her technique yesterday, he could have fully healed on his own. She must have been aware of all his pretenses. Why did she not expose him? At that moment, the system unexpectedly popped up, presenting an oversized emoji with accompanying sound effects. Was this nonsense about love? Wang Chen retorted, with her millennia of experience. She likely speculated about his identity after her outing yesterday. Jiang Lingxian probably sought to confirm whether he, too, had been reborn or if her own rebirth had altered her memories of Wang Chen, effectively transforming him. Oh, I understand. It's akin to Jiang Lingxian believing she has been reborn into a parallel universe. And why has your intelligence suddenly returned, you mediocre host? Wang Chen cursed himself for his prior foolishness. How could he maintain the facade of ignorance before someone he had known for over 1,000 years? After all, others are not devoid of intellect. They possess the capacity for thought. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself awake, hurriedly retracting his outstretched right arm before Jiang Lingxian. Well, have you finished? My injuries are truly fine now. I must be on my way. Wang Chen's expression was somewhat rigid, and having clarified his thoughts, he wished to vanish into a corner. As he departed, the sound of his footsteps echoed, leaving Jiang Lingxian standing within, her gaze deeply fixed on his retreating figure. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a hint of scrutiny and uncertainty in her eyes. On the bustling path of Tai Su Xianzong, Wang Chen walked back to his quarters, diligently formulating strategies to deal with Jiang Lingxian. Furthermore, he needed to eliminate that fellow Qin Yefan at the earliest opportunity, while simultaneously refining the remnants of the demon lord's soul within him. Otherwise, it would inevitably attract the powerful factions of his harem. Wang Chen was acutely aware of this fact, for the child of destiny was never short of the influence brought by his entourage. You despicable fiend. Is it your doing that led to my apprentice, Brother Qin, losing an arm? As Wang Chen immersed himself in thought, an abrupt figure appeared before him, blocking his path, and frowned as they called out to him. Chapter 24. The troublemaking daughter of destiny, Jiang Yueling. Upon hearing those words, Wang Chen could intuitively deduce that this was someone sent by Qin Yifan to cause trouble. Before he could finish that thought, Jiang Yueling, one of Qin Yifan's women, came charging in, leaving Wang Chen speechless. What? Do you intend to stand up for him? Wang Chen glared at the elegantly dressed woman before him, a cold intent flickering in his eyes as he subtly prepared to unleash his power. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Yueling, one of the participants in the ambush against Wang Chen in his previous life, and she could be considered a daughter of destiny, being Qin Yifan Sr. Wang Chen discreetly assessed her aura. Her cultivation level was approximately the 9th layer of the spirit-building realm. Oomph. You, a mere furnace body. Dare to look at me with such disdain? Jiang Yueling declared, hands on her hips, glaring at Wang Chen with palpable contempt for his furnace physique. Gradually, the previously hurried disciples passing by began to slow their pace, standing at a distance to observe. I'll give you one chance. Crawl through my legs and break your own right arm, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, should I take action, it will not be as simple. Jiang Yueling's somewhat naive yet fierce face glared coldly at Wang Chen as she pointed beneath her waist. At this moment, Jiang Yueling still had the airs of a young lady. Wang Chen remembered it was only later that she gradually became refined under Qin Yifan's influence. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, while others may fear the saintess of Tai, Su Xianzong, my Jiang family is not intimidated. Thus you should kneel and crawl through. A furnace body is merely a furnace body. Recognize your place. After delivering her harsh words, Jiang Yueling appeared to recall something and added, you should know your identity. The surrounding disciples, catching snippets of her proclamation, began to murmur amongst themselves. The saintess's disciple is in a dire situation. Once she leaves the sect, she'll likely be targeted by the influential Jiang family. Indeed, did you notice? Jiang Shiji is asking him to crawl through her legs, and she's wearing a skirt. What a stroke of luck. Why can't it be me? They say beneath a man's knee lies gold. I am a cripple. Let me have a go. The whispers of the surrounding disciples mingled in a hushed cacophony, yet most spoke in barely audible tones. Have you finished speaking? Wang Chen slightly raised his gaze to meet Jiang Yueling's, his right foot and hand subtly gathering power, enveloped in a layer of chaos. As I, Jiang Yuning, locked eyes with Wang Chen, whose gaze was as frigid as the depths of winter, an unexpected wave of trepidation surged within me. However, as realization dawned, my embarrassment morphed into indignation, and I glared back, extending my hand in an attempt to poke at Wang Chen's eyes. How dare you show me disrespect? Wang Chen's right hand suddenly erupted with chaotic spiritual light, striking with a speed that was almost imperceptible. A thunderous sound echoed through the air. The force of his attack shattered the pristine surface of my left cheek, leaving it a gruesome mess. I barely registered Wang Chen's movement before my consciousness began to spin uncontrollably. Dealing with someone like Jiang Yuning, who possessed no combat experience and only knew the path of cultivation, was akin to beating a dog. In her eyes, Wang Chen was merely a 9th-level practitioner of the body refinement stage. Yet in reality, he stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit establishment stage. Moreover, this slap was a cowardly ambush, guaranteed to hit its mark. Although Wang Chen adhered to the principle of not striking women, principles are merely abstract. Humans are flesh and blood. Get away. At that moment, Wang Chen's right foot had also gathered its power, a flicker of chaotic flames igniting upon it, which he hurled forth with great force. However, this strike was abruptly intercepted by an elderly figure who appeared out of nowhere, who caught it with a single hand and forcefully sent it back. You have crossed the line. The elder frowned, observing Wang Chen, who stumbled back, displeased with the blatant assault on Jiang Yuning. Who do you think you are? After regaining his footing, Wang Chen straightened up and glared at the elder questioningly. I am an elder of the Tai Su outer sect. What of it? Do you think you are someone of great significance? An outer sect elder dares to intervene? My master is the holy maiden of the Tai Su immortal sect. Do you believe I could have my master deal with you? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's eyes widened as he took a few steps closer to the two, his rage boiling over as he pointed towards the Tai Su Holy Maiden Hall and shouted. Wang Chen was already irritated due to his entanglement with Jiangling Xian, and Jiang Yuning had become a convenient outlet for his frustration. Besides, it was she who had provoked him. If he did not retaliate, would he just endure it? What? The elder, with a tuft of white beard, was momentarily speechless upon hearing Wang Chen's words, his beard trembling in disbelief. He had only recently emerged from seclusion and was entirely unaware of Wang Chen's exploits. Now, hearing the mention of the Holy Maiden of the Tai Su Immortal Sect, he was utterly bewildered. No wonder so many disciples had been watching, but none had intervened to stop this fellow. The elder's heart began to quail. He had unwittingly provoked a revered figure. If the Holy Maiden truly desired to deal with him, it could be accomplished with a mere word, leading to the replacement of his position within the outer sect. After all, in both the Immortal Realm and the Tai Su Immortal Sect, power and background reigned supreme. Jiangling Xian, whether in strength or lineage, was immensely formidable within the Tai Su Immortal Sect. Do not think I am unwilling to give you a chance. Simply compensate me for my mental anguish and the time wasted. Wang Chen shook his slightly numb right hand and crossed his arms, watching the two in silence. At that moment, Jiang Yuning, who had staggered back, her face bleeding profusely, began to regain her senses. Her eyes, filled with a mix of grievance and resentment, shot towards Wang Chen, who stood with his arms crossed, and then she burst into tears, wailing uncontrollably as she ran toward the Tai Su Sword-S Red Peak. At that moment, the disciples surrounding the path of the Tai Su Immortal Sect quickly cleared away, falling into a profound silence. Wang Chen had initially expected her to retaliate fiercely upon regaining her senses. Yet this was the outcome? No. Is this how it should be? Not only was Wang Chen taken aback, but even the elder shielding Jiang Yuning was equally astonished, hastily scanning the surroundings. However, the onlookers, upon meeting his gaze, instinctively took a few steps back, fearing association with him. After all, the title of Holy Maiden held immense weight in the Tai Su Immortal Sect, second only to that of the Sect Master, and was protected by the ancestors. Ordinarily, the Holy Maiden was a disciple of the revered Elder Han Zun, which could be considered equivalent to half an ancestor's status. Wang Chen, being the Holy Maiden's disciple, could also be seen as half a Holy Maiden. The gathered disciples, upon deliberation, concluded that Wang Chen was tantamount to half an ancestor. Thus, which disciple in the Tai Su Immortal Sect would dare to provoke him? This little sovereign. Meanwhile, the outer sect elder found himself isolated as Jiang Yuning fled, leaving him vulnerable. Those who managed to attain positions like that of an outer sect elder were astute. Thus, he hurriedly approached Wang Chen, attempting to ingratiate himself. Ahem, young brother, I admit my fault. Here, I have some king-grade elixirs I had stored away previously. Please consider them. Wang Chen regarded the elder, who had suddenly adopted a different demeanor, arching an eyebrow in bemusement as he silently opened his robe. Oh dear, how did these king-grade elixirs suddenly recognize their master? Sigh, they were never truly mine. Chapter 25. The Hidden Opportunities of the Tai Su Armory. The outer sect elder, having made his way closer, forcibly shoved the vial into Wang Chen's robe, insisting that it had recognized him as its master. This is my most treasured possession. The Holy Maiden is usually quite busy, so please refrain from bothering her again. Well, very well. Wang Chen gestured dismissively at the elder, who was now speaking in hushed tones only they could hear. The elder finally exhaled a sigh of relief, though internally he felt a pang of regret. Yet, he dared not show it, putting on a facade of happiness as he turned his gaze towards the surrounding disciples. All right, disperse. The elder's face flushed crimson, feeling as though the gazes of the disciples and several elders were piercing him like needles. After today, it seemed his authority within the outer sect would dissipate into thin air. What embarrassment! Observing this, Wang Chen quietly tucked the king-grade elixirs away within his robe and turned to leave. As Wang Chen's reputation spread throughout the Tai Su Immortal Sect, he found the path back to his quarters free of any further confrontations. He first visited the Tai Su Treasureguard Pavilion, where he respectfully received several Tai Su Dao robes from the disciples. Only then did he return to the room he had recently awakened in, stepping into the bathroom for a refreshing bath. When Wang Chen emerged, his hair had transformed into a majestic style reminiscent of an immortal deity, exuding an ancient charm. After spending over 1,000 years in the immortal realm, he had developed an affinity for the elegant long hair that epitomized the immortal aesthetic. Furthermore, he had been an enthusiast of ancient fantasy in his past life. As for how Jiangling Xian would react to his familiar appearance, Wang Chen had decided it was no longer a concern. Whatever will be, will be. He was simply a bit fatigued and thought it fitting to subtly signal Jiangling Xian. Wang Chen approached the bed, ready to tidy up the bedding and other items, when he sensed a reaction from his storage space. Little one, facing that ancient demon lord, you have yet to perish. Impressive. The once glimmering golden sword, now dimmed, emitted a voice reminiscent of an old stubborn man. What the hell? I almost forgot about you since you ceased to speak. Standing by the bed, Wang Chen expressed his realization with a hint of surprise as he swiftly retrieved the golden sword. He then tossed it onto the floor, vehemently stomping on it several times. Hey, do you have any sense of morality? Show some respect for the elders and love for the young. What are you doing? The golden sword's voice echoed throughout the room, maintaining its irreverent tone, seemingly unbothered by the treatment. I almost forgot that to effectively strike the sword's spirit, one must employ soul-type attacks. Wang Chen observed the sword's stubborn demeanor, which instantly ignited his ire. Had it not been for its sudden slumber during their last encounter, which disrupted his well-coordinated efforts and led to his injury, he might have even inflicted harm upon the remnant soul of the demon lord possessing Qin Yafan. Wang Chen enveloped his right foot with a layer of faint golden chaotic spiritual energy and prepared to launch an attack. The golden broken sword, realizing that Wang Chen was indeed capable of assaulting the soul, stood at attention. The sword, measuring an elbow's length, rose upright from the ground and promptly soared towards the ceiling. Young man, I truly did not mean to offend last time. I had just awakened from the tomb of soldiers and was exceedingly fatigued. The golden broken sword circled the ceiling twice before gracefully descending. It was not its wish to land. Rather, it lacked the energy to sustain flight. Wang Chen stepped forward, choosing to retrieve the sword rather than crush it. That is more like it. Young people should adhere to martial ethics and communicate properly. Slap, slap, slap. Young man, you lack martial ethics. Taking advantage of my unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack, Wang Chen indeed refrained from trampling it. Instead, he enveloped his right hand with chaotic soul flames and delivered a rapid series of 5 strikes to the sword's body. That hurts. Stop. I can reveal a hidden opportunity within the tomb of soldiers. At these words, Wang Chen paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Could there truly be an opportunity within the tomb of soldiers from his past life? After pondering for a while and consulting the system, neither he nor the unified consciousness recalled anything of the sort. It might be that Qin Yafan's hidden opportunity had simply gone unnoticed in his previous life. Speak, and I shall partake in the spoils. I guarantee you a share as well. Well, you must first escort me to meet someone before we discuss further. Wang Chen, seeing the situation, raised his hand, closed his left eye, and aimed with his right, preparing to execute his aerial palm strike plan. Wait, I will speak. The golden broken sword, sensing Wang Chen's intent, hastily intervened, for it had experienced the pain of his soul attack. I have slumbered in the tomb of soldiers for many years and distinctly sensed a crimson refinement spring. You can take this Taishu broken sword to soak in it, elevating my rank and providing you with a means to refine your body. Listening to the golden broken sword's words, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, a figure emerging in his mind. In his previous life, Yi Qing had seemingly acquired a task to venture out of the Taishu Xian zone for training shortly after a grand competition in 7 days. Upon his return, his cultivation had soared back to the returning origin realm, and he had obtained a low-grade, earth-tier longsword. Ultimately, it appeared that he had also acquired the crimson refinement spring from an unknown source within the Taishu Xian zone, enhancing his weapon to the heaven tier. Wang Chen pondered. It seemed that the crimson refinement spring Yi Qing obtained had originated from the tomb of soldiers. Yet, one point puzzled him. Shouldn't this opportunity belong to Qin Yafan? After all, the Taishu broken sword was in his possession in the previous life. Never mind. If it's unclear, let it be. After all, with so many fated children, opportunities can be elusive. Since clarity eludes me, I shall seize every possible opportunity and strike decisively when the chance arises. In a few days, take me there, and I will assist in your advancement. just in time to confront the monsters and demons in 7 days. Wang Chen gazed at the golden broken sword, recalling the myriad of enemies he had made in the grand competition of his past life, and he couldn't help but smile. What foolish, fated children, wasteful streams, mortal streams, genius streams, divorce streams, and doppelganger streams, all mere trifles to him. In his previous life, he had suppressed them all, rendering them incapable of raising their heads, ultimately forcing them to band together to launch a sneak attack against him. Monsters and demons? Are you really planning to leave the Taishu Xianzong to slay them? The remnants of the old soul within the golden broken sword inquired, taken aback and curious. However, Wang Chen did not respond. He merely returned the sword to his storage space, effectively cutting off communication. Nonetheless, contemplating his departure from the Taishu Xianzong, Wang Chen truly intended to venture forth after the grand competition in 7 days to showcase his prowess. After the commotion with the golden broken sword, he momentarily forgot to tidy his bedding and simply collapsed onto the bed. System, convert that royal grade elixir into source points. It is of no use to me now. Ding. Royal grade low-tier Lingwang pill has been converted, yielding a total of 250,000 source points. Wang Chen gazed at the panel reflecting the newfound 250,000 source points. Feeling a sense of solace, he had no intention of utilizing the 1,000,000 premium spirit stones from Jiang Lingxian unless it pertained to her, as her willingness to offer her entire fortune highlighted his significance in her eyes. He could not simply take advantage of her generosity, feeling an inexplicable discomfort at the thought of using her assets so freely. Sigh, let us consider it her financial management. For now, I shall safeguard her wealth. Wang Chen sighed inwardly at the thought of Jiang Lingxian, maintaining some basic principles. Thus, some of the fated children he had befriended were not entirely adversaries. However, apart from Jiang Lingxian, those old acquaintances would only start to reveal their potential in the grand competition after 7 days. Wang Chen first instructed the system to store the 1,000,000 premium spirit stones from the storage ring into the storage space, leaving only an empty ring on his left ring finger to reassure Jiang Lingxian, ensuring safety. Ding. Detected that the host's source points have exceeded 100,000. Would you like to unlock the lottery function? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. He recalled that aside from the marketplace, there were numerous functions that required a specific quantity of source points to unlock. Gamblers meet their demise. Ah, but I have already died once. Let the rewards come. As he proclaimed, let the rewards come, he grandly waved his hand, opening the lottery interface. Instantly, 9 spherical prize beads of varying colors, each the size of fist, appeared before him in a 3x3 grid, showcasing white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, red, black, and rainbow hues. However, the lottery he opened was for 1,000 source points. Apart from the white, green, and blue slots, the remaining 6 prize beads were bound by interlocking chains. He decided to test his luck with 1,000 source points, just to see what fortune awaited him. Without further ado, let us commence 10 consecutive draws. Go all in. Wang Chen directed his consciousness towards the 10-draw button on the right, pressing it with fervor, causing a frame to pulsate among the white, green, and blue options. Skip the lottery screen. This incessant sound is unbearable. Unable to tolerate the repetitive sounds echoing in his mind, Wang Chen frowned and called out to the system. Ding. White. A complete set of newly designed women's intimate apparel. Ding. White. A set of fresh and vibrant clothing. Ding. White. A wind-resistant automatic white robe. Ding. Green. A 10 complete recovery pill of the Yang supplement type. Ding. Green. A lasting 10 complete recovery pill. Ding. Green. An attack speed-enhancing 10 complete recovery pill. Ding. White. A package of extra-large wipes for sticky liquids. Ding. Green. 2 decorative couple necklaces. White. A pair of refreshing flip-flops. Blue. A bottle of conceptual slightly tipsy fruit wine. The system, come forth and clarify for me. What do the 4 supplementary pills in the center mean? Wang Chen gazed at the conspicuous list before him, where the 4 supplementary pills occupied the most prominent positions. This has nothing to do with the system. It's all about the host character. Ha! Get lost. Wang Chen felt an overwhelming urge to storm in and slap the system. Is his character merely a representation of such trivialities? Supplementary Yang pill, endurance pill, attack speed pill, and a special sticky liquid tissue, What nonsense is this? Oh, he unexpectedly drew a blue item. While cursing, Wang Chen's attention was suddenly captured by a blue object. Conceptual, slightly tipsy fruit wine? Conceptual? Wang Chen paused. For the term conceptual is indeed a valuable one. Most conceptual items disregard all constraints and function as intended. Click to introduce. Conceptual, slightly tipsy fruit wine. Effect. One sip will inevitably lead to slight tipsiness after 3 seconds. This wine may be consumed to relax when feeling sorrowful or shared with a fair maiden. Note, slight tipsiness does not equate to drunkenness. Memories will not fade upon regaining clarity. As he read the introduction, particularly the mention of the fair maiden, Wang Chen inexplicably thought of Jiang Lingxian. Imagining her typically cold and aloof visage transformed into a soft blush after indulging in this wine. He could not help but feel excitement, a silly grin gradually appearing on his face. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door jolted Wang Chen back to reality. He had intended to draw from the 10,000 source points lottery, but reluctantly had to abandon it to answer the door. As he regained his senses and descended from his bed, he realized that night had fallen, and the room was enveloped in darkness. Creak. As Wang Chen opened the door in the dim light, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful face, illuminated by the moonlight, came into view. You. Jiang Lingxian was about to interrogate him regarding the events that transpired within the sect earlier, but upon catching sight of Wang Chen's appearance, she was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Wang Chen was no longer the short-haired youth from Blue Star, but rather a striking figure with flowing long hair, handsome as in a past life. Jiang Lingxian stood rooted in place, as if time had been paused, her eyes betraying turbulent emotions, fixed intently on Wang Chen. Sister Fairy, what is the matter? Wang Chen furrowed his brow, gazing at Jiang Lingxian outside the door with a hint of confusion. It's nothing. I just have something to discuss with you. Come with me. Jiang Lingxian gradually regained her composure, her expression unexpectedly calm to the extreme, her voice cool and distant. Oi, wait a moment, let me tidy up. Realizing Jiang Lingxian had begun to grasp the situation, Wang Chen quickly called out to her, turning to straighten his bedding. He felt no panic at all, for he had anticipated Jiang Lingxian's reaction. At this moment, she likely intended to lure him into her room and lock the door for a slow discussion. As Wang Chen placed the bedding into the storage space, he followed Jiang Lingxian into the Taisu Sanus Hall. Wang Chen cheerfully entered the room ahead of Jiang Lingxian, approaching a chair by the table as he prepared to sit down. As he anticipated, Jiang Lingxian abruptly closed the door behind him with both hands, the door protesting with sharp sounds. The next instant, before Wang Chen could react, several formations sealed the room tightly. Chapter 27. Pressing questions. In Lingxian's distress, Wang Chen observed as Jiang Lingxian stood with her back to him, her delicate hands still poised at the door. Sister Fairy, what are you planning? Despite the situation, Wang Chen still preferred not to address her as master, instead questioning her while gazing at her back. Jiang Lingxian did not move. However, she seemed to tense slightly, as if suppressing some emotion. What the heck? The host ISN gonna have a breakdown, is she? You'd better be cautious. She might chain you up like a dog. The system's voice suddenly emerged, snapping Wang Chen back to reality. Impossible. From what I know of her, she would never be that twisted. What you describe is a Yandere. Although Wang Chen responded to the system in this manner, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him. After standing in silence for a while, Jiang Lingxian slowly turned around, her beautiful eyes slightly reddened. Moreover, she seemed to be repressing a surge of anger. Her gaze fixed intensely upon Wang Chen, brimming with countless swirling emotions. You have also been reborn, haven't you? Jiang Lingxian, dressed in a white gown like a celestial being, gazed at Wang Chen with her reddened eyes, her voice heavy and restrained. In an instant, it felt as if time had come to a standstill, the atmosphere thick with silence. Perhaps, Wang Chen did not refute Jiang Lingxian this time. Slowly shifting his gaze to the table beside him, he understood that there was no escape from this moment. He would inevitably be pressed for answers in various forms. Wang Chen chose not to feign surprise regarding Jiang Lingxian's rebirth, even though she had never explicitly shared this with him. However, given their drastically different interactions in this life, he could easily deduce her rebirth. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Chen's 3 words, Jiang Lingxian's heart, which had only been about 80% certain, brightened slightly upon receiving confirmation, yet was swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming sense of grievance. Countless emotions like creeping vines entwined around her heart, threatening to suffocate her. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point. Wang Chen nervously stared at the table, while Jiang Lingxian fixed her gaze on him. Step, step, step. Wang Chen, already feeling guilty, was unnerved by the seemingly light, yet sweat-inducing footsteps approaching him. At this moment, his mind raced with countless scenarios of how Jiang Lingxian might punish and seek revenge on him. Yet, the situation did not unfold as he had imagined. Jiang Lingxian simply walked calmly to sit opposite him. It felt as if time had settled. The two of them resembled their past selves, sitting together in the room, sipping tea and sharing food while engaging in conversation. However, in their previous lives, Wang Chen would chat away like a chatterbox, while Jiang Lingxian would occasionally respond with a soft or no. It felt like a lifetime had passed, indeed a whole lifetime. Now, as they sat together once more, it was as if a heavy silence had replaced the light-heartedness of their former days. Why? Hearing Jiang Lingxian's cold voice, laced with a hint of grievance, Wang Chen felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. There's no reason. I simply swore before dying in my past life that if I were to be reborn, I would not wish to take you as my master again. Wang Chen attempted to maintain a light tone, but he instinctively tensed in Jiang Lingxian's presence. Jiang Lingxian did not seek to inquire further on this matter, but upon hearing Wang Chen's declaration of not wanting to be her disciple, her heart felt a pang of distress. I'm not asking about that. Jiang Lingxian's restraint began to wane, her hands gripping her skirt tightly, her voice both cold and heavy. I beg your forgiveness. I truly do not know what you wish to ask. Wang Chen's gaze faltered, unable to meet Jiang Lingxian's eyes, and he began to regret coming here. Although he had anticipated this confrontation, the reality of it was overwhelming, and he felt an urge to flee the battlefield. This was the endless pressure his ice-hearted master had always imposed on him. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Lingxian could no longer suppress her emotions, causing the entire room to freeze, emanating cold air from beneath her feet. Before Wang Chen could lift his feet, he suddenly found himself ensnared by the ice forming beneath him, unable to move. In a state of trepidation, Wang Chen instinctively recoiled at the sight of Jiang Lingxian, fearful of her potential loss of control. Their companionship spanned millennia, and he was acutely aware of the terrifying visage she could assume when overwhelmed. However, upon noticing Wang Chen's startled demeanor, Jiang Lingxian's exquisite countenance momentarily faltered. Acknowledging her own lapse in composure, she felt tears welling in her eyes as she observed him retreat. In their previous life, during moments of sorrow or anger, Wang Chen would always adopt a gentle demeanor to coax her into mirth. Yet at this moment, Wang Chen found himself equally bewildered, as Jiang Lingxian had never displayed such overt emotional turmoil in his presence while he was lucid. Nevertheless, witnessing her struggle to suppress her tears evoked a sense of compassion within him. Jiang Lingxian, in this lifetime, I have never been your disciple, nor do I desire to be. In our past existence, I pursued you countless times, only to be rebuffed each time under the guise of your role as my master. I am weary. You may interpret this as your millennium-old disciple beginning to rebel. Wang Chen had articulated his sentiments with clarity, and there was no way Jiang Lingxian could misconstrue their implications. Subsequently, he seated himself, closing his eyes with an air of indifference, as if unperturbed by the unfolding events. The icy layer within the room dissipated swiftly, transforming into ethereal energy that vanished into the ether. Wang Chen soon sensed mobility return to his feet, yet he dared not move, opting instead for silence. However, your demeanor within the Tai Su Xian zone before those disciples was not so. Jiang Lingxian suppressed her tumultuous emotions, determined not to harm Wang Chen or incite fear in him. Suddenly, a pang of anxiety gripped Wang Chen's heart, realizing the precariousness of the situation. He awkwardly opened his eyes to meet Jiang Lingxian's restrained gaze, at a loss for words. Deep down, you still acknowledge me as your master, do you not? As she posed this question, a flicker of hope ignited in her heart upon perceiving the cold emptiness in Wang Chen's eyes. How am I to respond to this? Wang Chen faltered, unable to confess that he merely sought to quell the disciples using her esteemed title. Such a statement, if uttered, would surely lead to dire consequences. Thus, He resolved to remain silent. An interminable silence ensued, gradually dimming the glimmer of expectation in Jiang Lingxian's eyes. You once claimed that silence implies acquiescence. Your lack of response is of no consequence now. Jiang Lingxian stifled her urge to press Wang Chen further, fearing she would never receive the answer she sought. Thus, she resorted to self-deception, clinging to the last vestiges of solace within her heart. As the chapter unfolded, Wang Chen found himself momentarily stunned, pondering the absurdity of the situation. The tactics he had previously employed against Jiang Lingxian had now returned to haunt him in this lifetime. Little host, it appears your Jiang Lingxian's sister has adeptly consoled herself. The system interjected. In her unending despair, she seeks a glimmer of hope for self-comfort. Wang Chen chose to ignore the system, allowing Jiang Lingxian's final threads of self-comfort to persist unchallenged, gazing at her in silence. With her eyes reddening, Jiang Lingxian exchanged a fleeting glance with Wang Chen before rising, a hint of despondency evident in her demeanor. You shall take the bed. I will meditate on the floor. She spoke with a tone devoid of inquiry, almost as if notifying him. Moreover, she refrained from dismantling the room's protective formation, seemingly fearful that Wang Chen might seize the opportunity to escape if their predicament were to be exposed. No need. Fortunately, I came prepared with bedding and pillows, Wang Chen replied, swiftly moving to lay out his makeshift bed on the ground. Jiang Lingxian stood still, momentarily taken aback by his remarkable speed. For now, let us rest, Wang Chen declared, launching himself onto the bed and swiftly shutting his eyes. The bedding floated gently down, enveloping him in its warmth. Although he feigned indifference, the weight of her gaze bore heavily upon his heart. Noticing Wang Chen's reluctance to face her, Jiang Lingxian refrained from further conversation, fearing that her words might aggravate him. Silently, she retreated to her own bed, shedding her shoes and lying down with her back turned to him. Yet, mere seconds after closing her eyes, her suppressed emotions surged forth, and she found herself weeping silently into her pillow, determined to conceal her vulnerability from the one person she cherished most. The atmosphere that night was undeniably oppressive. Wang Chen could scarcely bring himself to sleep, stealing glances at Jiang Lingxian's trembling form. Throughout the night, he remained vigilant, unable to rest until dawn broke. Clearly, Jiang Lingxian too was devoid of the inclination to indulge in her usual rituals, burdened by her own turmoil. As the afternoon sun ascended, Wang Chen could no longer endure the oppressive silence. He carefully lifted the bedding, stealthily rising to his feet. Where do you think you're going? The sudden chill in Jiang Lingxian's voice startled him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Upon closer inspection, he realized she had turned to face him in the brief moment he had stood. She resembles a specter, both beautiful and chilling, Wang Chen mused internally, locking eyes with her, which held an air of grievance, yet were undeniably captivating. I find myself a bit hungry, he stammered, concocting a flimsy excuse, hoping to persuade her to allow him to venture out for sustenance. I shall fetch you a meal, Jiang Lingxian replied, elegantly rising from her bed and slipping on her shoes. There's no need. I can manage on my own. It is improper for a lady to serve me, Wang Chen insisted, waving his hand dismissively as he approached the door. However, his efforts to pull it open proved fruitless, leaving him no choice but to turn back to the still silent Jiang Lingxian. After enduring an eternity of her unyielding gaze, he finally relented. Fine, he conceded, though his heart belied his words. I shall remain here. If you intend to leave, you must open the door. Once you do, I will make my escape. Before he could finish his thought, a rift in the air materialized before Jiang Lingxian, who stepped through it with grace. In an instant, the rift vanished, leaving Wang Chen standing there bewildered. The door was merely a formality. It does not imply she required it to exit, the system jested, eliciting an exasperated response from Wang Chen as he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. I wish to inquire whether the system possesses a feature for surrogate assistance. Aha, who do you wish to assist? To deal with an insufferable fool with whom I am currently cohabiting. Wang Chen approached the bed and reclined upon the fragrant bedding, responding with a touch of exasperation to the fool within his mind. 666. Wang Chen disregarded the system's incessant complaints and pulled the covers over himself. The fabric still retained warmth and an enchanting aroma, as if he could never get enough of its scent. The bedding exuded a soothing fragrance that calmed his spirit. Instinctively, Wang Chen took a gentle sniff of the covers. But upon recalling the malevolent acts of Jiang Lingxian, who had imprisoned him, he could not help but tug at the blankets. How many days must she keep me captive? I hope to be released in time for the grand competition in 6 days. Wang Chen silently prayed, for he feared that the Qi Lian Jing Quan within the Taisu Bing Zhong might fall into Yi Qing's hands. System. Adjust my realm to the 6th layer of the spirit-building realm. Wang Chen lay beneath the lightly scented and warm covers, addressing the system within his mind. Bing. The realm adjustment has been set to the 6th layer of the spirit-building realm, deducting 5,000 source points. Damn it, the cost is becoming exorbitant. Wang Chen could not help but express his frustration, then closed his eyes, choosing to cultivate in ignorance of his troubles. At this moment, rather than cultivating, he was more akin to restoring his previous abilities. If he could seize the fortunes of various prodigies in this life, along with many hidden cultivation opportunities in the immortal realm, combined with his millennia of experience from his past life, Wang Chen was confident that it would not be long before he could once again attain the status of a great emperor. With eyes closed, time slipped away. When Wang Chen awakened from his cultivation, he first sensed his imminent breakthrough to the returning origin realm. Only then did he open his eyes to survey the dim, empty surroundings. Although the room was dark, his eyesight allowed him to perceive everything clearly, though the objects lacked vibrancy. Why has Jiang Lingxian not yet returned? Wang Chen furrowed his brow. If he were truly to become hungry during the day, would she leave him to starve? Suddenly, the air in the room tore open, and a figure stepped through the rift, exclaiming Jiang Lingxian's name. In that moment, the room was illuminated, revealing a clearer view. The returning Jiang Lingxian wore a cold expression. Observing this, Wang Chen lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes once more. Surely, Jiang Lingxian had gone to rectify the troubles he had caused the day before, and then had a confrontation with the inner sect elder, Mu Hong. While the outer sect elders feared the name of the saintess, the inner sect elders held only a slight trepidation towards her. Indeed, if Jiang Lingxian had not been engaged in significant matters planned for this lifetime, her concealed realm of the heavenly sovereign would have erupted forth, leading to a very different outcome. After all, she was a prodigy who had reached the heavenly sovereign realm in merely over 200 years. It could be said that within the Taisu Xianzong, she stood on equal footing with the sect master, if not possessing greater authority. For it is worth noting that the sect master took over 3,000 years to reach the first layer of the heavenly sovereign realm. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian emerged from the rift in silence, simply gazing at Wang Chen as he lay in the bed she had occupied. I have returned late. Jiang Lingxian's voice was cold, yet carried a hint of apology as she approached the table to retrieve a bamboo food basket from her spiritual space. Let us eat. After placing the meal on the table, she addressed the still feigning sleep Wang Chen with a tone that was both cool and gentle. Upon hearing her words, Wang Chen cautiously lifted the covers and sat up, feeling a twinge of guilt at the thought of Jiang Lingxian once again resolving an issue for him. After I finish eating, may I go out for a walk? Wang Chen inquired delicately, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Jiang Lingxian across from him. However, Jiang Lingxian merely raised her eyes, the coldness in her gaze unyielding as she silently met his stare. Wang Chen, recognizing the familiar expression on her face, understood her response in 2 simple words. No. In this second life, if I do not strive to seize various opportunities in the immortal path, do you intend to keep me confined indefinitely? Wang Chen's brows knitted together in confusion as he gazed at Jiang Lingxian, speaking candidly. Jiang Lingxian lowered her gaze slightly, falling into silence as if contemplating her next course of action. Yet, in the end, seemingly at a loss for a suitable response, she picked up her chopsticks and delicately selected a piece of food. If you're hungry, eat first. Jiang Lingxian placed a morsel of meat on a Wang Chen's wrist, her voice melodious, but lacking significant emotional fluctuation. Wang Chen sighed, accepting the situation, for he was irked by her high cultivation level and her stubbornness. Host, you could use the conceptual fruit wine to intoxicate her heavily, and in her dazed state, entice her to unlock the formation. What a splendid idea. Wang Chen, still sulking, recalled the system's suggestion and remembered that he possessed a bottle of conceptual fruit wine. Alas, a caged bird, when will it take flight? If you refuse to let me out, so be it. Since you wish for me to be your canary, then so be it. The fate of a canary is to be caged. Wang Chen appeared truly despondent, pulling out a beautifully crafted glass jar of fruit wine from his pocket. Huh? It's the strawberry flavor, Jiang Lingxian's favorite. Wang Chen noticed the ancient characters inscribed on the glass jar, reading strawberry flavor, and suddenly remembered that in his past life, Jiang Lingxian had quite the fondness for strawberries. System, do we have strawberries? Please refresh 2 boxes in the shop. Wang Chen stealthily glanced at Jiang Lingxian, who was observing him, and silently communicated with the system. Ding. Deducting 10,000 source points. The third card has been refreshed, and common fruits can be purchased infinitely. Damn it. You charge me 10,000 for a mere common item. Wang Chen cursed internally, holding the glass jar of fruit wine in his hand, and opened the third card in the system shop to buy several boxes of strawberries. Thud. Wang Chen placed the strawberry fruit wine on the table, then retrieved 3 boxes of large strawberries from below. Here, I know this is your favorite. I brought these back from my past life. Wang Chen opened the 3 boxes of strawberries one by one, placing them in front of Jiang Lingxian, his voice tinged with sulkiness. The strawberries sold by the system were immaculate, each one exquisite and adorned with 4 green leaves at its base. Upon seeing the fruit Wang Chen presented, Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, the coldness in her eyes seemingly rippling. Pop! With a quick motion, Wang Chen uncorked the glass jar of fruit wine, producing a sound reminiscent of soda. He did not drink immediately, but instead feigned nonchalance as he ate a few bites of spiritual rice, feeling rejuvenated. After a few bites, he glanced up to see Jiang Lingxian still staring blankly at the strawberries, not eating. In truth, at that moment, Jiang Lingxian was lost in memories of her past life as she gazed at the boxes of strawberries before her. Master, open your mouth. There is something urgent. What is it? Jiang Lingxian's words were abruptly interrupted as a strawberry was pressed against her lips, leaving her momentarily stunned. Jiang Lingxian's delicate, moist lips gently pressed against the tip of the strawberry, gradually returning to her senses as she looked toward Wang Chen. In this life, Wang Chen held the strawberry by its leafy end, gently pressing the fruit against her lips. She could even smell the faint aroma of the strawberry, leaving her momentarily astonished as she gazed at Wang Chen. It is delicious. I love it. Eat more. Open your mouth, ah. Wang Chen, completely unembarrassed, smiled at her from across the table, playfully coaxing her as if she were a child. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her brows slightly, but eventually opened her lips to accept the strawberry, then raised her hand to swat Wang Chen's hand away. I knew you would love it. Look, I even made juice from these fruits. Wang Chen, upon being photographed with his palm raised, exhibited no signs of anger. Seizing the opportunity, he poured 2 glasses of fruity wine from a cup on the table. He pondered whether a mere sip could be considered a full mouthful. Testing it seemed prudent. If it bore the taste of alcohol, he would surely be found out, and he could not deceive her into believing he had not consumed any. After a moment's contemplation, he took a delicate sip, discovering a delightful blend of sweetness and a unique strawberry aroma, devoid of any harshness typically associated with alcohol. It was quite enjoyable. However, 3 seconds later, he felt an inexplicable warmth creeping across his cheeks, yet he dismissed it as inconsequential, reasoning that it was just a trivial amount, and he could maintain his composure. After all, it was merely a tiny sip. He could hardly lose his rationality over that. Why is your face so red? Jiang Lingxian inquired, her gaze fixed on Wang Chen, whose cheeks were gradually flushing after a small bite of strawberry. Oh, that is of no concern. I am simply invigorated, Wang Chen replied, maintaining his charming smile, though the faint blush on his face only accentuated his slightly tipsy allure. Master, this is something I have brewed for quite some time. You should have a taste. It's truly delightful. Wang Chen raised another glass of fruity wine and moved his chair closer to Jiang Lingxian, his flushed face inadvertently betraying his excitement. His words caused Jiang Lingxian to pause momentarily, as if a spark of light flickered in her eyes. Master, he finally calls me master. A wave of unexplainable joy surged within Jiang Lingxian, although she soon recognized that something was amiss with Wang Chen's demeanor. I want to drink it. Jiang Lingxian, now aware that the juice might be the cause of his state, furrowed her delicate brows in response. Master, just a little sip, please. It took me an eternity to brew this. Wang Chen, still flushed and feeling slightly peculiar, instinctively felt he should address Jiang Lingxian as master. Thus, after repeated calls of master, he remained oblivious to any oddity, his subconscious at play. Do you wish to take me as your master? Take you as my master? Wait, no way. Wang Chen's mind suddenly cleared, and he looked at Jiang Lingxian in realization, instinctively rejecting her proposal once more. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback, biting her lip, as if her heart was being tugged. If you don't want to drink, then so be it. I've suffered enough in my past life. I want to take you as my master in this life. The mere mention of taking a master caused Wang Chen to subconsciously resist Jiang Lingxian even further. With a flushed face, he retreated to his seat, indulging in food and drink, his eyes slightly squinted, appearing intoxicated yet not fully so. Disciple, could you call me master just a couple more times? Jiang Lingxian observed, having abandoned the hope of Wang Chen formally acknowledging her as his master, simply wishing to hear the familiar title once more. I want tea. You want tea, even drink my fruity wine. I refuse to call you that. You are not my master in this life. Wang Chen, lost in a haze of memories, again rejected Jiang Lingxian, his flushed face betraying confusion. So it is the wine. No wonder. Just call me master, and I will drink. How's that sound? Jiang Lingxian, relieved to learn it was merely wine, felt reassured, knowing she could dispel its effects with her spiritual energy. This foolish host, I instructed you to intoxicate Jiang Lingxian, and yet you only took a minuscule sip for yourself. Wang Chen, unfazed by the system's remarks, was entirely captivated by Jiang Lingxian. Master? He gazed sideways at her, tentatively uttering the title, as if to ascertain the truth of her words. Upon hearing him say master, Jiang Lingxian's typically cold demeanor softened slightly. She then honored her promise, lifting a glass from the table and taking a gentle sip, confirming it indeed tasted like fruit juice. Master, master, master. I adore you, master. Will you drink it all? Please? Wang Chen, returning to Jiang Lingxian's side, suddenly wrapped his arm around her slender, delicate arm, playfully charming her. Jiang Lingxian paused in her drinking, a faint sense of joy blooming within her, yielding to Wang Chen's whims. 3 minutes later, Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen found themselves inexplicably sprawled upon the bed, embracing in an ambiguous manner. Wang Chen lay atop Jiang Lingxian, his face nestled against her chest, his lips slightly parted, listening to the rhythm of her heartbeat in silence. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms encircled Wang Chen's neck, her gaze hazy as she looked at him. Disciple, I truly, truly miss you. Why do you miss me? I am right here. Wang Chen, slightly tipsy, raised his flushed face, furrowing his brow in confusion. True, you are here, but do you understand? In this life, I have waited for you for over a century, a whole century. Jiang Lingxian's dreamy eyes shimmered as she spoke, and before she knew it, tears began to flow, her voice trembling with emotion. Wang Chen, with his hands still around her delicate waist, was momentarily taken aback by her tears. Having only taken a small sip, he gradually regained his composure amidst the shock. Oh no, this fruity wine, it truly is lethal. Just a tiny sip counts as a full drink. Wang Chen, regaining his senses, berated himself for his earlier actions of embracing Jiang Lingxian. However, upon seeing the tear-streaked face of Jiang Lingxian, with her flushed cheeks and tipsy demeanor, he felt utterly at a loss. A century? She waited a century for me? As Wang Chen returned to reality, he slightly rose to gaze at the dazed Jiang Lingxian, recalling her earlier words. Don't leave. His slight movement startled Jiang Lingxian, who hurriedly pulled him back into her embrace. Wang Chen, caught off guard, found his face buried amidst her limited edition handbag, struggling helplessly. Disciple, no. Jiang Lingxian, sensing his inappropriate behavior, hesitated for a moment, instinctively attempting to push him away. Yet, unwilling to part with him, a conflicted expression surfaced on her beautiful face. Jiang Lingxian's enchanting eyes were clouded with confusion as she held Wang Chen, her flushed cheeks reflecting her indecision, rendering her irresistibly adorable. Let go of me. Wang Chen struggled to lift his flushed face, calling out to the dazed Jiang Lingxian. I want tea. You must. Don't. Jiang Lingxian hesitated momentarily, but refused to release her hold, tightening her embrace, leaving Wang Chen caught between comfort and discomfort. Then in that case, I shall take what I want. Wang Chen, with his hands resting on her waist, feigned an attempt to remove Jiang Lingxian's clothing or reach beneath her skirt. As expected, Jiang Lingxian reacted just as Wang Chen anticipated. No, no, you cannot. Jiang Lingxian, momentarily flustered, quickly pushed Wang Chen away, her stunning face flushed with embarrassment, intoxicated and shy. Wang Chen, unexpectedly thrust back against the side of the bed, felt his head spin from the impact. I'm so sorry. Jiang Lingxian, her mind clouded from the fruity wine, looked at Wang Chen, who was swaying with closed eyes, and apologetically pouted her lips, appearing particularly distressed. As Wang Chen regained a semblance of clarity, he stood up with a sense of helplessness, intending to leave the bed to calm himself. Yet the instant he did so, he felt a sudden tug at his waist, pulling him back onto the bed once more. Don't go, disciple. Just stay here and sleep. Okay? Jiang Lingxian, tightly embracing Wang Chen around the waist, gazed at him with a pleading look in her hazy eyes. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen, his cheeks flushed, lay in her arms, feeling an inexplicable warmth enveloping him. It was not that he wished to resist. Rather, the vulnerable Jiang Lingxian had drawn him back into her embrace. Her words, though imploring him not to leave, were accompanied by an unwavering grip that held him firmly. Since resistance proved futile, he chose to indulge in the moment. Although Jiang Lingxian's hold was not particularly forceful, he found himself relishing the sensation. Wang Chen resigned himself to the situation, lying atop Jiang Lingxian and quietly admiring her exquisite face, which was flushed with a delicate hue. Especially captivating was her dreamy expression as she slightly shook her head, tears glistening on her cheeks while she murmured softly. She resembled a pitiful little kitten, its tail swaying in distress, beseeching her master, Wang Chen, not to depart. In an instant, Wang Chen felt an unexpected dryness in his throat, and instinctively, his face edged closer to hers. He gazed at Jiang Lingxian's tender, rosy lips, and the desire to steal a kiss burgeoned within him. Chapter 31, a slightly intoxicated plea of pitiful Jiang Lingxian. Why not seize the opportunity to steal a kiss now? Just one kiss, just one kiss, just one kiss. The moment this thought crossed his mind, it echoed incessantly in his head. Lost in reverie, Wang Chen found himself inching closer to Jiang Lingxian's flushed and slightly intoxicated visage. They could even hear each other's breaths, warm and fervent, mingling in the air. As he gazed at the slightly dazed and blushingly beautiful Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen felt his throat involuntarily constrict. Jiang Lingxian's slender hands encircled his waist, seemingly aware that the atmosphere had grown increasingly heated. Feeling her own body ablaze, she forced her eyes open, fixing her gaze on Wang Chen. With her eyes slightly ajar, Jiang Lingxian looked at Wang Chen, who was drawing ever closer. She was momentarily stunned, as if contemplating Wang Chen's intentions, yet her muddled mind continuously interrupted her thoughts, leaving her expression blank. Thus, as Wang Chen's handsome face loomed near, Jiang Lingxian remained in a daze, gazing at him. As their faces drew nearer, their heartbeats quickened in unison, a palpable tension filling the air. Wang Chen, no longer hesitating, steeled himself and leaned in to press his lips against Jiang Lingxian's. However, upon witnessing this, she instinctively turned her blushing face away. Even in her confusion, it seemed she finally comprehended Wang Chen's intentions. How could a disciple dare to kiss her? His master? Such an audacity! Wang Chen, taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's swift reaction, found his lips pressing against her fair, rosy cheek instead. Jiang Lingxian remained dazed, her expression unchanging as she stared blankly at the wall to her left. This guy is refusing me even now. How infuriating! Wang Chen, undeterred, pursued her, as if vowing not to relent until he kissed her. Yet, each time she turned her cheek away, resolutely denying him a kiss, resulting in numerous affectionate pecks upon her delicate face. As time passed, Jiang Lingxian's cheeks, already flushed, turned an even deeper shade of crimson under Wang Chen's persistent affection. This delightful transition from her left cheek to her right resembled a rosy dawn, enhancing her beauty even further. Yet, it seemed Jiang Lingxian could hardly endure any longer. Her brows knitted in distress. She cast a particularly forlorn look at Wang Chen. Please, can we stop kissing? We are master and disciple. This is inappropriate. Jiang Lingxian's voice, tinged with softness, carried a sense of urgency, almost pleading. Wang Chen, initially intent on continuing his playful pursuit, paused at the sight of her utterly pitiful expression, momentarily taken aback. All right, I shall not tease you any further, my dear. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Chen found it difficult to resist Jiang Lingxian's vulnerable demeanor and acquiesced. After all, he had been unable to reach her enticing lips despite his efforts. Yet, he felt satisfied, having stolen kisses upon her tender cheeks numerous times. In the past, even a mere touch would have been met with her cold, penetrating gaze. At this moment, Wang Chen could almost sense a lingering fragrance on his lips, an enchanting coolness that lingered. Observing Jiang Lingxian's soft, feminine appearance, his heart brimmed with an overwhelming tenderness. In a millennium of past lives, Jiang Lingxian had finally revealed such a side of herself to him in this lifetime. Previously, she had always been domineering and frigid, her words laced with a sense of authoritative displeasure. Yet now, even as he kissed her cheeks, she merely pleaded with him not to continue. Reflecting on this, Wang Chen tentatively brushed his fingers through her silky hair. Jiang Lingxian resisted slightly, but ultimately did not pull away. "Disciple, shall we rest now? Please do not leave your master." With tear-brimmed eyes, she gazed up at Wang Chen, her expression so heart-wrenching that he felt she might start crying if he refused her. Wang Chen understood that she was inherently sensitive, particularly given her lack of affection in her life. "No, I shall not leave," he replied softly, gently caressing her hair, hoping to soothe her. "You must promise never to depart, no matter what." Jiang Lingxian's voice, now tender and devoid of its previous chill, reiterated her plea, her grip tightening around him. Seeing her like this, Wang Chen could only comfort her while lifting her into his arms. He then moved to the inner side of the bed, laying her down gently, ensuring he did not crush her. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Lingxian clung to him, her arms wrapped securely around his waist, nearly hanging onto him entirely. Once they settled into a comfortable position, Jiang Lingxian instinctively leaned against Wang Chen's warm body, as if seeking solace. Wang Chen could distinctly feel her heated cheek nestled against his neck. Why must a proper master and disciple share such intimacy? Why do you continually reject me under the guise of being my master? Wang Chen mused softly, gently stroking Jiang Lingxian's head, perplexed by her thoughts. Yet, I initially intended to intoxicate her to lure her into unraveling the formation within the room, did I not? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a sudden realization dawned on him. "Lingxian, are you asleep?" Wang Chen cautiously inquired, lowering his face to gently call out to her as she nestled against his neck. Jiang Lingxian seemed to have drifted off, yet her soft murmur indicated she acknowledged his presence. Never mind, given her current state, she likely won't awaken. Let's sleep together. The only uncertainty lay in what might transpire when she awoke the next day. Wang Chen embraced Jiang Lingxian's delicate form, even gently securing her waist with his leg. Closing his eyes as he pondered, tomorrow's matters can wait until tomorrow. It was merely a ruse to make her believe she was intoxicated. She should come to no harm. At most a few reprimanding lashes. However, the thought of being so intimately close to her now, especially as it was her own volition and even a plea, made Wang Chen feel a surge of exhilaration. He pulled the bedding from behind them to cover their bodies, gradually allowing his consciousness to drift away, slipping into a serene slumber. The thoughts shared between them. Another day of adoring Jiang Lingxian, but today he received a response, and she was particularly endearing. I truly cherish this. Another day of being the disciple. Yet today, it seemed as if the disciple's wild instincts surged, wanting to rebel against his master. He was particularly mischievous. I truly cherish this. The next morning, the sun bathed the land outside, the Tai Su Xian Zone. In the secluded depths of the Tai Su Xian Zone, within the Holy Maiden Palace, two figures nestled together under the covers, basking in warmth. As the effects of the fruit wine wore off, Jiang Lingxian, nestled against Wang Chen's neck, felt a slight tremor in her beautiful eyes. At that moment, the rosy blush of intoxication had vanished, revealing her usual demeanor, cold, noble, and untouchable. Yet, moments later, her cheeks began to flush once again, heating up uncontrollably. Jiang Lingxian, now cradled in Wang Chen's embrace, recalled the previous night with vivid clarity. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, creeping up her entire being, causing her to stiffen momentarily. The disciple's fruit wine was indeed problematic, and he even dared to want to kiss her. He must have deliberately tricked her into drinking it. I must have been foolish. I knew it was suspicious, yet still followed his lead, drinking at his coaxing. As Jiang Lingxian felt Wang Chen's gentle and sturdy embrace, an overwhelming sense of regret and humiliation surged within her. After a moment of processing, Instead of hastily rising in shame, she cautiously shifted. However, her efforts were thwarted. For Wang Chen's arms and legs encircled her, as if she were a mere pillow. Mischievous disciple, truly rebellious. If this were a previous life, I would have certainly administered a few lashes. With a flushed face, Jiang Lingxian silently scolded him, but found herself inexplicably enjoying Wang Chen's warm embrace. As a being of the Tianzun realm, how could she be ensnared by someone of mere Jiling realm? A single thought could allow her to escape without a sound. Yet, it seemed Jiang Lingxian had forgotten her own formidable powers after a few futile struggles. She resigned in frustration. It was as if she were deceiving herself, convincing herself that she could not break free from Wang Chen's tight hold, when in truth, she simply did not wish to leave. After all, when he awoke, she would have a reason to blame him first, shifting the responsibility away from herself. Alas, given that this was the first mistake her disciple had made in this lifetime, I shall refrain from punishment. However, next time he offers me something to eat or drink, I must not acquiesce to his whims. With a firm resolution not to consume anything Wang Chen provided, Jiang Lingxian unconsciously nuzzled her cheek against his neck, a subtle smile gracing her lips. When she realized what she was doing, she quickly pressed her lips together, abruptly halting the intimate gesture, fearful of waking him. Although she had shared such moments with Wang Chen countless times before, he had always been in a state of deep slumber. Thus, this experience felt distinctly different to Jiang Lingxian, imbued with a heightened sense of joy and thrilling apprehension. The two remained entwined until midday, when Wang Chen's eyes fluttered open. Jiang Lingxian swiftly closed her eyes, feigning sleep. With Jiang Lingxian as his pillow, Wang Chen had enjoyed a sleep deeper than anyone else's, lulled by her refreshing, ethereal fragrance. As his consciousness gradually returned, he felt a slight tickle at his neck from her hair, prompting him to lift his hand to scratch. Yet as he did so, his fingers brushed against the soft, delicate face, the sensation exquisite. Jiang Lingxian's charming visage was smooth, supple, and perfectly proportioned, embodying the ideal balance of fullness and slenderness. Wang Chen, who had always shared the bed with her late at night and awakened alone during the day, now found himself momentarily stunned. The tickling sensation at his neck vanished, replaced by a sudden awareness as he gazed down at the person nestled in his embrace. Jiang Lingxian's sleeping profile appeared like a scene from a painting, a breathtaking vision of a sleeping beauty. Memories began to resurface, and Wang Chen quickly recalled the events of the previous night. Oh no, it's over. That fruit wine had been said to never cause a blackout, yet here I am, truly incapacitated. Holding Jiang Lingxian, his heart sank in despair, his mind plagued by images of being chased and beaten by her in a past life. Most of those memories depicted him with a carefree grin, save for the moment he fully comprehended Jiang Lingxian's feelings. Since punishment was inevitable, why not take advantage of her slumber and steal a kiss? As he gazed at Jiang Lingxian's rosy lips, the thoughts from last night surged once more. Resolute in his intentions, he subtly shifted his position, gradually leaning closer to her. Just as his face approached her, feeling the warm breath of Jiang Lingxian, his expression suddenly froze. Her eyelashes quivered slightly, and her eyes, still hazy with sleep, slowly opened to meet Wang Chen's gaze. How did she wake up? Is he going to kiss me? In that instant, both were taken aback, caught in a moment of bewilderment. Jiang Lingxian had pretended to wake upon sensing something amiss, never anticipating that her mischievous disciple would persist in his desire to kiss her. Both were momentarily dazed, the handsome young man and the beautiful maiden merely staring at one another in silence. How did you carry me to bed after getting drunk last night? I'd said I could sleep on the floor. Wang Chen spoke first, his words further confusing Jiang Lingxian, who was already in a state of shock. You. Jiang Lingxian's expression grew icy, a subtle chill emanating from her being. Wang Chen, sensing the shift, quickly released her and scrambled toward the edge of the bed, eager to distance himself. In his haste, he stumbled, falling to the ground with a thud, rolling and scrambling. The moment Jiang Lingxian felt the release of his embrace, a profound sense of loss surged within her. The two ended up staring at each other, one at the east side of the room, the other at the west, each holding their ground. One feigned indifference, while the other was genuinely afraid. Why could your fruit wine not be dispelled by spiritual energy? What did you make me drink? Jiang Lingxian sat up, pretentiously inspecting her body, yet her ears, hidden beneath her hair, were flushed crimson. She remembered to suppress the humiliation on her face, but forgot about the telltale signs at her ears, which were blushing to the point of inviting a gentle bite. This isn't my fault. I was drunk too, my mind was a blur. Wang Chen quickly grasped that Jiang Lingxian was pretending, so to avoid punishment, he joined in her charade. Jiang Lingxian paused, her gaze wandering as she contemplated her next move in this act. Shameless, unprincipled, yet ultimately, the usually reticent girl found herself at a loss for words, managing only to spit out a couple of harmless exclamations. Should I leave? Wang Chen pointed towards the door, seizing the opportunity to escape. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows slightly, gradually falling silent. Are you certain you truly forgot everything that happened last night? After a moment of silence, Jiang Lingxian did not respond to Wang Chen, but rather narrowed her eyes, questioning him once again, her voice laced with concern. I genuinely forgot. That bottle of wine was brewed by me in a past life, and it induces intoxication easily. Even someone in the Holy Soul realm would struggle to endure half a cup. Thus, given my current cultivation, I only tasted a bit and became completely incapacitated. Upon awakening, I found. Wang Chen leaned against the door, a look of bewilderment on his face as he truthfully addressed Jiang Lingxian's inquiries. Jiang Lingxian felt a sigh of relief at these words, as everything suddenly made sense. Thus, the intimacy they shared yesterday, along with the inebriated disciple, should have been forgotten. After all, with the changes the disciple underwent after his rebirth, how could he possibly address her Ashurzen again, especially with such fervor? The echoes of Wang Chen's voice calling out Shurzuan, Shurzuan, Shurzuan reverberated in Jiang Lingxian's mind, bringing a momentary lift to her spirits. Can I leave now? Wang Chen reiterated, pointing towards the grand door behind him, unable to let go of the thought of departing. The Qilian Jin Quan within the Tai Su Bing Zhong awaited him. The sooner he could obtain it, the better. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Lingxian cast a fleeting glance at Wang Chen with her dim and gloomy eyes, feeling a pang of discomfort. It was clear he had promised not to leave her just the night before. I need to handle some matters, she said coldly, rising to her feet, adjusting her slightly disheveled white dress, and speaking in a subdued tone. Hey! Wang Chen exclaimed as he watched Jiang Lingxian tear through the rift in space, wishing to stop her, but the void had already sealed itself. Jiang Lingxian, you are truly too cruel. Clenching his fists, he struck the air with a few furious punches, filled with exasperation. Don't be angry. Didn't you benefit from last night? At least he got to nibble at the edges of the cabbage. The system's gentle voice consoled him, slightly easing his frustration. Foolish dog system. Get lost. Are you insinuating I'm a pig? Wang Chen cursed in a fit of rage before standing up and moving towards the untidy table to tidy up. This fruity wine was delightful, and he also needed to pack away the strawberries to save for her later. Wang Chen retrieved the wooden cork from the glass bottle and firmly replaced it before collecting the uneaten strawberries. If only she could be as cheerful as she was last night every day. As he cleaned the table, he chuckled softly, a grin spreading across his face. Idiot, he muttered, pushing the thought aside. After tidying up the table, confined to his quarters, he had no choice but to sit idly on the bed and check his personal panel. Wang Chen, physique, chaos 9 yang divine body. Realm, peak of the 9th layer of spirit establishment, disguised as the 6th layer of spirit establishment, can break through to the return to origin realm, foundation still shallow. Technique, chaos 9 yang divine art. Storage space, 1 million premium spirit stones, a complete set of new women's intimate garments, a set of fresh style clothing, a self-adjusting white robe, a large pack of special absorbent paper towels, 2 decorative couple necklaces, a pair of refreshing flip-flops. Origin points, 225358. Overall evaluation, a being of the 9th layer of spirit establishment. Wang Chen surveyed his panel, feeling the need to solidify his foundation. He then examined his storage space, his gaze intentionally avoiding the large restorative pills. A complete set of new women's intimate garments? He probed into the storage space with his consciousness and finally produced a delicately packaged set of clothing. Since it was a complete set, it contained numerous pieces. There was an upper protective garment, lower protective pants, 3 pieces each in pure white, light yellow, and light pink, suitable for rotation. Upon seeing them, Wang Chen felt a surge of delight. While the protective garments and pants appeared normal, the patterns were quite fitting for her. The sides of the 3 pairs of protective pants featured exquisite little drawstrings, all adorned with charming pink strawberry designs. These were entirely normal. Wang Chen had come across similar items while shopping online in his previous life, finding them quite appealing. The 3 protective garments were equally ordinary, available in pure white, light yellow, and light pink. However, the white garment bore 2 rabbit motifs. The yellow one featured 2 panda designs, and the pink one displayed 2 large strawberries, all adorably crafted. Ahem. Even in solitude, Wang Chen couldn't help but make some noise to break the awkward atmosphere as he examined the clothing in his hands. He refrained from unwrapping them, knowing every item from the system was impeccably clean, fearing his own hands might soil them. He wondered if they would suit her. Perhaps he would present them to her when he found the time. Based on his profound understanding of her in his past life, he felt they would likely be quite suitable. Gently, he returned the unopened garments back to the storage space, murmuring to himself. As for whether Jiang Lingxian would accept them, Wang Chen had never worried about that. He had his ways to ensure she would, but whether she would wear them remained a mystery, as he could not see. Let me try this self-adjusting white robe. He stood up and removed his clothing, donning the imposing long white robe from his storage space. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. More impressive than the Xianjin robe I wore in my previous life. Host, when you retrieve that treasure Xianjin robe in the future, I can merge the 2 garments together. The system chimed in with a cold yet somewhat infatuated tone, prompting Wang Chen to nod in acknowledgement of the system's words. Wang Chen then glanced at the fresh style clothing, the decorative couple necklaces, and the refreshing flip-flops. As for the details, he decided not to elaborate further, as he noticed it seemed to be raining outside, a gentle patter echoing. Finally, he tried on the black flip-flops, placing them under the bed, intending to wear them whenever possible. Since he could not go out, he would have to remain here and begin solidifying his foundation for cultivation. Wang Chen sat cross-legged atop the bed, slightly closing his eyes in meditation. The rhythmic sound of rain outside enveloped him, and soon he entered a state of cultivation, his foundation gradually solidifying. He continued to cultivate deep into the night, establishing a robust foundation in just a day's time. In this life, Wang Chen never considered himself to be cultivating. Rather, he was rapidly restoring his former strength. Thus, after feeling his foundation was fully stabilized, he gradually began to snore, his posture becoming increasingly askew. Chapter 34. Who dares to touch him, I shall slay them. Ultimately, Wang Chen, still seated, fell onto the bed, reaching for the cool, fragrant blanket beside him and covering himself. Cultivating could never compare to the comfort and relaxation of sleep. Thus, during these tranquil moments, most cultivators in the realm preferred to sleep, releasing all tension. As Wang Chen was on the verge of slumber, a box of exquisite strawberries appeared on the neatly tidied table, one of the 3 he had previously set aside. Accompanying it was a small note written in Wang Chen's handwriting. From the 8th Desolation Continent, the note read, "Especially reserved for you. Remember to eat." Following this event, the room was engulfed in darkness and silence. At the center of Tai Su Xianzong, within the discussion hall, Jiang Lingxian's stunning visage bore a frosty expression as she furrowed her brows, gazing at the inner gate elder Mu Hong, who was reporting a grievance. "Zhongzhu, I tolerated her when she severed my little disciple's arm. I endured when her disciple slapped my eldest disciple. But now she has gone too far, almost cleaving my little disciple in half while I was unguarded. Do you realize the extent of harm that sword inflicted upon him at that moment?" Mu Hong's face was icy as she directed her ire towards the Zhongzhu. He should not exist in this world, allowing the remnant soul of the demon lord to parasitize him. He must be exterminated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian stood to the side, her expression cold and composed. Parting her lips slightly, she uttered softly, "It is indeed true that the remnant soul of the demon lord has taken root. But what I truly desire is to eliminate all enemies who harbor enmity towards Wang Chen. My young disciple once mentioned that he was entirely unaware of the remnant soul of the demon's sovereign within him. It was merely an unforeseen accident. Moreover, the remnant soul can be eliminated, so why did you take it upon yourself to attempt to slay my disciple with a single strike?" Mu Hong had already felt a twinge of jealousy towards Jiang Lingxian's beauty, and now, the tranquil expression on Jiang Lingxian's face incited her to the brink of bloodshed. "If I were to raise my sword and sever your disciple in half, how would you feel?" Mu Hong furrowed her brows, glaring fiercely at Jiang Lingxian. A crimson long sword manifesting in her hand, her aura brimming with ferocity, as if she were ready to act. Do you dare? Jiang Lingxian's icy sword appeared in her right hand, the aura of the sacred soul realm erupting throughout the grand hall, and she swiftly unleashed a strike. A vast expanse of void was torn asunder, the cold radiance flashing in an instant. The overwhelming sword energy surged towards Mu Hong, who stood at the 9th level of the sacred soul realm, startling her into raising her sword to defend herself. In this lifetime, it was Jiang Lingxian's conviction that anyone who sought to bring harm to Wang Chen would meet their demise first. Jiang Lingxian was unwilling to understand others, nor did she wish to. In this life, all she desired was for her disciple, Wang Chen, to be safe and sound by her side. Enough with the clamor. What chaos is this? The leader of the Tai Su sect was equally startled by Jiang Lingxian, quickly raising his hand to quell the murderous intent of the sword energy. At that moment, Mu Hong finally quieted somewhat. She had been merely posturing, unaware that the saintess would be so unhinged. Mu Hong, return now. All medical expenses for your disciple shall be drawn from the sect's treasures. However, should I discover even a trace of demonic energy in your disciple, I shall personally execute him. The leader, witnessing the endless killing intent in Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze and the restlessness of her sword, hurriedly dismissed everyone. Mu Hong, though seething with anger, promptly turned and vanished from the grand hall. What on earth are you trying to achieve? All for a mere newly acquired disciple. The aged leader of the Tai Su sect, with his weathered yet benevolent face, looked at Jiang Lingxian, his expression filled with concern. After Mu Hong departed, the grand hall was left with only Jiang Lingxian and the elder leader, who then sheathed her cold sword, gradually suppressing her aura. Whoever dares to touch him shall perish. Jiang Lingxian's reply to the elder leader was laced with an icy demeanor, her words imbued with an endless chill. The elder leader was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his brow, his expression shifting to one of helpless resignation. Very well, you may return. Your master has recently failed to break through to the Emperor realm and should soon emerge. Sitting in the grand hall, the elder leader, with his head of white hair, massaged his forehead, truly vexed by his junior sister, whom he had seen so few times. Indeed, the elder leader was also a disciple of the Cold Sovereign, having been taken as a student since birth, while Jiang Lingxian had been brought back by the Cold Sovereign after over 3,000 years of his cultivation. Usually, his junior sister was a source of peace, for Jiang Lingxian did not engage with others, maintaining an icy demeanor with nothing but cultivation on her mind. Even he, her elder brother, had met her fewer times than fingers on both hands, with no contact unless significant matters arose. Little did he expect that now, Jiang Lingxian would create such turmoil for the sake of her disciple, disrupting the entire Tai Su sect. Alas, in the end, it falls upon this elder brother, who has scarcely seen her, to clean up the mess. The benevolent elder leader sat in the main seat of the grand hall, watching Jiang Lingxian's departing figure. Feeling utterly exasperated, though they had not been in contact, he bore the brunt of any issues, and, as the sect leader, he was indeed at his wit's end. However, should he evaluate Jiang Lingxian from the perspective of the Tai Su sect leader, he held great admiration for her. Within a mere 200 years, she had ascended to the 8th level of the sacred soul realm, a true prodigy. It appears he must pay closer attention to her disciple, for he likely represents her lifeline and must not encounter misfortune. Otherwise, should anything happen to her disciple, judging by Jiang Lingxian's earlier demeanor, she would likely turn the entire Tai Su sect upside down. The elder leader sat in the main seat of the grand hall, quietly contemplating how to find an opportunity to discreetly meet Wang Chen. Unbeknownst to the elder leader, although he did not recognize Wang Chen, the latter was quite familiar with the elder's notorious reputation. After all, in their past life, the bond they shared was exceptionally profound, to the extent that they would share the same pair of trousers when intoxicated. Wang Chen would wriggle into the left pant leg, while the elder leader took the right. And it must be said, the quality of those trousers was truly remarkable. In a certain period of their past life, the two were seen by practitioners throughout the 8 desolations as nothing more than 2 wandering lunatics. This matter transpired deep within the Tai Su sect, within the completely sealed Tai Su Saintess Palace. In the center of the room, familiar ripples of void emerged, and Jiang Lingxian slowly stepped out. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore traces of fatigue, but upon seeing the figure on the bed, her demeanor visibly eased. Her sleeping disciple was truly adorable. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, whose cheeks were slightly puffed from the pillow, and a hint of a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Subsequently, she retrieved a small incense burner and placed it on the table, releasing a colorless, odorless, and harmless gas that was also beneficial. Jiang Lingxian did not rush towards the bed. Instead, she intended to let Wang Chen sink deeper into slumber, planning to sit for a while longer. Just as she prepared to take a seat, her eyes inadvertently caught sight of a delicate glass box containing clean strawberries, accompanied by a small note resembling a sticky note. "Especially left for you. Remember to eat." Jiang Lingxian picked up the note, reading its contents, and upon reaching the end, a cute little emoticon was inscribed. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt her icy heart begin to thaw, the fatigue of the day seemingly vanishing into thin air. Setting down the note, her heart inexplicably filled with joy, and her crystalline gaze turned towards the strawberries on the table. Surely, this batch of strawberries should pose no issue? Suddenly recalling the previous night, her fair hand hesitated slightly. Yet, moments later, she reached out, picking up a strawberry and bringing it to her lips, parting them slightly to take a small bite. Regardless of what had been placed within, anything given by her disciple was something she would gladly consume. Jiang Lingxian adjusted her skirt, gracefully seated herself, and while waiting for Wang Chen to fall deeper into sleep, she took small bites of the strawberries, her demeanor reflecting a hint of happiness. Once she felt it was about time, Jiang Lingxian carefully stored the strawberries, treating them like treasures, placing them into her spiritual space. She then approached the bed, gently lifting the covers, slipping off her shoes, and nestling her bare, fair feet into the warmth of the blankets. Upon embracing Wang Chen's warm body, Jiang Lingxian had felt an emptiness since leaving him, a lack of security within her heart. Finally, in this moment, with the faint warmth of Wang Chen's presence enveloping her, she felt completely fulfilled. Instinctively, Jiang Lingxian buried her delicate face into Wang Chen's warm neck, gently nuzzling like a kitten. She was unaware of when this habit had developed, but whenever she felt weary, she found herself drawn to this comfort. Reflecting on it, it seemed that ever since the first century of her past life spent sleeping beside Wang Chen, she had begun this practice. Initially, Jiang Lingxian had taken Wang Chen as her disciple solely to harness his energy to balance the cold power within her. Ultimately, after gaining full control over the cold energy, she continuously reminded herself not to hold Wang Chen during the night. Yet, she soon realized that every time she could not feel Wang Chen's warmth in the middle of the night, it led to her growing agitated even during her cultivation. Even though she had fully mastered the cold energy within her, she discovered that she could not sever her attachment to Wang Chen. In her past life, while striving to break through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, the absence of Wang Chen left her breathless. Not to mention how anxious she became to see him again once she emerged from her seclusion. However, the last news that reached her was the tragic demise of Wang Chen in the Forbidden Grounds. In that instant, Jiang Lingxian was plunged into madness. Wielding her cold sword, she wreaked havoc across the 8 realms, freezing even the most fervent regions, transforming them into icy domains. Disciple, in a few days, Master will allow you to leave, but I hope you do not abandon me and depart secretly. Jiang Lingxian nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, her melodious and frosty voice whispering softly, imbued with a sense of pleading. She was genuinely terrified, fearful that Wang Chen might forsake her. If she could find him, it would be bearable, but if he remained elusive, this entire continent might once again witness a cataclysm reminiscent of the icy apocalypse from her past life. Chapter 36. Lingxian finally grants release. Days passed in this manner, until the morning of the 6th day of Wang Chen's confinement. A silent breakthrough resonated within the hall of the Taishu Saintess. The pinnacle foundation of the Guiyuan realm had been shattered. Under the system's boundary breakthrough, shielding function, countless chaotic spiritual energies began to surge and converge within him, ultimately coalescing into a chaotic-colored Yuan Dan in his Dantian, surrounded by 9 swirling, chaotic flame dragons. Jiang Lingxian, seated on the bed, seemed to sense something, her eyelashes quivering before slowly opening her eyes. However, upon glancing at Wang Chen, who was meditating a short distance away, she discerned no anomalies, as if it were merely an illusion. System, Elevate my disguise to the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the spirit establishment realm. Ding! Your boundary concealment has been adjusted to the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the spirit establishment realm, deducting 8,888 source points. Wang Chen had anticipated the system's deductions. Feeling little turbulence within his heart, responding nonchalantly. System, you are insufferable. 666, Human Machine Host. Go if you wish. I shall no longer keep you confined. Jiang Lingxian observed Wang Chen's rapid ascension to the ninth layer of the spirit establishment realm, confirming that her earlier feelings had not been misplaced. As the moment seemed opportune, she calmly addressed Wang Chen, who was gradually settling his energy. Jiang Lingxian initially intended to refer to him as master, yet considering his aversion to the term, she ultimately choked on the word. Is it truly so? Wang Chen momentarily froze, swiftly opening his eyes to gaze at Jiang Lingxian, joy evident in his expression. After being confined for so many days, he had been on edge, yet Jiang Lingxian's presence had alleviated his boredom. However, you must return before noon tomorrow. You should be aware of the events that will unfold among the 8 realms afternoon. Jiang Lingxian's voice carried a subtle hint of melancholy. Her delicate face slightly bowed as she responded softly. Understood. I shall certainly return before noon tomorrow. Wang Chen vowed to Jiang Lingxian, rising and striding toward the door, reaching for the handle. But, as before, the door resisted his efforts, leaving him no choice but to turn back and look at Jiang Lingxian. Make sure to return. Jiang Lingxian slowly lifted her gaze, her final words tinged with an emotion that seemed heavy in her eyes. Certainly, Wang Chen, captivated by the poignant emotion reflected in her gaze, nodded in a daze, unable to refuse. As his words fell, the formation of the entire room abruptly contracted, returning everything to the normalcy of 6 days prior. Creak! Wang Chen pulled open the door and stepped outside. Just as he turned to close the door, he exchanged a final glance with Jiang Lingxian, whose expression seemed tinged with a hint of grievance. With a clap, the door shut behind him, leaving Wang Chen standing outside in a daze. Was it an illusion? Why did it seem as though she pouted on the verge of tears? Standing outside, he replayed the last look exchanged with Jiang Lingxian in his mind, bewildered. Creak! Unable to resist, Wang Chen pushed the door open once more, only to find that Jiang Lingxian had vanished without a trace. Surely, he must have misjudged. How could she reveal such a demeanor while he was awake? Wang Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, ensuring the door was securely closed before striding towards the Taishu weapon tomb, on the path leading to the Taishu Xian sect. Any disciple who caught sight of Wang Chen hurriedly scurried out of his way, as if encountering a ghost. Didn't he supposedly die several days ago? How is he back? Huh? I heard he might have been confined. This version is utterly ludicrous. The Taishu disciples whispered among themselves, observing Wang Chen's hasty retreat. Whatever. Tomorrow, the 36 super sects of the 8 realms will hold a grand competition. We need to prepare. Where will it take place? Right outside our Taishu Xian sect in the Taishu Spirit Battle realm. I heard the reward for the top 3 in each realm are remarkable. Wang Chen had already dashed out of sight, and these discussions only reached his ears in fragmented snippets. Yet he paid little mind. He was well aware of those rewards, even memorizing the list of participants. In this lifetime, he felt an immense satisfaction regarding the grand competition spurred by the discord among the 36 sections. His satisfaction lay not in the rewards, but in the life and death contracts, where neither side would bear responsibility. In his previous life, he had been capable of suppressing or slaying many even at the spirit establishment realm. Now, he was far more formidable. Wang Chen had meticulously crafted his plans for this life. Once he subdued or eliminated all the weaklings in the spirit establishment realm, he would then enter the competition in the Guiyuan realm. As he raced along the sect's path, memories of his past life ignited an inexplicable flame within him. In his previous life, he had been targeted solely because he was the most beautiful person on the 8 realms, the disciple of one of the 4 great powers, the Taishu Xian sect Saintus. During the spirit establishment competition in the Taishu Spirit Battle realm, 90% of the spirit establishment cultivators from various sects had taken turns challenging him, as if attempting to showcase their prowess. Those challengers believed that defeating Wang Chen, the disciple, would earn them Jiang Lingxian's admiration, ultimately leading her to discard Wang Chen and accept them as her apprentices. After all, in the world of cultivation, Strength reigned supreme, and many cultivators harbored such thoughts for their own interests. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian was not oblivious to this issue in her previous life and provided him with numerous powerful treasures for self-preservation. Although Wang Chen ultimately faced many unrefined prodigies among the spirit establishment disciples from the various sects, he managed to suppress or force them into submission with great difficulty, albeit sustaining severe injuries and accumulating grudges in the process. In the end, his wounds were painstakingly healed by Jiang Lingxian's torturous healing methods, restoring his nearly ruined foundation. In this life, there will be no suppression, only total annihilation, Wang Chen resolutely declared within himself as he abruptly halted, lifting his gaze towards the dark entrance of the Taishu weapon tomb. At this point, the number of individuals at the entrance had dwindled, leaving only a frail old man guarding the way. "You, come here," the old man called out to Wang Chen, beckoning him with his fan. Wang Chen glanced around, noticing no one else was nearby. "Stop looking around, just you. Come here." The old man waved his fan again, prompting Wang Chen to approach with a puzzled expression. "Even though you were a disciple of the Taishu Saintess, you recently took away dozens of..." Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, ruffling the old man's white hair so violently that he could barely keep his eyes open. When the wind settled and he finally opened his eyes, he only saw Wang Chen's back as he rushed into the weapon tomb. The old man stood at the entrance, utterly bewildered, clearly dumbfounded. Chapter 37. The severely injured prodigy, Yi Qing, obtains his grandfather's ring. Is this truly the disciple of that cold, venerable old woman? With the prowess of the 9th level of Zhuling Jing, one can unleash the speed of Gui Yuan Jing, which is rather intriguing. The old man observed Wang Chen sprinting into the Tai Su Bing Zhong with remarkable speed, fanning himself and murmuring with a knowing smile. He did not pursue him inside, but merely waved his hand to conjure a lounge chair, reclining leisurely at the entrance of the Tai Su Bing Zhong. Ultimately, the old man covered his somewhat jovial face with his fan and drifted into a deep slumber. Within the depths of the Tai Su Bing Zhong, in an unknown corner surrounded by earthen walls and dim lighting, Wang Chen halted after a lengthy run, his heels digging into the ground and carving a deep trench. He had surmised that the weapons within the Tai Su Bing Zhong could not be so easily pilfered. There must be records or formidable guardians overseeing them. Thankfully, the old man had not followed him inside. Wang Chen felt both exhilarated and secretly relieved, having exerted nearly all of his speed and footwork throughout this endeavor. After a brief respite, Wang Chen retrieved from his storage space a golden broken sword, now only half a hand's length. Yet, the golden sword remained eerily silent until Wang Chen raised it, enveloped in chaotic spiritual energy and infused with a soul attack spell. With a series of sharp sounds, the fragmented sword's residual spirit howled in distress. "Do not shout. I shall assist you in advancing." "Oh dear, you little rascal. This is splendid. Advancing is splendid." The elderly spirit, initially irate, transformed his demeanor upon hearing the promise of an upgrade. "Now that we are inside the Tai Su Bing Zhong, lead me to the place you mentioned." Wang Chen held the dim golden sword in his hand, signaling it to guide him toward the Qi Lianjin Quan. "Allow me to calculate for a moment." Moments later, a voice from within the golden sword exclaimed, "Not good." Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat. "What is it?" "I sensed something halfway through, and suddenly my hand cramped." "You fool. Can a spirit even experience a cramp?" Wang Chen was caught off guard, unable to suppress his exasperation. "Hey, do not be angry. I was merely jesting. Let me calculate again." After a somewhat cheeky voice came from the golden sword, silence ensued. "Not good." The voice returned with urgency, but Wang Chen slowly raised his hand, now imbued with spiritual force. "This is indeed dire. Someone has breached the wall, and the Qi Lianjin Quan is now in turmoil." The spirit within the golden sword shouted in a panic, clearly anxious. "Quickly, take me there." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Wang Chen hastily lifted the golden sword, allowing it to lead the way. Without needing further urging, the anxious golden sword exerted a force, pulling Wang Chen through the dim environment. They raced from the public Bing Zhong to the vicinity of a smaller Bing Zhong, characterized by numerous dark openings in the surrounding walls. Subsequently, the golden sword tugged Wang Chen into a highly concealed spot, racing into the entrance of the smaller Bing Zhong. As they entered, Wang Chen immediately spotted a large breach in the wall, revealing a space within that emanated a brilliant golden light. clearly the radiance of the Qi Lian Jing Quan. Nearby stood a man, shedding his garments, preparing to enter the spring. Do not defile the Qi Lian Jing Quan. Let me handle this. Wang Chen instantly recognized Yi Qing's silhouette and hurled the golden sword with great force. With a sharp sound, the golden sword pierced through Yi Qing's right shoulder, blood bursting forth. As Yi Qing recoiled in terror, Wang Chen's heavy footsteps thudded before him, launching into a flying kick. With a resounding impact, Yi Qing clutched his bleeding shoulder while the force of the kick propelled him backward. After enduring my flying kick, now receive my Thomas spin kick. Yet, as a practitioner of Gui Yuan Jing, Wang Chen, with unmatched speed, executed a spinning kick mid-air. Another crisp sound echoed as Yi Qing's back was struck with tremendous force, sending him crashing against the wall. Wang Chen showed no mercy to his foe, acutely aware that Yi Qing's spine had likely been shattered. However, to Wang Chen's astonishment, Yi Qing glared at him fiercely, his pupils gradually turning white. "Teacher, assist me." Yi Qing's furious roar unleashed the full power of his third level of Zhuling Jing, igniting his form with dark flames. In an instant, as the black flames engulfed him, Yi Qing's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the 9th level of Zhuling Jing, eventually stabilizing. Now possessed, Yi Qing gazed at Wang Chen with fervent eyes, a crooked smile forming on his lips. "You two have reached the 9th level of Zhuling Jing? Quite interesting." Yi Qing smirked, cracking his knuckles, dismissively regarding Wang Chen. "Oh, playing with flames? Comparing realms?" In response, Wang Chen unleashed his own power, revealing his Gui Yuan Jing as chaotic flames enveloped him, two spectral chaotic flame dragons coiling menacingly around his shoulders, their fierce gazes locked onto Yi Qing. This was not the extent of Wang Chen's strength, as he had yet to unleash all 9 chaotic flame dragons. Witnessing this, Yi Qing's smirk faltered, replaced by a look of fear. Wang Chen was not one for lengthy monologues, launching forward to deliver a powerful punch. With a sickening crack, Yi Qing's arms, raised in defense, twisted grotesquely, breaking under the force of Wang Chen's blow. How can a mere furnace body possess such strength? Yi Qing's eyes widened in horror, the surrounding black flames swirling as he sought to retreat swiftly, transforming Dragon's Claw. Yet Wang Chen would not grant him this escape. He raised his hand, his fingers morphing into chaotic flame dragon claws, seizing Yi Qing's head. With a thunderous explosion, Yi Qing's head burst like a melon under the grip of Wang Chen's chaotic flame dragon claw. Is this how it ends? Wait, in 3 years, I will surely kill you. Wang Chen was still reeling from the shock when he suddenly heard a familiar roar of anger from Yi Qing, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Finally, Wang Chen focused on his hand, realizing that he had merely crushed the head of a wooden puppet, which was now engulfed in chaotic flames. How troublesome. No wonder these waste materials were able to ambush me in my past life, being the progeny of 2 emperors. The spectral dragon claws dissipated as Wang Chen flicked his wrist, incinerating the puppet entirely. At this moment, his gaze fell upon a faint ring on the ground, and a smile crept onto his face. "You sacrifice yourself to protect your disciple. I admire that, but alas, we are foes." Wang Chen picked up the dull ring, swiftly sealing it within a box and stowing it away in the deepest recesses of his storage space, intending to examine it later. Within the confines of the system's storage, time stood still, though unfortunately, it could not contain living beings. Wang Chen held firm confidence in this aspect of the system's storage. As long as he chose not to retrieve it, Yi Qing's golden finger grandfather would remain forever sealed away. However, within the ring, aside from the old man, there must be treasures. Wang Chen planned to find a time to seize them all. He had not forgotten that in his previous life, the old man within this ring had become a significant ally in the ambush against him after Yi Qing reshaped his physical form. Chapter 38. The Anxious Ling Xian Supplements Emotional Energy. Wang Chen stood within the shattered golden wall space, the chaotic dragon aura surrounding him gradually dissipating. As the 2 majestic, chaotic flame dragons retreated to his back, tranquility returned. He then approached the distant wall and pulled out the golden broken sword that was cursing at the wall, cackling. "As long as I can advance to a terrestrial-grade weapon, I will be able to sense where my other half of the broken sword lies." The spirit within the golden sword emitted a strange laugh, eagerly pulling Wang Chen to the Qi Lianjing Quan. "Hurry, kid, let's soak together. The Qi Lian Jin Quan has a stronger enhancement effect for domineering physiques. The old man within the golden sword impatiently urged Wang Chen to strip off his clothes and bathe, tossing the sword into the water as well. Seeing this, Wang Chen did not hesitate to strip down to his underpants. He then grasped the golden broken sword and leaped into the Qi Lian Jin Quan, which was just large enough to accommodate one person. Wang Chen casually tossed the golden broken sword aside, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate his energy, focusing his consciousness. In an instant, countless sources of Qi Lian Jin Quan rushed into Wang Chen's skin, continuously refining his blood and flesh. The Qi Lian Jin Quan was a royal-grade spirit spring, and as Wang Chen sat down, he could clearly feel the water was hot, radiating intense warmth. He distinctly sensed his cultivation beginning to increase, and within a short time, his realm became more fluid. Bang! This time, Wang Chen did not allow the system to shield his breakthrough, and a loud explosion resonated within him, causing the spring water to ripple wildly. The golden broken sword, fully submerged in the Qi Lian Jin Quan, gradually fell silent. Wang Chen consciously radiated his spiritual awareness to guard against the surroundings, but for some reason, he sensed that there was no one within a kilometer radius of him. However, this eased his mind significantly, allowing him to devote himself to cultivating in the royal grade Qi Lian Jin Quan. Time passed slowly, and soon it was noon on the second day. Wang Chen remained focused on soaking in the now dim Qi Lian Jin Quan, continuously enhancing his cultivation. In just one day, his cultivation had risen to the fourth layer of the Gui Yuan realm due to the royal grade Qi Lian Jin Quan. It was as effortless as drinking water. But Wang Chen expected nothing less. In his heart, he believed that recovering from the realms below the Ling Wang realm should be this swift, for he had absolute confidence. Sensing that the Qi Lian Jin Quan had nearly been absorbed, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly snapped open. He inexplicably felt a sense of anxiety, as if he had forgotten something important, and the feeling grew stronger. What exactly had he forgotten? Wang Chen wore a puzzled expression, sitting in the now dim water, perplexed by his quickening heartbeat. After pondering for a while, Wang Chen's body jolted, and he shouted internally, "This is bad." In that instant, he had no time to contemplate and hastily grabbed the golden broken sword still soaking in the Qi Lian Jin Quan, quickly standing up. He cast a quick glance at the radiant golden sword before disregarding its protests and tossing it into his storage space. Boom! Wang Chen stomped on the bottom of the spring, sending the water of the Qi Lian Jin Quan splashing everywhere as it transformed into a hot spring. Meanwhile, in the Taisu Shangnu Hall, Jiangling Xian sat coldly, staring fixedly at the door, awaiting that figure. The time they had agreed upon had arrived. Yet the person Jiangling Xian had in mind had not appeared. Glancing at the blazing sun outside, the cold aura surrounding her began to spread throughout the room. After waiting another quarter of an hour, Jiangling Xian's breathing grew heavy and uncomfortable, her heart counting down the seconds. If Wang Chen did not arrive within this quarter of an hour, it was likely that the entire Tai Su Xian zone would be turned upside down by Jiangling Xian. 38, 39, 40, 41. The longer Jiangling Xian counted, the more uncontrollable the cold energy became, causing frost to continuously form on the floor. Yet, Jiangling Xian paid no mind to this. Her gaze firmly fixed on the door, though her heart began to lose hope. In her mind, she feared that Wang Chen had already escaped the Tai Su Xian zone, unwilling to face her after the revelation of his rebirth. But he had promised he would return. Jiangling Xian interrupted her internal counting, rising from the now completely frost-covered room, finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. At that moment, the cold light in her eyes surged, and a dangerous emotion spread beneath her reddening gaze. He deceived me again, claiming he would return by noon, yet now it was well past that time. After standing, Jiangling Xian trembled slightly, her breathing growing rapid, her heart feeling as if it were being squeezed. Just as she was about to leave the hall to search the entire Tai Su Xian zone for Wang Chen, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud crash. A shadow darted in like a rocket, unable to stop in time, heading straight for Jiangling Xian. Hey, catch me. Wang Chen, encased in the ice-cold room, was soaring through the air toward Jiangling Xian, shouting with wide eyes. I can't stop. Upon seeing the Tai Su Shangnu Hall transformed into an ice palace, Wang Chen had unleashed all his strength from 100 meters away and charged over. This excessive force caused him to realize, just as he approached the door, that he could not halt his momentum. As Wang Chen flew toward Jiang Lingxian, time seemed to slow. In that instant, he could see Jiang Lingxian's stunning face, slightly dazed yet captivating, cold yet endearing. However, as a powerful being at the Tianzun realm, Jiang Lingxian quickly snapped back to her senses. Bang! Due to her momentary distraction, the two bodies collided violently. Both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian instinctively shielded each other with their hands. Wang Chen even spun elegantly in the air, intending to serve as a cushion. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Lingxian had already reacted, urgently channeling her power to soften their fall onto the bed. However, Wang Chen still succumbed to the inertia, landing on the frost-laden bed in Jiang Lingxian's embrace. Luckily, due to Jiang Lingxian's previous protective maneuver, it felt as if Wang Chen had merely laid down. With that collision, they found themselves entangled together on the bed, Wang Chen's cheek gently pressed against Jiang Lingxian's. After a brief moment, the atmosphere in the room fell into a temporary silence. So smooth, so cool, so tender and fragrant, how nice it feels. After ensuring everything was fine, Wang Chen remained lying down, tightly embracing Jiang Lingxian and pressing his face against her smooth cheek. Jiang Lingxian likewise held onto Wang Chen's waist, feeling his warmth, her previously lacking sense of security slowly being replenished. In that moment, the two shared a mutual embrace, neither willing to move away. From an outside perspective, it appeared as if they had both been stunned by the collision, yet in truth, they were replenishing each other's emotional energy. To be honest, Jiang Lingxian did not wish to rise. She tightly wrapped her arms around Wang Chen, pressing her cheek against his and closing her eyes. It was as if this closeness allowed her to fill the void she had felt so acutely moments before. Chapter 39. Jiang Lingxian, cautiously angry. Yet, outside the Tai Suxian zone, the great competition continued, and she could not reveal such peculiar possessiveness and emotions in front of her disciples. Thus, it was evident that the two could not remain in their embrace indefinitely. Eventually, Jiang Lingxian, suppressing her inner reluctance, swiftly wiped away the anxious tears that had formed at the corners of her eyes due to her earlier inability to see Wang Chen. Using the delicate back of her hand, she endeavored to restore her original expression, and then, with utmost slowness, she released Wang Chen from her arms and rose to her feet. At the very moment she stood, the pervasive chill in the room began to dissipate rapidly, though the transformed cold did not permeate the house. Despite Jiang Lingxian's attempts to disguise her feelings after standing up, a faint blush remained on her exquisite face and at the corners of her eyes. "I apologize for returning late," Wang Chen said, aware that Jiang Lingxian despised deceit. Therefore, he immediately admitted his fault, fearing to deceive her in any way. Jiang Lingxian felt his words strike a chord within her, her breathing becoming slightly heavier as she silently scrutinized the guilty Wang Chen. Eventually, her expression grew increasingly aloof, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she turned her body towards the open door. "Lingxian, I almost thought my disciple was going to deceive me again. How infuriating. I no longer wish to speak to him. Humph. Get lost, you annoying system," Wang Chen muttered in exasperation at the peculiar voice echoing in his mind, promptly blocking the connection. Yet, the system was indeed correct. Given Jiang Lingxian's demeanor of ignoring him, she was undoubtedly sulking after feeling hurt. Having spent millennia with her, Wang Chen understood well that when she was angry, she preferred to seclude herself and process her emotions alone. The inevitable outcome was either she would console herself or Wang Chen would have to soothe her personally. However, reassuring her was not a difficult task. Wang Chen possessed a surefire method to cheer her up in countless ways that had a high probability of success. Observing Jiang Lingxian's elegant yet cold figure as she exited, he paused momentarily to await her retreating silhouette. This woman, even while upset, was cautious in her demeanor. It seemed she was afraid I might be driven away by her anger, Wang Chen noted as he watched her stand with her back to him, seemingly waiting for something. He had discerned that in this lifetime, Jiang Lingxian exhibited a particularly strong possessiveness towards him, reminiscent of a delicate yet cold young woman. Yet, her behaviors were not overly extreme. She merely wished for him to remain by her side, which brought him a sense of comfort. With a quickened pace, Wang Chen leapt out of bed, cautiously jogging towards her, standing beside her in silence. This approach had proven effective time and again, for deep down, Jiang Lingxian cherished this vulnerable and remorseful side of him. As she sensed Wang Chen had finally emerged, she began to walk slowly. Seeing this, Wang Chen hastily closed the door behind them and followed Jiang Lingxian closely. "Are you angry?" he inquired delicately, trailing beside her. The path of the sect was now deserted, as most had already departed. "No," Jiang Lingxian replied, walking with an air of pride, her response curt and to the point. "Well, I returned late because I was refining the Qi Lian Golden Spring. I apologize for keeping you waiting so long." Wang Chen spoke earnestly, seeking her forgiveness. However, Jiang Lingxian continued her solitary march, seemingly forgetting that she could teleport them out of the sect in an instant. "Oh, you elusive woman, yet I find your sulking demeanor rather endearing," Wang Chen mused. Suddenly, a cold, circular necklace with an icy moon motif appeared in his hands, which he presented to her. "Here, I offer you this. Please do not remain upset, dear fairy sister." Wang Chen jogged in front of Jiang Lingxian, walking backward while holding up the necklace. Upon hearing the term fairy sister, Jiang Lingxian paused momentarily, her gaze lifting from the ground to meet Wang Chen's eyes. Since she could not bear the title of master, this appellation seemed acceptable, given her name contained the character for fairy. "I do not need it," she firmly stated. Wang Chen stood before her on the empty sect path, contemplating her words, yet she reiterated her refusal. "But this is genuine. I simply wanted to give you a necklace," he persisted. "It represents a certain significance when a man gifts a woman a necklace." "Are you truly certain?" "MHM. Oh, well then. I happen to have some acquaintances in the Tai Su Ling battle realm I have yet to meet." So, suddenly Wang Chen felt a jolt, and everything before him swayed. When he regained his bearings, he found himself amidst a bustling throng of cultivators in a miniature world. However, he and Jiang Lingxian stood atop the highest platform. "Tai Su Saintess, it is an honor to meet you." Jiang Lingxian's icy moon necklace vanished without a sound, and she nodded in acknowledgement to the dozens of powerful figures welcoming her. Wang Chen, captivated by the scene around him, momentarily forgot about the necklace. As he surveyed the representatives from the 8 desolations and 28 domains, he felt a flicker of disdain rise within him, particularly upon noticing the disciples of some powerful figures standing behind them. An imperceptible killing intent welled up in his eyes. Among them were several emerging young talents, not yet fully matured. These individuals, in a previous life, had sought to challenge him in the spirit-building realm, aiming to subdue him for attention. Some even had the audacity to ask Jiang Lingxian if they could be her disciple after defeating Wang Chen. Wang Chen, observing their gazes fixed on Jiang Lingxian as she took her seat, silently positioned himself in front of her. He understood that in this life these young talents, who had merely surrendered in the past, were destined to perish. By blocking their view, he ensured that his presence was maximized, as the attention of all was primarily focused on Jiang Lingxian's beauty. "Ah, so this must be the notorious troublemaker, the disciple of the Tai Su Saintess." A middle-aged man among the seated powerful figures chuckled mockingly, stroking his beard. "Oh, who do we have here?" "It is Elder Qinghe from the Qinghua sect. I have heard whispers of your supposed affection for your sect master's wife, while secretly entertaining 18 mistresses." Wang Chen emphasized the number 18, his expression one of incredulity. After speaking, he realized he had overstepped. "Oh dear, I seem to have let something slip. My sincerest apologies." He quickly covered his mouth, lightly tapping it twice, feigning regret with a sardonic demeanor. It was a curious twist of fate that in his previous life, Wang Chen had a vague recollection of Elder Qinghe from the Qinghua sect. The elder was infamous for his outrageous behavior, maintaining a sect master's wife while audaciously keeping 18 mistresses, all of whom were acquainted with one another. This scandal had become a legendary tale within the cultivation world. As Wang Chen finished his remarks, the entire assembly on the platform turned their peculiar gazes towards Elder Qinghe. "You! Nonsense! Utterly ridiculous!" Elder Qinghe exclaimed, visibly shaken as he noticed the sect master's wife casting a glance in his direction. "How dare you?" Rising from his seat, he glared at Wang Chen, filled with fury and shame. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly felt a gentle grasp on his clothing at the waist, as Jiang Lingxian slowly pulled him behind her. The colossal square platform of the Tai Su Ling Zhan Jie resembled a vast private box from which one could observe the grand battles of the external Tai Su Ling battlefield. This immense platform spanned several hundred meters in length and width, ample enough to accommodate 1,000 individuals. However, every cultivator present held a prestigious status or possessed the requisite talents endorsed by the great powers to gain entry. At this moment, the esteemed beings and disciples on the platform were arranged in 2 rows, with a central area designated for movement. Jiang Lingxian sat in a chair near the left end, her cold, icy gaze fixed on Elder Qinghe. For some unknown reason, the entire colossal platform fell into an eerie silence, an invisible aura spreading throughout the space. I wish to apologize on behalf of Elder Qinghe to the Taisu Saintess and her disciple for any previous offenses. At this point, the graceful Madame Qingwei, seated not far from Elder Qinghe, rose and raised her hand in apology. Jiang Lingxian regarded the well-mannered response of Madame Qingwei, her icy gaze finally shifting away. Matters concerning the private affairs of other sect elders should not be discussed in public. Jiang Lingxian lifted her eyes slightly towards the side, her lips curling as if reproaching Wang Chen for his words. Wang Chen met Jiang Lingxian's beautiful, cold gaze and obediently nodded, lowering his head in submission. You haven't spared him either, haha. Wang Chen chuckled internally, nearly losing his composure at Jiang Lingxian's cunning maneuver. In an instant, the apologetic Madame Qingwei turned her gaze towards Elder Qinghe, her eyes filled with skepticism. If the words of the Taisu Saintess's disciple could only be trusted to a degree, then the words of the Taisu Saintess herself would carry even greater weight. Now that both the Taisu Saintess and her disciple had spoken, did that not amount to complete credibility? Those present exchanged glances of amusement, their attention turning to Madame Qingwei and Elder Qinghe, reveling in their misfortune. Aside from the junior cultivators brought along, the rest were all high-ranking members of various sects, with the lowest being at the 7th tier of the Saint Soul realm. Some of the great beings even snickered, unperturbed by the prospect of retaliation from the Qingwei sect. All right, since everyone is gathered, let us begin. At that moment, one of the 4 formidable figures at the end of the colossal platform, unable to tolerate the farce any longer, spoke up. It was the venerable Han Zun, one of the ancestors of the Tai Sucian Zone. Wang Chen lifted his gaze slightly and recognized the woman who had interrupted the commotion, seated closest to him in Jiang Lingxian. The venerable Han Zun was not an old crone, but rather a woman with a captivatingly beautiful face, her white hair accentuating her cold demeanor. Wang Chen had little impression of Jiang Lingxian's master. In his previous life, he had only met her a few times, maintaining a neutral relationship. Besides Han Zun, 3 other ancestral representatives from different sects occupied the end of the platform. The reason for only 4 was that some ancestors were absent or in seclusion, disinterested in participating. The 4 individuals in the main seat, 2 men and 2 women, represented the 4 major immortal sects of the Bahuan continent. In addition to the alluring Han Zun in her blue garb, there was a youthful man in black, an elderly man in green, and a woman in purple. The 2 male elders leisurely sipped tea from their seats while the female elder quietly surveyed the crowd below. I have finished speaking. Now it is your turn, esteemed elders. Han Zun cast a sidelong glance at the 2 men drinking tea, her brow furrowing in displeasure as she coldly urged them to take their turn. Subsequently, the so-called blue-robed Han Zun, disregarding all else, swept her blue skirt and returned to her original position. The 2 male elders, caught off guard by the situation, exchanged awkward glances. You go ahead. You appear older and more authoritative. One elder, the dashing youth with an ageless appearance, prompted the elderly man beside him after they shared a glance. The elder, resigned, set down his teacup, rose, and soared into the air, casting his gaze upon the throngs below. In this competition, cultivators from the spirit-building realm to the Saint Soul realm will have their respective battlefields, allowing you to choose a stage that matches your strength. Furthermore, there are no designated opponents in this competition. You may challenge anyone present or step onto the stage to confront those already engaged. If a battle on the battlefield continues until no one challenges after the incense burns out, it will be deemed a victory. The first victor will be declared once they leave the stage, and thereafter, participants may enter again to vie for second place. As for the rewards for the top 3 in each realm, they will be announced once the Tai Su Ling Zhanjie is opened. The elder's voice, resonant with the authority of the 9th tier of the Tianzun realm, ensured that every individual present heard his proclamation. A final reminder: weapons are unpredictable. Once you enter the Ling Zhanjie, Each must rely on their own abilities. Even if one inflicts harm upon another, there will be no responsibility. As the elder's resounding words echoed, the dense crowd below erupted into excitement. After the elder returned to his position on the colossal platform, he glanced in astonishment towards Jiang Lingxian. At that moment, a rift in the void appeared before Jiang Lingxian, who was about to step through with Wang Chen. Where do you intend to go? The venerable Han Zun, seated at the head of the platform, furrowed her brow in confusion as she inquired of Jiang Lingxian. Individuals not on the colossal platform could leave at any time, but those present represented their sex face. We will return within a minute. We won't take up much time. Jiang Lingxian respectfully assured her, and upon receiving a nod from the beautiful Han Zun, she led Wang Chen into the void rift. This was a blank, enclosed world created solely by Jiang Lingxian, where visibility was perfectly normal, yet everything around them was utterly empty. Here, take this, and this as well, and this, and this. Jiang Lingxian stood in the blank space, continuously retrieving treasures and placing them into Wang Chen's hands. The Wang-level protective sword intent, the Royal-level protective jade dish, the Saint-level protective talismans, and the Royal-level items. That's enough, Wang Chen exclaimed, observing Jiang Lingxian producing an entire stack of over 100 Royal-level explosive talismans to shove into his hands. Quiet, just take them. Jiang Lingxian shot him a displeased, icy glare, her voice carrying an authoritative tone. Wang Chen pouted, resigned to accept the bounty with a heavy heart as he silently received the stack of Royal-level talisman papers. Just as Wang Chen thought Jiang Lingxian had run out of items to give him, he was taken aback the next moment. For Jiang Lingxian held out 9 Saint-level talismans, each representing one of the 9 elemental attributes. Gasp! The system's astonished intake of breath echoed in Wang Chen's mind, illustrating the remarkable value of these talismans. Chapter 41 Battle. These 9 talismans, drawn by the legendary Talisman Master before his demise, were thought to be lost. Yet here they are, collected by Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen was equally astonished, so overwhelmed that he embraced Jiang Lingxian before even taking the talismans. Slap! Jiang Lingxian was caught off guard by Wang Chen's sudden embrace, her hands instinctively wrapping around his waist, her body stiffening momentarily. She then felt Wang Chen gently nuzzle against her neck and cheek, causing her to momentarily shudder with unexpected sensations. Previously, it was she who had treated Wang Chen in such a manner during the night, yet now the roles were reversed. For reasons unknown, the feelings coursing through her body were particularly strange, or perhaps one could say sensitive. Jiang Lingxian, after regaining her composure, felt her breath quicken and was about to gently push Wang Chen away, but he released her before she could. Jiang Lingxian's exquisitely beautiful expression turned slightly rigid as she gazed at Wang Chen, her voice trailing off with an unspoken reluctance. Enough with the you. Aren't you also heading into the Saint Soul Realm's battlefield to confront those old fellows? This is something you should keep for your own protection. There's truly no need to give it to me, as I have no use for it in the Zhuling realm. Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian's adorably dazed expression after being embraced momentarily before being released, and he graciously declined her kind offer. To be honest, Wang Chen felt a warm sensation in his heart, deeply touched by Jiang Lingxian's significant regard for him. It was akin to a girl he cherished understanding his difficulties and promptly giving him all her savings. Furthermore, at this moment, the situation in the Tai Su Lingzhanjia was hardly a challenge for Wang Chen. No. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Lingxian, still concerned, attempted to place the 9 talismans into Wang Chen's palm. Wang Chen's expression grew increasingly serious as he furrowed his brows, gazing intently at Jiang Lingxian for a moment before turning away from her, unwilling to accept. Jiang Lingxian frowned slightly as she watched Wang Chen's retreating figure, ultimately yielding to the circumstances and reluctantly withdrawing the talismans. Since you are unwilling, very well. Jiang Lingxian's cool voice drifted from behind, prompting Wang Chen to slowly turn around to face her. Let's proceed. As Jiang Lingxian's calm words fell, the void before them opened, allowing both to step through. When they returned to the massive platform, less than 2 minutes had elapsed, coinciding perfectly with the opening of the Tai Su Lingzhanjia by Han Zun. Whoosh! The 6 arenas, previously sealed by a barrier, now had their protective screens lifted. Simultaneously, massive golden characters emerged in the skies above the 6 arenas, representing the realms from Zhuling to Shenghan. Wang Chen raised his eyes to the characters floating above the Zhuling arena, which were inscribed in the characters of Bahuang continent. Rewards for the top 3 in Zhuling realm. First prize, Heavenly Grade Premium Gathering Spirit Array Flag. Second prize, Heavenly Grade Superior Divine Soul Pill. Third prize, Heavenly Grade Inferior Spirit Source. Wang Chen only glanced at the Zhuling rewards, for, as expected, someone had already issued a challenge against him. Whoosh! As the barrier of the 6 arenas vanished, each arena was rapidly occupied by contender. Who dares to fight me? Come forth. You disciples of Qing Wei Shangzong, were you not quite arrogant outside? Step up and battle. Standing beside the Tai Su Saintess was a disciple, also at the 9th layer of Zhuling realm, daring to challenge Wang Chen. The earlier taunts came from other high-level arenas. Yet Wang Chen's focus remained on the challenger in the Zhuling arena. The individual who stepped up looked somewhat familiar to Wang Chen. He was the disciple standing behind Elder Qinghe just moments prior. It seemed he had come to avenge Elder Qinghe, but alas, the one to perish would be him. The foolish bird that stuck its neck out. A wicked smile crept across Wang Chen's face as he propelled himself towards the Zhuling arena with a swift step. Much to Jiang Lingxian's astonishment, as the 6 arenas filled with contenders, a transparent barrier swiftly closed again to prevent any harm to the spectators. The areas outside the 6 arenas were already densely packed, with countless cultivators watching intently, particularly those from Shenghan realm, eager to witness the battles unfold. Within the Tai Su Ling Zhanjie, on the arena, Qing Yue Shangzong's Lu Bao proclaimed, "I challenge." Bang! Before he could finish, his head exploded, leaving behind a headless corpse that slowly collapsed. Who dares to challenge you? Worthless fool who cannot even see my attack. Lu Bao, I reckon you have suffered a cranial explosion. Wang Chen scratched his ear with his pinky, casting a disdainful glance at the lifeless body and flicking away the earwax. With one contender down, the transparent barrier appeared, and a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the corpse, lifting it from the arena. As the transparent barrier gradually faded, the stage awaited the next challenger. Just as the barrier dissipated, Wang Chen was met with a cacophony of shouts, clamorous and boisterous. "I'm here." Suddenly, a muscular man soared onto the arena, scowling at Wang Chen. The burly man did not follow Lu Bao's example of issuing a challenge. Instead, he charged at Wang Chen with his right hand clawed, unleashing a deadly move. Slap! Wang Chen, clad in white, stood firm, raising his hand to block the incoming attack while his eyes emitted a burst of chaotic flame light. Uft! Bang! The sound of the chaotic flames piercing flesh echoed as they detonated upon contact with the man's body. The burly man had no time to react and was sent flying, crashing against the barrier that had just risen halfway, falling silent thereafter. Hiss! This fellow is incredibly ferocious. The barrier of this arena had barely risen before it quickly dissipated, leaving the audience in astonishment. His cultivation is clearly at the 9th layer of Zhuling realm. Yet his attack is comparable to that of the 2nd layer of Gui Yuan realm. The powerful beings seated on the massive platform also turned their attention to the Zhuling arena, their voices tinged with surprise at the unfolding scene. This is merely bullying the weak. Hurry up and eliminate those petty luck-bringers who challenged me in my previous life and elevate the stakes. Wang Chen felt a sense of tedium as he stood on the arena, lifting his gaze to the crowd of onlookers, suddenly bellowing, "Are all of you from the Zhuling realm worthless? If you can't manage, just request Hanzun to let all of you come at once." Wang Chen's eyes swept over each person, encompassing all present in the Zhuling realm in an utterly arrogant manner. The luck-bringers detest such brazen antagonism, and Wang Chen epitomized that arrogance. As anticipated, challengers soon began to ascend the stage in droves, and remarkably, the barrier of the arena remained unclosed. Numerous Zhuling realm cultivators, seeing Hanzun tacitly approve of this, rushed onto the arena, glaring fiercely at Wang Chen. At that moment, the audience below hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire, moving back dozens of meters. Hanzun, seated high on the massive platform, coldly observed the unfolding scene, ignoring Jiang Lingxian's gaze directed at her. Since Wang Chen wishes to challenge the entire Zhuling realm, she was curious to see what abilities the disciple of Xiener possessed. Jiang Lingxian watched her master for a moment, ultimately sighing internally, hoping Wang Chen could manage. Although Jiang Lingxian had great faith in Wang Chen, her eyes remained fixed on the 100 or so challengers in the Zhuling arena. Finally, the trap was set. Standing at the center of the 100-meter arena, Wang Chen's gaze locked onto 7 or 8 figures in the crowd, his momentum steadily escalating. Chapter 42. Forcibly annihilating the petty luck-bringer. As Wang Chen's aura intensified, 2 phantoms of chaotic flame dragons slowly emerged from behind him, their eyes cold. The mutated Jiu Yang divine body. Han Zun, seated on a massive platform, was momentarily stunned, gazing at Wang Chen's black and white flames, clearly taken aback. No wonder Sienna cherishes her disciple so dearly. At that moment, Han Zun seemed to grasp why Jiang Lingxian was so intent on protecting Wang Chen. It was due to the mutated Jiu Yang divine body. Awakening the Jiu Yang divine body is already a rare feat, let alone a mutated one. The only uncertainty lies in the specific Tao rhythm it has transformed into. However, Han Zun was unaware that in this lifetime, Jiang Lingxian was indifferent to Wang Chen's physique. She simply wanted him. Jiang Lingxian's gaze shimmered with ripples as she remained unsurprised by Wang Chen's mutated Jiu Yang divine body. Aside from those from Tai Su Xianzong, many were oblivious to Wang Chen's unique constitution, mistakenly believing it to be merely a powerful flame body. Even in his previous life, due to Jiang Lingxian's discretion regarding Wang Chen's physical attributes, even the Tai Su Xianzong members held similar misconceptions. Therefore, the attention Wang Chen garnered this time was primarily from those within Tai Su Xianzong, many of whom stared in shock. The inner court female elders seated on the massive platform could no longer contain themselves, rising to their feet, their eyes fixed intently on Wang Chen. He must be acquired. Such a disciple must be seized. They remained standing, and with that, Jiang Lingxian immediately directed her icy gaze at them, her hand within her sleeve clenching tightly. Despite Jiang Lingxian's usual composure, at this moment, her sense of crisis peaked, and she felt an overwhelming sense of tension. A deep desire to confine this group of delusional women who seek to snatch my disciples surged within Jiang Lingxian as she pursed her lips. Gazing at the frenzied expressions of the various female elders from the inner sect, her heart heavy with thoughts. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the Taishu spirit battle realm, as 4 chaotic flame dragons emerged from Wang Chen's body, soaring into the sky. Forming a grand formation in the 4 cardinal directions, their immense chaotic flames capturing the attention of all present. Even the majority of cultivators who were engrossed in the battles at the Shenghan realm could not help but cast curious glances in that direction. With a thunderous roar, 6 chaotic flame dragons burst forth from Wang Chen, their forms swelling in size, and once again, a powerful dragon cry reverberated throughout the arena. The flame dragons in the sky suddenly transformed into a chaotic barrier, sealing hundreds of individuals on the spirit building stage. When you step onto this stage, you must contemplate whether you will meet your demise. This is your own choice, Wang Chen declared, his aura surging violently as he ignited with chaotic flames and charged toward the crowd on the stage. In a split second, to prevent any potential lucky individuals from escaping, Wang Chen unleashed all his power, employing various techniques with fervor. Quickly, collaborate to eliminate him. However, the cultivators who had entered the stage were not novices. Most were merely slightly flustered and quickly began to consolidate their various concepts and spiritual techniques. From the outside, as one looked upon the spirit-building stage enveloped in chaos, the sounds of clashes and anguished cries echoed incessantly. A chaotic barrier shrouded the entire stage, making it difficult for many to discern the situation within. Only those cultivators with strength beyond the Danhai realm could see through the barrier. The majority could only hear the cries of despair emanating from within. Mercilessly. The elders and sect leaders seated on the massive square stage could no longer remain still, unable to witness their disciples being slaughtered. For esteemed ones, our sect's cultivators concede. I implore you to release them. A representative from the 36 sects rose from his seat, bowing toward the 4 venerable figures at the end of the platform. Yet, before he could finish his plea, several figures of protectors charged recklessly toward the spirit-building stage, oblivious to the danger. These were protectors of the spirit-building stage's prodigies, all-powerful beings of the Shenghan realm, and they tore through the chaotic barrier with ease. As the chaotic barrier was ruptured, the scene within gradually came into view. Wang Chen stood with a chaotic flame dragon claw manifested from his right hand, gripping the necks of a male and a female prodigy and lifting them aloft. Cough! Cough! Wang Chen, forced by the Shenghan realm expert from outside to tear through the barrier, felt his dragon might diminish, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet, as memories of the myriad of luckless prodigies who had besieged him in his past life surged forth, his killing intent became palpably visible. Suppressing the backlash from the shattered barrier, Wang Chen's eyes glimmered crimson, and the domineering chaotic flames surged uncontrollably. You worthless beings! Were it not for your association with those beasts, you wouldn't even qualify to encircle me. Wang Chen calmly regarded the nearly lifeless, luckless prodigies in his grasp, his words suffused with murderous intent. However, he did not disclose the fact of his rebirth, and the crowd merely assumed his fury stemmed from being besieged by a multitude. For reasons unknown, Wang Chen could distinctly feel that this world seemed to reject him. Many luckless prodigies, or rather, young geniuses, would inexplicably bear animosity toward him. The most absurd cases were those driven mad by the allure of Jiang Lingxian's charm, who sought her favor with fervor. Thus, their hostility was immediately directed at Wang Chen, who stood closest to her. At this moment, the luckless prodigies in Wang Chen's grasp were not as formidable as Qin Yafan. Yi Qing were the several prominent luckless prodigies yet to emerge in this world. Their fortunes were not particularly high, leading Wang Chen to refer to them generally as minor luckless prodigies. While they were indeed not difficult to kill at present, should they be left alive by mistake, they would undoubtedly wreak havoc in the future. In his previous life, while suppressing them, they had suddenly brandished life-saving artifacts and cried for mercy, thus preserving their lives. This had led to their growth into Shengzun-level luckless prodigies, who later collaborated with the likes of Yi Qing, a top-tier luckless prodigy, to besiege him. At this moment, the other spirit-building cultivators on the Taishu platform had long been terrified and, upon witnessing the chaotic barrier torn asunder, swiftly fled the stage. Wang Chen paid little heed to those insignificant figures. Instead, his eyes burned with chaotic flame as he surveyed the 8 prodigies, now reduced to the 2 struggling in his grasp. To label them as minor luckless prodigies felt insufficient. They were more aptly described as scattered cultivators or sect prodigies. Stop! Wang Chen heard several furious shouts from outside the stage, but he paid them no mind, swiftly twisting his hands. He had never considered himself a benevolent person. Anyone who posed a threat to him would be dealt with by any means necessary. With a crack, the sound of necks snapping filled the air as Wang Chen discarded the bodies and quickly retrieved 2 stacks of Imperial-grade explosive talismans. Explode! Wang Chen flung his hands toward the approaching elders, and flames erupted violently. The power of dozens of Imperial-grade explosive talismans threatened to engulf half the Taishu spirit battle realm, sending countless individuals into a panic as they fled. This explosion momentarily halted the advance of the Shenghan realm elders, allowing them to cease their rush toward the stage. My heavens! Do you not care for the lives of others? A voice cried out in terror, chaos reigning as countless figures took to the sky in flight. However, to everyone's astonishment, the anticipated devastation from the explosive talismans did not materialize. Instead, a young elder beside Han Zun raised his hand to diminish the force, effectively neutralizing the threat. Han Zun, your disciple is quite reckless, the young elder beside him remarked with a grin, his tone lighthearted as he withdrew his hand. Han Zun did not respond but merely gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who had flown into action, his expression calm, clearly tacitly approving of her actions. Chapter 43. Lingxian's Spirit Addiction Returns. Wang Chen, upon seeing Jiang Lingxian before him, instinctively shrank back, peeking from behind her. They are violating the rules. A group of old-timers still wishes to ascend the stage to strike me. Sister Xian, what do you think should be the punishment? Wang Chen clutched the hem of Jiang Lingxian's white dress, his previous domineering demeanor evaporating, replaced with a face full of grievance. The countless cultivators present could not help but think, you were not so innocent when you maliciously tossed out dozens of Imperial-grade explosive talismans. Kill them. Jiang Lingxian uttered no further words, her gaze fixated on the blood trickling from Wang Chen's lips, a powerful anger gradually rising from within. Subsequently, her right hand summoned a cold sword, performing a flourish before launching it forth, and a multitude of blood lights burst forth in the sky. The expressions of the low-level Shenghan realm elders above shifted to one of terror as they clutched their bleeding necks, plummeting from the sky. What a surprise! Wang Chen shivered in fright, astonished that Jiang Lingxian had so swiftly resorted to slaughtering them. Did she not fear a coalition of sects retaliating against the Taishu immortal sect? Taishu Sanus, do you not fear that various sects will unite to wage war against your Taishu immortal sect? On the colossal platform, a figure emerged once more, evidently a member of a rival sect, avenging the slain individuals of the Shenghan realm. If you seek retribution, you are always welcome. This proclamation was not uttered by Jiang Lingxian, but rather by the cold and imposing Han Zun at the far end of the platform, his presence exuding an icy grandeur. As Jiang Lingxian was protected by her master, Wang Chen, so too was Han Zun bound to safeguard her as her mentor. Consequently, the challenger could only choke back his anger and return to his seat in defeat. Ah, Sister Han Zun is so domineering. I simply adore her, remarked the woman in purple beside Han Zun, her gaze filled with adoration. If you're feeling mischievous, take it back to your own sect. Han Zun, with her enchanting beauty, rolled her eyes at the purple-clad woman, her tone icy yet tinged with exasperation. Oomph. The purple-clad woman, unperturbed by the rebuke, playfully pouted, her alluring visage adding an unexpected charm to her sulking demeanor. You take advantage of their affection, Sister Han Zun. You are truly wicked. Upon hearing the words of the purple-clad elder, the surrounding cultivators widened their eyes in astonishment, momentarily overwhelmed by the revelation. This year's Tai Su Ling battle realm had become extraordinarily chaotic. After this grand competition, such tales would surely spread throughout the entire Bahuang continent. The events transpiring within the Tai Su Ling battle realm had incited utter disarray among those present in the spirit-building realm and the onlookers alike. However, at this moment, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian remained focused on one another, exchanging a meaningful glance. Wang Chen then turned his attention to the arena of the Gui Yuan realm, and Jiang Lingxian immediately discerned his intent. "Come back with me first," she said, her voice laced with coldness, clearly irked by Wang Chen's reckless desire to challenge the Gui Yuan arena. Most concerning was Wang Chen's disregard for his own safety, which had led him to forcibly eliminate those cultivators, resulting in a backlash against himself. Without further ado, Jiang Lingxian enveloped Wang Chen with her spiritual energy, tearing through the void and dragging him along. "Hey, I haven't even stood long enough for an incense stick. I haven't secured first place yet," Wang Chen protested, his voice fading as the rift in the void sealed shut. Yet, even after Wang Chen's departure, the spirit-building arena fell into silence, with no one daring to take the stage again. With no challengers, first place was thus determined, and the remaining competitors were free to vie for second place. Observing the situation, the elder at the end of the colossal platform gestured to his disciple, who promptly shouted out. In the cultivation city outside the Tai Su Ling battle realm, Jiang Lingxian emanated a faint chill as she followed the innkeeper to a designated room with Wang Chen. Coughing lightly, Wang Chen stifled a couple of coughs, having already wiped the blood from his lips, leaving a trace behind. The innkeeper, after leading them to the door, said nothing more, merely nodding before departing. Jiang Lingxian swiftly pushed open the door, tugging Wang Chen by the arm and leading him to the bedside. With a resounding thud, the door to the top-tier room of the cultivation inn slammed shut, activating arrays to gather spirit energy and shield the room. "Lie down," Jiang Lingxian commanded coldly, her gaze fixed on Wang Chen as she unceremoniously pushed him onto the bed. "Wait, are we really going to treat our injuries here?" Wang Chen questioned, still unsettled as he lay on the bed, causing Jiang Lingxian to pause momentarily in surprise. "You do not speak," she finally replied, regaining her composure, and, with a mix of irritation and embarrassment, sealed his mouth with her spiritual power. "Close your eyes and focus on your breathing. I will heal you." Wang Chen muffled, managed a few bewildered sounds until Jiang Lingxian pinched his cheek, prompting him to quiet down. Reluctantly, he followed her instructions, shutting his eyes and channeling his energy. However, after a brief moment, he unexpectedly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, startling him. "Hey system, quickly buy that one." "Which one?" "That one. The one that prevents drowsiness. Use it directly." Ding. Dreamy incense used successfully due to time constraints, deducting 20,000 source points. as the system's words echoed in his mind. Wang Chen felt his head gradually clear. Although still drowsy, he resisted the urge to sleep. The cunning Jiang Lingxian had intended to use the guise of healing to lull him into slumber. At that moment, he sensed a gentle chill flowing into his body. Under Jiang Lingxian's guidance, the chaotic flames of his Dan Yuan converged with the chill, intertwining within him. Wang Chen involuntarily sighed as the two energies mingled within him, unable to suppress a soft moan in the presence of Jiang Lingxian. Instantly, he noticed Jiang Lingxian's hand on his chest pause slightly. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly stifled the tingling sensations coursing through his body, keeping his eyes closed and remaining silent. A quarter of an hour later, "Are you all right?" Jiang Lingxian inquired cautiously, observing the tranquil form of Wang Chen, her voice soft and cool. Yet, Wang Chen did not respond, silently enduring the tingling sensations within him. "Why is it so hot and so tingly? This is unbearable," Wang Chen lamented internally as the cold and chaotic energies intertwined within him, forcing himself to suppress the urge to moan. Had Jiang Lingxian embraced him as she had in previous days, he was certain he would have succumbed to the sensation. However, it seemed that the more one feared something, the more it approached. Seeing Wang Chen unresponsive, Jiang Lingxian waited in silence. Eventually, she gazed at Wang Chen's handsome face, her breath quickening, her feelings of dependence intensifying. Recalling the way the female elders had looked at Wang Chen earlier, her heart raced with anxiety and unease. From that day onward, Jiang Lingxian had even begun contemplating taking Wang Chen away from the Taisucian sect. Ultimately, she could no longer restrain herself, gently slipping off her shoes and slowly lying down beside him, extending her arms. The harmonious union of the Jiuyin and Zhuyang divine bodies would enable their energies to blend and assist her disciples' healing. Jiang Lingxian reassured herself that her actions were solely for the purpose of aiding Wang Chen's recovery, yet her body inched closer to him. "No, it's already too tingly and hot. I won't be able to stand it." Chapter 44. Wang Chen, who was made exceedingly uncomfortable by Lingxian. "No, it's already too tingly and hot. I won't be able to endure this." Wang Chen felt himself being gently turned on the bed, enveloped by a warm, delicate body. He could distinctly feel the warm breath of the person nestled against his chest as Jiang Lingxian rested her cheek there. As always, Jiang Lingxian tightened her slender arms around Wang Chen, her breathing becoming slightly erratic. The thought of the female elder's gazes filled her with dread. She was truly terrified of losing Wang Chen. Although he was right beside her, she feared not just thieves, but the thoughts of thieves. Wang Chen, who had been reluctant to accept her as his master in this lifetime, now faced the attention of so many women. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jiang Lingxian unconsciously bit her lip, feeling the warmth of Wang Chen's breath, her troubled heart finding a moment of solace. Meanwhile, she did not forget to gradually release her gentle chill, guiding Wang Chen's chaotic yang energy. The interplay of their contrasting energies slowly worked to heal the internal injuries he had sustained from the backlash. With a sudden movement from Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen's long-suppressed sensations of heat and cold, along with an overwhelming tingling, finally erupted. He could no longer contain himself, his body tensing slightly as he closed his eyes. Furrowing his brow and letting out a muffled groan, his expression betraying a hint of pain, Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected sound. She hadn't anticipated that Wang Chen was still awake. Why had her disciple not succumbed to sleep? Quickly, she raised her delicate face, her beautiful eyes anxiously observing his, and gently covered his eyes with her hand. After a while, when she still did not see Wang Chen awaken, Jiang Lingxian sighed in relief. Feeling a bit more at ease, Wang Chen, feeling the coolness of her palm over his eyes, decided to cooperate despite the discomfort. However, after a brief period of quietude, he could no longer endure the overwhelming sensations coursing through his body. Like a nightmare, he writhed in a nearly numb state, instinctively trying to distance himself from Jiang Lingxian. This time, he truly sought to escape her embrace, as the intertwined energies of their bodies left him feeling unbearably hot and cold, with an excruciating tingling sensation. This feeling was akin to a desperate plea for Jiang Lingxian to either release him, withdrawing the cold energy that intertwined within him, or for him to completely distance himself from her, alleviating all discomfort. Alternatively, He could only endure until the mingling of their energies dissipated, allowing for his healing to conclude. Disciple? Jiang Lingxian called softly, her heart racing as she observed Wang Chen struggling slightly with his eyes closed. However, after a moment of watching, he did not respond, only continuing to writhe in discomfort, longing to break free from her grasp. Could it be that the intertwining of our energies was causing him such distress, even in his slumber? With her cheek pressed against Wang Chen's warm chest, Jiang Lingxian murmured softly, contemplating the situation. Seemingly to verify her suspicion, she embraced him and slowly retracted the cold energy that had mingled with his. At that moment, Wang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of relief, no longer having to endure the discomfort that could only be resolved through the union of yin and yang. Wang Chen's forehead glistened with a light sheen of sweat, and after the discomfort subsided, he could not help but breathe heavily through his nose. Eyes still shut tight as he feigned the appearance of having been plagued by nightmares. My goodness, this sensation is akin to being under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Although his eyes remained closed, his heart raced as he recalled the overwhelming feelings he had just experienced. Despite the lingering pain from the backlash, it was far more tolerable than the prior tumult of heat and cold. Indeed, it appeared that way. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who was gradually calming down, her heart understanding as she buried her cheek into his warm neck. Yet, she recalled that in her previous life, after putting Wang Chen into a deep sleep, he had not reacted in such a manner during his healing sessions. Nestled against Wang Chen's warm neck, she pondered for a moment. To be cautious, she sent forth a subtle trace of her consciousness, quietly probing into Wang Chen's mind. Host, it seems Lingxian has realized you might be feigning sleep. Now your beloved little master is probing into your soul. Then you better protect me. 20,000. Another 20,000. Fine. Once I return to the arena tomorrow, I will borrow more resources like in my previous life. And that young master who ruined the power of my imperial-level explosive talismans will surely pay for it. Wang Chen mentally recorded the debt he owed to the young master for the dozens of imperial-level explosive talismans wasted earlier that day. Moments later, Jiang Lingxian's consciousness gradually withdrew from Wang Chen's mind, her beautiful face now adorned with a slightly peculiar expression. It seemed that the reason for this oddity might be due to her rebirth, granting him some resistance to her sacred-level soul-ensnaring fragrance. For in Jiang Lingxian's recent exploration, it appeared that while Wang Chen was ostensibly asleep, his subconscious was still actively resisting any discomfort. If that is indeed the case, Jiang Lingxian gently pressed her cheek against Wang Chen's chest, a small smile inexplicably gracing her lips. Unbeknownst to her, a faint feeling of joy began to blossom within her, and she gradually released the cold energy enveloping her. Most of this energy drifted toward the back of the reclining Wang Chen, while a small portion resumed its healing efforts. Don't do that. Not again. Wang Chen felt the energy surging back into him, intertwining with his chaotic yang energy to heal the backlash, filling him with dread. No. Why is it attacking from both sides? Wang Chen felt not only the tingling discomfort throughout his body, but also the coldness intensifying along his back. Yet, he remained oblivious to Jiang Lingxian's intentions, choosing to keep his eyes shut and endure the torment, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid as he feigned sleep. Having learned from his previous experience, he remained silent this time, merely furrowing his brow in discomfort. Since Jiang Lingxian seemed unaware of his act, it indicated that the system's defense against her probing was indeed successful. However, Wang Chen had no inkling of Jiang Lingxian's thoughts or the reasons behind her actions. Had he known he would be put under such enchantment, he would have preferred it. Now he not only wasted his fundamental essence, but also had to endure this suffering. Ha. The host is such a loser. Wang Chen suppressed the turmoil within his body, fervently shouting in his heart as the system's mocking voice followed closely. Disciple, would you like to embrace your master? Embracing me will keep you warm. Feigning sleep, Wang Chen thought, what? The system, still taunting the host, added, still laughing. Jiang Lingxian leaned closer, her cool voice softened with tenderness, guiding him as if coaxing a child. Chapter 45. The Steamed Bun. Warm and soft Wang Chen could even feel Jiang Lingxian's warm breath gently brushing against his ear, provoking an inexplicable tingling sensation. Host, I understand now. She likely thinks that while you are in a deep sleep, you will instinctively resist external forces. Thus, she intentionally surrounds you with a great deal of cold energy, hoping you will embrace her as a comforting source of warmth. 666. Not even pretending anymore. Wang Chen truly admired Jiang Lingxian's tactics. During the day, she was as cold as ice, yet at night, she played with him in every conceivable way. As long as you embrace your master, you will soon feel warm. Jiang Lingxian's delicate arms cradled the back of Wang Chen's head, slowly wrapping around his neck, her lips whispering sweetly in his ear. Wang Chen felt her warm breath against his ear, causing him to shiver as the contrast of the lingering heat and the coldness on his back became unbearable. Jiang Lingxian, witnessing this reaction, paused for a moment, thinking he was simply unable to endure the cold. It's all right. Embrace your master. Embracing me will keep you warm. Gently, she took Wang Chen's hands and placed them on either side of her waist, her tone cool yet soothing. Wang Chen could hardly withstand Jiang Lingxian's advances. She had practically placed herself in his arms. How could he not take advantage of such an opportunity? It felt as if he had finally found a source of warmth in the midst of a frigid winter. He tightened his embrace around Jiang Lingxian's delicate form. It's so cold. Wang Chen pretended to be unaware, as if he were suffering from the cold in his dream, continuously pressing closer to Jiang Lingxian. As she felt his embrace, Jiang Lingxian's body momentarily stiffened, and she lowered her gaze to Wang Chen, who was nestled against her. It's all right. You will soon feel warm. Jiang Lingxian gently stroked Wang Chen's head, her voice a soft comfort for the disciple sleeping in her arms. Yet unbeknownst to her, she subtly intensified the cold energy emanating from Wang Chen's back. Jiang Lingxian found the sensation of being held by Wang Chen to be rather peculiar, tinged with an inexplicable mix of shame and satisfaction. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, continuously emanating cold air, wishing that Wang Chen would embrace her throughout the night. Before long, Jiang Lingxian, uncertain whether it was due to embarrassment or something else, noticed her delicate face gradually heating up, adorned with a flush of warmth. Gazing down at Wang Chen nestled in her embrace, a rare tenderness flickered in her typically frosty eyes. At that moment, enveloped in Wang Chen's affectionate hold, her eyes began to shimmer with a hint of daze, and a sense of security flooded her heart. Suddenly, she felt a warm caress against her neck, causing her to shiver slightly. Wang Chen, mirroring Jiang Lingxian's earlier actions, buried his face in her neck and began to nuzzle gently. Jiang Lingxian let out a soft hum of comfort, finally realizing that she could not allow this to continue, and hastily attempted to push Wang Chen away. However, he, shivering from the cold, murmured sleepily in a dazed tone, "Steamed buns, warm buns. Oh, I can't eat that." The following morning, Wang Chen awoke in the room of the cultivation inn, shaking his groggy head, especially at the back. He recalled dreaming of eating buns on a cold day, but in the dream, Jiang Lingxian denied him, suddenly pushing him away. He distinctly remembered the sound of his head colliding with the wall, followed by Jiang Lingxian's panicked voice as he gradually lost consciousness. What was wrong with wanting a warm bun on such a chilly day? Jiang Lingxian even tried to stop me. Awake? Jiang Lingxian sat elegantly by a lavish table in the center of the room, frowning slightly as she regarded Wang Chen with a cool gaze. Thank you for healing my injuries yesterday. Aside from slight dizziness, I am otherwise quite well. Wang Chen feigned contemplation, then rubbed the back of his head and softly replied, "Dizziness is normal. When I healed you, I discovered that you had suffered some backlash to your soul, which caused you to fall into a deep slumber as soon as you closed your eyes to meditate." Jiang Lingxian's face flushed, her heart racing as she calmly responded, her hands nervously clenching within her sleeves. "Oh, I see." Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian's eyes, which avoided meeting his, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips, choosing not to expose her embarrassment. "Hey, what else with the crack in the wall?" After acknowledging her with a nod, Wang Chen casually glanced around, his eyes landing on a small dent in the white wall beside the bed. I have no idea how that happened," Jiang Lingxian replied, her voice tinged with anxiety as she struggled to concoct an explanation. This silly girl, as always, cannot lie, Wang Chen thought, shaking his head helplessly as he approached the blushing Jiang Lingxian. "Well, let us depart. Since your injuries have healed, we should return to the Tai Su Ling Zhanjie." With that, Wang Chen brushed past Jiang Lingxian, who sat in the central chair, and opened the door. Creak! As Jiang Lingxian watched Wang Chen's back while he opened the door, Memories of the previous night flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to warm. Realizing this, she hurriedly channeled her spiritual energy to quell the heat rising in her face. Thankfully, he did not notice. Jiang Lingxian rose, her white dress swaying gently as she felt a small sense of relief, and followed Wang Chen's footsteps. Once downstairs at the inn's counter, they prepared to leave after settling the payment with spirit stones. However, at that moment, Wang Chen's gaze suddenly darted, his brows knitting together as he locked eyes with a woman entering the inn. Zhu Yao, the woman, adorned in a black dress, possessed a captivating beauty, exuding an inexplicable allure. Upon sensing the scrutiny from two individuals, Chu Yao instinctively lifted her gaze. After a brief moment, a faint, charming smile graced her lips, but her eyes dimmed slightly upon seeing Jiang Lingxian. Chu Yao considered herself a beauty among cultivators, yet in the presence of the Tai Su Saintess, she felt overshadowed. The aura of the Tai Su Saintess was distinctly different, radiating a cold, pure beauty akin to ice. Tai Su Saintess, she said, first bowing slightly to Jiang Lingxian. Then glancing at Wang Chen beside her, though lacking familiarity, she found it difficult to speak. Ah! Wang Chen began to politely acknowledge his old friend, but suddenly felt a chill in his throat. We should leave, disciple, Jiang Lingxian's icy voice interjected, offering a slight nod to Chu Yao in acknowledgement. With an invisible chill, she urged Wang Chen to step forward, and they exited the inn side by side. Chu Yao watched the departing figures of the two, her brows slightly arched in curiosity. Yet, she felt perplexed. They had only just met. Why did the Tai Su Saintess exhibit such hostility toward her? Chapter 46, Trouble. They're coming for us. Outside, the Tai Su Ling Zhanjia, Jiang Lingxian, and Wang Chen emerged slowly from the rift in the void, her expression somewhat frosty. The two came to a halt at the entrance of the Tai Su Ling Zhanjia, standing together at the corner of the massive entrance gate. Why wouldn't you let me greet her? She lent me many cultivation resources in the past, Wang Chen said, furrowing his brows in confusion, referring to their previous lives. He never mentioned previous life while outside, opting for other terms, but he assumed Jiang Lingxian would understand. What did she lend you? Jiang Lingxian inquired, her tension barely perceptible as she slightly bit her lip, feeling her heart race. Wang Chen was baffled by her response. After all, he merely borrowed some resources from Chu Yao in their past life, nothing more. Some cultivation resources, and she helped me once. However, the Chu family was destroyed, and she perished, which left me indebted to her. Although I no longer owe her anything, Wang Chen explained, using in the past to replace previous life and answering truthfully while gazing at the cold Jiang Lingxian. During the time I was in seclusion, did you often meet her? Jiang Lingxian asked. Not really. While you were in seclusion, I was busy gathering treasures for tribulation, and I only encountered her a few times by chance, Wang Chen replied, stroking his chin as he searched his memories, then met Jiang Lingxian's gaze and continued speaking. Well, for some reason, I sensed that after I finished speaking, Jiang Lingxian's breath seemed to ease slightly. Let us enter. Based on past experiences, the timing for my entry should be just right now. After a sigh of relief, Jiang Lingxian followed Wang Chen's lead, replacing previous life within the past as he did. All right. Wang Chen nodded gently at Jiang Lingxian, though unspoken thoughts lingered in his heart. He recalled how Chu Yao had gradually developed feelings for him after they interacted in their previous life, but he had consistently rebuffed her advances. Wang Chen had no affection for Chu Yao, nor for anyone else besides Jiang Lingxian. Throughout his past and present, despite numerous women vying for his affection, he had never succumbed. In his earlier life on Blue Star, he had been alone, and upon arriving in the cultivation realm, it was Jiang Lingxian who took him in and protected him. In truth, Wang Chen had long yearned for love, having grown up in a world where he relied on the kindness of strangers, but he had buried these emotions deep within. At the onset of his bewildering journey into the realm of cultivation, Wang Chen found solace in the ethereal presence of Jiang Lingxian, who descended from the heavens like a celestial maiden. Her comforting demeanor and willingness to take him under her wing prevented him from succumbing to despair amidst the harsh realities of the cultivation world, which he had already witnessed in his past life. Wang Chen held a deep sense of gratitude towards Jiang Lingxian, coupled with an intense affection that bordered on adoration. In the parlance of his previous life, They might be likened to the archetypes of love-starved individuals, affectionately dubbed the lack of love brother and lack of love sister. As he followed Jiangling Xian into the Tai Su Lingzhan realm, a bittersweet chuckle escaped his lips as these thoughts crossed his mind. Navigating through a sea of curious gazes, Wang Chen and Jiangling Xian, clad in flowing white robes that mirrored their purity, approached a colossal platform. Xianya, bring your disciple over, came the frosty voice of Han Zun, interrupting their ascent onto the grand stage. Without uttering a word, Jiangling Xian cast a fleeting glance at the seemingly innocent Wang Chen, leading him forward. They stood before the four esteemed elders, with the ongoing battle of cultivators on 6 platforms serving as a dramatic backdrop. Han Zun's icy gaze appraised Wang Chen before he nodded slightly, acknowledging his commendable talent and strength. Although you possess the 9-yang divine body, which is considered a furnace physique, your mutated constitution has given rise to the 9-yang dragon vein, marking you as a promising candidate. I shall be your ancestral master, and as a token of our meeting, accept this gift. With that, Han Zun produced a small jade vial containing a crimson liquid, tossing it gently towards Wang Chen. Little host, this is a supreme grade yin yuan, and your Master's master is exceedingly generous this time. The system remarked, recalling how, previously, his master had only provided minimal resources, insufficient even to reach the imperial grade. In his past life, she had only glimpsed his chaotic flames, unaware of his 9-yang divine body, especially since he had yet to manifest his dragon might. Wang Chen internally acknowledged the system's commentary, for his identity as a 9-yang divine body had remained undisclosed in his former existence. Moreover, his flames had appeared as a chaotic blend of black and white, leading Han Zun to regard him merely as a fiery talent, hence not affording him much attention. Having lived for over 10,000 years, Han Zun had encountered countless prodigies, and it was only natural for him to dismiss the ordinary. However, now that Wang Chen's identity was revealed as a mutated 9-yang divine body, his treatment would undoubtedly differ. As the vial containing the yin yuan approached him, Wang Chen eagerly extended his hands, a gentle smile gracing his features as he received it. Thank you, Master Ancestor. He performed a respectful bow, feeling a surge of satisfaction as he regarded the small vial. Han Zun replied in a voice that contrasted sharply with Jiangling Xian's, carrying an icy allure that hinted at a commanding presence. In contrast, Jiangling Xian's voice was melodious and pure, evoking a sense of serene innocence that Wang Chen particularly cherished, especially during the nights when she confided her insecurities to him, leaving him utterly enchanted. As Han Zun shifted her cold gaze to the 3 other elders seated beside her, Wang Chen and Jiangling Xian also turned their attention towards them, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. The 3 elders, who had been feigning interest in the Saint Soul Realm's arena, could no longer resist the urge to glance back at the duo. In that moment, the atmosphere on the grand platform shifted, enveloping the multitude in a palpable silence. Clearing his throat, the young elder awkwardly fumbled with a rectangular box in his hands, unsure of how to proceed. Sinner, it has been quite some time since we last met. Here is a little reunion gift for you, Han Zun remarked, as she produced another small jade vial containing pills and gently released it into the air. Thank you, Master, Jiangling Xian replied with calm composure, her exquisite features momentarily blinking in surprise as she gracefully accepted the vial. Oh no, they're coming for us. The 3 elders flanking Han Zun exchanged alarmed glances, inwardly cursing their master for the predicament they had found themselves in. The young elder, seated at the far left of the main stage, found himself in a peculiar position, unable to decide whether to present his gift or not, creating an awkward tension in the air. Right, it has been a while, and I too have prepared a little something for our reunion, the old elder interjected, producing 2 exquisite black and red boxes and tossing them into the air. Very well. Since Han Zun and the old man have already given their gifts here, the purple-clad elder, a strikingly beautiful woman, joined in, releasing 2 medium-sized boxes of her own. With the exchange of gifts complete, all eyes turned to the young elder, still holding the rectangular box, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation. Wang Chen internally mused that the contents of this box were likely far from commendable, suspecting that the young elder was apprehensive about offering something of lesser value than his peers. As the 8 items were successfully stored within the spatial realms of Wang Chen and Jiangling Xian, the gift-giving segment concluded. Wang Chen sighed inwardly, recalling the necessity that had compelled him to part with those imperial-grade explosive talismans the previous day, lamenting their wastefulness. Once the gifts were received, Wang Chen followed Jiangling Xian as she gracefully turned away, but as he did, he murmured softly, his voice not loud yet distinctly audible to all present. The collective gaze of the assembly shifted toward the young elder, scrutinizing the tension between him and Wang Chen. "Wait a moment. What is it?" the young elder called out, prompting Wang Chen to pivot swiftly, causing the expressions of the four elders on the main stage to shift to one of curiosity. "To compensate for the imperial-grade explosive talismans you squandered yesterday, the item within this box shall serve as your recompense," the young elder stated, his lips twitching slightly as he suppressed his dismay, retrieving the rectangular box and casting it into the air. Well, if you insist so graciously, I shall accept it." Wang Chen feigned modesty, scratching his head before hastily stowing the item away. After turning back to survey the assembly of cultivators, he contemplated the wisdom of restraint, understanding that excessive greed could lead to unforeseen consequences. With a contemplative gaze cast upon the gathered crowd, he silently followed Jiangling Xian back to her seat. As Wang Chen averted his eyes, an inexplicable wave of relief seemed to ripple through the grand platform, as if many had exhaled a collective sigh. "I must take to the stage now. You may remain here," Jiangling Xian said, her gaze fixated on the arena as she observed a competitor conceding defeat. Without allowing Wang Chen a moment to respond, she vanished from her seat, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Ding! Mission issued. Eliminate Qin Yi Fan and seize opportunities to prevent him from regaining strength after his severed arm is restored. Reward: Divine Treasure. Ding! To locate Qin Yi Fan's current position, 10,000 source points may be utilized. As soon as Jiang Lingxian departed, Wang Chen, still in a daze, was abruptly roused by the system's mission prompt echoing in his mind. He gazed at the distant figure of Jiang Lingxian, who stood on the right of the Shenghunjing arena, wielding a cold sword. Momentarily taken aback by the system's voice, he recalled that this event, in his previous life, spanned a total of 9 days, with the battles in the Shenghunjing lasting the longest. After contemplating the system's task for a moment, he shifted his gaze to the cold sovereign seated in the main position. "Master, I suddenly remember I have some unfinished matters that require my attention," Wang Chen said, offering a slight bow. Upon receiving a nod of acknowledgement, he swiftly descended from a colossal platform and blended into the crowd. Wang Chen soared through the throngs beneath the giant platform, propelling himself towards the grand gate of the Taishu Spirit Battle Realm. "System, locate Qin Yi Fan's current position," he called out as he navigated through the sky crowded with cultivators. He could temporarily disregard the lesser children of fortune, but for someone like Qin Yi Fan, he was determined to eliminate him at the first opportunity. Ding! Deducting 10,000 source points, initiating location tracking for Qin Yi Fan. Map displayed. After the system's cold, mechanical voice concluded, a golden-framed quantum illusory map materialized before Wang Chen. A small green dot appeared on the map, along with a distant red dot. Upon seeing this, Wang Chen swiftly adjusted his course and surged forth after passing through the 100-meter grand gate of the Taishu Spirit Battle Realm. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian, engaged in a fierce battle atop the Shenghunjing arena, remained oblivious to Wang Chen's departure. She was intensely focused on the fight, as it was exceedingly difficult to kill cultivators who had reached the 6th layer or above of the Shenghunjing. The foes she had slain thus far were all at most 4th layer Shenghunjing, a significant disparity in cultivation levels, allowing her to easily seal their throats with a single stroke. Currently, she was battling a formidable elder at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Shenghunjing, whose attacks were both ruthless and swift. This left Jiang Lingxian no time to glance at the giant platform, nor did she anticipate Wang Chen's sudden exit. Poor Wang Chen remained unaware of Jiang Lingxian's true possessiveness, naively thinking he could simply explain himself upon his return. In a secluded forest outside the Taishu Xin Zone, Wang Chen hovered high in the air, furrowing his brows as he surveyed the mountain cave ahead, checking the map once more. It seemed this was the place. After a brief examination of the quantum map, he began to descend slowly towards the cave entrance. Peering into the pitch-black abyss, he was astonished to find that he could scarcely see within, indicating that this cave was certainly extraordinary and its darkness was no ordinary kind. To be cautious, he summoned a saint-level teleportation talisman and tightly wrapped it around his wrist using chaotic spiritual energy. He then retrieved a royal-grade protective jade disc from his storage space to wear around his neck, affixed a mid-grade protective talisman to the inside of his chest, and held a high-grade protective sword intent gently within his oral cavity, while donning a supreme-grade protective bracelet and fastening a supreme-grade protective waist pendant around his waist. Finally, he placed the Soul Saint-grade supreme-level spirit source for both attack and defense, gifted by Jiang Lingxian, delicately into his consciousness. With his preparations complete, Wang Chen gazed into the inky darkness of the cave passage, a smirk gradually forming on his lips. He stepped forward with an air of confidence, his footsteps echoing on the muddy ground as he ventured into the shadowy tunnel. As Wang Chen, clad in a flowing white robe and adorned with protective treasures, began to fade from view, the surroundings fell silent. Inside the pitch-black tunnel, Wang Chen retrieved a luminous orb, allowing him to discern a few meters of visibility. After traversing an indeterminate distance, he unknowingly passed through a thin barrier of formation. Gradually, the atmosphere around him became oppressive and stifling, inciting a sense of agitation. Is this demonic energy? Wang Chen pondered, mildly astonished, as he quickly unleashed a layer of faint chaotic flames to shield himself from the encroaching malevolence. This alleviated his previously turbulent emotions, restoring clarity to his demeanor. It seemed that the remnant soul of the demon sovereign within Qin Yi Fan could no longer remain dormant upon sensing his injury. Lifting the illuminating treasure sphere in his right hand, Wang Chen's thoughts drifted to the remnant soul of the demon sovereign. However, he was puzzled as to why such demonic energy had not been detected, given the proximity to the Taishu Shinzo. Could this be the influence of a headstrong child of fortune? He mused, despite his confusion, as he sensed the intensifying demonic energy. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the glowing orb. The range of visibility had shrunk to less than 2 meters, and without the orb, he would likely have struggled to see the path ahead. Suddenly, a series of sounds emanated from above in the dark expanse, prompting Wang Chen to quickly look up. Chaotic 9, Yang Dragon Eyes, he thought, momentarily flustered, as he activated his eye technique, causing his pupils to gradually take on a vertical shape. A flicker of chaotic flames ignited within his dragon eyes, revealing the darkness in its entirety. Goodness, so many demon bloodbaths. Wang Chen gasped, his scalp tingling at the sight of the countless, cat-sized crimson bats densely hanging from the ceiling of the cave. Each bat, shrouded in a blood-black hue, was grotesquely bunched together, with only a portion of their chilling heads visible, enough to invoke a phobia of clusters. Each bat ranged from the 1st to the 9th layer of the spirit-building realm, suggesting that among them lurked a Bat King of the returning Origin realm. As for why Wang Chen initially refrained from employing his Dragon Eye technique, it was due to the considerable spiritual energy it consumed. Ding! Mission: eliminate Qin Yi Fan's beast pet, Yin Demon Blood Bat King. Acquire its internal Yin Blood Demon Core. Reward: Yang Blood Demon Core. Just as Wang Chen was silently astonished, the system's mission prompt reverberated in his mind. Qin Yi Fan's beast pet is a demonic creature? He mused, momentarily taken aback and feeling a surge of shock. Qin Yi Fan has undoubtedly fallen into darkness, making my intent to kill him entirely justified. And I can return for a reward. A smile crept onto Wang Chen's face at this thought, and he discreetly summoned 10 royal-grade lightning explosion talismans into his right hand. Host, the Yin Blood Demon Core and Yang Blood Demon Core can be fused. This is a rare treasure. The system chimed in. Though the quality of the Yin and Yang Demon Cores you currently possess is low, feeding them to a beast pet can enhance the purity of its bloodline. Beast pet. Where would I acquire a beast pet? Wang Chen replied with a hint of melancholy, having never owned a beast pet in this life or his previous one. Collect one. I recall that within my previous life opportunities, there were dragon eggs and phoenix eggs, as well as several divine beast eggs or cubs. Let me deal with Qin Yi Fan first, then I might consider nurturing a pet in this life. Wang Chen inhaled sharply at the system's words, steeling himself as he cautiously advanced deeper into the cave. The Yin Demon blood bats appeared to be slumbering, and Wang Chen's footsteps were quiet enough not to disturb them. As he ventured further into the cave, he began to sense a peculiar wave of formation fluctuations, heightening his vigilance. With approximately 2/3 of his chaotic flame spiritual energy remaining, Wang Chen silently deactivated the dragon eye technique. How deep could this possibly be? It feels as though I am descending further into the abyss. Wang Chen has been walking for nearly the duration of an incense stick, yet he discovers that the surroundings still show no sign of an end. After another quarter of an hour, Wang Chen perceptibly sensed something amiss and hastily activated his dragon eye technique. What the hell? Why am I still in the same spot? Wang Chen gazed up at the densely packed invincible shui fu above him, recognizing the familiar environment, and inwardly cursed. This is intolerable. With a mighty shout, Wang Chen cast the luminous treasure orb in his left hand into the spatial realm and summoned dozens of Wang-level ultimate thunder explosive talismans in both hands. Caw! His furious roar caused the multitude of invincible shui fu in the cave to stir, swiftly locking onto him. In an instant, thousands of blood-red, frenzied gazes fell upon him, accompanied by the cacophony of countless flapping wings. Give it to me. Explode. With his chaos flame dragon eye wide open, Wang Chen unleashed the thunder explosive talismans. Crackle. Boom. As the talismans were released, they erupted in a brilliant display of lightning, unleashing a torrent of pure, unyielding thunder. Caw caw caw. The anguished cries of the invincible shui fu filled the cavern, while Wang Chen enveloped himself in a layer of chaos spirit flame to shield against incoming attacks. Sizzle. As expected, some of the invincible shui fu that slipped through attempted to bite into his flesh, but they were all incinerated by the chaos spirit flame or struck down by his protective treasures, dying instantly. Gradually, the acrid scent of burnt virus-infused demonic energy permeated the cave. Wang Chen nearly retched and quickly stifled his breath. Rumble. Feeling the tremors of the cave, Wang Chen, engulfed in chaos spirit flame, charged deeper within. Meanwhile, in the depths of the recently opened blood demon cave, Qin Yi Fan abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze dark as night. The Nine Yang Divine Body. Once again, it is the Nine Yang Divine Body, and this time I will certainly kill him. Ha ha ha. Qin Yi Fan's expression had visibly turned frenzied. He sprang from his meditative pose and soared into the pitch-black tunnel. At this moment, his severed arm had regrown halfway. His eyes darkened with demonic energy, and he grinned widely, clearly in a half-demon, half-human state. Shortly thereafter, Wang Chen's dragon eye caught sight of a shadow rushing through the tunnel like a merman, spinning wildly as it approached. He quickly dodged. Bang! The shadow's head collided violently with the tunnel wall, causing the entire wall to explode as if struck by a missile. Frog interest. Demon Path, Iron Head Technique. Wang Chen sensed the violent demonic and blood energy forcibly elevating Qin Yi Fan to the Gui Yuan realm, exclaiming in astonishment. It appears this fellow took advantage of the absence of the Tai, Su Xianzong, to slaughter many mortals. The Dark Flow, Child of Fortune? Intriguingly enough, Wang Chen shared a gaze with the blood-blackened Qin Yi Fan not far away, revealing a faint smile. Tear his mouth apart from me. Vinya Fan. Upon seeing Wang Chen's slightly mocking smile, felt as if a needle had plunged into his heart and shouted in fury. The moment his shout echoed, a flurry of flapping wings erupted from behind him as a swarm of invincible shui fu surged forth. Observing this, Wang Chen hurled over 100 thunder explosive talismans into the sky, controlling his spiritual energy to make them all hover in midair. Blast his rear apart. Chapter 49. Frantic pursuit of Qin Yi Fan and the departure of his disciple Jiangling Xian. Blast his rear apart. Accompanied by Wang Chen emulating Qin Yi Fan's furious shout, he raised his right hand high and forcefully swung it. As Qin Yi Fan's expression shrank in fear, hundreds of thunder explosive talismans shot forth, causing him to flee in a panic. Wang Chen similarly dashed in another direction, for once those hundreds of talismans detonated, the cave would surely collapse. The scene shifted outside the mountain, with a massive mountain, rising thousands of meters, suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! The earth-shattering sound reverberated for miles, as the entire mountain exploded, sending vast amounts of soil and trees soaring into the clouds, a sight of unparalleled grandeur. As the earth-shrouding debris fell back to the ground, a brief silence enveloped the surroundings. Moments later, from the flattened mountain, a disheveled figure emerged from the ground. Qin Yi Fan, gazing at his severed right arm once more, hovered in the air, consumed by demonic energy, roaring in madness, blood streaming from his dark eyes. Puffed. Wang Chen also burst forth from the soil, clad in white garments, standing in the sky like an ethereal being, exuding an air of ease. Various treasures adorning his neck, wrists, waist, and chest shimmered faintly, offering him protection. At that moment, for cultivators were drawn to the towering explosion and sound. Fellow cultivator, what has happened? They looked up at Wang Chen, who appeared like a celestial being descending from the heavens, squinting against his overwhelming aura. Quickly, Wang Chen, glancing at the increasingly possessed Qin Yi Fan, urgently warned the innocent cultivators below to flee. Blood, blood. However, before Wang Chen could finish his warning, the crazed Qin Yi Fan shot towards the fore. The cultivators, all at the first to second layers of the Gui Yuan realm, were unable to react to Qin Yi Fan's speed. The sound of flesh being forcibly pierced resounded. Wang Chen and the other three cultivators looked on in horror as Qin Yi Fan pierced the neck of a female cultivator. Just when one wave had not settled, another rose. Qin Yi Fan's teeth elongated into sharp points, his mouth widening as he bit down ferociously on the female cultivator's head. It has returned, that familiar feeling. Qin Yi Fan, or rather, Qin Mo, savored the flesh and blood, laughing maniacally, his mouth smeared with crimson. With every bite, his body exuded blood energy and demonic energy, and his cultivation level began to break through. Damn, I am truly fed up. How did these foolish cultivators suddenly appear to replenish his energy? Wang Chen cursed inwardly, but he was no mere character from a drama. He could not just stand by and watch as Qin Yi Fan continued to ascend. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Laugh at your mother. Wang Chen withdrew the last few Wang-level thunder explosive talismans from his storage space and charged towards Qin Mo, his flame dragon, eye wide open. As Wang Chen hurled the last few talismans, Qin Mo's figure abruptly darted forward. He snatched several thunder explosive talismans, rushing towards Wang Chen, clearly intent on inflicting mutual injury. Rumble. In the instant the thunder explosive talismans detonated, both Wang Chen and Qin Mo were sent flying through the air. Once they managed to defend themselves with all their might, Qin Mo stood suspended in the air, heavily injured yet defiant, locking eyes with Wang Chen, who stood a distance away, smiling cheerfully. His jade pendant glowed brightly, forming a protective green barrier around him. Seeing this scene, Qin Mo nearly went mad, utterly astonished at the vast disparity in resources between himself and the sect's holy maiden disciple. This was a ruthless comparison between a loose cultivator from the lower realm and a celestial prodigy from the upper realm. Enraged, Qin Mo's back unfurled a pair of wings resembling those of the Yin Mo Shui Fu, and the emblem of the Yin Mo Shui Fu King appeared on his forehead. It was evident that the Yin Mo Shui Fu King resided within Qin Mo, explaining why Wang Chen had not received any notification of task completion earlier. Ha ha! Though you possess protective treasures, you surely lack thunder explosive talismans and other offensive means now. With the Yin Mo Shui Fu King's wings unfurled, blood, whether from the female cultivator or from his own injuries, dripped from Qin Mo's lips as he sneered arrogantly. Now it's my turn to make you suffer. Just as he began to laugh maniacally again, terror suddenly crossed his face, and he swiftly turned to flee. I will blow you to pieces, Wang Chen shouted loudly, each hand gripping several royal-level explosive talismans left over from the previous battle in the Tai Su Ling Zhanjie, as he pursued the terrified Qin Mo. The three cultivators hiding below looked up at the sky, witnessing a particularly comical scene. It was as if fireworks were being set off. Intermittent, thunderous blasts accompanied by towering mushroom clouds of fire erupted above. Bang! 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 Wang Chen relentlessly chased after Qin Yi Fan, knowing that each explosion of the royal-level talismans could reduce a mountain to rubble. Fortunately, he was well-equipped with numerous treasures that enveloped him, rendering him impervious to harm. Wang Chen was oblivious to how long he had been in pursuit, nor did he recognize the changing terrain around him. Yet, he was acutely aware of the formidable resilience of this so-called child of destiny. Even after being blown to a mere husk, Qin Mo clung to consciousness and continued his frantic flight, leaving Wang Chen with no choice but to pursue him relentlessly. At one point, Qin Mo suddenly launched an attack. Lunging towards him with a severed body, attempting to bite his head off. However, Wang Chen simply laughed heartily, unleashing an icy sword intent that pierced through half of Qin Mo's skull. Astonishingly, he still did not perish, his incredible willpower sustaining him. Wang Chen stood bewildered in the sky, watching as Qin Mo twisted and writhed on the ground like a worm, his speed accelerating to the point of flight. "Brother, can you just stop running? Just die already. Isn't this exhausting?" Wang Chen roared in frustration, fueled by chaotic flames of spirit energy as he chased the swiftly writhing Qin Yi Fan, whose limbs had been severed. They continued this chase, oblivious to the passage of time, until darkness enveloped the sky. Meanwhile, in the Tai Su Ling Zhan Jia, Jiang Ling Xian flicked her cold sword into the air and soared upward, instantly freezing everything around her. The layers of frigid air even spread beyond the arena's barrier, astonishing the audience. With a swift motion, she ascended like an ice fairy, grasping the sword's hilt and swinging it down fiercely. The elderly woman at the peak of the Shenghan realm, lying on the ground and bleeding profusely, was now too weak to move. Boom! Crack! A thunderous sound resonated as the arena's barrier cracked under the gaze of countless spectators. While the fissure was small and quickly mended, many stood in shock, staring at her in disbelief. "No, sister." The four venerables on the platform and the hundreds of high-ranking members from various sects were taken aback, rising from their seats. Their eyes filled with astonishment. It was known that the Shenghan realm arena of Tai Su Ling Zhan Jia could only be shattered by someone at the third layer of the Tianzun realm. Yet, Jiang Ling Xian was perceived to be merely at the ninth layer of the Shenghan realm, and she had actually produced cracks in the barrier. Although the fissure was small, it was sufficient to demonstrate that Jiang Ling Xian possessed the capability to contend against someone of the first layer of the Tianzun realm with her ninth layer of the Shenghan realm. Jiang Ling Xian felt slightly fatigued, having to conceal her Tianzun realm cultivation while battling at the peak of the Shenghan realm. Sensing that she still had 7 layers of spirit energy left, she gradually descended with her cold sword, her heart filled with thoughts of a gentle figure. Disciple. The moment she thought of Wang Chen, her weariness dissipated significantly, her icy, beautiful eyes gazing towards the massive platform. "Where's my disciple?" Jiang Ling Xian scanned her surroundings. Realizing she could not see Wang Chen, in a slight panic, she swiftly flew towards the giant platform. In the starry night sky, the Tai Su Ling Zhan Jia illuminated like daylight. As Jiang Ling Xian landed on the massive platform, she hurried towards Han Zun, her eyes filled with an inexplicable worry. "Master, where's my disciple?" Jiang Ling Xian anxiously surveyed the grand platform once more, confirming that Wang Chen was indeed absent, prompting her to inquire hastily. Han Zun regarded Jiang Ling Xian with a mix of admiration and slight confusion. He couldn't quite grasp why Jiang Ling Xian was so anxious over Wang Chen's brief absence. He had mentioned earlier that he needed to attend to certain matters and would return soon. Although slightly puzzled, Han Zun remained seated and informed Jiang Ling Xian of this. Upon hearing that Wang Chen had spoken to Han Zun, Jiang Ling Xian felt a bit of relief. "Please take your seat. You are destined to claim the first place in this Shenghan realm competition." Han Zun glanced at Jiang Ling Xian and then at the empty Shenghan realm arena, his tone cool and indifferent. However, Jiang Ling Xian seemed to be oblivious to his words, lowering her head until Han Zun called her name again. Yet, her mind was consumed with thoughts of Wang Chen, rendering her somewhat absent-minded as she gazed down at her skirt, lost in contemplation. He will definitely return. But will he go to meet Chu Yao? After all, they were friends in their past lives. What if they share some intimate moments? Will it be like when he kissed me that day? She shook her head vigorously, chastising herself. No, I mustn't think like that. My disciple is not that kind of person. As Jiang Ling Xian pondered, her cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly shook her head, trying to dispel her wandering thoughts. However, with Wang Chen absent, she felt increasingly restless, sitting in her seat, lost and uncertain. "Xianer, do you have something on your mind?" Anzun notisa Jiang Ling Xian's dameno, furrowing his brow in concern. "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered some matters that I might need to address tomorrow," Jiang Ling Xian replied, forcing a calm and composed facade as she raised her head to respond to Han Zun. "Well, if you're truly anxious and unable to return, I can collect your prize on your behalf. Just remember to come and claim it later," Han Zun remarked, as if he could see through Jiang Ling Xian's thoughts, his voice indifferent. Hearing this, Jiang Ling Xian gradually fell silent. If Wang Chen had not returned by tomorrow, She planned to head back to the sect to check on him. She understood that she could not continuously restrict Wang Chen's freedom. After all, he was a person, not her possession. However, the elder of the Tai Su sect, seated quietly to Han Zun's right, observed the scene with growing unease. He had been preoccupied with matters at the Tai Su Xian Zone during the day and had only arrived at the Tai Su Ling Zhan Jie to watch the battle at midnight. While Han Zun might not be aware of how much Jiang Ling Xian cherished her disciple, the Tai Su elder certainly was. Jiang Ling Xian sat, slightly lost in thought. And with her beauty, there were always those who would steal glances at her, though she paid them no mind. Tomorrow will come, as tomorrow will come. As her internal monologue concluded, 8 days swiftly passed. Outside an unnamed city. Puffed. Now let's see if you can survive this. Wang Chen's right hand plunged through Qin Yifan's heart and struck the ground, his face cold and resolute as he gazed down at the helpless Qin Yifan. Who are you? Why are you killing here? Your methods are so cruel. Release him and hand over your treasures, and I may spare your life. At that moment, an elder flew out from the city, hastening towards the scene, glaring as he shouted. Wang Chen lifted his gaze, utilizing the system's abilities to observe the elder, who stood at the 9th layer of the Ling Wang realm, hovering high above. TSK. At critical moments, there always seemed to be fools attempting to save these favored children of destiny. Wang Chen felt a sense of unease. Withdrawing his hand from Qin Yifan's heart and fixing his gaze upon the elder, Wang Chen noted that he still had 8 royal-level explosive talismans remaining in his storage space. After some contemplation, he concluded that it should suffice to deal with this old fool. The child of destiny may be hard to kill, but was this old man truly any different? Wang Chen, adorned with treasures, felt no fear towards the elder of the Ling Wang realm. If need be, he could simply escape using a teleportation talisman. Furthermore, the old man in the sky seemed to hesitate in his actions, likely intimidated by the wealth Wang Chen displayed. With this thought, Wang Chen's heart sank back to stability. Suddenly, he pivoted his body and unleashed a powerful strike towards Qin Yifan's head. Bang! The sound echoed as Qin Yifan's skull shattered like a watermelon, lifeless and utterly defeated. How audacious! Ignoring the words of this Ling Wang, you shall perish. The elder of the 9th layer of the Ling Wang realm felt a surge of elation. He finally had a legitimate excuse to seize the treasures. Whoosh! The elder's figure flickered, appearing abruptly before Wang Chen, raising his palm to deliver a crushing blow to Wang Chen's head. Given Wang Chen's level, he was unable to react in time. However, a layer of azure barrier suddenly materialized around him. Slap! The elder's palm struck the azure barrier enveloping Wang Chen, causing him to momentarily freeze. A perfect opportunity. In that instant, Wang Chen produced 3 royal-grade explosion talismans, swiftly opened the elder's pocket, and forcefully stuffed them inside. Boom! A colossale explosion erupted, sending both Wang Chen and the terrified elder soaring into the sky. Crack! Crack! The azure barrier before Wang Chen began to weaken, and as the flames dissipated, it shattered like glass, riddled with cracks. Meanwhile, out of Wang Chen's sight, the corpse of Qin Yifan, blown away, began to stir slightly, slowly rising. When the dust settled, Wang Chen quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze sharpening as he realized the truth. From his perspective, he first spotted the old man lying on the ground, fast asleep, alongside a silent mass of flesh that was writhing. The protective jade pendant at Wang Chen's waist shattered, having just emitted the azure shield. However, he paid no heed to it, his focus entirely on the writhing Qin Yifan, captivated by his grotesque movements. He cackled with glee, almost allowing his target to escape. Wang Chen surged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he approached the mass of flesh with a sly grin. As he crouched down and reached out, he retrieved a wooden bucket to collect the scattered remains. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, he revealed a triumphant smile. Wang Chen then proceeded to inspect the corpse of the elder, removing the storage ring before gradually departing. Upon reaching a large rock in the forest, he placed the wooden bucket on the ground and unleashed a merciless blaze of chaotic flames. Boom! A torrent of chaotic fire erupted, reducing Qin Yifan's remains to ashes, accompanied by a chilling scream that echoed, half human, half demon. Ding! Mission accomplished. Eliminate Qin Yifan. Seize opportunities to prevent him from regaining strength after his severed arm is restored. Reward: divine treasures have been dispatched. Concurrently, Two notifications from the system rang out, and two items materialized in Wang Chen's storage space. In the real world, Wang Chen's expression brightened as the remnants of Qin Yafan were turned to steam. Several items appeared on the ground. The Yin Blood Demon Dan Yuan, a storage ring, a black jade pendant, and lastly, a small three-legged cauldron. However, the latter was covered in dirt, evidently in an unactivated state. Host, this is the Huang Xianding, a treasure ranked among the top 100 in the cultivation world. Wang Chen paused at the system's voice, gradually realizing the significance. His heart flooded with joy. He had unexpectedly acquired the Huang Xianding, a versatile treasure for alchemy, defense, and offense all in one. In his previous life, this cauldron had been cherished by the Danyang Emperor, who kept it under strict guard, hardly allowing anyone to glimpse it. Though Wang Chen was unaware of how it had ended up with Qin Yafan, it mattered little. It was now in his possession. Despite the loss of numerous treasures and talismans, obtaining this unactivated Huang Xianding had essentially balanced the scales. Wang Chen could trade it with the person who had yet to become the Danyang Emperor for thousands of royal-grade explosion talismans. Homeward bound, back to the warm embrace of his beloved, he hummed a nonsensical tune, joyfully striding towards the city he had previously seen, envisioning the gentle hug of Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen intended to use the teleportation array in that city to return to the city outside the Tai Su Lingzhan realm, thus enabling his return. He calculated that today marked the 9th day in the Tai Su Lingzhan realm. Perfect timing to claim the ranking rewards. Wang Chen soared through the air, alighting at the entrance of a large city named Yixiancheng, stepping inside. Just then, a figure clad in a black dress approached briskly, walking alongside Wang Chen with a gentle smile. Fancy meeting you again, Wang Wu. Chu Yao gazed upon Wang Chen's handsome visage, greeting him in a friendly manner, raising her hand in a casual wave. Wang Chen was taken aback, turning to see Chu Yao's somewhat enchanting and playful features. Sister, wait for me. A boy rushed out from behind, burdened with numerous items, struggling to keep up. Chu Dan. Wang Chen recognized him. In his past life, he had met Chu Yin first before being introduced to Chu Yao. However, this time, the sequence was reversed. Are you here in Yixiancheng for something? Do you need your sister's help? Chu Yao inquired playfully, noticing Wang Chen's dazed expression, disregarding her brother's calls. No need. I'm heading back to Tai Su Xianzhou. My wife is waiting for me. By the way, my name is Wang Chen, not Wang Wu. Wang Chen responded with a faint smile, correcting her while returning the friendly gesture. In this lifetime, he did not intend to have too much interaction with Chu Yao, regardless of Jiang Lingxian's stance. He simply preferred to keep his distance. Thus, he mentioned having a wife, his mind involuntarily drifting to Jiang Lingxian's proud and chilly figure. However, when the crisis befell the Chu family, Wang Chen thought it would be time to repay the favors from his past life. Wife, you're married? Chu Yao looked at Wang Chen with surprise, still not having developed feelings for him in this life, merely covering her lips in astonishment. Well, ahem. It's not easy to explain, but I must return to Tai Su Lingzhan. See you next time. What do you mean, see you next time? I'm also headed to Tai Su Lingzhan. Let us go together. We can share the teleportation array. Wang Chen felt slightly perturbed by Chu Yao's words. This version of Chu Yao was just as frugal as in his past life. Despite the immense power of the Chu family, she still wanted to share a teleportation array. All right, let us go then. Wang Chen glanced at Chu Yao, then at her brother, who was grinning and meeting his gaze, signaling slightly. This must be your brother. He is quite handsome. Along the way, sensing the awkward atmosphere, Wang Chen feigned ignorance and asked, even though he already knew. Indeed, Chu Yin was quite handsome, exuding a youthful vigor with a subtle charm, though he appeared somewhat foolish. Certainly, the allure of both men and women is undeniable. Upon seeing me, even the revered Taishu Xingnu might find herself drawn to my charm. With a sharp clap, Chu Yao, surprised by my words, struck Qian on the head, causing him to stagger and fall. Hey. Wang Chen watched in astonishment as Chuyin tumbled to the ground, laden with belongings, his lips twitching in disbelief. Be quiet. You foolish one. Taishu Xingnu is his master. After this exclamation, Chu Yao released a surge of spiritual energy to assist him back to his feet, only to deliver another firm slap to his head. Once again, Chuyin was left holding his head in a state of grievance, casting an apologetic glance at Wang Chen. I'm truly sorry. I had no idea. I was just boasting and didn't realize Taishu Xingnu was your master. The 18-year-old Qian promptly approached Wang Chen, bowing his head in contrition, his straightforward nature evident, yet his character remained commendable. Enough, enough, the teleportation array is just ahead. Let us proceed. Wang Chen took the apologetic Qian by the hand, and after a brief exchange with the array's caretaker, the trio stepped into the teleportation circle. The distance to the city in the Taishu Lingzhan Jia was unknown, yet the cost amounted to 10 medium-grade spirit stones. However, despite the agreement to pool resources, it was Chiao who ultimately covered the expense, as Wang Chen possessed no medium-grade spirit stones. In the end, Wang Chen produced a pill of equivalent value to offer her. After Chiao politely declined, he quietly returned it to his storage space. Chiao remained silent. With a whoosh, as the three figures vanished from the teleportation array, the array outside Taishu Xianzong emitted a ripple. Another whoosh. Among the many teleportation arrays in Taishu Xiansheng, one illuminated with a shimmering barrier, revealing the arrival of Wang Chen and his companions. At the instant of their emergence, Wang Chen's vision cleared, only to be met with a throng of individuals rushing toward them. What could this mean? Were there notable figures or renowned beauties arriving? Wang Chen stood momentarily in confusion, murmuring his thoughts, which prompted Chiao and Chuyan to shake their heads in ignorance. It was only when Wang Chen noticed the crowd converging upon him that he realized the focus was on him alone. Am I truly the center of attention? Just as he was taken aback, a figure radiating an intense chill materialized before him. It was Jiang Lingxian, standing before Wang Chen, exuding a faint aura of coldness. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen for an extended moment, her eyes betraying a mix of unjust feelings and indignation. However, upon noticing Chiao beside him, her ire dissipated, leaving only profound grievance. A sudden wave of panic surged within Jiang Lingxian, her heart racing, even her breath feeling constricted. At that moment, it seemed as though she sensed an unfamiliar aura around Wang Chen, filled with an overwhelming sense of restraint. He truly had been spending time with Chu Yao, and for an extended period. Chapter 52, Grievance, Fear, and Jiang Lingxian's Emotional Turmoil. Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian's somber and frigid demeanor, momentarily lost in thought. Even in his naivety, it was clear that Jiang Lingxian was indeed upset. She stood there, a mere meter apart, locking eyes with him before extending a trembling hand. Come with me. Jiang Lingxian suppressed the tremors in her arm, cautiously reaching out to grasp Wang Chen's left wrist. Fear gripped her heart. She was terrified he might withdraw from her touch. Yet Wang Chen remained in a daze, quietly watching as she gently took hold of him. Xiao Chuyan and the surrounding crowd found themselves equally bewildered, watching the unfolding scene. The atmosphere crackled with Jiang Lingxian's subtle chill, causing a shiver to run through everyone present. As her palm enveloped Wang Chen's wrist, a sense of relief washed over her, and she lifted her gaze. Disciple, will you come with me? Jiang Lingxian's eyes shimmered with unspoken hurt and cautious yearning as she uttered these words, casting a fleeting glance at Chu Yao. Observing Chu Yao's alluring beauty, Jiang Lingxian felt a pang of anxiety, fearing Wang Chen might develop feelings for her and one day depart from her side. Taishu Xingnu, what is this? Chu Yao, noticing the shift in Jiang Lingxian's emotions, inquired with a furrowed brow, clearly puzzled. Moreover, Chu Yao sensed a dangerous glint in Jiang Lingxian's gaze, as if she were prepared to act against her at any moment. At present, Chu Yao did not harbor any feelings for Wang Chen. Thus, she did not consider the implications of their rivalry. Nevertheless, witnessing Jiang Lingxian's alternating glances between her and Wang Chen evoked a strange thought within Chu Yao's mind. Could it be that Taishu Xingnu was feeling jealous? Yet, was she not Wang Chen's master? Besides, had he not claimed to already have a beloved? Jiang Lingxian, ignoring Chu Yao's alluring yet questioning voice, remained fixated on Wang Chen. If her disciple chose to accompany her, it would affirm his desire to remain by her side. Should he refuse, then she would have no choice but to. Very well. Wang Chen, taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's expectant and pitiful expression, found himself at a loss, responding vacantly. Then we shall depart. May our paths cross again. Farewell. As Jiang Lingxian began to pull him away, he turned back to wave goodbye to Chu Yao and Chuyan. Just then, he felt a sudden pressure on his wrist, a grip that sent a jolt of pain through his bones. However, upon hearing his sharp intake of breath, Jiang Lingxian quickly eased her grip. With a swift motion, she did not even tear through the void this time. Instead, she simply vanished with Wang Chen, leaving Chu Yao and Chuyan exchanging bewildered glances. They've gone. Back to the Taishu Lingzhanjia. Elder sister, you still need to collect your first prize from the Danhai realm. Finally, it was Chuyan, burdened with a large pack, who broke the silence, leading Chu Yao through the crowd. At the entrance of the Taishu Xianzong, the door creaked open. Jiang Lingxian, feeling frigid, dragged Wang Chen inside, her heart heavy with grievance. With a thud, as they entered, the door closed behind them, sealing shut, and an array of protective formations sprang up. Locking the room, Wang Chen was instantly bewildered by this turn of events. This is bad, he thought, realizing that Jiang Lingxian was planning yet another confinement. You are in deep trouble now, host. It seems you might truly be chained up like a dog this time. The system's voice echoed mockingly in Wang Chen's mind, slowly snapping him back to reality. Why did you leave without telling me? And why seek her out? Jiang Lingxian pressed Wang Chen against the wall, interrupting his words. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice trembling with barely contained emotion. She had searched for 8 long days, scouring the entirety of Taishu Xianzong, Taishu Lingzhanjia, and Taishu Xiansheng, covering a 1,000-mile radius. Yet Wang Chen had truly gone to meet Chu Yao, and they had seemingly spent an inordinate amount of time together. This was due to Chu Yao being an old friend from Wang Chen's past life. She had barely managed to suppress the urge to confront her moments ago. Jiang Lingxian feared that if she acted against Chu Yao, Wang Chen would come to despise her, finding her repugnant and distancing himself from her. She could not allow that to happen. She longed to possess Wang Chen, but she desired his willing submission, not coercion. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, whom she had pinned against the wall, her red lips slightly pouting in a display of grievance, trembling gently. Did you leave 8 days ago solely to see her? No, Wang Chen was about to explain, but was interrupted by Jiang Lingxian's next statement. Kiki, you only owe her a favor, not your heart. You could have simply told me that you wished to repay her. You could have told me that I could eradicate all of the Chu family's enemies at any time, should you wish it. Jiang Lingxian's slender hand pressed against Wang Chen's chest, holding him firmly against the wall, her voice quivering uncontrollably, tears welling in her eyes. After uttering those words, Jiang Lingxian fell silent, gazing at Wang Chen with eyes full of sorrow. Inside, she felt a deep anxiety. She was truly frightened that her disciple might be taken away by someone else. Jiang Lingxian herself was unsure why she felt this way. But whenever it came to matters concerning her disciple, an overwhelming fear gripped her heart. I truly did not meet her. I merely encountered her during my return transmission, and we happened to return together. In these past 8 days, we only met once for less than an hour. It is not as you imagine. Wang Chen looked at Jiang Lingxian, whose emotions were fluctuating and on the verge of tears, and quickly began to explain. As he spoke, Wang Chen gently wrapped his left arm around Jiang Lingxian's waist and placed his right hand softly on the back of her head, cautiously pulling her into his embrace to soothe her overwhelming fear and confusion. In his previous life, he had never witnessed such a scene with Jiang Lingxian. Now, he found himself at a loss. He recalled that in his past life, even if he had been away from her for months, she would merely inquire about his well-being, not react in such a manner. Chapter 53. Master, may I kiss your lips? But why in this life? Could it be due to my previous death? As the saying goes, one learns to cherish what they have only after losing it. Jiang Lingxian, held in Wang Chen's embrace, momentarily stiffened, instinctively struggling lightly. Yet Wang Chen held her tightly, and as she felt his warmth, she gradually calmed down. Finally, Wang Chen cradled Jiang Lingxian's head, gently resting her cheek against his chest, burying his face in her hair as he finished explaining. As he held her, the atmosphere in the room grew quiet. This ambience lingered for an undetermined length of time. Feeling the reassuring presence of Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian's nearly uncontrollable emotions began to stabilize. However, the tears at the corners of her eyes soaked the white fabric of Wang Chen's shirt, and she slowly raised her exquisite face. Is it truly so? Jiang Lingxian tilted her face upward in Wang Chen's embrace, her red-rimmed eyes looking up at him with a pitiful gaze. In that moment, she no longer cared about the truth of Wang Chen's words. She chose to believe whatever he said. Even if he were deceiving her, she would willingly accept the deception. I assure you, I am not lying. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's beautiful face, gently tousling her hair and responding in a low voice. "It's all right. Everything is fine. I will not leave." Wang Chen continued to comfort Jiang Lingxian, softly whispering as he buried his face in her ear. Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, finally closing her beautiful eyes, her eyelashes fluttering as a sense of security enveloped her. Suddenly, she felt a soft touch on her cheek, causing her to stiffen slightly. This familiar sensation, her disciple was kissing her cheek again. However, Jiang Lingxian remained silent, simply tightening her hold around Wang Chen's reassuring figure, allowing him to kiss her. "Master, may I kiss your lips?" Wang Chen finally called out to Jiang Lingxian, using the long-absent title of Master, causing her to lift her face once more. Their deep gazes met, and in that moment, their pupils flickered with unspoken words. Wang Chen leaned down gently, the tip of his nose brushing against Jiang Lingxian's delicate nose. The sight of her glistening eyes, tinged with tears, was undeniably heart-wrenching. As Wang Chen's lips lightly touched Jiang Lingxian's soft ones, just as he prepared to deepen the kiss. "No, don't." Jiang Lingxian felt her body weaken slightly, turning her face away, her voice muffled in refusal. This caused Wang Chen's kiss to land the corner of her lips, making her body tremble slightly in his embrace. Wang Chen slowly withdrew his face, a visible look of disappointment washing over him as he lowered his head in silence. After a moment of heavy silence, Jiang Lingxian turned to see Wang Chen's downcast face, filled with disappointment, causing a pang in her heart. "If only I had known, I wouldn't have turned away." At that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of regret, uncertain how to comfort the dejected Wang Chen. The voice of the system echoed in her mind, teasing her about her progress in tea-making skills. "Go away. I am genuinely heartbroken. Having reached the point of kissing, I still turn my face away." Wang Chen, feeling a mix of anger and exasperation, silently reprimanded the system in his mind. Just then, a soft peck on the lips. "No, that's not allowed." "But could this be acceptable?" Jiang Lingxian slowly withdrew her lips from Wang Chen's face, her voice soothing as she gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Wang Chen, momentarily taken aback, looked at Jiang Lingxian's flushed cheeks and her beguiling demeanor, his eyes filled with astonishment. Jiang Lingxian felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, her ears and cheeks turning a shade of crimson. In that fleeting moment, as their lips met, she sensed something within her shatter slightly, replaced by a new feeling. Wang Chen's plan to break the master-disciple boundary had not unfolded as he had envisioned, yet the outcome had undeniably progressed. "I didn't realize it earlier. Could you kiss me again?" Wang Chen leaned in closer, but Jiang Lingxian was frozen in shyness, seemingly unable to hear anything he said. "Knock, knock, knock." Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside, startling both of them as they turned towards the door. "It's my master." Jiang Lingxian felt a twinge of panic, as if she had been caught sneaking around by a parent. Wang Chen, sensing the moment, reluctantly released Jiang Lingxian, knowing she would soon pull away anyway. Jiang Lingxian hesitated, gazing at Wang Chen for a moment before suppressing her overwhelming reluctance. She quickly turned away, producing a white handkerchief to wipe her eyes and taking a moment to compose herself. Once she felt her expression had returned to normal, she adjusted her disheveled dress and stepped towards the door. With a series of formations in place, the door creaked open. As it swung open, Han Zun's icy gaze fell upon Wang Chen, who stood inside the room. "It is good that you have returned." Han Zun cast a cold glance at the troublesome Wang Chen before turning to Jiang Lingxian and speaking in a calm tone. Also recently in the sect following that, Han Zun and Jiang Lingxian exchanged some words of instruction, to which she responded with a simple acknowledgement. "Then I shall take my leave. Remember to keep an eye on him so he doesn't disappear again. Such a worry." "Understood." Jiang Lingxian lowered her gaze slightly, responding coldly with an affirmative. As the door closed behind them, hundreds of formations rose once more, seemingly intent on trapping Wang Chen within their confines. Gradually regaining her composure, Jiang Lingxian silently approached a chair and took a seat. Reflecting on the intimate behavior shared with her disciple, she felt an inexplicable sense of disorientation. Just moments ago, she seemed to have lost her wits, focused solely on comforting her disciple's despondent emotions, rationalizing to herself that it was merely a gentle caress of the face, as long as boundaries were not crossed. Sitting in the chair, she exchanged a fleeting glance with Wang Chen, continuously reassuring herself to find some semblance of peace. Little did she realize that she would persist in this self-comforting until Wang Chen had completely consumed her essence. Chapter 54. One desires to entice, the other to resist. Both individuals reflected on the recent events, and a brief silence enveloped the room. Wang Chen understood that he was likely to be confined for 10 days to half a month, until Jiang Lingxian's possessiveness was sufficiently appeased before he could hope for freedom. He had begun to grasp the nature of Jiang Lingxian's possessiveness, which had evidently reached a level of obsession. From their recent experiences, it was clear that he was her antidote. Only in his presence could she find solace. With that realization, Wang Chen gently lifted his gaze toward Jiang Lingxian, who sat in the center of the room, occasionally stealing glances at him. He took deliberate steps forward, his footfalls softly echoing on the floor. Though he acknowledged that his realm was inferior to hers, it did not imply that his methods of teasing were any less effective. Each step he took felt like a weighty hammer striking against Jiang Lingxian's heart. As he approached, Jiang Lingxian, seated in her chair, felt a sudden twinge of anxiety, subtly shifting her position to face away from him. Just as Wang Chen reached her, he noticed her silent retreat, turning her back to him. Her hands, awkwardly placed on her knees, and her shuffling feet as she turned away, evoked a smile from him. What a splendid opportunity. Embrace me. After observing Jiang Lingxian's back for a moment, Wang Chen crouched down and gently reached around her waist. Jiang Lingxian's body stiffened visibly, and in a flurry of panic, she grasped his hands, attempting to pull away and rising from her seat. Wang Chen felt the strength in her grip, nearly losing his hold on her as she stood. As Jiang Lingxian stood up, Wang Chen swiftly embraced her from behind, his body pressing against hers. "No hugs, release me," she protested. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she squirmed in his embrace. "Fine, if you manage to pry my hands loose, I shall never hug you again." Wang Chen tightened his grip slightly, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear. He then relaxed his hold, allowing her the chance to escape should she choose to struggle. However, upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian froze momentarily, her hands gradually ceasing their symbolic tugging. After a brief silence, she finally relented, her voice cold yet tinged with a hint of bashfulness, melodious to the ears. "All right, I promise I won't hug you next time." Wang Chen rested his face gently on her shoulder, his lips brushing against her warm, flushed ear as he spoke softly. "No, that is not acceptable." Jiang Lingxian's heart raced, her thoughts tumbling into chaos at his words, leaving her at a loss. "You say this is unacceptable, and that is unacceptable. Tell me, do you want me to embrace you often or not at all?" Wang Chen teased, his lips near her ear, inhaling her faint, refreshing scent, continually stirring her emotions. Jiang Lingxian felt her mind ablaze, momentarily unable to respond to his advances. If she chose not to answer, so be it. Wang Chen gradually withdrew his hands, distancing his body from hers, his strategy of enticing her reaching its zenith. Yet, even as he fully released her, she merely stood there, facing away, silent. "Oh no, I've miscalculated. I should have just taken her to bed." Wang Chen felt a pang of regret, gazing at the enchanting silhouette of Jiang Lingxian, wishing he could slap himself. Never mind. I've already embraced her. The plan to stir her heart has succeeded. I must not be greedy. Wang Chen consoled himself, but the system's mocking laughter suddenly echoed in his mind. Host, you tried to entice her, and now look what has happened. Damn it." Wang Chen's previously calm demeanor ignited with anger, and he began cursing the system in his mind. You're anxious now." Just as he was about to unleash further verbal assaults on the system, a gentle breeze brushed against him, and a delicate figure enveloped him in an embrace. "Wang Chen." "System. No, don't let go of me." Jiang Lingxian's slender arms encircled Wang Chen's neck, her flushed face pressed against his ear, stammering her words. The determination behind her hesitant tone revealed the depth of her resolve. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's sudden action, left bewildered, just as he began to process what had happened and intended to reciprocate the embrace. Jiang Lingxian abruptly released him. A wave of embarrassment surged through Jiang Lingxian, compelling her to flee the scene. Wang Chen barely registered her departure. After exchanging a fleeting glance filled with shame, she vanished from the room. "Hey, don't go." Wang Chen grasped at the empty air where she had stood. Solting in vain. The spacious room now felt desolate, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. TSK. Her methods of seduction far surpass yours. She teases and then departs, leaving you with lingering fantasies. The system resumed its taunting tone, relishing in Wang Chen's discomposure. Get lost, Wang Chen retorted, shedding his flip-flops and collapsing onto Jiang Lingxian's bed, feeling the heat radiating from his body. He focused on regulating his breathing, gradually calming himself before finally opening his eyes. Wicked woman, teasing and then running away, utterly irresponsible. I shall not sleep tonight. You can guard the outside. Wang Chen anticipated that Jiang Lingxian would likely return late at night, so he began to examine his own status panel. Wang Chen. Physique, Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm, peak 4th layer of the returning Origin Realm. Technique, Chaos 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space, Jiang Lingxian's million top-tier spirit stones. A complete set of new women's intimate apparel, the Void Severing Sword, the Remnant Soul Token, the Elderly Ring, Storage Ring, Yin Blood Demon Dan Yuan. Yang Blood Demon Dan Yuan, the Three-Legged Emperor Xianding, Divine Essence of Treasures. Origin Points, 114523. Comprehensive Evaluation. Human at the 4th layer of returning Origin Realm. Wang Chen first inspected his storage space, meticulously sorting through the various items. Most notably, the protective talismans were abundant, all gifted by Jiang Lingxian, making him feel like a wealthy and beautiful fairy. Chapter 55. The Honorable Master of Heavenly Secrets. By the way, I wonder how the situation in the Tai Su Lingzhan realm is faring. If I manage to defeat 100 opponents single-handedly, I should surely be in first place. But I was present to claim the title, so I wonder if that counts. It seems I must inquire with Jiang Lingxian tomorrow. Wang Chen gazed at the treasures within his storage space and was suddenly reminded of the ranking rewards of the Tai Su Lingzhan Jia. He contemplated for a moment and inquired of the system, how many source points are these items below the king level worth? Afterward, he organized the treasures he deemed unnecessary in his storage space and mentally asked the system. Ding. 7 yellow tier items, 13 mysterious tier items, 8 earth tier items, 3 heavenly tier items, totaling 880,000 source points. However, out of pity for you, I will round it up to 1 million source points. You, confess honestly, how much have you devoured? Ding. The current question posed by the host involves divine-level secrets. This system cannot answer. All right. Wang Chen, feeling a bit exasperated, could not help but chuckle at the system's antics, albeit with a hint of annoyance expressed through repeated exclamations of all right. Nevertheless, he did not truly wish to blame the system. After all, it had been his companion for a millennium, fostering deep feelings. Moreover, during his past life, when he was besieged by countless foes, the system had exerted itself time and again in attempts to save him, though alas, it had been thwarted by a lack of source points. Then why not convert? If you convert, the host can draw once from the million source point lottery, and the million prize pool is filled with valuable items. Convert, quickly. Listening to the system's mechanical voice, laced with an enticing tone, Wang Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead and opted for the conversion. As he watched his source points transform into 1 million, a sense of reassurance washed over him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen realized he still possessed 2 king-tier treasures and 2 imperial-tier treasures. Additionally, there remained the supreme, holy-tier soul source he had not yet extracted from his divine soul, which combined defensive and offensive capabilities. Originally, he had 3 imperial-tier treasures, but one of them had shattered, causing the divine essence to dissipate, leaving him to hope for an opportunity to repair it later. Having finished organizing these items, Wang Chen's gaze shifted to the black jade pendant and the old man's ring within the storage space. The old man's ring had been acquired from Yi Qing, while the black jade pendant had been obtained after vanquishing Qin Yifan. After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen took out the black jade pendant. Whoosh! The moment Wang Chen extracted the black jade pendant containing the remnant soul of the demon lord, a surge of potent demonic energy surged towards his forehead, colliding fiercely with the divine soul source given to him by Jiang Lingxian, resulting in its immediate annihilation. A heart-wrenching scream echoed in his mind, prompting Wang Chen to involuntarily close his eyes. Fool! Wang Chen observed the obliterated remnant soul of the demon lord within his mind, which had become nourishment for his divine soul, and he echoed the sentiment aloud in unison with the system. After toying with the black jade pendant for a moment, he discovered that apart from the character for demon etched upon it, it held little practical value. However, it might prove useful when he ventured into the demon wasteland of the Bahuang continent. Wang Chen contemplated and silently stowed it away, then turned his attention to the old man's ring, which bore a concept similar to that of the demon lord's remnant soul. He cautiously extracted the silent storage ring, gently sending a wisp of his divine soul into it. Whoosh! In the next instant, Wang Chen found himself in a different realm, surrounded by a vast expanse of emptiness, with a small pavilion in sight. Similar to the small world created by Jiangling Xian, this realm, however, contained numerous items, books, cultivation methods, treasures, and finally, a remarkably transparent remnant soul of an old man with a white beard. You have arrived. The transparent old man's remnant soul sat within the small pavilion in this void, his voice imbued with a sense of the passage of time. With a gentle thud, the white-bearded elder produced a teapot and began brewing tea quietly, ultimately pouring 2 cups. Wang Chen sensed that the other party possessed a cultivation level even below the spirit-building realm, which provided him with a measure of comfort as he stepped forward. Seat. I have lived for over 20,000 years, leading a solitary existence. It is a small satisfaction before my demise to have someone accompany me for a while. The transparent old man, with hair as white as snow and a face lined with the marks of time, bore no trace of worldly desires in his eyes. Old man, logically speaking, your soul should not be this insubstantial, Wang Chen remarked as he settled onto the pavilion, his fingers brushing against the teacup, a slight frown forming in curiosity. Ha ha ha, indeed, just a few days ago it was so. However, foreseeing my imminent demise, I took it upon myself to exert all my effort to read your fate. You are an otherworldly demon, destined to incur the wrath of the heavens in this realm, and will surely make many enemies akin to I Ching. Yet, whenever I attempt to divine other matters, I am overwhelmed by a profound sense of impending death, forcing me to cease. The white-bearded elder chuckled freely upon hearing this, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. Astonishingly, the tea was indeed consumed. Detection complete. This is joyous heart tea, effective for calming the divine soul, with no abnormalities. Upon hearing the system's commentary, Wang Chen smiled and lifted his teacup, mirroring the elder's action. Oh, you're not afraid I might poison you? The white-bearded elder was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Wang Chen with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Not afraid. You are the Tianji Zunjia, capable of divining heaven and earth, even the fates of immortals. I have heard of your name and your character. Wang Chen set down his teacup, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the white-bearded elder. This sudden trust left the elder momentarily stunned, although they were ostensibly enemies. The Tianji Zunjia could hardly have anticipated that mere recognition of his name would engender such trust. In that moment, a ray of sunlight seemed to bloom within the heart of the Tianji Zunjia. How wonderful it would be if we were not enemies. Ha ha ha. I never expected there to be someone in this world who remembers me. Upon recovering, the white-bearded elder burst into hearty laughter. Yet as he laughed, his transparent soul grew ever more ethereal. Drip! Amidst the booming laughter, tears of the elder's soul fell uncontrollably onto the table, his essence gradually dissipating. Young one, beneath the table lies a celestial method. Should you require it, take it without seeking recompense, merely wishing for its legacy to continue. This method has not been passed on to anyone else. You need not worry. With the final words of the Tianji Zunjia's remnant soul, it faded into nothingness, leaving no chance for revival. Wang Chen sat quietly, gazing at the dissipating essence of the elder, before silently rising to his feet. From our perspectives, neither of us bears any fault. Enmity is merely enmity. However, your nonchalance in death commands my respect. Tianji Zunjia. Wang Chen poured another cup of tea, gently cupping his hands in a bow before placing it on the table in front of him, his eyes reflecting a deep respect. In the end, Wang Chen organized the items within this realm before placing everything into his storage space, retrieving the cultivation method from beneath the table. Tian Yi Xian Svan. Upon the ancient tome lay 4 etched characters, marking the legacy of the Tianji Zunjia from 2 millennia ago. This also confirmed that Wang Chen had acquired the strongest opportunity in I Ching's life. Chapter 56. The results of Tianji Xian Swan's divination. After exiting the old man's ring, the storage ring on Wang Chen's hand gradually transformed into a stream of light, dissipating into the heavens and earth. Observing the additional resources below the king level in his storage space, Wang Chen turned his gaze towards the Tianji Xian Xuanju. With the ancient tome appearing in his hands, he seated himself upon the bed, engrossed in the study of the Tianji Xian Xuanju. As the name suggests, the Tianji Xian Xuanju is a method for divining heaven and earth, and when cultivated to its peak, it can even predict the fates of immortals. However, success hinges on one's cultivation level and familiarity with the method. Otherwise, one risks severe backlash. The Tianji Zunja himself was a testament to this reality. While attempting to divine Wang Chen, who was under the protection of the system, he inadvertently rendered his previously solid soul into a mere shadow. Wang Chen chose not to immediately practice the Tianji Xian Xuan, but instead meticulously organized the vital items within his storage space. The Yin Blood Demon Dan Yuan and Yang Blood Demon Dan Yuan were combined, and he instructed the system to fuse them into a fist-sized Yin Yang Blood Demon Dan. However, at this moment, he did not possess a beast pet, so he had no choice but to store it in his storage space, rendering it unusable. Subsequently, Wang Chen turned his gaze towards the unactivated Sanzu Huang, Xianding, and the treasure's divine essence. The treasure's divine essence was a small orb of light floating in the storage space, yet to find a vessel. Fortuitously, it attached itself to the Huang, Xianding. With a thought, Wang Chen's spirit seized the floating divine essence and forcefully merged it with the Huang Xianding within the storage space. With a resounding clap, a dazzling light radiated from the storage area, and the Sanzu Huang Xianding rose into the air, continuously emitting spiritual light. Observing the Sanzu Huang Xianding and the divine essence merging in midair, Wang Chen silently withdrew his spirit and returned to consciousness. System, I need the item to prevent dizziness. I shall forego sleep today and ensure she faces the consequences of a fleeting flirtation. The system responded, deducting a fee of 10,000 from the card for the purchase of intoxicating incense and poison pills, totaling the expenditure of 10,000 source points. As the system's notifications echoed, the only sound remaining in the room was Wang Chen flipping through ancient texts. Beneath the bed, a small furnace emitted a colorless and odorless gas, soothing to the spirit. In the courtyard outside the Tai Su Sheng temple, Jiang Lingxian sensed the lingering presence within the temple that had yet to succumb to slumber, stirring a sense of curiosity within her. I shall wait a while longer, Jiang Lingxian thought, feeling a tinge of impatience. But as she sensed the undisturbed presence inside, she forced herself to suppress the emptiness in her heart. While waiting in the small pavilion of the courtyard, Jiang Lingxian reminisced about her disciple who had embraced her during the day, a gentle warmth blooming within her heart. Her disciple's body was fragrant and warm. Gazing at the Tai Su Sheng temple nestled in the courtyard, a smile unconsciously graced her lips, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, and a subtle sense of contentment emerged within her. Yet, the slight curve of her smile gradually faded, returning to a more serene demeanor with the passage of time. Why hasn't my disciple fallen asleep yet? Jiang Lingxian found herself unable to resist. She longed to embrace her disciple once more. Yet Wang Chen inside remained warm and clearly awake. This sensation of being able to sense Wang Chen's every action yet being unable to approach was becoming unbearable for Jiang Lingxian. After a moment, she composed herself, her elegant fingers gently caressing her cheek to ensure she was not flushed. Then, she rose from her seat in the pavilion. With a swish, accompanied by a whisper of wind, Jiang Lingxian vanished from the pavilion. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, engrossed in perusing the ancient texts, remained oblivious to Jiang Lingxian's quiet entrance into the room. If Jiang Lingxian, at the level of Tianzuan, truly wished to remain undetected by Wang Chen, he would not have noticed her if he did not raise his gaze. Jiang Lingxian silently approached, careful not to make a sound, positioning herself not far from Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen was still focused on the ancient text of Tianji Xianxuan in his right hand, while his left hand was deftly calculating. Wang Chen held the book in his right hand and calculated with his left, diligently comprehending the Tianji Xianxuan technique, embodying the image of a young, celestial lord assessing the current state of the heavens and earth. Jiang Lingxian leaned in slightly, and upon sensing Wang Chen's aura, Her previously empty heart felt considerably more grounded. Her disciple looked exceptionally handsome when he was so serious. Quietly standing beside the earnest Wang Chen, her eyes shimmered with affection, growing fonder of her disciple with each passing moment. Yet, with every wave of affection, Jiang Lingxian's possessiveness surged unceasingly. When one is wholly engrossed, they truly become oblivious to their surroundings. Wang Chen was precisely in such a state, his left hand continuously calculating various matters from his past lives. Within just a few hours, Wang Chen had already grasped the basics of calculation, persistently delving into the events of his former life. If the Tianji Zhuanzhang were to learn of this, he would likely be so envious of Wang Chen's talent that he would bleed from his mouth. After all, it took the Tianji Zhuanzhang over 10 years to merely scratch the surface, followed by over 10,000 years to attain mastery. Now, as Wang Chen embarked on his initial calculations, he pondered the nature of Jiang Lingxian's reincarnation. As the speed of his calculations quickened, suddenly he hit a wall. Feeling his thumb forcibly stuck, Wang Chen froze for a moment, the outcomes of his calculations flooding his mind. The calculations revealed, years later, a certain emperor would perish, and the empress would witness this tragedy unfold before her eyes, descending into madness. Following this, the calculations depicted a torrent of sword energy sweeping across the 26 domains of the 8 desolations, enveloping the entire continent in a frigid storm. The entirety of the 8 desolations and the surrounding seas would remain shrouded in frost and snow, with myriad beings struggling to survive. Yet here, due to Wang Chen's lack of proficiency in calculations, he became stuck, unable to make any further progress. This cannot be right. I distinctly recall that Jiang Lingxian was not in front of me in my past life. She was in seclusion, was she not? Could it be that, after my self-destruction, Jiang Lingxian happened to arrive on the scene and witnessed my demise firsthand? Yet, that might not be accurate, as I still lack mastery in Tianji Xinsuan, and it is entirely possible that I have miscalculated. Wang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at his stuck left hand, contemplatively rising a wave of irritation within him. How vexing. He tossed the Tianji Xinsuan text onto the bed and rubbed his fatigued head, weary from the calculations. Just as he was exasperatedly massaging his head and lifted his gaze, he was startled to see Jiang Lingxian's delicate face, adorned with a frown of confusion. Wang Chen gasped, his hand instinctively gathering chaotic flames, nearly unleashing them in reflex, but thankfully he reacted in time. What are you doing? Wang Chen gradually retracted the instinctive attack, gazing at Jiang Lingxian with lingering shock. I noticed you seemed to be calculating something, so I refrained from interrupting, not expecting to startle you. Jiang Lingxian stood before Wang Chen, her gaze slightly lowered, her icy tone tinged with a hint of apology. Chapter 57. Hooray. Let us sleep together. It's nothing. I just finished some calculations and am a bit fatigued. Wang Chen waved his hand to indicate it was nothing, rubbing his temples before putting away the Tianji Xinsuan text from the bed. Then, let us sleep. Jiang Lingxian's eyes brightened slightly, unexpectedly filled with a gentle sense of anticipation, drawing Wang Chen's attention. As they exchanged glances, Jiang Lingxian realized she had momentarily lost her composure, hastily suppressing her rising excitement. I don't want to sleep unless what? Upon hearing Wang Chen's sudden pause, Jiang Lingxian's gaze instantly became captivated, as if ensnared by a cat toy. Unless you sleep with me. Wang Chen subtly raised a mischievous smile, observing Jiang Lingxian's gradually stiffening expression, delighting inwardly. In this life, Wang Chen had gradually mastered the art of teasing Jiang Lingxian, employing himself as leverage against her. It is said that a strategist must immerse themselves in the game. Of course, this was only applicable to this life. Had it been in his previous life, Jiang Lingxian would have merely cast him a cold glance, perhaps even rolling her eyes at him. But is that possible? I am currently quite weary. Only with you by my side can I find sleep. Wang Chen, noticing Jiang Lingxian's dazed expression, seized the opportunity to press further, his tone imbued with yearning and anticipation. At that moment, after a brief period of astonishment, Jiang Lingxian gradually fell silent. It seemed she wished to voice something, yet the words lingered in her heart, evoking a sense of embarrassment, rendering her speechless for quite some time. Very well, if you refuse, I shall lay on the floor and continue my cultivation. After all, I can restore my spirit through practice as well. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Chen's demeanor was tinged with a hint of disappointment and resignation. He lowered his feet from the bed and stood up, intending to step over to the makeshift bedding. However, just as he brushed past Jiang Lingxian, he suddenly felt his sleeve being tugged with a firm grip. What is it? With all his might, he restrained the corners of his mouth, which were more difficult to suppress than an anti-tank Barrett, and furrowed his brow as he turned back in confusion. Jiang Lingxian, with her pure and stunningly beautiful visage, appeared slightly flushed and nervously bit her lip. After a moment of mutual gazing, she bit her lips slightly, as if having made a decision. I agree, but please don't misunderstand. I'm only considering your fatigue from the calculations you just made. Jiang Lingxian's voice, clear and melodious, dwindled as she spoke, realizing that even she was beginning to doubt her own words. Had she not discovered that the seductive fragrance of the night would have no effect, she certainly would not have acquiesced to Wang Chen's request. Is that so? Wang Chen stared intently at her, seemingly oblivious to the oddity, and asked in a soft tone filled with curiosity. Jiang Lingxian pressed down the warmth on her face, feigning calmness as she responded softly, both cold and gentle. Thank you so much, my dear fairy sister. Wang Chen, intrigued by her overwhelming shyness, leaned slightly closer to her face. Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as he drew near, instinctively taking a small step back. All right, let us go to sleep together then, she said playfully. Wang Chen, undeterred, quickly removed his flip-flops and leapt onto the bed, pulling the covers over himself. He then lay on the inner side of the bed, propping up the blanket with his left hand while patting the space beside him with his right, encouraging her to join him. You sleep first, Jiang Lingxian suggested softly, her shyness evident as the room succumbed to darkness. She contemplated deceiving Wang Chen into falling asleep before she joined him in bed, allowing her to embrace her disciple as she usually did. No, I won't be able to sleep like that. Come up. I want to touch you just lying there. Wang Chen pleaded in the pitch black, gently grasping Jiang Lingxian's slightly cool hand. Startled, Jiang Lingxian instinctively pulled her hand back in the darkness. Fine, she conceded after a moment of hesitation, ultimately yielding to Wang Chen's insistence. She slowly removed her shoes and sat on the bed. Finally caught, Wang Chen thought, a wicked smile forming as he sensed her delicate figure settling beside him. Jiang Lingxian, lying down, felt her heartbeat quickening as Wang Chen tenderly covered her with a blanket. If I can just endure this moment, once he falls asleep, it will be fine, she silently reassured herself, feeling the warmth radiating from Wang Chen beside her. As the atmosphere in the room grew tranquil, she focused on the increasingly rapid breaths beside her. Wait, is that breath quickening? Jiang Lingxian's heart jolted in surprise. Just as she turned to look at Wang Chen, she felt a sudden embrace around her waist. What are you doing? She exclaimed, alarmed, struggling to break free from Wang Chen's grip as she squirmed. Didn't you say earlier that I shouldn't refrain from hugging you? I'm merely holding you gently. Why the strong reaction? Wang Chen questioned, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Jiang Lingxian found herself momentarily at a loss for words, caught in his embrace in the dark, stammering as she met his gaze. If you truly don't want me to hold you, then you should break free from my arms right now. Wang Chen, misinterpreting her hesitation, sounded dejected. With that, he gradually loosened his grip on her, no longer holding her tightly despite her slight resistance. Yet, this caused Jiang Lingxian to cease her struggles, finding comfort in Wang Chen's reassuring warmth. This is the last time. Next time, you must not hug me without my permission, she said, her cheeks inexplicably warm in the darkness, her tone softening as if coaxing him. All right. Wang Chen's face lit up with joy as he tightened his embrace around Jiang Lingxian, drawing her close. Empress, she involuntarily uttered as she was suddenly enveloped, a wave of bewilderment washing over her. Thus, Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian in his arms until the early hours of the morning. When she, blushing, thought Wang Chen had finally fallen asleep, she slowly extended her hands to encircle his waist. Just as she intended to bury her face into his neck, she felt a hand slip beneath her skirt. No, don't squeeze. Chapter 58. Both realizing their mistakes the following morning, within the Tai Su Shengnu Hall, Wang Chen lay on the bed, feeling guilty as he turned to his side, his left hand covering the distinct imprint left by Jiang Lingxian. A vivid red handprint adorned his left cheek, not swollen, but amusingly striking. Jiang Lingxian sat coldly at a distance on a chair, her beautiful yet frosty gaze fixed on him. Wang Chen, feeling a pang of guilt, caught her eye momentarily before hastily lowering his head, too timid to speak. The slap from the previous night had not been an immediate reaction, but rather an outburst triggered by Jiang Lingxian's inability to endure any longer. During their earlier encounter, as Wang Chen's hands wandered, he felt Jiang Lingxian's delicate form gradually surrendering, growing weak and pliable. Seizing the moment, he attempted to measure her waist, but she, overwhelmed and weakened, suddenly unleashed her spiritual energy. Wang Chen only remembered the sharp sound of a slap and the fiery sensation on his face, which promptly rendered him obedient. Had I known, I would have pushed my luck last night. Now nestled under the covers, he secretly raised his gaze to Jiang Lingxian, feeling immensely guilty and regretting his actions. The quiet atmosphere lingered in silence for a while as Wang Chen stole glances at her. His guilt-ridden demeanor was quite endearing. However, he resolved that he must never allow her to embrace him again. Only he should be the one to hold her. Jiang Lingxian, noticing Wang Chen's furtive glances, felt her heart soften at his guilty expression. Yet, she also quietly vowed to herself that from now on, she would only embrace Wang Chen and must not let him hold her. After a moment of piquing, Wang Chen realized Jiang Lingxian was still upset and decided not to steal any more glances. He thought it best to let her cool down, as the fault did not lie with him. Reflecting on this, he turned away from Jiang Lingxian, facing the wall in solitude. With no other options, Wang Chen could only remain thus, either practicing, sleeping, or teasing Jiang Lingxian. He closed his eyes, back turned to her, his mind replaying the image of her shy and delicate form from the previous day. Why isn't my disciple looking at me? Jiang Lingxian, initially maintaining her frosty demeanor, felt a twinge of anxiety when Wang Chen ceased his furtive glances. Is he upset because I'm ignoring him? Her chilly expression gradually calmed, her mind racing as she pondered how to mend their relationship. Jiang Lingxian sat in contemplation for a prolonged moment, grappling with thoughts about Wang Chen that nearly overwhelmed her mind. Eventually, a solution began to take shape. Moments later, clad in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist, she gracefully rose from her seat and made her way towards the bed. With each step, a soft sound echoed. Could she possibly be contemplating another slap? Wang Chen, upon hearing the footsteps behind him, instinctively tensed up in the covers, feeling a surge of apprehension. As he heard her pause at the bedside, he silently pulled the blanket up to conceal his exposed face. He truly felt a flicker of fear that Jiang Lingxian might notice the asymmetry of his cheeks and deliver another slap to his right side. Yet, to Jiang Lingxian, the sight of him huddled beneath the covers caused her to pause, her heart tightening. Had her disciple genuinely become upset? Should she have refrained from striking him last night? If only she had simply pushed him away. Yet, she recalled that she had already done so, and in her desperation, resorted to using force. What should she do now? Standing by the bedside in a daze, her gaze shifted to the blanket where Wang Chen lay, worry consuming her thoughts. After much contemplation, Jiang Lingxian tentatively extended her delicate hand to gently poke at the bedding. Disciple, please. No, don't strike. Let us speak, I was in the wrong. Before she could finish her plea, an instinctive Wang Chen flung off the covers and, cupping his face with both hands, hurriedly admitted his fault. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback by his reaction, staring at him in bewilderment. After a brief pause, she began to understand the situation. Her disciple also believed he had erred, which meant she need not apologize. Very well, but do not be so reckless in the future. After a moment's reflection, she responded coolly, aligning her tone with Wang Chen's acknowledgement of wrongdoing. All right, whatever you say, Wang Chen exclaimed, his heart lifting at her lack of reproach, a smile breaking through despite the stinging sensation on his face. The slap she had delivered, tempered by her cultivation, had left a lingering mark that he could not dissipate due to their vast difference in realms. Observing Wang Chen's joy, marked by the 5 distinct imprints on his cheek, Jiang Lingxian felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Sit up, I shall tend to the injuries on your face. With a graceful motion, Jiang Lingxian smoothed the hem of her skirt and elegantly seated herself on the edge of the bed, her voice calm. Wang Chen, upon seeing this, wasted no time in sitting up, though he inadvertently tripped on the blanket. He gasped, instinctively lunging toward Jiang Lingxian, wrapping his arms around her neck. However, a sudden chill enveloped him, preventing him from advancing any further. Behave yourself. Do not attempt to embrace me again. Jiang Lingxian raised her slender, pale finger to press against his forehead, gently nudging him back. And no, I simply stumbled and lost my balance, Wang Chen replied, attempting to maintain a facade of nonchalance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he sat back on the bed, Jiang Lingxian remained silent, observing him for a moment before gradually leaning closer, her enchanting visage and lips drawing near. What are you doing? Jiang Lingxian inquired, noting his intent gaze. She pinched his unhurt right cheek, her brows furrowing slightly. And nothing, just my lips felt a bit itchy. So I pouted. Wang Chen stammered, caught off guard by her playful grip on his face. Do not move, no tricks. Jiang Lingxian did not respond further, softly murmuring as her hand reached toward Wang Chen's left cheek, poised to make contact. Startled by her sudden motion, he flinched, his left eye involuntarily fluttering shut. Huh. Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but chuckle at his adorable reaction, quickly stifling her laughter. I wish to see you smile again. Wang Chen, captivated by her smile, yearned for more of her laughter. No, you are mistaken. I do not move. His words were interrupted as Jiang Lingxian, with a serious expression, began to channel her gentle chill to heal his wounds. Wang Chen felt the familiar warmth of his chaotic flame energy responding, slowly gravitating toward her hand resting on his left cheek. That sensation returned, igniting a warmth within him as he gazed at Jiang Lingxian's delicate posture. What troubles you? Jiang Lingxian, still unaware of the effect she had on him, noted his rapid breathing and became momentarily puzzled. And nothing, he replied, quickly biting his tongue to regain his composure. Thankfully, this discomfort was far less intense than the last time, making it bearable. Observing Jiang Lingxian quietly tending to his injuries, a thought suddenly flashed in Wang Chen's mind. If she could invoke his chaotic flame energy, could he likewise awaken her cold energy? Would she experience the same discomfort he felt? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he abruptly shook them away, just as Jiang Lingxian retracted her hand. By the way, what are the rewards from the Tai Su Lingzhan Jie Arena? Do I still receive my share? Wang Chen, feeling the heat dissipate, posed the question he had intended to ask her the previous day. Indeed, here it is. Jiang Lingxian produced the storage ring bestowed upon her by Han Zun, presenting it with an open palm before Wang Chen. Thank you, love you, Wang Chen exclaimed, accepting the storage ring with his right hand while forming a heart shape with his left. As he received it, he playfully caressed her delicate, rosy palm. Jiang Lingxian, feeling a flush of warmth creep up her neck, quickly withdrew her hand, concealing it behind her back. This little rebellious disciple seemed to always be plotting to tease her. Yet, she found herself perplexed as to why she did not feel repulsed. In fact, there was a hint of enjoyment. Watching Wang Chen beam at her, she sensed something within her stirring quietly. Yet each time she sought to identify that peculiar feeling, it eluded her grasp like a fleeting illusion. Jiang Lingxian, how long do you plan to keep me confined? Wang Chen inquired, tilting his head slightly in curiosity, not in a rush to examine the contents of the storage ring. However, Jiang Lingxian appeared reluctant to answer, her gaze dimming slightly. If given the choice, she would wish to keep Wang Chen by her side for eternity, to be able to see him at all times. Yet, she understood that such a desire was impractical. Prolonged confinement would surely breed resentment within him. Eventually, he might come to loathe her, perhaps even find her presence repugnant. Each time this thought crossed her mind, it tightened her chest. She was neither a pervert nor a fool, fully aware of the truth that even a common person would comprehend. She could imprison his body, but not his heart. Keeping him bound would only yield adverse effects. Thus, she knew she would ultimately have to release him, for she did not wish to become a source of disgust for Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian possessed a uniquely complex character, resembling a lovesick maiden yet remaining entirely rational. Wang Chen found their interactions to be both discomforting and comforting in equal measure. Remain here and cultivate for a while. I shall attend to matters outside. In response to Wang Chen's question, Jiang Lingxian ultimately chose silence, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen hesitated for a moment. Yet Jiang Lingxian had already turned and torn through the void, departing the room. It was evident that she chose to evade the situation, unwilling to release Wang Chen so soon. At the very least, she hoped for a few more days of his company, just a few days. Wang Chen decided to indulge her. After all, Jiang Lingxian was unlikely to become so twisted as to wish to confine him here for eternity. Wang Chen understood Jiang Lingxian well. In her previous life, she would not have behaved this way. Clearly, some peculiar traits had manifested after his demise. Dispelling the thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Chen summoned a thread of his spirit to retrieve the heavenly grade gathering spirit array flag from his storage ring. However, as soon as his spirit entered, he was taken aback. For within the confines of the storage ring lay not only the heavenly grade gathering spirit array flag, but also another item. Vav, host, the pseudo-emperor grade Tianwang banner. Incredible! The system exclaimed in astonishment within Wang Chen's mind upon seeing this item. Wang Chen stared blankly at the pseudo-emperor grade weapon before him. It was a golden banner, nearly as tall as a person, intricately engraved with 4 fire phoenixes and 4 golden dragons swirling around an imposing character for emperor. Below the emperor grade, there existed no Zun grade, only the holy grade, which represented the treasures utilized in the Holy Soul realm and the Celestial Sovereign realm. Holy grade treasures stood as a formidable barrier against emperor grade treasures, as emperor grade items could easily crush their holy grade counterparts. The only exception would be if a treasure failed to advance to the emperor grade, resulting in it becoming a pseudo-emperor grade item, capable of withstanding attacks from emperor grade treasures. Did Jiang Lingxian bestow upon me this pseudo-emperor weapon? She had one. Wang Chen gazed at the imposing banner for a while, an inexplicable and peculiar sensation rising within him. Clearly, the cold sword she wielded in this life was merely of holy grade. If his love for Jiang Lingxian was vocal, then hers for him was silent. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wang Chen gently stirred his spirit, placing the pseudo-emperor grade Tianwang banner into the system's storage space. Subsequently, he glanced around the now empty room, feeling a mix of emotion yet lacking something to embrace. Finally, he retrieved 8 heavenly grade gathering spirit array flags. Casting them around himself, the array activated, and he consumed a refining pill, entering a state of cultivation. Days passed in a blur of training and playful interactions with Jiang Lingxian. Chapter 60. A grand surprise for Xiao Xianxian. After a fortnight, a sudden crack echoed within Wang Chen's body, as if a barrier had shattered, unleashing a tremendous aura. He had broken through to the 9th layer of the return to Origin realm. In an instant, the array sealing the room rippled under the force of his aura. This time, Wang Chen did not conceal his presence, and Jiang Lingxian's figure appeared in the room, slightly flustered. Upon realizing that Wang Chen had merely made a breakthrough and was unharmed, she sighed in relief, clutching a small peach blossom twig in her hand. Have you broken through again? Yes. Wang Chen did not hide anything from Jiang Lingxian, standing from his bed with a smile directed at her. System. Set my cultivation to the 6th layer of the return to Origin realm for the sake of appearing less threatening in battle. Beep. Deducting 10,000 source points. Cultivation aura adjusted to the 6th layer of the return to Origin realm. Xiao Xianxian, why are you hiding your hands behind your back? Wang Chen refrained from calling her fairy sister, as that title had evolved during their time together. Do not call me that. Jiang Lingxian, seemingly displeased, furrowed her delicate brows in response. However, when she noticed Wang Chen approaching to inspect what she was concealing, she quickly stepped back, refusing to show him. It was so mysterious. Wang Chen dashed forward, but just as he was about to glimpse it, Jiang Lingxian hastily stashed the item away, making it disappear without a trace. Nothing. After concealing the item, Jiang Lingxian's demeanor became much steadier, though a hint of embarrassment lingered in her expression. Wang Chen scratched his head, gazing at her with a puzzled look. Yet since she would not reveal her secret, he chose to drop the matter. After contemplating for a moment, he decided it was time to present her with the garments he had prepared based on the measurements he had taken of her waist half a month prior. Lingxian, close your eyes. I have a surprise for you. Wang Chen approached Jiang Lingxian, his face beaming with excitement. No. Without a second thought, Jiang Lingxian rejected the idea, clearly having been tricked by Wang Chen in the past. This time it's genuine. I promise I'm not a dog. Jiang Lingxian hesitated, contemplating whether to close her eyes upon seeing Wang Chen's earnest expression. Hurry, hurry. This is truly a surprise, a grand surprise, I swear. Wang Chen urged, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her. Feeling a pang of reluctance to refuse Wang Chen's hopeful gaze, Jiang Lingxian eventually pursed her lips and, with a resigned sigh, gently closed her beautiful eyes. Rustle, rustle. Wang Chen quickly retrieved the 6 garments from his storage space, the packaging crinkling noisily. All right. He held up 3 pieces of clothing in each hand before Jiang Lingxian, calling out softly. Upon hearing him, Jiang Lingxian's long, lovely eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her captivating eyes. In the next moment, upon seeing the garments Wang Chen held, she froze, her fair face flushing and gradually turning crimson. This little rebellious disciple. How can one send such garments to their master? Chapter 61. A shift in roles. Do you like them? Wang Chen stood before Jiang Lingxian, his ears slightly warm, feeling an inexplicable embarrassment while holding the 6 garments. He forced himself to maintain composure, smiling brightly at her with sparkling eyes. Beep. Hidden task activated. Convinced Jiang Lingxian to accept and wear a complete set of new women's intimate clothing. Reward. A complete cat-eared maid outfit. Beep. Triggering consecutive hidden tasks. Have Jiang Lingxian wear the cat-eared maid outfit. Reward. Enhanced functionality of the decorative couple's necklace. Beep. Triggering consecutive hidden tasks. Personally adorn Jiang Lingxian with a decorative couple's necklace. Reward. A golden card that compels one to speak the truth. Wang Chen. Feeling a slight flush on his ears, Wang Chen stood frozen, listening to the system's series of task prompts. Initially, he thought it would be challenging enough to present the complete set of clothing, yet he was now required to ensure she wore them. After a moment of shock, Wang Chen locked eyes with Jiang Lingxian, whose cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. Sister Lingxian, please take them. I have meticulously prepared these for you. He extended the bag containing the garments toward her, encouraging her to accept. It was indeed a well-planned gift. For Wang Chen had frequently pondered whether the protective barrier would fit her appropriately. Though he never managed to measure it by hand, he could gauge it visually, and it appeared to be a perfect fit. No, I don't want them. Jiang Lingxian's face flushed even deeper, and she slightly turned away in refusal. After all, I am somewhat your master from your previous life. Even if you do not wish to acknowledge me as your mentor now, I am still half of one. Who sends their master such garments? At this point, Jiang Lingxian could no longer suppress her embarrassment, stealing a glance at the 6 garments, her words faltering. What being a master? I shall simply act as your rebellious disciple, Wang Chen declared, his previously commanding tone diminishing as he began to act coyly. Please accept this. I have prepared it for quite some time, nearly a month, Wang Chen said as he swiftly approached Jiang Lingxian, who had turned slightly away. He faced her again, his expression brimming with anticipation for her acceptance. Even if you don't wear it, it doesn't matter. My intention is what counts. Standing before the blushing Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. The sight of her flushed cheeks was simply too adorable. Jiang Lingxian's face wasn't entirely red. Rather, a rosy hue spread from her left cheek to her right, reminiscent of a shy expression often seen in emoticons. No, she replied firmly. Why not? Wang Chen asked, his gaze falling on her sparkling eyes, a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice. No, Hian Ling Xian iterative. Her tone slightly choked as she glanced at the 6 garments before her, her resolve strengthening. She knew she absolutely could not accept them. Otherwise, her defenses would gradually crumble. Seeing her unwavering stance, Wang Chen felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed he would have to resort to his secret weapon. All right, if you don't want it, I'll just give it to someone else. With that, he began to stow the new garments away in his storage space, disappointment evident in his eyes. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing as she watched him put away the clothing. Is he really going to give them to Chu Yao? She thought, realizing that these were women's garments and that Wang Chen would not be giving them to any male friends. Panic set in as she recalled the scene from half a month ago when Wang Chen had teleported back with Chu Yao. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's heart was filled with dread regarding Chu Yao. No, that won't do. Just as Wang Chen was about to put away the last piece, Jiang Lingxian suddenly grasped his wrist. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned, raising his gaze to find her eyes shimmering with a hint of red, filled with a pleading expression. What is it? He asked, holding the last piece of protective clothing, feeling somewhat bewildered. Jiang Lingxian bit her lip, struggling to find the words as she gazed at the garments in his hands. No means no. There is no need to force it. Although I prepared them with great care, it seems I will have to give them to someone else. It's just a pity that I don't know if they will suit that person. Noticing her hesitation, Wang Chen decided to stoke the flames further and prepared to withdraw the last item. I want it. Don't give it to anyone else, Jiang Lingxian exclaimed. Urgency and a touch of pleading reflected in her eyes as she reached for the packaging. Just a moment ago, you said you didn't want it. Now you do? You're clearly toying with me. I don't feel like giving it anymore, Wang Chen replied, pretending to be annoyed as he gently tugged the clothing back. Jiang Lingxian watched helplessly as the garment slipped from her grasp, her heart racing as she stood frozen, unsure of what to do. At that moment, she could only bite her lip and look at Wang Chen, feeling utterly at a loss. What must I do to earn this? She asked, her gaze fixed on the clothing in his arms, her desire to possess it reaching its peak. She couldn't bear the thought of another woman tarnishing the gift Wang Chen had intended for her. How about you hug me and give me a kiss? And I'll give you everything? He suggested playfully. No, she protested, but then sighed. All right, never mind. Wang Chen interrupted her, pretending to prepare to put away the last item, which made Jiang Lingxian anxious. At that moment, her mind seemed to be at war. One part resisted, while the other urged her to concede. Her flushed cheeks reflected her inner conflict as she stood there, unsure of how to proceed. Forget it. I want to push you. Here, take this, Wang Chen said, seemingly resigned, as he gently handed her the small protective pants adorned with a charming strawberry pattern. Jiang Lingxian quickly accepted it, clutching it to her chest as if it were a treasured possession, fearful it might be taken from her. What about the other 5 pieces? She asked, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. The ones I've stored are the ones you didn't want. You only asked for this one. Wang Chen shrugged, revealing his empty hands in a gesture of resignation. This tactic of offering a single piece as a taste of sweetness, while holding the others as leverage, had turned the tables. It was now Wang Chen who was refusing Jiang Lingxian. Just then, the system's voice chimed in, announcing the arrival of another character, Su Bei, who had entered the Tai Su Xianzong and was requesting an audience with the Holy Maiden. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, recalling Su Bei, the fated individual from his past life, who sought to propose to Jiang Lingxian. Su Bei was the newly appointed holy son of the Hua Long Xianzong, one of the 4 major powers of the Ba Huang continent. His cultivation level was at the 9th layer of the Danhai realm, a stark contrast to Jiang Lingxian's exceptional prowess. In his previous life, Su Bei had never even needed Wang Chen's intervention to be rebuffed by Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen pondered whether it was fate playing tricks on him, or if Su Bei was simply not the brightest. Host, it's time to make your move. Think of a way to eliminate him quickly and find peace, the system urged. Besides, if I recall correctly, Su Bei possesses numerous treasures, including the renowned Qishu Yao Dao, ranked among the top 100 artifacts in the cultivation world. The exchange of thoughts seemed lengthy, yet only a few seconds passed. Wang Chen regained his composure, his gaze settling on the now faltering Jiang Lingxian. You don't need to kiss me. If you let me go now, we can make a deal. As he spoke, he handed her the clothing, intending to confront Su Bei on his way out. Unbeknownst to him, this action sent Jiang Lingxian into a state of confusion. While she was still organizing the garments, a sudden rush of fragrance enveloped her. Before Wang Chen could react, he stumbled slightly as Jiang Lingxian collided with him, her arms wrapping around his neck. Kiss me. Please don't go, she pleaded, her enchanting face flushed as she withdrew slightly, looking at him with a mix of vulnerability and desperation. For the past several days, she had never expressed a desire to leave, yet now, it seemed she could not bear the thought of it. Jiang Lingxian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clung to a bewildered Wang Chen. Her lips pursed in a pitiful plea. Please don't leave, she urged again, leaning in to plant another kiss on his cheek, her urgency palpable. Wang Chen, completely flustered, stood there, unsure of how to respond to her heartfelt request. As Jiang Lingxian observed that Wang Chen remained unresponsive, her eyes brimmed with tears, desperate for a reaction. I can let you go, but please don't leave my side. Is that acceptable? Unable to endure Wang Chen's silence any longer, Jiang Lingxian humbly acquiesced, burying her delicate face against his ear, reluctant to part. Feeling the warmth of Jiang Lingxian in his embrace, Wang Chen gradually regained his senses. Her smooth, refined visage pressed against his cheek was undeniably comforting. Noticing the moment, Wang Chen set aside the garments he held and wrapped his arms around Jiang Lingxian's slender waist. wrapping his arms around Jiang Lingxian's slender waist, gently lifting his face. Sensing Wang Chen's intention to turn toward her. "You are resisting me, but it was always you who wished to embrace me before." Jiang Lingxian gazed up at Wang Chen, her heart constricting in a tumult of emotions. "He used to be the one who wanted to hold me." She gazed into Wang Chen's eyes, her heart feeling as if it were tightly gripped. His warm breath brushing against her. As their faces drew closer, Jiang Lingxian found herself momentarily dazed, instinctively seeking refuge in Wang Chen's embrace. Gradually regaining her composure, Jiang Lingxian understood Wang Chen's intentions, yet she merely stared at him, lost in the moment. Their embrace enveloped the quiet room, where even the rapid thumping of their hearts seemed audible. As Wang Chen's nose grazed Jiang Lingxian's cheek, their lips barely touched. Preparing for the kiss when a series of knocks echoed from outside. Wang Chen paid no heed, his breathing slightly quickening as he gently pressed his lips against hers. Jiang Lingxian shivered slightly, her body stiffening as she gazed at Wang Chen with tear-filled eyes. Feeling the unusual sensation of their lips meeting, Jiang Lingxian's mind buzzed with confusion. Her thoughts in disarray, unsure of how to react. Wang Chen, on the other hand, felt the softness and coolness of her lips, accompanied by a faint taste of strawberries. Their first kiss was tinged with awkwardness, their bodies tightly entwined, their breaths mingling in the heated air. Even Jiang Lingxian, the embodiment of the nine yin-cold divine body, felt warmth flooding through her, her mind clouded as if deprived of oxygen. Gradually, Jiang Lingxian seemed to enter a trance, her long eyelashes quivering as she clung to Wang Chen's neck, her body growing weak. Time seemed to stretch until they slowly parted, their lips glistening, breathless as they gazed at one another in silence. Wang Chen leaned down once more, as if to kiss again, but Jiang Lingxian, though slightly dazed, quickly lowered her face, resting her forehead against his chest. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's exquisite cheeks were flushed with color, resembling a shy little kitten, her forehead resting on Wang Chen's chest. Though slightly dazed, quickly lowered her face, resting her forehead against his chest. At that moment, her exquisite cheeks were flushed with color, resembling a shy little kitten. Transitioning from 0 to 1 was challenging, but once achieved, the next steps would be easier. Given Jiang Lingxian's character, it was likely that after she regained her bearings, she would be reluctant to allow him close again. However, when she eventually permitted him to draw nearer once more, he would be able to explore her boundaries further. "All right, I promise." Wang Chen gently caressed Jiang Lingxian's head resting against his chest, lovingly tousling her beautiful hair. The persistent knocking from outside resumed, as if the person had been waiting for a long time, attempting to get a response once more. Yet, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian remained oblivious. The sound of knocking resumed from outside, indicating that someone had been waiting for a long time. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian continued to ignore it. "I want to give them to anyone else." Wang Chen tenderly released Jiang Lingxian from his embrace and retrieved the remaining garments, his voice gentle. As he spoke, he handed the 5 pieces of clothing to Jiang Lingxian, whose face was adorably flushed, nearly burning with embarrassment. Jiang Lingxian lowered her head, unable to meet Wang Chen's gaze, her delicate hands gently grasping the 5 garments and cradling them close. At that moment, her ears and cheeks blazed with color. She dared not meet Wang Chen's gaze, yet her lovely hands delicately grasped the 5 garments, cradling them to her chest. At that moment, Chapter 63, The Overbearing CEO's Compulsory Affection. Having crossed the boundary just once, merely sharing a kiss, she reassured herself that it should not pose any issues, as long as they did not venture into other territories. Jiang Lingxian slightly lowered her head, her thoughts entangled, continuously comforting herself. Yet, she seemed to forget that after their previous kiss, she had also sat in a chair, repeating the same reassurances. The atmosphere in the room remained tranquil for some time until the knocking from outside resumed, echoing like a playful gesture. The crisp sound jolted the two from their reverie. "You should put these garments away. I ask nothing of you. Just wear them for me in secret from now on." Wang Chen lovingly ruffled Jiang Lingxian's hair. The crisp sound of knocking jolted the two from their reverie. "Please put these clothes away. I do not demand anything from you." She took a couple of steps back, lowering her head and gazing at the 6 adorable garments in her hands, quietly gathering them up. "My master has been waiting outside for quite some time. I must go check." With her face still tinged with pink, Jiang Lingxian finally lifted her gaze to Wang Chen. Her voice soft and somewhat awkward. "May I take you with me?" Wang Chen stepped forward slightly, causing Jiang Lingxian to retreat a couple of steps in surprise. Her bashful demeanor suggested she feared Wang Chen might lean in for another kiss. Who would have imagined that the sacred maiden of Tai Su, prompting Jiang Lingxian to retreat in fright. Her bashful demeanor conveyed her fear of Wang Chen leaning in for another kiss. A mere practitioner of the return to origin realm? Xian, please let me accompany you. I genuinely have matters to attend outside. Xian, please let me accompany you. I truly have matters to attend to, Wang Chen implored, stepping closer to Jiang Lingxian, who cautiously glanced up at him. But you must not leave my side. You promised me, she replied, raising her blushing gaze to Wang Chen as he advanced towards her once more. I will certainly inform you. As Wang Chen spoke, he advanced, and Jiang Lingxian found herself increasingly overwhelmed, retreating in a slight panic. Do not come any closer. Eventually, retreating in slight panic. Do not come any closer. Eventually, her back pressed against the door, she looked up at Wang Chen standing before her. The knocking from outside had ceased, as if the visitor understood that the occupants inside were unwilling to engage. Unbeknownst to the cold and noble figure outside, who awaited her beloved little disciple, Jiang Lingxian was currently at a loss, caught in Wang Chen's teasing, originally intending to assist Han Zun, momentarily forgetting her intentions. Can I kiss you again next time? Wang Chen leaned against the door beside Jiang Lingxian's flushed ear, his handsome features tinged with anticipation. Wang Chen leaned against the door beside Jiang Lingxian's flushed ear, his handsome features tinged with anticipation. Jiang Lingxian remained silent. I shall not let you leave. Wang Chen swiftly blocked her path, gazing at her in surprise. The overbearing CEO Wang Chen's compulsory love. As Wang Chen reveled in his amusement, Jiang Lingxian unexpectedly deviated from the norm, crouching down and swiftly darting away. The system's mocking laughter echoed in Wang Chen's mind, magnifying frame by frame, erupting in raucous guffaws. Ignoring the system, Wang Chen fixated on Jiang Lingxian, who was slipping from his grasp, his lips parting in an attempt to speak. You. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, the myriad formations sealing the room abruptly dissipated, and the door swung open with a resounding thud. Hey. Wang Chen stumbled outward, his limbs scrambling against the ground to prevent a fall. Just as he managed to rise, an unfamiliar chill of pressure enveloped him. This was an entirely foreign coldness, causing him to tumble to the ground in a most undignified manner. Cursing under his breath, he pushed himself up, causing him to tumble to the ground in a most undignified manner. Cursing under his breath, he pushed himself up, ready to unleash a tirade upon recognizing that it was not Jiang Lingxian's aura. Yet, halfway through his ascent, Han Zun's frigid gaze pierced through Wang Chen's thoughts as she spoke icily. It's nothing. I merely wish to greet you. Hello, Master Ancestor, he stammered, hastily straightening his posture and clasping his hands together with a slight smile. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian emerged from the room, the blush on her face having vanished. Hastily straightening his posture and clasping his hands together with a slight smile. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian emerged from the room, the blush on her face having vanished. Han Zun arched an eyebrow, her gaze laced with suspicion and displeasure directed at the pair. I had just returned to my quarters, and my disciple was in the midst of cultivation. Besides, he could not breach the formations I had set, Jiang Lingxian replied with an unflappable demeanor, her heart untroubled as she met Han Zun's icy eyes. I hope, as you say, that you are not engaged in any rebellious antics within. Han Zun scrutinized them both, sensing an underlying tension between the two. Rest assured, Master, for these past days, my quarters have been solely occupied by my disciple. Sensing an underlying tension between the two. Rest assured, Master, for these past days, my quarters have been solely occupied by my disciple. Wang Chen, catching her gaze, exchanged a brief glance with her, observing the same pristine, untouchable demeanor reminiscent of her former life. Wang Chen, catching her gaze, exchanged a brief glance with her, observing the same pristine, untouchable demeanor reminiscent of her former life. Upon discussing her sorrows, would weep like a heartbroken child. Her typically frigid voice would soften as she expressed her grievances, and after her tears, upon discussing her sorrows, would weep like a heartbroken child. Her typically frigid voice would soften as she expressed her grievances, and after her tears, a smile threatened to escape Wang Chen's lips, which he quickly stifled. "Let us depart. Matters at the Tai Su main hall require your attention," Han Zun stated, observing the two with a composed demeanor, before gently waving her hand. In an instant, a formless force of void energy enveloped them, and the trio vanished. With their departure, the door to the Tai Su Saintess Hall slammed shut, raising an invisible barrier that barred entry to anyone other than Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Chapter 64. The Kuan Will. In the Tai Su Xian sect, at the Deliberation Hall, 2 rows of 20 seats were occupied by the intersect elders. Chapter 64. The Kuan Will. In the Tai Su Xian sect, at the Deliberation Hall, 2 rows of 20 seats were occupied by the intersect elders, who convened to discuss matters of significance. How do you find the conditions we have proposed, Tai Su Sect Master? Furthermore, should our 2 sects unite in marriage, our bond would strengthen, and the other 2 major sects would regard us with increased caution. Su Bei, clad in an opulent black robe adorned with golden threads, addressed the elder beside him, who turned to inquire of the Tai Su Sect Master. He feared that a misstep in his words might lead to Jiang Lingxian pursuing him with lethal intent. Given the presence of his master, he could not retaliate. He feared that a misstep in his words might lead to Jiang Lingxian pursuing him with lethal intent. Given the presence of his master, he could not retaliate, as the identity of the Tai Su Sect Master as her disciple had never been disclosed. "We shall wait for our saintess to arrive before proceeding. Let us see her own intentions," the Tai Su Sect Master said, rubbing his brow gently, discreetly wiping away the cold sweat that had formed. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the hall as 3 weary figures entered with a calm demeanor. Han Sun, Saintess. The assembly of dozens rose promptly, bowing respectfully. Footsteps echoed from outside the hall as 3 weary figures entered with a calm demeanor. Han Sun, Saintess. The assembly of dozens rose promptly, bowing respectfully, instead standing silently beside Jiang Lingxian, his gaze fixated on Su Bei. Su Bei, sensing Wang Chen's scrutiny, furrowed his brow in displeasure and returned the gaze. The favored son of the family, the scion of the dragon transformation Xian sect's elder, had always possessed a twisted sense of pride, believing that no matter the trouble he stirred, someone would always smooth it over. As he regarded the disciple of the individual proposed for marriage, a flicker of malice crossed Su Bei's eyes, drawing attention. Indeed, this fool Su Bei remains unchanged in this life. Wang Chen smirked, regarding him as a mere immature child, his expression tinged with subtle mockery. Seeing Wang Chen's demeanor, Su Bei leaned toward one of the elders beside him, whispering a few words. After hearing whatever Su Bei had said, the elder glanced at Wang Chen before shaking his head at Su Bei. The implication clear. While Su Bei sought to manipulate Wang Chen, the elder understood the futility of attempting to control the saintess's disciple and thus declined. The implication clear. While Su Bei sought to manipulate Wang Chen, the elder understood the futility of attempting to control the saintess's disciple and thus declined. "The saintess need not worry about his compatibility with you." The elder, who had previously proposed certain marriage conditions, now reiterated at length, causing Jiang Lingxian to frown. Even in this rebirth, Wang Chen felt his brow twitch nervously as he cast a glance at Jiang Lingxian, though he was certain she would refuse. Even in this rebirth, Wang Chen felt his brow twitch nervously as he cast a glance at Jiang Lingxian, though he was certain she would refuse, who was studying the dragon transformation sect master with furrowed brows. Not much to speak of. Jiang Lingxian's voice was icy, and after a moment, who was studying the dragon transformation sect master with furrowed brows. Not much to speak of. Jiang Lingxian's voice was icy, and after a moment, an inexplicable sense of joy welled up within Jiang Lingxian. It seemed her disciple shared a concern for her being taken away. "Return home. Do not bring up marriage matters with me again, or I shall take drastic measures against the suitor." Jiang Lingxian's icy gaze fell upon Su Bei, whose status paled in comparison to her disciple. Her voice as frigid as ever. "Why?" Believing that victory was assured after presenting his conditions, whose status paled in comparison to her disciple. Her voice as frigid as ever. "Why?" Believing that victory was assured after presenting his conditions, Su Bei could not help but rise and question, "Are you a dog? Can you not comprehend human speech? Furthermore, have you considered your own standing?" Do you truly believe you are worthy of the Tai Su Xingnu at the 8th or 9th level of the Shenghan realm? Witnessing this, do you think this is a place for you to speak? Su Bei's face flushed crimson from the rebuke. His right hand raised a point at Wang Chen, anger igniting in his eyes. How bold! Then let us engage in a life-and-death battle. Do you dare? Wang Chen, unyielding, stepped forward, his white robes billowing as if in a divine wind, and thundered. At this moment, your strongest treasure is merely a top-tier saint artifact, and it is defensive, not offensive. His white robes billowing as if in a divine wind, and thundered. At this moment, your strongest treasure is merely a top-tier saint artifact, and it is defensive, not offensive. Yet I possess the pseudo-emperor grade Tian Huang fan bestowed upon me by Jiang Lingxian, making it exceedingly simple to deal with you. With many spectators quietly nibbling on spirit fruits, watching the escalating tension, Su Bei, momentarily stifled by Wang Chen's overwhelming presence. With many spectators quietly nibbling on spirit fruits, watching the escalating tension, Su Bei, momentarily stifled by Wang Chen's overwhelming presence. To refuse would mean a complete loss of face. I possess a top-tier saint artifact, the protective Longyu bestowed by my father. To refuse would mean a complete loss of face. I possess a top-tier saint artifact, the protective Longyu bestowed by my father. Refusing to believe he had any emperor-grade soldiers at his disposal. Beside him, his father, the legendary Holong Laozu, did not intervene, observing the scene with keen interest. Since a union was not forthcoming, and given the tenuous relationship between their sects, it would be splendid if they could eliminate a prodigy from the Tai Sucian sect. Since a union was not forthcoming, and given the tenuous relationship between their sects, it would be splendid if they could eliminate a prodigy from the Tai Sucian sect. Although the pseudo-emperor grade soldiers from the Tai Su spirit battle realm had recently been won by the Tai Su Xingnu. Although the pseudo-emperor grade soldiers from the Tai Su spirit battle realm had recently been won by the Tai Su Xingnu, it was clear that such a precious artifact would not be easily given away. At that moment, all eyes in the hall turned to Wang Chen. Am not afraid of a mere Kuei-Yuan realm waste like you. Su Bei angrily pointed at Wang Chen beside Jiang Lingxian, emboldened by the influence of the Zhejiang method, and loudly accepted the challenge. Finally, I have succeeded. The method works wonders on those with questionable intellect, and loudly accepted the challenge. Finally, I have succeeded. The method works wonders on those with questionable intellect. Her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and an inexplicable charm. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation. As Wang Chen's gentle voice faded, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and an inexplicable charm. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation. As Wang Chen's gentle voice faded, the scene shifted to the Tai Su spirit battle realm, specifically the Shenghan realm arena. The reason for choosing this arena was clear to all. Wang Chen and Su Bei stood on opposite sides of the expansive Shenghan stage, their gazes locked in mutual hostility. The two exchanged probing looks, assessing each other's strengths. Until the next instant, Tian Huang fan, the participants, Wang Chen, the victim, Su Bei, the observing Holong Laozu and the protectors. Until the next instant, Tian Huang fan, the participants, Wang Chen, the victim, Su Bei, the observing Holong Laozu and the protectors. The spectators, including Han Zun, the elderly gatekeeper of the Tai Su sword tomb, watching from the corner. The audience, composed of various inner and outer sect elders and disciples. Jiang Lingxian, a subtle smile graced her lips. Chapter 65. The little adorable Emperor Xianding. As the 2-meter-tall Tian Huang fan unleashed its power, a dragon and a phoenix burst forth, rapidly growing in size as they charged forward. After executing this move, Wang Chen felt his spiritual energy deplete rapidly, his energy reserves dwindling to nothing. Meanwhile, Su Bei, witnessing the rapidly enlarging golden dragon and fiery phoenix rushing towards him, felt his pupils constrict in fear. Before he could react, a golden dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging around his neck erupted with radiant light. Roar! Instantly, a massive azure dragon enveloped his body, just as the golden dragon and fiery phoenix collided with him. The golden dragon's enormous maw clamped down on the azure dragon, encasing Su Bei, delivering a fierce bite. The sound of flames scorching through sponge echoed. The golden dragon's enormous maw clamped down on the azure dragon, encasing Su Bei, delivering a fierce bite. The sound of flames scorching through sponge echoed, and the azure dragon surrounding Su Bei dimmed momentarily. The fiery phoenix then soared into the sky, hovering for a moment before diving down with tremendous force towards Su Bei. The sight of the colossal beasts battling in the Shenghan realm was nothing short of breathtaking, causing many spectators to widen their eyes in astonishment. Stop! As the fiery phoenix was about to strike Su Bei, Huolong Laozu's furious shout rang out, his figure darting forward. Su Yuan, do you intend to break the rules before all these witnesses? Han Zun was not one to remain passive, elegantly raising his hand to tear through the air. Han Zun stood up, her eternally cold beauty unexpectedly breaking into a faint smile. Hovering in midair, Su Yuan, upon seeing Han Zun smile, felt his domineering aura dissipate, the dragon scales fading from his form. Seeing that he could restrain himself, Han Zun reluctantly settled back in her seat, her cold, elegant gown swirling around her. Boom! The dragon scales fading from his form. Seeing that he could restrain himself, Han Zun reluctantly settled back in her seat, her cold, elegant gown swirling around her. Boom! Accompanied by a tormented scream, Su Bei's protective azure dragon vanished amidst the inferno, leaving him kneeling in agony as the flames consumed him. The golden dragon and fiery phoenix remaining on the Shenghan stage turned their eyes toward Wang Chen, who wielded their essence, as if sensing his inability to summon them further. The golden dragon and fiery phoenix remaining on the Shenghan stage turned their eyes toward Wang Chen, who wielded their essence, as if sensing his inability to summon them further. Realizing that all 8 dragons and phoenixes within the Tianhuang fan were actually spirit beings. Yet, with his current abilities, he could only summon 2 at most. Even so, realizing that all 8 dragons and phoenixes within the Tianhuang fan were actually spirit beings. Yet, with his current abilities, he could only summon 2 at most. Even so, those 2 had drained his energy reserves entirely and seemed to be the weakest of the bunch. Quickly used the High West Spirit Spring to extinguish the flames. Upon contact with his body, it extinguished the fiery torment enveloping him. Wang Chen observed Su Bei, whose only exposed areas were his face and hands, now burned, and his expression turned contemplative. It seemed his attire was also a treasure, likely a protective garment of the saint level. Wang Chen, still gripping the Tianhuang fan, and his expression turned contemplative. It seemed his attire was also a treasure, likely a protective garment of the saint level. Wang Chen, still gripping the Tianhuang fan, planted its pointed end into the ground, supporting his somewhat weakened state. In that moment, an inexplicable silence fell over the arena as both combatants adjusted themselves. Just then, task: eliminate the favored child of destiny, Su Bei. Reward: 1 Super Fury Golden Card. The voice of the system echoed in Wang Chen's mind, causing him to momentarily freeze. Task: eliminate the favored child of destiny, Su Bei. Reward: 1 Super Fury Golden Card. The voice of the system echoed in Wang Chen's mind, causing him to momentarily freeze. Now it is my turn. He. At that moment, Su Bei, with his damaged vocal cords, emitted a hoarse voice, ultimately culminating in a strange, sinister laugh. Tian Lei Fu, Jinai Shui Fu, Bing Wu Fu, Hualong. Under Wang Chen's vigilant gaze, Su Bei, revealing his skeletal right hand, forcefully flung 3 talismans. The Tian Lei Fu soared into the sky, entwined with lightning, while the Zhen Shui Fu and Bing Hua Fu swiftly dove to the ground. Centered around the 3 talismans, the Tian Lei Fu exploded in the air, transforming into ominous dark clouds, with the Zhen Shui Fu and Bing Hua Fu doing the same on the ground. Following Su Bei's final utterance of Hualong, his body began to swell, his limbs morphing into azure dragon claws as he gradually transformed into a Qinglong. Wang Chen observed the arena, which was rapidly becoming engulfed in flames, his pupils slightly widening as he swiftly stowed away the Tianhuang fan. Dajeji, bring me out. Wang Chen observed the arena, which was rapidly becoming engulfed in flames, his pupils slightly widening as he swiftly stowed away the Tianhuang fan. Dajeji, bring me out. Just as Wang Chen was about to retrieve various protective items from his storage space, the floating Sanzu Huang, Xianding suddenly emitted the voice of a young girl. Wang Chen, disregarding everything else, retrieved it alongside his protective treasures. How audacious! Might Gij is not something you mere talismans can touch. The round Sanzu Huang Xianding, once in Wang Chen's hands, let out a cute yet fierce girl-like voice. Before anyone could react, the Huang Xianding suddenly enlarged, crashing onto the fiery surface of the arena with a thunderous boom. Buzz! As the now 3 to 4 meters tall Huang Xianding trembled, the once chaotic arena of water and fire began to return to normal. However, the previously repaired arena was already riddled with cracks. The once chaotic arena of water and fire began to return to normal. However, the previously repaired arena was already riddled with cracks. He was startled as it began to levitate. To his astonishment, it slowly spun like an enormous top, accelerating with each rotation. Super invincible tornado. He was startled as it began to levitate. To his astonishment, it slowly spun like an enormous top, accelerating with each rotation. Super invincible tornado. Accompanied by the Huang Xianding's adorable voice, a golden storm was unleashed, as the Huang Xianding spun to a near standstill. Upon witnessing this, his dragon eyes instantly narrowed. However, Su Bei could not even react before the Huang Xianding collided with his head as if it had teleported. Bang! What a hit! Wang Chen, standing behind the Huang Xianding, could not help but applaud loudly upon hearing the crisp sound of the impact. The colossal dragon body of Su Bei and the Huang Xianding were both sent hurtling backward, crashing into the arena's barrier. Bang! With the collision, the colossal dragon body of Su Bei and the Huang Xianding were both sent hurtling backward, crashing into the arena's barrier. Bang! With the collision, the Gidge, I really can't hold on anymore. I'm feeling dizzy. A dazed voice emerged from the Huang Xianding in Wang Chen's hands, as if it had been knocked out. Meanwhile, at a distance of 100 meters, Su Bei, having collided with the barrier, as if it had been knocked out. Meanwhile, at a distance of 100 meters, Su Bei, having collided with the barrier, was struggling to regain his balance against it. However, still dazed from the impact, he repeatedly stumbled and fell. Observing this, Wang Chen stowed away the Huang Xianding and adorned himself with various protective treasures, sensing a slight recovery of his spiritual energy. Finally, he slowly ascended into the air. Kid, bring me out. I shall teach you the Tai Su Zhanlong Ju. It was specifically designed to slay the Hua Long Xianzong. Wang Chen, momentarily taken aback by the words of the old sword spirit within the storage space, pondered before deciding to summon it. There are still magical artifacts. The spectators outside the arena were utterly bewildered, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld Wang Chen, adorned with protective artifacts. Meanwhile, within the arena, Wang Chen hovered in midair, clad in white robes that flowed without wind, resembling a regal figure as he approached the azure dragon, Su Bei. Wang Chen hovered in midair, clad in white robes that flowed without wind, resembling a regal figure as he approached the azure dragon, Su Bei. The vast dragon form of Su Bei starkly contrasted with Wang Chen, whose tranquil human eyes met the dragon's bewildered gaze. Su Bei did not revert to human form. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, causing his long hair to billow wildly in the wind. At that moment, both the disciples of Hua Long Xianzong and Tai Su Xianzong stood up in unison. Tai Su Zhanlong. Both the disciples of Hua Long Xianzong and Tai Su Xianzong stood up in unison. Tai Su Zhanlong. It is the legendary technique lost for a millennium, passed down from the dragon-slaying ancestor of the sect. The members of Tai Su Xianzong were particularly exhilarated, their eyes filled with awe at the golden sword light erupting from the arena, even without uttering the name of the technique, as it was this very technique that had pierced the defenses of numerous dragon forms during the war between the two sects a millennium ago. This is bad. The cultivators of Hua Long Xianzong widened their eyes, their breaths quickening as murderous intent surged within them. This boy must die. If Wang Chen survives. The cultivators of Hua Long Xianzong widened their eyes, their breaths quickening as murderous intent surged within them. This boy must die. If Wang Chen survives. Outside the arena, the dragon-slaying ancestor, Su Yuan, glared at Wang Chen, his skin beneath the sleeve transforming into dragon scales as he began to amass dragon power. Outside the arena, the dragon-slaying ancestor, Su Yuan, glared at Wang Chen, his skin beneath the sleeve transforming into dragon scales as he began to amass dragon power. Losing one disciple while eliminating a successor of Tai, Su Zhanlongju, would be a worthwhile trade for Hua Long Xianzong. At this moment, Wang Chen, elevated above the arena with the golden sword raised, remained unaware that dozens of individuals outside had already harbored ill intentions toward him. Wang Chen concentrated on the lingering influence of the old spirit within the broken sword, drawing forth residual spiritual energy into the golden sword. The next moment, whoosh! Wang Chen concentrated on the lingering influence of the old spirit within the broken sword, drawing forth residual spiritual energy into the golden sword. The next moment, whoosh! Accompanied by a golden sword light erupting from the arena, Wang Chen's golden sword cleaved through the air, tearing apart a fragment of the void. Leaning against the barrier's edge, Su Bei, who had previously worn a smirk tinged with mockery, felt his expression stiffen as he saw blood erupting from his forehead. However, leaning against the barrier's edge, Su Bei, who had previously worn a smirk tinged with mockery, felt his expression stiffen as he saw blood erupting from his forehead. However, the strike did not slay Su Bei. It merely shattered the dragon scales atop his head. After all, the two were separated by a significant realm difference, with the members of Hua Long Xianzong nearly overflowing with murderous intent. The figures of Jiang Ling Xian and Han Zun from Tai Su Xianzong, along with the elders, silently prepared, ready to assist Wang Chen at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, within the arena, Wang Chen, feeling nearly depleted of spiritual energy, retrieved pills and spiritual sources, beginning to consume them for recovery. Ha! Trash! Upon witnessing the undying Su Bei, retrieved pills and spiritual sources, beginning to consume them for recovery. Ha! Trash! Upon witnessing the undying Su Bei, a hearty laugh erupted from him as he felt the gradual return of sensation to his limbs, allowing his draconic form to rise. Big! Release me once more. Wang Chen hastily retrieved the Huang Xianding, watching in awe as it soared into the air, transforming into a size of several dozen meters. The immense Huang Xianding emitted a series of adorable yet muffled sounds, and after a prolonged moment, it only grew a few more meters. Remember now? The immense Huang Xianding emitted a series of adorable yet muffled sounds, and after a prolonged moment, it only grew a few more meters. Remember now? Not a chance. A buzzing voice from within the ding echoed, followed by a golden shockwave surging towards Su Bei. Startled, Su Bei quickly summoned various treasures for defense, sending him reeling and crashing to the ground once more. The colossal Huang Xianding, witnessing this, swiftly descended to suppress Su Bei at his vulnerable spot, sending him reeling and crashing to the ground once more. The colossal Huang Xianding, witnessing this, swiftly descended to suppress Su Bei at his vulnerable spot. A thunderous roar resonated as the ground trembled, with the Huang Xianding's tripod pinning Su Bei down firmly. Roaring in frustration, Su Bei found himself unable to escape, his claws scraping helplessly against the earth. More alarmingly, he felt an overwhelming aura of imperial might emanating from the Huang Xianding, his furious roars attempting to mask his inner trepidation. Wang Chen, however, paid him no heed, landing on the ground to recuperate his spiritual energy, his furious roars attempting to mask his inner trepidation. Wang Chen, however, paid him no heed, landing on the ground to recuperate his spiritual energy, only rising after an indeterminate period. With a swift motion, he ascended into the sky, his profound gaze fixed upon Su Bei as he gradually raised his golden broken sword. Dozens of golden sword beams erupted from the arena of the Holy Soul Realm, hurtling towards the still bellowing Su Bei. A cacophony of explosions ensued. Dozens of golden sword beams erupted from the arena of the Holy Soul Realm, hurtling towards the still bellowing Su Bei. A cacophony of explosions ensued. And when the dust settled beneath the imposing Huang Xianding, a bloodied and lifeless figure lay sprawled on the ground, riddled with deep sword wounds. Ding! Mission accomplished. Elimination of the head of the Qi Yunzi, Su Bei. Reward: Super Furious Golden Card has been issued. Just as Wang Chen prepared to rush forward to obliterate Su Bei and seize the treasures within his soul space. Just as Wang Chen prepared to rush forward to obliterate Su Bei and seize the treasures within his soul space. Particularly terrifying was the devastating strike unleashed by the third-eyed dragon sovereign of the Transformation Dragon sect, positioned high in the sky. By the heavens! Particularly terrifying was the devastating strike unleashed by the third-eyed dragon sovereign of the Transformation Dragon sect, positioned high in the sky. By the heavens! What unsettled him most was the unexpected appearance of Jiang Lingxian before him, her ethereal and resolute visage meeting the incoming onslaught. Without uttering a word, what unsettled him most was the unexpected appearance of Jiang Lingxian before him, her ethereal and resolute visage meeting the incoming onslaught. Without uttering a word, Jiang Lingxian swiftly maneuvered her delicate hands, erecting an icy barrier around them. A series of explosive sounds erupted as numerous attacks clashed against each other, detonating in midair. The powerful shockwaves sent everyone scrambling for safety, retrieving protective artifacts for defense. Meanwhile, Han Zun withdrew his right hand. All residual shockwaves seemed to be swept away by a gust of frigid wind, converging toward the Transformation Dragon Sovereign, Su Yuan. Wang Chen stood behind Jiang Lingxian, observing the tumultuous winds swirling around the protective icy barrier. Just as the members of the Tai Su Xian sect exhaled in relief. Observing the tumultuous winds swirling around the protective icy barrier. Just as the members of the Tai Su Xian sect exhaled in relief. Believing they had safeguarded the Tai Su Saintis and Wang Chen, a massive black dragon suddenly erupted from the clouds above, its body taut. Was none other than the third-eyed dragon sovereign of the Transformation Dragon sect, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the heavenly sovereign realm. One link after another. Was none other than the third-eyed dragon sovereign of the Transformation Dragon sect, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the heavenly sovereign realm. One link after another. No defense could withstand this. You audacious old thief! The elder guarding the sword tomb, who had been observing in silence, could no longer contain himself. Aimed his tremendous hand towards the oncoming black dragon's light in an attempt to halt it. However, the elder's palm was a singular strike. Aimed his tremendous hand towards the oncoming black dragon's light in an attempt to halt it. However, the elder's palm was a singular strike. He swiftly dashed towards Wang Chen. In an instant, he appeared before Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, forming a white barrier with a rapid sequence of seals. In the next moment, a layer of white shield manifested before the three, as the elder braced against it with all his strength to fend off the black dragon's light. At that moment, the entire battlefield within the Tai Su Spirit War realm stagnated. Hurry! Embrace Jiang Lingxian and prepare for defensive measures. The system's voice suddenly sounded, sensing an imminent danger, its cold mechanical tones urgently instructing. By the heavens! Can we not catch a break? Another layer after another. Wang Chen cursed internally, sensing an imminent danger, its cold mechanical tones urgently instructing. By the heavens! Can we not catch a break? Another layer after another. Wang Chen cursed internally, startled into action as he quickly retrieved the Tian Huang banner, pulling Jiang Lingxian into his embrace. Jiang Lingxian focused on defending against the tumultuous aftermath of the ongoing battle. His movements almost instantaneous as he tightened his hold on Jiang Lingxian and flung the Tian Huang banner with his left hand. With a whoosh. His movements almost instantaneous as he tightened his hold on Jiang Lingxian and flung the Tian Huang banner with his left hand. With a whoosh. As Wang Chen swung the banner pole, the trailing flag of the Tian Huang banner enveloped both of them, encasing them completely. Just then, catching the entire assembly of the Tai Su Spirit War realm completely off guard. Even Wang Chen did not anticipate an underground assault, were it not for the system's warning. He would have surely perished. Those treacherous dragons. The elder, who had shielded Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian from the black dragon's light, roared in fury. He would have surely perished. Those treacherous dragons. The elder, who had shielded Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian from the black dragon's light, roared in fury, struggled to maintain the barrier against the black dragon's light while simultaneously commanding his avatar to counter the lightning strike from the ground. However, the avatar's speed ultimately lagged behind the surging lightning. Just before the avatar's colossal hand could suppress the ground's lightning. The avatar's speed ultimately lagged behind the surging lightning. Just before the avatar's colossal hand could suppress the ground's lightning. And a character for Emperor erupted into a brilliant golden radiance upon impact. Enveloped within the banner, Jiang Lingxian, startled, instinctively clung to Wang Chen. And a character for Emperor erupted into a brilliant golden radiance upon impact. Enveloped within the banner, Jiang Lingxian, startled, instinctively clung to Wang Chen. The Tianhuang banner, encasing both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, was thrust skyward, soaring to a height of 10,000 meters. The Tianhuang banner, encasing both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, was thrust skyward, soaring to a height of 10,000 meters. As Jiang Lingxian felt the overwhelming impact of the Thunder Dragon light, which was 4 small realms higher than her own, breaking away from the combat and swiftly rushing towards Jiang Lingxian. Xian'e, the cold sovereign hurriedly approached the Tianhuang banner, breaking away from the combat and swiftly rushing towards Jiang Lingxian. Xian'e, the cold sovereign hurriedly approached the Tianhuang banner, raising a hand to extinguish the Thunder Dragon light and quickly embracing the 2 individuals beneath the banner. Meanwhile, those from the Hualong Xian sect, as the massive black dragon in the sky swiftly dove into the clouds, without the pursuit of the peak 9th level Tianzuan realm sovereign. As the massive black dragon in the sky swiftly dove into the clouds, without the pursuit of the peak 9th level Tianzuan realm sovereign. And even if the old sect master of the 7th level Tianzuan realm led them, they would only face the same fate of annihilation. As the cold sovereign landed with the 2 individuals cradled in the Tianhuang banner, the protective barrier around Wang Chen and his companion automatically dissolved. The cold sovereign, seeing this, was eager to tend to Jiang Lingxian's injuries, but she tightly held Wang Chen in her embrace. "Master, please save him first. I cannot bear to lose him again." "Xian'e, I beg you." Jiang Lingxian, feeling Wang Chen's erratic breath, was even more anxious than the cold sovereign, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. The cold sovereign. "Xian'e, I beg you." Jiang Lingxian, feeling Wang Chen's erratic breath, was even more anxious than the cold sovereign, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. The cold sovereign. The cold sovereign was flustered by Jiang Lingxian's unprecedented display of emotion and hurriedly began to heal Wang Chen. The cold sovereign was flustered by Jiang Lingxian's unprecedented display of emotion and hurriedly began to heal Wang Chen. Should she fail to save him in time, leading to his demise, Jiang Lingxian would likely succumb to inner demons. Having watched Jiang Lingxian grow up, the cold sovereign, should she fail to save him in time, leading to his demise, Jiang Lingxian would likely succumb to inner demons. Having watched Jiang Lingxian grow up, the cold sovereign, akin to a mother without blood ties, knew her well. She retrieved 2 unknown sacred grade pills and quickly placed them in the mouths of Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen. Each point of contact produced a small ice lotus that swiftly entered Wang Chen's body, rapidly refined by the medicinal power within him. Jiang Lingxian witnessing this. Each point of contact produced a small ice lotus that swiftly entered Wang Chen's body, rapidly refined by the medicinal power within him. Jiang Lingxian witnessing this, unable to suppress the blood that escaped her lips, and immediately began to refine the medicinal power within her, striving to recover her exhausted body. Unable to suppress the blood that escaped her lips, and immediately began to refine the medicinal power within her, striving to recover her exhausted body. With countless Tai Su disciples safeguarding the area, the only injuries sustained by the Tai Su Xian sect were those of Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, as they were the primary focus of care. In contrast, the Hualong Xian sect had suffered dozens of injuries, with several fatalities at the Sacred Soul Realm, now being dealt with by the inner elders of the Tai Su Xian sect, reducing them to ashes. However, the body of Su Bei from the Sacred Soul Realm arena, now being dealt with by the inner elders of the Tai Su Xian sect, reducing them to ashes. However, the body of Su Bei from the Sacred Soul Realm arena had been retrieved by the fleeing Su Yuan, disappearing without a trace. As Wang Chen lay unconscious, time began to slip away rapidly, day by day passing. 10 days later, in the dead of night, Wang Chen felt his body lying in a state of numbness and could not help but furrow his brows in discomfort. Wang Chen lay on the quiet bed, breathing softly as he gazed at the ceiling he had not seen for a long time. After a moment, his hazy mind began to awaken, and he received a notification from the system. Ding. You have slain the dark flow, evil spirits, fortunate son, Su Bei. Reward, 1 10-second experience card at the Emperor Realm. Wang Chen. The newly awakened Wang Chen was momentarily stunned by the system's announcement, causing his mind to stall once again. Wait, just a while ago, the task completion notification sounded, so why is Su Bei not dead yet? Reacting quickly, Wang Chen inquired within his mind, filled with confusion. Host, from now on, every time you slay a fortunate son, you must reduce them to ashes like Qin Yafan. Su Bei is a prime example, but he is certainly no longer human. He has likely been refined into some sort of monster. So, does this mean I can receive 2 task rewards? Wang Chen gazed at the task rewards section, which contained the Emperor Realm experience card, albeit for a mere 10 seconds. Does this mean I can receive 2 task rewards? Wang Chen gazed at the task rewards section, which contained the Emperor Realm experience card, albeit for a mere 10 seconds. Absolutely not. Why is your focus on that? The system's frustrated voice echoed in his mind, filled with exasperation. All right, I understand. Soothingly appeased the system, returning his consciousness to the present. Lying on the bed, Wang Chen attempted to move his numb body, trying to sit up. Soothingly appeased the system, returning his consciousness to the present. Lying on the bed, Wang Chen attempted to move his numb body, trying to sit up. Why does it feel so heavy? Suddenly reminded of something, he quickly glanced to his side. To his astonishment, he was met with the tear-filled eyes of Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian's long-suppressed heart seemed to finally find release as she tightly embraced him. Cough, cough, don't hug too tightly. It hurts a bit. Wang Chen, squeezed by Jiang Lingxian's unexpected strength, coughed lightly and hurriedly reminded her. Startled by his words, Jiang Lingxian quickly loosened her grip, staring at Wang Chen with a pitiful expression, unsure whether to hold him or not. Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian's forlorn demeanor, resembling a small cat yearning for its owner's affection. For a moment, his heart fluttered, and he helplessly turned his gaze back to the ceiling. Noticing this, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly, her spirits low, until Wang Chen's voice broke the silence once more. And he helplessly turned his gaze back to the ceiling. Noticing this, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly, her spirits low, until Wang Chen's voice broke the silence once more. Wang Chen turned his handsome face back toward Jiang Lingxian, feigning disappointment as well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's eyes brightened a little, gently reaching out her hands to encircle Wang Chen's waist. In that moment, every movement Jiang Lingxian made was cautious, as if afraid of causing Wang Chen more pain. Xian, gently reaching out her hands to encircle Wang Chen's waist. In that moment, every movement Jiang Lingxian made was cautious, as if afraid of causing Wang Chen more pain. Xian, how long have I been unconscious? Wang Chen, attempting to shift his position, felt a wave of discomfort but successfully turned onto his side. 10 days, Jiang Lingxian replied. Jiang Lingxian stiffened momentarily, then struggled slightly. Ouch, that hurts, Wang Chen exclaimed, prompting Jiang Lingxian to become flustered, immediately ceasing her struggle. Wang Chen, noticing her reaction, could not help but smile subtly. He had learned early on that injured individuals often received special treatment, with those who love them willing to fulfill any request. Xian, may I kiss you? No, that's not allowed. Wang Chen, forget what I just said. Wang Chen gently embraced Jiang Lingxian's slender waist. His head bowed in silence as he rested his forehead against her limited edition handbag. The atmosphere was eerily quiet for a moment until, unable to bear the sight of Wang Chen's dejected expression after being rejected, Jiang Lingxian shyly whispered a soft word of comfort. Upon hearing her, Wang Chen lifted his face. Unable to bear the sight of Wang Chen's dejected expression after being rejected, Jiang Lingxian shyly whispered a soft word of comfort. Upon hearing her, Wang Chen lifted his face, his sparkling eyes causing Jiang Lingxian to slightly turn her blushing cheek away in embarrassment. Without uttering a word, Wang Chen gradually leaned down. Her body involuntarily tensed in response. Finally, he gently parted his lips and playfully nibbled on the alluring collarbone that peeked from her neckline. Moments later, Jiang Lingxian found herself languidly sprawled on the bed, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and her exquisitely beautiful face flushed with deep crimson. Wang Chen, cradling her, Jiang Lingxian found herself languidly sprawled on the bed, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and her exquisitely beautiful face flushed with deep crimson. Wang Chen, cradling her, had already buried his face in her warm neck, breathing steadily as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. At that moment, it seemed as though she and her disciple had crossed an unspoken boundary. Yet, it was merely a kiss on the neck. It should be harmless, as long as they did not venture beyond the boundaries of the body, and she resolved to prevent her disciple from kissing her again in the future. as long as they did not venture beyond the boundaries of the body, and she resolved to prevent her disciple from kissing her again in the future. Her enchanting visage radiated a rosy hue as she gazed at Wang Chen nestled in her embrace, a sense of tranquility washing over her. With all her strength, her enchanting visage radiated a rosy hue as she gazed at Wang Chen nestled in her embrace, a sense of tranquility washing over her. With all her strength, Wang Chen lay in a sprawled position on the bed of the Tai Su Shengnu Hall, his eyelids fluttering slightly as consciousness gradually returned. With his eyes still closed, he instinctively reached out to feel around him, only to find emptiness. Furrowing his brow, he explored the surroundings, then slowly opened his slightly drowsy eyes. Scanning the room, he instinctively reached out to feel around him, only to find emptiness. Furrowing his brow, he explored the surroundings, then slowly opened his slightly drowsy eyes. Scanning the room, he noticed only the lingering faint fragrance in the air, suddenly realizing he was alone. Where had Jiang Lingxian gone? He sat up abruptly, glancing toward the bathroom in the corner, tentatively calling out her name. After all, the only place to hide was that bathroom. However, his voice echoed in the stillness. He voiced a small complaint about Jiang Lingxian's sudden departure. Feeling the remnants of his injuries, which had healed to about 80 or 90%. He voiced a small complaint about Jiang Lingxian's sudden departure. Feeling the remnants of his injuries, which had healed to about 80 or 90%. Pisikwe, qui is Jiu Yang Define Badi. Realm, pinnacle of the 9th layer of Gui Yuan realm, disguised as 6th layer of Gui Yuan realm, can break through. Pisikwe, qui is Jiu Yang Define Badi. Realm, pinnacle of the 9th layer of Gui Yuan realm, disguised as 6th layer of Gui Yuan realm, can break through. Tianji, Xian Xuan Ju, Tai Su Broken Sword, 1 Super Rage Gold Card. Origin Points, 1000088. Comprehensive Evaluation. A person at the 9th layer of Gui Yuan realm. Wang Chen gazed at the Super Rage Gold Card, obtained as a reward for defeating Su Bei. He gently clicked on the introduction. Super Rage. Gold Card. Effect. Upon use, one becomes Super Rage, instantly elevating their realm by 18 layers for 1 hour. Note, after use, the brain may experience conceptual hypoxia due to the rage, leading to fainting. Use with caution. Oh, how delightful! Wang Chen marveled at the card's description. Joy rising within him. An elevation of 18 layers within an hour meant he could temporarily ascend to the realm of Ling Wang for battle. As for the side effects, he merely dismissed them. What if he fainted afterward? He could simply find a cool place to lie down. With a smirk, he retracted the Super Rage Gold Card's introduction and glanced at his origin points, a smile creeping onto his face. Rewards. With a shout directed at the system in his mind, he tugged with his right hand. In the next moment, a 9-grid lottery panel appeared before him. Ignoring the pools of 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000, he concentrated and directly pulled the panel to the million-point pool. Observing the locked purple, orange, and gold prizes, he noted they had been unlocked. Only the red, black, and rainbow prize slots remained locked. In his previous life, the best prize he had drawn was a red one, costing him a staggering 10 billion origin points. He estimated that unlocking the black and rainbow prizes would require 100 billion and 1,000 billion points, respectively. Without further ado, he decided to go all in. He estimated that unlocking the black and rainbow prizes would require 100 billion and 1,000 billion points, respectively. Without further ado, he decided to go all in. Wang Chen raised his finger and decisively pressed the lottery button on the panel visible only to him. Wang Chen's heart raced as he watched the fluctuating panel. 1 million origin points were at stake. If he drew a blue or white prize, it would be a disaster. Wang Chen's heart raced as he watched the fluctuating panel. 1 million origin points were at stake. If he drew a blue or white prize, it would be a disaster. A small girl's voice echoed from his storage space. His attention was momentarily diverted, and after a brief pause, he decided to retrieve the Huang Xianding. With a thud, a small girl's voice echoed from his storage space. His attention was momentarily diverted, and after a brief pause, he decided to retrieve the Huang Xianding. With a thud, raising the small Huang Xianding, his expression stiffening as he turned his head. The instant he laid eyes on the lottery pool, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Huang Xianding from the fortune lottery, obtaining 1 golden prize bead, the purple gold heavenly eye. After the system's announcement, Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Huang Xianding from the fortune lottery, obtaining one golden prize bead, the purple gold heavenly eye. After the system's announcement, a purple gold glowing eye appeared, floating in his storage space. Wang Chen stared in disbelief at the Huang Xianding in his hand, then at the purple gold eye in his storage, utterly taken aback. Wait, can external objects influence the lottery? What about all those hundreds of draws I wasted in my previous life? Was I a fool? Wang Chen inwardly questioned the system, feeling as if a small red ball had suddenly appeared on his nose. This time it was merely a stroke of luck for you, dear host. Such external influences are not guaranteed every time. What is wrong with you, great duff? Just as Wang Chen was about to scold the system. You go ahead and play by yourself for now. Wang Chen regained his composure, revealing a gentle smile as he affectionately patted the head of Huang Xianding twice, exuding warmth. In response, Huang Xianding silently acknowledged with a sound, and then soared into the air, fluttering about playfully. After seeing the little Huang Xianding depart, Wang Chen's consciousness returned to his mind, prompting him to exclaim, "System, you scoundrel! Ozakuzusho, Fantan!" What audacity! After a lengthy tirade against the system, he ultimately found himself overwhelmed by its calm rebuttal, leading him to sever their connection entirely. Wang Chen then glanced at Huang Xianding. He ultimately found himself overwhelmed by its calm rebuttal, leading him to sever their connection entirely. Wang Chen then glanced at Huang Xianding, who was exploring the room without disturbing any of its furnishings. He decided to retrieve his cultivation resources and ingested a drop of the top-tier holy grade Yin Yuan. He also took the Zijing Tiantong from his storage space and entered a state of cultivation, delving deep into Tai Su Xian Zone. In the residence of Han Zun, Jiangling Xian sat opposite a slightly furrowed Han Zun. Chapter 70. On the surface, they are master and disciple. Behind the scenes, they are also master and disciple. Xianer, speak candidly with your master. What is his true identity? Han Zun inquired, recalling the events from 10 days prior. This he referred specifically to Wang Chen, the one who had intruded upon their sacred bond. Ever since Jiangling Xian had brought the unconscious Wang Chen back to Tai Su Shangnu Dian, he had not emerged again. Ever since Jiangling Xian had brought the unconscious Wang Chen back to Tai Su Shangnu Dian, he had not emerged again. This prompted Han Zun to reflect on Jiangling Xian's words from 10 days ago, leading him to question her now. He is my disciple. Han Zun pressed, sensing her reluctance to admit the truth. Jiangling Xian's mind flashed with countless images, each depicting Wang Chen's affectionate gestures towards her. No, she asserted, forcibly suppressing her blushing cheeks, responding with a composed yet swift whisper. Xianer, as long as you speak the truth, I will not hold it against you. Han Zun gently insisted, having lived long enough to discern the peculiar dynamics between Wang Chen and Jiangling Xian. He suspected that their relationship, though publicly master and disciple. Han Zun gently insisted, having lived long enough to discern the peculiar dynamics between Wang Chen and Jiangling Xian. He suspected that their relationship, though publicly master and disciple. I cannot bear to lose him again. Xianer, I implore you. Han Zun recalled Jiangling Xian's distressed state 10 days prior, holding the unconscious Wang Chen, nearly in tears, feeling a sense of helplessness. However, Han Zun chose not to confront Jiangling Xian about her fibs, nor did she question the meaning behind her earlier words. Very well. I choose to trust you, Han Zun concluded, rising from her seat and walking past Jiangling Xian, who remained seated. As Han Zun brushed past, a gentle breeze stirred. I choose to trust you, Han Zun concluded, rising from her seat and walking past Jiangling Xian, who remained seated. As Han Zun brushed past, a gentle breeze stirred. She once shied away from contact even with me, let alone with others. Yet now, she has brought back a man and is playing the role of a disciple. Creak. Han Zun opened the door, feeling a twinge of heartache. After all, she had nurtured this disciple, only to see her entangled with that young man. Nevertheless, despite her emotional turmoil, she did not wish to interfere with Jiangling Xian's feelings, acknowledging that they were adults now. I must attend to certain matters. Since your disciple is recuperating in Tai Su Shangnu Dian, you may stay here for a few days, Han Zun informed Jiangling Xian with a gentle glance back. Since your disciple is recuperating in Tai Su Shangnu Dian, you may stay here for a few days, Han Zun informed Jiangling Xian with a gentle glance back. There's no need. The disciple has a place to stay. Master, do not worry. Jiang Lingxian replied, having stood to meet Han Zun's gaze. Your place to stay? Is it not in that young man's embrace? Han Zun mused, her icy gaze scrutinizing Jiang Lingxian's delicate features. Do as you wish, she added, feeling increasingly unsettled. Jiang Lingxian watched as Han Zun disappeared, momentarily stunned. She felt an uncanny sense that her master might have seen through something. But it matters not. Even if she has, it changes nothing. I cannot cross the line with my disciple again. Suddenly realizing her thoughts had taken a turn, she shook her slightly flushed face, attempting to dispel the chaotic notions swirling in her mind. Speaking of which, are the garments my disciple gifted truly comfortable? She pondered, attempting to dispel the chaotic notions swirling in her mind. Speaking of which, are the garments my disciple gifted truly comfortable? She pondered. She felt compelled to close the open door before hesitantly turning towards the bathroom. After a brief moment of indecision, she bit her lip and stepped into the bathing area. It should be fine. After all, my disciple cannot see. With that final reassurance echoing in her mind, the scene abruptly faded to darkness. In the depths of night, it should be fine. After all, my disciple cannot see. With that final reassurance echoing in her mind, the scene abruptly faded to darkness. In the depths of night, unleashing a whirlwind of cultivation power. First level of Dan High Realm, success. With the breakthrough of his cultivation, a tiny purple-gold fissure manifested at his brow. The fissure suddenly widened, revealing a purple-gold pupil that began to survey its surroundings unceasingly. Though Wang Chen's eyes remained shut, the purple-gold tiantong at his brow twisted and turned. Exudino Iriora. Through the vision of the purple-gold tiantong, the surrounding darkness appeared as bright as day. When he spotted Huang Xianding, he was momentarily taken aback. Exudino Iriora. Through the vision of the purple-gold tiantong, the surrounding darkness appeared as bright as day. When he spotted Huang Xianding, he was momentarily taken aback, using the purple-gold tiantong to observe it as well. Indeed, he detected a trace of fortune emanating from it, albeit a purple hue, weaker than that of Huang Xianding. It was conceivable that once he found the other half of the broken sword, it might transform into a golden aura of fortune. It was conceivable that once he found the other half of the broken sword, it might transform into a golden aura of fortune. With a mere flicker of intention, the purple gold tiantong at his brow swiftly closed and vanished into his forehead. In his previous life, he had mastered various ocular techniques. Yet he had not anticipated integrating a naturally endowed purple gold tiantong with its own ocular powers in this life. Where's Huang Xianding? Gradually regaining his focus, Wang Chen leaped off the bed, searching for the elusive Huang Xianding. Big Pigeon, I'm over here. At that moment, Huang Xianding perched atop a cabinet observing peach blossoms. Wang Chen leaped off the bed, searching for the elusive Huang Xianding. Big Pigeon, I'm over here. At that moment, Huang Xianding perched atop a cabinet observing peach blossoms. Just as he was about to step forward, when an abrupt notification from the system interrupted him. Ding. Task completed. Allow Jiang Lingxian to accept and don an entirely new set of women's intimate garments. Reward. A complete set of cat-eared made attire has been issued. Wang Chen. Chapter 71. Wang Chen deliberately ignored Xiao Xianxian's words. What would happen? No. She truly wore it? Wang Chen stood in the room, momentarily dazed by the system's notification of task completion. System. Does the Zijin Tiantong possess the ability of X-ray vision? At this moment, momentarily dazed by the system's notification of task completion. System. Does the Zijin Tiantong possess the ability of X-ray vision? At this moment. And there are a total of 9 such powerful functions. Incredible. Is it truly that formidable? Upon hearing the system's response, Wang Chen's lips gradually curled into a smirk. However, Jiang Lingxian is wearing a precious garment. You cannot see through it. Hearing this, Wang Chen's smirk gradually stiffened, ultimately returning to a neutral expression. Ahem. I was merely inquiring about the other capabilities of the Zijin Tiantong. Why did you have to mention Jiang Lingxian? 666. After spending over 1,000 years together, even if you merely fart, I can discern its scent. Shall I hold it in? Get lost. The system's irate voice echoed, prompting Wang Chen to silently withdraw from the conversation and glance at the Huang Xianding. Little ding-ding, what are you doing up there? You've been up there for ages. Wang Chen felt puzzled. unsure why Huang Xianding lingered atop the wardrobe for so long. Big Gidge, this is quite intriguing. What is FAFA? Wang Chen, taken aback by Huang Xuanding's non-standard Mandarin, approached with curiosity to inquire. Big Gidge, this is quite intriguing. What is FAFA? Wang Chen, taken aback by Huang Xuanding's non-standard Mandarin, approached with curiosity to inquire. Fafa simply refers to Fafa. Upon hearing the adorable voice of the little girl, Wang Chen decided to step closer to the wardrobe, reaching up to lift Huang Xianding down. However, the next moment, when he spotted the object nestled atop the wardrobe, his expression momentarily froze in surprise. Reaching up to lift Huang Xianding down. However, the next moment, when he spotted the object nestled atop the wardrobe, his expression momentarily froze in surprise. Holding Huang Xianding while gazing at the object atop the wardrobe, the door to the room was gently pushed open. Jiang Lingxian entered. Holding Huang Xianding while gazing at the object atop the wardrobe, the door to the room was gently pushed open. Jiang Lingxian entered. Jiang Lingxian's heart skipped a beat as she noticed the peach blossom branches inserted in the jade vase atop the wardrobe. Little Xianxian, you're not being honest. Jiang Lingxian's heart skipped a beat as she noticed the peach blossom branches inserted in the jade vase atop the wardrobe. Little Xianxian, you're not being honest. Wang Chen carefully set Huang Xianding aside and gently took down the jade vase holding the peach blossom branches, directing his gaze towards Jiang Lingxian. Inside the vase was only one peach blossom branch, with a few blossoms delicately attached, appearing slightly wilted. However, the blossoms looked considerably better than before, indicating that the water in the vase was not merely plain water. Jiang Lingxian, standing not far away, felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing Wang Chen's words, indicating that the water in the vase was not merely plain water. Jiang Lingxian, standing not far away, felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing Wang Chen's words. I merely noticed these blossoms were still somewhat vibrant, so I casually picked a branch to assist them. Jiang Lingxian closed the door and turned to approach Wang Chen, reaching out to take the jade vase containing the peach blossom branch from his hands. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly dodged, clutching the vase to his chest, reaching out to take the jade vase containing the peach blossom branch from his hands. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly dodged, clutching the vase to his chest, unwilling to return it to Jiang Lingxian. Return it to me. Jiang Lingxian frowned slightly, feeling exasperated that Wang Chen refused to return it. You deceived me again. Without a moment's hesitation, firmly rejected him. Fine, if you want to agree, here, I'll return it. Wang Chen, noting Jiang Lingxian's resolute rejection, understood that she had likely come to her senses from their previously ambiguous interactions and wouldn't dare cross boundaries for the time being. You. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen as he easily returned the jade vase to her, momentarily taken aback by his calm demeanor. System. Is there a standard, beautiful, white dress available? 10,000. Purchase. After a brief hesitation, Wang Chen managed to voice a single word. Ding. Insufficient balance. Is there a standard, beautiful, white dress available? 10,000. Purchase. After a brief hesitation, Wang Chen managed to voice a single word. Ding. Insufficient balance. Wang Chen inwardly cursed, his awareness returning to reality as he took a couple of steps closer to Jiang Lingxian, holding the jade vase with the peach blossom. Jiang Lingxian felt momentarily stiffen as Wang Chen approached her. But I want to kiss my disciple, so why wouldn't my disciple kiss me? Jiang Lingxian couldn't fathom why this thought surfaced in her mind as she gazed at Wang Chen drawing near, yet she did not retreat. Unbeknownst to Wang Chen, who simply stood before her, he met her gaze for a brief moment. Little Xianxian, how about I gift you a garment? No, it's certainly not a proper outfit. After a moment of confusion, Jiang Lingxian, realizing Wang Chen had not kissed her but was instead offering her clothing again, promptly declined. It's proper, this time. After a moment of confusion, Jiang Lingxian, realizing Wang Chen had not kissed her but was instead offering her clothing again, promptly declined. It's proper, this time. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Lingxian ultimately rejected the offer. Since you don't wish to accept anything I give, I shall never gift you anything again. Wang Chen refrained from suggesting gifts for others this time, feigning disappointment and a hint of indignation as he turned away. Without further ado, he flopped down onto Jiang Lingxian's soft, fragrant bed, pulling the covers over himself like a cat. Jiang Lingxian, watching her disciple sulk beneath the covers, found herself momentarily frozen. He flopped down onto Jiang Lingxian's soft, fragrant bed, pulling the covers over himself like a cat. Jiang Lingxian, watching her disciple sulk beneath the covers, found herself momentarily frozen. The items he presented were always peculiar. Either they were embarrassing or held some deeper meaning. None were entirely appropriate. How could she dare to accept them? If she accepted outright, it would imply she was not reserved at all. Yet now, her disciple seemed unwilling to engage with her. What should I do? Jiang Lingxian gently set the jade vase with the peach blossom branch on the table, then hesitantly approached the bed. Show me what you have. As long as it's a normal garment, I promise to accept everything normal in the future, okay? Jiang Lingxian lightly brushed her skirt, sitting slightly sideways on the bed while gazing at the figure curled up beneath the covers and softly speaking. Nonetheless, Wang Chen continued to ignore her, even turning his back to her beneath the covers. Jiang Lingxian felt a twinge of panic at this sight. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian gently pushed the covers covering Wang Chen, her previously cold voice now tinged with a hint of urgency. Seeing that Wang Chen still did not respond, her previously cold voice now tinged with a hint of urgency. Seeing that Wang Chen still did not respond, her lips moved as if caught at her throat. Chapter 72, The Flustered and Adorable Xiao Xianxian. If this atmosphere persisted for even a second longer, it felt as if something within Jiang Lingxian was fading, leaving an emptiness behind. Disciple. After a moment of sitting at the edge of the bed, Jiang Lingxian softly called out again, her breath slightly quickened and trembling. At this moment, Wang Chen remained still beneath the covers, his eyes closed, feeling somewhat drowsy. The layer of thick bedding between them muffled Jiang Lingxian's tone, preventing Wang Chen from sensing her unease. Disciple, I promise you from now on, I will accept everything you give me. Could you please get up? At this moment, Jiang Lingxian forcefully suppressed the void within her heart and continued to speak. Noticing that Wang Chen still ignored her, her eyes gradually reddened. Her disciple truly did not care for her anymore. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Jiang Lingxian was overwhelmed with regret. Had she known earlier, she would never have rejected her disciple. She could endure all of Wang Chen's actions, but she could not tolerate his indifference and the thought of him leaving her. Just as Jiang Lingxian stared at the bedding, uncertain of what to do, Wang Chen suddenly turned over from within the covers. Two hands reached out gently, encircling her waist and pulling her up from her seated position onto the bed. Startled by Wang Chen's unexpected movement, Jiang Lingxian let out a soft sound and instinctively struggled to break free. However, to her surprise, startled by Wang Chen's unexpected movement, Jiang Lingxian let out a soft sound and instinctively struggled to break free. However, to her surprise, already feeling insecure due to Wang Chen's earlier indifference, was now even more flustered. Don't go. In her panic, she hurriedly grasped Wang Chen's arm, her grip so tight that it left red marks on his skin. Wang Chen, caught off guard by her desperate hold, turned to meet her pitiful gaze, momentarily stunned. No. Her grip so tight that it left red marks on his skin. Wang Chen, caught off guard by her desperate hold, turned to meet her pitiful gaze, momentarily stunned. No. Wang Chen was taken aback, his mind in a daze. He never anticipated such a reaction. In his past life, if he ignored Jiang Lingxian, she would merely give him a cold look and could go an entire day without speaking to him. Please don't go. I promise I'll agree to anything. She would merely give him a cold look and could go an entire day without speaking to him. Please don't go. I promise I'll agree to anything. She lost all semblance of the aloof, sacred maiden, appearing instead as a helpless girl longing for love. In her previous life, Jiang Lingxian managed to maintain her composure. She lost all semblance of the aloof, sacred maiden, appearing instead as a helpless girl longing for love. In her previous life, Jiang Lingxian managed to maintain her composure, and even the slightest shift in Wang Chen's demeanor startled her. Please don't go. I'll help you take off your shoes. And even the slightest shift in Wang Chen's demeanor startled her. Please don't go. I'll help you take off your shoes. Wang Chen noticed that even a powerful figure like her was on the verge of tears and quickly tried to soothe her emotions. Seeing her almost in tears and readily agreeing to anything he said was unexpected. I can take them off myself, just come back. Jiang Lingxian hurriedly attempted to remove her exquisite white embroidered shoes, yet her hands remained firmly clutching Wang Chen, afraid he might leave. Unfortunately, despite her efforts, the shoes stubbornly refused to budge. These wretched shoes. I truly don't want them anymore. Feeling panicked as she clung to Wang Chen, for reasons unknown, her anxiety escalated. The shoes stubbornly refused to budge. These wretched shoes. I truly don't want them anymore. Feeling panicked as she clung to Wang Chen, for reasons unknown, her anxiety escalated. I promise I won't leave. Instead of immediately removing her shoes, he wrapped his arms around her waist and lay back down. He then kissed her gently on the forehead and softly reassured her. Although Jiang Lingxian instinctively resisted at first, she found herself reluctant to turn away from his affectionate gesture. He then kissed her gently on the forehead and softly reassured her. Although Jiang Lingxian instinctively resisted at first, she found herself reluctant to turn away from his affectionate gesture. When Wang Chen's lips brushed against her forehead, she unconsciously closed her eyes. In that moment, as she felt the warmth of his lips, gently grasping her delicate ankle to remove her shoes, Jiang Lingxian felt the warmth of his touch on her ankle and instinctively let out a soft sound of protest. Gently grasping her delicate ankle to remove her shoes, Jiang Lingxian felt the warmth of his touch on her ankle and instinctively let out a soft sound of protest. Nestled in his arms, momentarily lost her composure, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade. However, feeling Wang Chen's firm embrace began to soothe her previously anxious heart. Perhaps I should forego using my fragrance from now on and allow my disciple to hold me in this state as he seems willing. At that moment, perhaps I should forego using my fragrance from now on and allow my disciple to hold me in this state as he seems willing. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian found herself pondering this thought, feeling a peculiar sense of comfort in Wang Chen's stillness compared to his earlier movements. Xian, did you just say you would agree to anything? Wang Chen suddenly leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath causing her to shiver slightly. However, delicate and laced with embarrassment, now held in Wang Chen's embrace, she feared his proposition might involve something inappropriate. This is absolutely not acceptable. A master and disciple relationship should not cross such boundaries. Yet, she also recognized that in this lifetime, their relationship was not entirely that of a master and disciple. A master and disciple relationship should not cross such boundaries. Yet, she also recognized that in this lifetime, their relationship was not entirely that of a master and disciple. Where her disciple spoke of pushing her limits, was about to manifest. Did I mishear? She pondered as she nodded gently in response to Wang Chen's words. Oh, so I indeed misheard. What I thought I heard was that you said tonight I could do whatever I wished. Jiang Lingxian. I can agree to other matters, but can we please avoid that? Realizing she could not evade the topic, she tilted her flushed face upward in Wang Chen's embrace, her lips slightly pouting, her eyes shimmering with apprehension. What are you thinking? I haven't even stated my conditions yet. Wang Chen feigned confusion, utterly charmed by her adorably flustered demeanor. In nothing, Jiang Lingxian stammered, momentarily stunned as she seemed to realize her assumptions. This only made her cheeks feel even warmer. Then I will state my conditions, which are quite simple. I wish to ask for something. Can we become partners on this path? Then I will state my conditions, which are quite simple. I wish to ask for something. Can we become partners on this path? Feeling a surge of nervous excitement. Although he had considered the task from the system, after uttering those words, his mind was solely occupied with whether Jiang Lingxian would agree. After all, considering their increasingly intimate actions in this lifetime, they appear to be more like partners than mere master and disciple. Upon hearing Wang Chen's proposal, Jiang Lingxian raised her gaze slightly, her expression momentarily frozen at his bashful demeanor. As she slowly lowered her head, uncertain of how to respond. After uttering the word I, she fell into a contemplative silence. Deep down, she understood that their interactions had transcended the conventional master-disciple dynamic, drawing them ever closer to a partnership. However, she feared that such a bond would lead to even more intimate gestures, crossing boundaries that were previously untested. Jiang Lingxian had witnessed too many instances of men discarding their wives after obtaining everything, coupled with the psychological scars from her childhood. She harbored a fear that once Wang Chen truly possessed her, he would abandon her. This was the subconscious psychology of someone who had longed for love since childhood, particularly for sentimental beauty like Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian, apart from being cradled in the arms of her father before his malevolent transformation during her infancy, had encountered but one other man in her life, Wang Chen, though she remained somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of forming a partnership. Her independent nature afforded her a keen perception of advantages and disadvantages. She possessed a mind that was both romantically inclined and remarkably rational. Her independent nature afforded her a keen perception of advantages and disadvantages. She possessed a mind that was both romantically inclined and remarkably rational. Except in cases where Wang Chen disregarded her or circumstances took a turn for the worse. There is no compulsion from my side. I am not a brigand demanding your compliance. Wang Chen consoled her, his gaze softening as he observed Jiang Lingxian shyly averting her eyes. Nevertheless, he was convinced that, judging by Jiang Lingxian's willingness to accept his affection, they would inevitably become partners, provided she could overcome her internal barriers. Nevertheless, he was convinced that, judging by Jiang Lingxian's willingness to accept his affection, they would inevitably become partners, provided she could overcome her internal barriers. Wang Chen was not in haste. He preferred a gradual approach. As for the system's tasks, there was no urgency, since rewards would only be conferred upon reaching the esteemed realm of Tianzuan. Can we maintain our teacher-student relationship for now? Her voice laced with a hint of apology as she gazed up at Wang Chen's handsome visage. Yet her response was ambiguous, seemingly evading the topic, which left Wang Chen with a flicker of hope. Oh no, your Lingxian's sister possesses some remarkable tactics. It feels as though she is luring you. Which left Wang Chen with a flicker of hope. Oh no, your Lingxian's sister possesses some remarkable tactics. It feels as though she is luring you. The system's voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind, imbued with a contemplative tone. Perhaps, as boundaries continued to blur, she might indeed agree to the notion of partnership, causing her to involuntarily stiffen and emit a soft sound of surprise. If she persists in this manner, I would willingly be ensnared, he mused. 666. Causing her to involuntarily stiffen and emit a soft sound of surprise. If she persists in this manner, I would willingly be ensnared, he mused. 666. Who met his gaze with her own. Little Xian, do I have something on my face? It feels itchy, he remarked playfully, prompting Jiang Lingxian to lift her face, her exquisite eyes sparkling as they regarded him. Hours later, as dawn broke, the ethereal mist enveloping the Tai Su Xian zone resembled a celestial realm, indicative of a time of profound spiritual energy. Inside the hall of the Tai Su Saintess, Wang Chen gradually released Jiang Lingxian from his embrace, indicative of a time of profound spiritual energy. Inside the hall of the Tai Su Saintess, Wang Chen gradually released Jiang Lingxian from his embrace, tenderly running his fingers through her hair. Sleep well, my dear, he whispered, gazing at her dreamy visage, which bore the faint traces of a blush. Jiang Lingxian had offered some resistance, yet once Wang Chen's lips had touched hers, her will faltered, or perhaps she simply ceased to wish for resistance. Jiang Lingxian had offered some resistance, yet once Wang Chen's lips had touched hers, her will faltered, or perhaps she simply ceased to wish for resistance. Observing Jiang Lingxian as she slipped into deeper sleep, Wang Chen carefully withdrew, rising stealthily. He covered her with a warm quilt, smoothing her hair away from her face with tender care. Finally, he settled at the edge of the bed, his feet slipping into black flip-flops, the sound of his movements barely breaking the silence. Wang Chen did not hasten to leave the bed. Instead, he remained seated, his left thumb rhythmically tapping against his fingers, the sound of his movements barely breaking the silence. Wang Chen did not hasten to leave the bed. Instead, he remained seated, his left thumb rhythmically tapping against his fingers. Familiar figures began to materialize in his thoughts, yet one in particular caused him to furrow his brow. Yu Qing will also participate in the conflict between the two sects? He pondered. Let me ascertain your current whereabouts. His calculations quickened, and he suddenly felt a surge of potent fortune energy. Host, recharge me. 100,000 source points will allow me to confront the heavenly path directly, suddenly recalling the gifts from the four esteemed elders. Wang Chen rummaged through his storage space until he unearthed 4 treasures, all of imperial grade: elixirs, artifacts, martial techniques, and a rare herb. System, keep the elixirs and convert the other 3, artifacts, techniques, and herb, he instructed. Ding! You will receive a total of 3 million source points from the imperial grade treasures. And convert the other 3, artifacts, techniques, and herb, he instructed. Ding! You will receive a total of 3 million source points from the imperial grade treasures. Chapter 74. System. Go slay the heavenly path. Wang Chen what? Me? The original estimate was around 3 million, correct? Not at all. Who would cover your source points? Oomph. Wang Chen sighed, treating it as a means to nourish his own child. My dear, do not consume so much next time. If you must, remember to call me father. Unexpectedly, he expressed no anger, yet the implication of his words caused the system to blush with embarrassment. I am not your child. Get lost. Then return my source points. No. You've admitted it. Wang Chen chuckled and resumed his calculations, but once again found his flow interrupted. Ding. Interference function can be activated for 100. At that moment, an image materialized in his mind, an individual with black flaming wings soaring through a desolate expanse. That individual was none other than Yu Qing. Host, shoot him. At that moment, an image materialized in his mind, an individual with black flaming wings soaring through a desolate expanse. That individual was none other than Yu Qing. Host, shoot him. The system's exasperated command startled Wang Chen, prompting a wave of confusion. How do I shoot? Use your Zijin Tiantong. Gradually, Wang Chen began to grasp the system's implication regarding the 9 abilities of the Zijin Tiantong. Beyond mere perception, it appeared to be the second ability. Closing his eyes, a violet gold fissure appeared, and he opened his eyes wide to survey his surroundings. He scrutinized the image of Yu Qing flying through the desolate terrain, and his thoughts began to move. In the desolate northwest of the Bahuang continent, Yu Qing, with the speed of a stream of light, traversed the scorching sands, and his thoughts began to move. In the desolate northwest of the Bahuang continent, Yu Qing, with the speed of a stream of light, traversed the scorching sands. With a map provided by his close acquaintance, Chu Han from the Tai Su Xian Zone, he could evade numerous dangers. Should he succeed in acquiring the 4-leaf yin grass, it would enhance his yi-yin physique, allowing him to return to the Tai Su Xian Zone and rescue his teacher, subsequently retrieving the treasure hidden within the corner of the Tai Su treasure pavilion. Finally, he would cultivate a favorable relationship with the Chu family, striving to earn the favor of the family head step by step. He had also heard that the legitimate daughter of the Chu family, Chu Yao, was an exquisite beauty. Perhaps, as Yu Qing contemplated, life seemed promising, while his murderous intent towards Wang Chen intensified. Were it not for Wang Chen, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. He vowed that he would certainly kill Wang Chen. Just as Yu Qing prepared to hasten his pace, the sky above suddenly tore open violently, and a colossal vertical purple-gold heavenly eye appeared. Yi Qing was momentarily stunned by the terrifying presence of this Danhai realm expert. The sky above suddenly tore open violently, and a colossal vertical purple-gold heavenly eye appeared. Yi Qing was momentarily stunned by the terrifying presence of this Danhai realm expert. If the senior could not find what he sought and left, he could continue on his journey. Hiding behind a rock, Yi Qing gazed at the purple-gold vertical eye. If the senior could not find what he sought and left, he could continue on his journey. Hiding behind a rock, Yi Qing gazed at the purple-gold vertical eye, reassuring himself. If only he could attain such strength as this senior, that furnace body of waste would undoubtedly be easily crushed by him. As a mere furnace body had forced him into such a desperate situation. Although a furnace body could indeed be cultivated, without a compatible physique to train alongside. As a mere furnace body had forced him into such a desperate situation. Although a furnace body could indeed be cultivated, without a compatible physique to train alongside. As Yi Qing stared at the massive purple-gold heavenly eye, which twisted and turned in the sky, his own pupils widened in astonishment. He suddenly realized that the purple-gold eye had ceased its movement and was now locking its gaze directly onto him. Boom! In the next moment, before Yi Qing could react, a burst of purple-gold flame erupted from the heavenly eye, hurtling toward him. Why would he be the target? This was Yi Qing's last thought before losing consciousness as the purple-gold flame descended into the depths of the desert. Inside the Tai Su Sacred Maiden Hall. This was Yi Qing's last thought before losing consciousness as the purple-gold flame descended into the depths of the desert. Inside the Tai Su Sacred Maiden Hall. Wang Chen was intent on pursuing Yi Qing into the depths of the desert. However, upon calculating, I will shield your aura. What the hell? Don't do this. The depths of the desert are rich in opportunities. I was just about to chase him. 1 million. I will shield your aura. What the hell? Don't do this. The depths of the desert are rich in opportunities. I was just about to chase him. 1 million. and it will surely be worth more than 1,000,000 origin points. Ding! 1,000,000 origin points deducted. Activating the day, sky level interference function. In the next moment, and it will surely be worth more than 1,000,000 origin points. Ding! 1,000,000 origin points deducted. Activating the day, sky level interference function. In the next moment, Wang Chen's left hand began to calculate furiously, and the images in his mind re-emerged. At this moment, Wang Chen no longer hesitated. Purple gold heavenly eye, unleash your full power. Now, behold, the purple gold heavenly eye that had vanished from the desert sky reappeared, this time appearing several times larger than before. Instantly, the purple gold flame pillar erupted from the purple gold heavenly eye, charging towards the unconscious Yi Qing deep within the desert. In an instant, the purple gold flame pillar erupted from the purple gold heavenly eye, charging towards the unconscious Yi Qing deep within the desert. In an instant, Yi Qing's unconscious body in the opportunity labyrinth of the desert began to dissolve under the flames. Just as Yi Qing's life force was about to extinguish, a figure clad in golden robes surged forth from the clouds, raising a hand to extinguish the assault of the purple gold heavenly eye, then preparing to pursue. "Host, hurry back!" The system's startled voice immediately rang out, and Wang Chen's consciousness was swiftly pulled back into his body. How thrilling! I almost got pursued by the heavenly Tao's incarnation. Alas! The system's startled voice immediately rang out, and Wang Chen's consciousness was swiftly pulled back into his body. How thrilling! I almost got pursued by the heavenly Tao's incarnation. Alas! I wasted all my 1,000,000 origin points. How infuriating! The system's voice was both exhilarated and relieved, and Wang Chen felt a sense of danger averted, accompanied by a strange satisfaction. Ding! Task: eliminate the top-tier chosen son of fortune, Yi Qing. Reward: elevation of the Chaos 9 Sons divine body to the Chaos 9 Sons dragon divine body, with 100% bloodline purification. Ding! It was not the system's consciousness, but rather a sudden program prompt that rang out. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned. Wait, are you serious? It was not the system's consciousness, but rather a sudden program prompt that rang out. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned. Wait, are you serious? Chapter 75. Chen's face turns red. I think so too. The main program of the system actually issues such tasks. However, rest assured, host, since it has been issued. Chapter 75. Chen's face turns red. I think so too. The main program of the system actually issues such tasks. However, rest assured, host, since it has been issued. What are the odds of 1,000,000,001? Wang Chen listened to the system's response and rolled his eyes in exasperation. What are the odds of 1,000,000,001? Wang Chen listened to the system's response and rolled his eyes in exasperation. They would merely lose a few centimeters in height and still be invincible. Host, let us not dwell on that. Let us first head to the Taisu Treasure Pavilion to seize Yi Qing's opportunity. After that, let us first head to the Taisu Treasure Pavilion to seize Yi Qing's opportunity. After that, we can rest for a few days before heading to the wasteland to snatch that holy level 4-leaf flame grass from Yi Qing. I imagine that by now. As Wang Chen listened to the system's strangely cheerful mechanical voice, he glanced back at Jiang Lingxian, who was tightly wrapped in a quilt, sleeping. Oh dear, I almost forgot. As Wang Chen listened to the system's strangely cheerful mechanical voice, he glanced back at Jiang Lingxian, who was tightly wrapped in the quilt, sleeping. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I'll sleep a little longer and tell her when she wakes up. Wang Chen kicked off his black flip-flops and cautiously lifted the quilt, slipping back in. As he gently pressed against Jiang Lingxian, her closed, beautiful eyes fluttered slightly open. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who was embracing her and in her half-asleep state. She instinctively let out a soft murmur of protest, appearing drowsy and reluctant to be disturbed. Jiang Lingxian, nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, instinctively raised her fair hand to rub her sleepy eyes. Feeling the familiar aura enveloping her, she gazed at Wang Chen with a drowsy expression for quite some time. Lingxian instinctively raised her fair hand to rub her sleepy eyes. Feeling the familiar aura enveloping her, she gazed at Wang Chen with a drowsy expression for quite some time. Lingxian, Wang Chen called softly, observing her adorably dazed appearance, as if her mind had yet to fully engage. Jiang Lingxian, cradled in Wang Chen's embrace, seemed to have found complete peace, not responding to him, but growing increasingly drowsy, just as her beautiful eyes were about to close again. She suddenly felt Wang Chen's lips on hers once more. Half asleep, she let out a soft protest but turned her lovely face away. She still sensed that Wang Chen was seemingly kissing her, and she no longer wished to resist, allowing him to continue as she fell back into sleep. At Tai Su Xianzong, noon, with a blazing sun high in the sky. Within the Tai Su Sacred Maiden Hall, Jiang Lingxian's consciousness gradually returned from her dreams, and her closed eyes gently fluttered. This nap had left her feeling both exhausted and extraordinarily secure. Exhausted because of Wang Chen, and secure also because of Wang Chen. As her consciousness returned, Jiang Lingxian found herself nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, her delicate face unknowingly buried in the warmth of his neck. As her consciousness returned, Jiang Lingxian found herself nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, her delicate face unknowingly buried in the warmth of his neck. He quickly recalled something and lowered his gaze toward the person in his arms. But nestled in his embrace, Jiang Lingxian appeared as if she were still asleep. He quickly recalled something and lowered his gaze toward the person in his arms. But nestled in his embrace, Jiang Lingxian appeared as if she were still asleep. Jiang Lingxian did not respond. She even dared not lift her face, uncertain of how to confront Wang Chen. The recollection of being held and kissed throughout the night. Jiang Lingxian did not respond. She even dared not lift her face, uncertain of how to confront Wang Chen. The recollection of being held and kissed throughout the night. Engulfed in a shame so profound that she wished to bury herself beneath the covers. Observing her continued stillness, Wang Chen extended his right hand, tentatively pinching her beautiful, smooth cheek. At last, feeling the gentle tug on her cheek, Jiang Lingxian shifted slightly, nestled against Wang Chen's neck, displaying a hint of resistance. Smooth cheek. At last, feeling the gentle tug on her cheek, Jiang Lingxian shifted slightly, nestled against Wang Chen's neck, displaying a hint of resistance, which refused to allow his touch, and reluctantly withdrew his hand, ruffling her hair instead. Lingxian, I must attend to some matters at the Taishu Treasure Pavilion shortly. You may attend to your own affairs without concern for me. Wang Chen spoke softly, caressing her silky hair. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian, still buried in her embarrassment, slowly raised her flushed face, her beautiful eyes quietly studying Wang Chen for a moment. May I accompany you? Jiang Lingxian's cheeks, warm and crimson, slowly raised her flushed face, her beautiful eyes quietly studying Wang Chen for a moment. May I accompany you? Jiang Lingxian's cheeks, warm and crimson. He had always assumed Jiang Lingxian had her own matters to attend to, hence his instinctive decision to go alone. Then kiss me, he boldly proposed. He had always assumed Jiang Lingxian had her own matters to attend to, hence his instinctive decision to go alone. Then kiss me, he boldly proposed. Her mind instantly drifting back to their intimate actions from the previous night. In that moment, she hesitated, her lips pressed together as her heart struggled to decide. Her mind instantly drifting back to their intimate actions from the previous night. In that moment, she hesitated, her lips pressed together as her heart struggled to decide. Wang Chen did not press her further, merely gazing at her with gentle eyes, softly acquiescing. Jiang Lingxian, sensing his acceptance, momentarily froze, feeling a bit unaccustomed. Eventually, she bit her lip, inadvertently moistening it, and with her face aglow, leaned toward Wang Chen. Just as Wang Chen anticipated a kiss on his cheek, Jiang Lingxian instead directed her lips toward his own. As Wang Chen widened his eyes, believing she would indeed kiss him, Jiang Lingxian tenderly pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth. In that instant, the two embraced, their hearts racing in unison. Jiang Lingxian tenderly pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth. In that instant, the two embraced, their hearts racing in unison. But the sensation of her lips at the corner of his mouth stirred feelings within him that were unexpectedly more thrilling than a kiss itself. From his vantage point, but the sensation of her lips at the corner of his mouth stirred feelings within him that were unexpectedly more thrilling than a kiss itself. From his vantage point, he could see Jiang Lingxian's beautifully flushed face brimming with embarrassment. Suddenly, he felt something soft brush against the corner of his lips, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Jiang Lingxian, erupting into laughter within Wang Chen's mind. Chapter 76. The terrifying knock, panic among the two. However, Wang Chen ignored it. Erupting into laughter within Wang Chen's mind. Chapter 76. The terrifying knock, panic among the two. However, Wang Chen ignored it. Unable to endure Wang Chen's steady gaze upon her, she had merely intended to tentatively touch him, never anticipating such a strong reaction from her disciple. Yet this adorable disciple of hers was undeniably charming. Jiang Lingxian averted her gaze, but could not resist stealing glances at Wang Chen, whose blushing visage made her feel as though her very being were melting. The kiss had rendered both Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen silent, their hearts still racing to calm. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door, causing both Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen to panic inexplicably. They were unsure why they felt such urgency. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door, causing both Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen to panic inexplicably. They were unsure why they felt such urgency, as if their intimacy had been discovered. It's nothing. This is your Tianwang banner. Conceal yourself and maintain your breath, covering yourself with the quilt and remaining still. My master is likely seeking me regarding the conflict between the two sections. If Han Zun discovers he was sweetly kissing my precious disciple in this room, it would be catastrophic. Wang Chen quickly took the Tianwang banner, wrapped it around himself. If Han Zun discovers he was sweetly kissing my precious disciple in this room, it would be catastrophic. Wang Chen quickly took the Tianwang banner, wrapped it around himself, ensuring he was thoroughly covered. Once everything was in order, Jiang Lingxian slipped out of bed to put on her shoes, only to find, to her embarrassment, that the white embroidered shoes Wang Chen had tossed aside last night were nowhere to be found. Jiang Lingxian stood bewildered at the bedside, her pale feet bare. With no time to search, she had no choice but to go without shoes. After fixing her disheveled attire, she walked barefoot toward the door, gently pulling it open. With no time to search, she had no choice but to go without shoes. After fixing her disheveled attire, she walked barefoot toward the door, gently pulling it open. Why did it take you so long to open the door? Han Zun's voice rang out from outside, prompting Jiang Lingxian to feign calmness as she met her gaze. Master, why did it take you so long to open the door? Han Zun's voice rang out from outside, prompting Jiang Lingxian to feign calmness as she met her gaze. Master, I was cultivating, so it took me a moment to respond. Jiang Lingxian replied, opening the door without a hint of anxiety, respectfully inviting Han Zun to enter. She approached the bedside and slipped on the black flip-flops. Although slightly oversized, their airy design made them comfortable enough. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian, adorned in a pure white dress, sporting a pair of black flip-flops, exuded an oddly charming aura. Sienner, have you changed your shoes? Han Zun observed Jiang Lingxian's series of actions, settling into a chair beside the table, her brows slightly furrowing in curiosity. Yes, they were given to me by my disciple. The design is a bit peculiar, but they are comfortable to wear. Jiang Lingxian spun a lie that was flawlessly crafted. After all, given Han Zun's understanding of her, it was clear she would never choose such footwear. Asserting that they were a gift from Wang Chen made everything reasonable. However, hearing Jiang Lingxian's response surprised Han Zun. She had not expected her disciple to accept a gift from a man. The conflict between the two sects has been intensifying these past few days. She had not expected her disciple to accept a gift from a man. The conflict between the two sects has been intensifying these past few days. I still have faith in you. Han Zun did not dwell on the shoe matter, but instead began discussing the conflict between the two sections. Yet, I remain somewhat concerned for you. Take this. It can serve as a trump card. As she spoke, Han Zun produced a delicate, icy blue bracelet from her palm, roughly the size of a hand. Emperor-grade Dao weapon, Han Tian bracelet. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the bracelet in Han Zun's palm, which shimmered with a cold light while remaining exceedingly subtle, momentarily rendered speechless. To comprehend the entirety of the Ba Huang continent, it is noteworthy that there exist merely 6 imperial-grade Dao soldiers. Yet, in this moment, Han Zun extends one of these rare treasures to her. Master, it is noteworthy that there exist merely 6 imperial-grade Dao soldiers. Yet, in this moment, Han Zun extends one of these rare treasures to her. Master, there is no need for excessive words. Simply accept it. With your strength, this Han Tian bracelet has remained in use for over a millennium. Jiang Lingxian acknowledges her resolve and reluctantly falls silent. I have removed the soul imprint within the Han Tian bracelet. You need only take a strand of your own soul imprint to establish ownership, and it shall serve you. Holding the Han Tian bracelet in her right hand, Han Zun gently grasps the delicate left wrist of Jiang Lingxian, adorning it with the bracelet. The Han Tian bracelet automatically adjusts its size, and Han Zun gently grasps the delicate left wrist of Jiang Lingxian, adorning it with the bracelet. The Han Tian bracelet automatically adjusts its size, and, upon being placed on Jiang Lingxian's wrist, contracts to a suitable fit. There exists a spirit within the Han Tian bracelet, who has slightly closed her eyes to implant the soul imprint onto the bracelet. She does not forget to offer one last reminder. Jiang Lingxian, upon sensing the connection between her soul imprint and the Han Tian bracelet, slowly opens her eyes and nods gently. Xiania, upon sensing the connection between her soul imprint and the Han Tian bracelet, slowly opens her eyes and nods gently. Xiania, I understand that the male disciple you have taken in is to suppress the cold and dark energy within him. However, you must remember not to develop feelings. Yet, I understand that the male disciple you have taken in is to suppress the cold and dark energy within him. However, you must remember not to develop feelings. Yet, as time passes, it is only natural for emotions to blossom. Regardless, I shall not blame you. Ultimately, it is up to you. The Jiuyin Han God Body and Zhuiyang God Body are a perfect match, and their interaction will not hinder cultivation, but rather enhance it. The Jiuyin Han God Body and Zhuiyang God Body are a perfect match, and their interaction will not hinder cultivation, but rather enhance it. Han Zun gazes at Jiang Lingxian as if advising a beloved daughter, her eyes softening. If one were to inquire whom Han Zun cherishes most in this life, leaving Han Zun helpless against the shadows of familial bonds that linger in her heart. No, my relationship with him is merely that of a master and disciple. As Jiang Lingxian speaks these words, she cannot help but think of Wang Chen, who is currently hiding under the covers behind her. In uttering this statement, both Wang Chen and she harbor doubts about its sincerity, uncertain whether Han Zun believes it. That is for the best. Han Zun quietly observes her for a moment before finally turning to leave, opening the door to depart. Creak. Once the door closes and she senses Han Zun's departure, Han Zun quietly observes her for a moment before finally turning to leave, opening the door to depart. Creak. Once the door closes and she senses Han Zun's departure, this Tian Huang banner does not let a single breath of wind through. It completely constricts my qi. Wang Chen, seated on Jiang Lingxian's bed, breathes heavily before gradually meeting her gaze. Chapter 77. Lingxian's reluctance after being kissed. Wang Chen sits on the bed, gazing blankly at Jiang Lingxian, who stands not far away in his black flip-flops. Xian, how about we change locations for our next kiss? Although Han Zun always knocks on the door right after they kiss, Wang Chen believes that they could still share another kiss afterward. He scratches the back of his head, feigning displeasure at being interrupted. No more kisses. Jiang Lingxian slightly furrows her brow, her beautiful eyes averting from Wang Chen's gaze. Feigning displeasure at being interrupted. No more kisses. Jiang Lingxian slightly furrows her brow, her beautiful eyes averting from Wang Chen's gaze. There are even times when the kiss leaves her breathless, her body weak, and her spiritual energy difficult to summon. In such moments, Jiang Lingxian can only feign calmness, for she genuinely fears that Wang Chen might take advantage of her vulnerability to tear her garments. At this, Wang Chen, seemingly shocked, jumps off the bed, for she genuinely fears that Wang Chen might take advantage of her vulnerability to tear her garments. At this, Wang Chen, seemingly shocked, jumps off the bed, quickly putting away the Tian Huang banner. He then hops over to where Jiang Lingxian is searching for something on the floor. What are you looking for? Tilting his head slightly to re-establish eye contact, Jiang Lingxian, taken aback by Wang Chen's pleading demeanor, hesitates momentarily before responding. My shoes are missing. You must have misplaced them. Tilting his head slightly to re-establish eye contact, Jiang Lingxian, taken aback by Wang Chen's pleading demeanor, hesitates momentarily before responding. My shoes are missing. You must have misplaced them. After a moment's contemplation, she reveals her missing item, inadvertently conceding to Wang Chen's request. Here it is. As soon as Jiang Lingxian finishes her sentence, Wang Chen realizes that the shoes were not lost, but rather hidden away by Wang Chen. Give them back. Jiang Lingxian momentarily loses her words. Realizes that the shoes were not lost, but rather hidden away by Wang Chen. Give them back. Jiang Lingxian momentarily loses her words. One kiss on the right cheek, and I'll return the other, a kiss on the lips for both. You choose. Wang Chen conceals the white embroidered shoes behind him, a mischievous grin spreading across his handsome face as he leans closer to the blushing Jiang Lingxian. No, Jiang Lingxian exclaims. A mischievous grin spreading across his handsome face as he leans closer to the blushing Jiang Lingxian. No, Jiang Lingxian exclaims, attempting to move to seize the shoes from Wang Chen's back, yet her lack of unleashed power hinders her. Wang Chen, noticing this, cannot help but delight in her struggle, even as she stretches her delicate toes in her black flip-flops to reach the white embroidered shoes, still falling short by a hand's breadth. Observing this, even as she stretches her delicate toes in her black flip-flops to reach the white embroidered shoes, still falling short by a hand's breadth. Observing this, Wang Chen intentionally lowers his stance, and Jiang Lingxian's eyes brighten momentarily as she grasps the white embroidered shoes. Silly disciple, even without unleashing my power. Jiang Lingxian gazes into Wang Chen's eyes, struggling against his embrace, but soon her struggles become mere gestures as she gradually succumbs to the calmness of his hold, her eyes fluttering gently. Moments later, Wang Chen releases her lips, and Jiang Lingxian, momentarily caught off guard, coughs lightly, her eyes fluttering gently. Moments later, Wang Chen releases her lips, and Jiang Lingxian, momentarily caught off guard, coughs lightly, her moist lips parting as she gazes at him with a fragrant breath. For some reason, Wang Chen perceives in her shimmering eyes a profound reluctance and a hint of reproach. Little Xian, we must head to the Tai Su treasure pavilion. Please return my shoes. How about I help you put them on instead? No. Jiang Lingxian's mood seems to darken. Jiang Lingxian's expression shifts to one of greater discontent, her slender arms loosening their embrace around Wang Chen. All right, I was merely jesting. Wang Chen reaches out to ruffle her hair, but for some inexplicable reason, Jiang Lingxian, feeling dejected, turns her head away, though it proves futile. Eventually, Jiang Lingxian obediently sits back on the bed, her gaze lowered as she watches Wang Chen help her into the white embroidered shoes, her lips gently pursed. Naughty disciple, naughty disciple, naughty disciple. We have kissed, so why not linger a little longer? Regrettably, Jiang Lingxian's innermost thoughts remain unspoken, and Wang Chen, unaware, does not hear them. Otherwise, naughty disciple, we have kissed, so why not linger a little longer? Regrettably, Jiang Lingxian's innermost thoughts remain unspoken, and Wang Chen, unaware, does not hear them. Otherwise, he would likely unleash his playful nature, unlike the previous night when he kissed her for hours without taking her away. And Jiang Lingxian had clearly shown immense resistance. If it weren't for her frail constitution and the insufficient level of intimacy, she might have ended up receiving a slap, just like last time. After Wang Chen helped Jiang Lingxian don her delicate white embroidered shoes, he slowly rose to his feet, gazing down at the reluctant Jiang Lingxian. Xian, I was wrong, all right? Wang Chen attempted to lift Jiang Lingxian from her seated position on the bed, but she deftly evaded his touch. I'm sorry, can we not kiss for so long next time? Wang Chen, oblivious to Jiang Lingxian's inner turmoil, uttered words that caused her to raise her eyes in surprise. You, Jiang Lingxian wanted to reprimand Wang Chen, yet felt too embarrassed to voice her thoughts. How could she possibly admit, it's precisely because you didn't kiss me long enough that I'm feeling down? So, are you still going to accompany me to the Tai Su Songbaoge? Wang Chen inquired, perplexed by Jiang Lingxian's silence, who seemed on the verge of scolding him. Forget it, since she's like this, I might as well be direct. Suddenly, Wang Chen extended his robust arms, swiftly lifting Jiang Lingxian by slipping his left hand beneath her legs and his right hand around her neck. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he turned and strode toward the door. With a creak, he kicked the door open, carrying Jiang Lingxian as he made his way toward the path of the Tai Su Xian zone. No, this won't do. Jiang Lingxian panicked at the thought of being seen in such a compromising position, fearing she would be utterly mortified. Wang Chen felt the genuine struggle of Jiang Lingxian in his arms, no longer a mere token resistance. Reluctantly, he set her down in the courtyard. Wang Chen felt the genuine struggle of Jiang Lingxian in his arms, no longer a mere token resistance. Reluctantly, he set her down in the courtyard, her cheeks aflame as she furiously scolded him. Puffed. Wang Chen couldn't contain his laughter at the sight of the adorable Jiang Lingxian, a powerful being of the Tianzuan realm. Master. He leaned closer to her ear, playfully repeating the title in an affectionate manner. Chapter 78. The demonic whispers of the rebellious disciple Wang Chen. Master, master, master. He leaned closer to her ear, playfully repeating the title in an affectionate manner. Chapter 78. The demonic whispers of the rebellious disciple Wang Chen. But my dear master, will you indulge this pitiful rebel? As Jiang Lingxian listened to Wang Chen's devilish whispers, her cheeks grew ever warmer, her heart racing. Eventually, but my dear master, will you indulge this pitiful rebel? As Jiang Lingxian listened to Wang Chen's devilish whispers, her cheeks grew ever warmer, her heart racing. Eventually, he suddenly felt that referring to Jiang Lingxian as master from now on was not entirely inappropriate. After all, in a previous life, that title was perfectly conventional. However, their current interactions, sleeping together, hugging, and kissing, had altered the nature of their relationship. Wang Chen swiftly caught up to the nearly disappearing Jiang Lingxian. In the bustling path of the Taisu Xianzong, after exiting the Taisu Sheng Palace, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian adopted an unexpectedly serious demeanor, resembling a typical master-disciple pair. The red mark on Jiang Lingxian's fair neck had vanished before her meeting with Han Zun, so there were no signs of abnormality. Master, where are we headed? Wang Chen deliberately asked Jiang Lingxian, emphasizing the title as they walked along the path. Due to the ongoing conflict between the two sects, where are we headed? Wang Chen deliberately asked Jiang Lingxian, emphasizing the title as they walked along the path. Due to the ongoing conflict between the two sects, her icy gaze glancing at Wang Chen. Just follow me, speak less. She nearly faltered in her attempt to address him as master, but after a moment's thought, she responded coldly, attempting to maintain her composure. It was puzzling. She had once yearned for Wang Chen to call her master, yet now it felt somewhat strange. She responded coldly, attempting to maintain her composure. It was puzzling. She had once yearned for Wang Chen to call her master, yet now it felt somewhat strange. You wouldn't want to witness your beloved disciple in solitude at night, would you? Wang Chen contemplated Jiang Lingxian's expression, and for some reason, a classic line from his previous life surfaced in his mind. After navigating through several turns, the two finally arrived at a magnificent, golden-hued pavilion. Let us go. A classic line from his previous life surfaced in his mind. After navigating through several turns, the two finally arrived at a magnificent, golden-hued pavilion. Let us go. The pair entered the spacious Tai Su Tsang Bao Gu, though the crowd had thinned considerably. The Tsang Bao Gu operated under 3 exchange rules: contributions from the Tai Su Xianzong, spiritual stones, or bartering treasures for treasures. Tai Su Sheng. Upon their entrance into the rather quiet Tsang Bao Gu, an elderly man at the corner counter, who had been enjoying a spirit fruit, quickly set it down and stood respectfully. Jiang Lingxian nodded slightly, then followed Wang Chen into the depths of the Tsang Bao Gu. System. Quickly set it down and stood respectfully. Jiang Lingxian nodded slightly, then followed Wang Chen into the depths of the Tsang Bao Gu. System. Can you locate the position of that treasure? No, the luck is shielded unless. Then you can rest. I shall activate the Zi Jin Tian Tong. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned at the sight of Wang Chen's Jin Tian Tong, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Just awakened. Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned at the sight of Wang Chen's Zi Jin Tian Tong, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Just awakened. Wang Chen. All radiating green or blue glimmers. This was the first floor of the Tai Su Tsang Bao Gu, the least impressive layer, so as to be expected. All radiating green or blue glimmers. This was the first floor of the Tai Su Tsang Bao Gu, the least impressive layer, so as to be expected. The Tsang Bao Gu comprised 7 floors, each representing a different rank: outer disciples, outer elders, inner elders, saints or sons, old sect masters, ancestors. Treasures belonging to those favored by fate, like Yi Qing, would be hidden in such inconspicuous corners of the lowest level. Wang Chen wandered ahead of Jiang Lingxian, his eyes closed, continuously scanning the cabinets with his Zi Jin Tian Tong. I've nearly searched everywhere, yet I still haven't found it. That shouldn't be the case. Disciple, if you truly lack treasures, feel free to tell me, and I shall provide. After trailing behind Wang Chen for quite some time, Jiang Lingxian observed him suddenly lost in thought, prompting her to speak up with a cool tone. Upon hearing her, Wang Chen turned around and momentarily The brilliance of Jiang Lingxian's dark red fortune nearly overwhelmed his Zijin Tiantong. What the? Wang Chen quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling light emitted by Jiang Lingxian's fortune. Can the Zijin Tiantong perceive a person's fortune? Wang Chen quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling light emitted by Jiang Lingxian's fortune. Can the Zijin Tiantong perceive a person's fortune? Is that even necessary to say? The sheer force of her dark red fortune is blinding. Disciple? Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who suddenly covered his vertical pupils with his hand, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion as she waved her hand and called out. Hearing her voice, Wang Chen lifted his head, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion as she waved her hand and called out. Hearing her voice, Wang Chen lifted his head, intending to withdraw the Zijin Tiantong to avoid the ominous aura radiating from Jiang Lingxian. However, Wang Chen stared at the shimmering golden waterfall landscape painting on the ceiling. An involuntary curse escaped his lips. Oh, no, it's nothing. I have found it already. Wang Chen retracted the Zijin Tiantong, his brow returning to normal, and opened his eyes to meet the breathtakingly beautiful Jiang Lingxian's gaze. Amidst Jiang Lingxian's perplexed expression, Wang Chen raised his right hand toward the ceiling, and opened his eyes to meet the breathtakingly beautiful Jiang Lingxian's gaze. Amidst Jiang Lingxian's perplexed expression, Wang Chen raised his right hand toward the ceiling, unleashing a surge of attraction. Whoosh! In the next moment, the grimy landscape painting was drawn into his palm. To the naked eye, this painting appeared utterly worthless, their forms strikingly clear and exceedingly beautiful. Rolling up the filthy painting, Wang Chen, still uneasy, activated the Zijin Tiantong once more, scanning the entire counter. Suddenly, he noticed in the innermost corner of the shop, not placed on the counter, but rather in a neglected area clearly untouched for years, a piece of armor. Why is there still this? Wang Chen's gaze fell upon the ground where a dazzling crimson armor flickered with golden fortune, momentarily caught off guard. So, which is the opportunity of Yi Qing, the painting or the armor? Chapter 79. The Rebellious Disciple of the Reverse Heavenly Gang. What am I even thinking? What do you mean by Yi Qing's opportunity? Everything here clearly belongs to me, Wang Chen. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Wang Chen's mind, as if a connection had been made, and he cheerfully retracted his Zijin Tiantong. Then, without hesitation, Wang Chen led Jiang Lingxian to the dusty armor, extending his hand to pick it up. Disciple, these two items you found seem to have lost their divinity, Jiang Lingxian remarked, extending his hand to pick it up. Disciple, these two items you found seem to have lost their divinity, Jiang Lingxian remarked. An involuntary pang of concern gripped her heart as she looked at Wang Chen with deep sympathy. Disciple, come with me. An involuntary pang of concern gripped her heart as she looked at Wang Chen with deep sympathy. Disciple, come with me. Holding the dusty scroll in his left hand and the armor in his right, he paused at her suggestion. No. Just carrying these two is already sufficient. Holding the dusty scroll in his left hand and the armor in his right, he paused at her suggestion. No. Just carrying these two is already sufficient. He quickly shook his head in refusal. After all, even if he were to select treasures from the 5th level as Holy Maiden tier, he would ultimately have to exchange them for her spirit stones. This meant he would still be taking Jiang Lingxian's possessions, despite already having acquired quite a bit. Sure, let me ask you a simple question. Do you still have spirit stones? As Jiang Lingxian insisted, Wang Chen gestured for silence, recalling the 1,000,000 premium spirit stones in his storage space. He had initially intended to return these spirit stones to Jiang Lingxian, but she had refused to accept them, leaving them in his possession for the time being. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian, taken aback by the question, momentarily froze, her lovely features betraying a hint of hesitation. I have a little left, disciple. Don't worry. It will definitely be enough for the treasures you wish to select. After a brief silence, aside from that cold sword and the 9 holy level talismans, it was likely nearly empty. I don't mean to question you. I just don't want to keep spending your resources unnecessarily. Instead of giving me more treasures, wouldn't it be better to give me a few more kisses? Wang Chen spoke gently, inching closer to Jiang Lingxian in the secluded corner of the loft. Jiang Lingxian appeared momentarily dazed by his words, and when she regained her composure, she was startled by Wang Chen's proximity. Not here. This is not appropriate, she stammered, extending her delicate hand to gently push against Wang Chen's chest. Though her strength was barely perceptible, feeling the almost non-existent force against his chest, Wang Chen chuckled inwardly and pressed closer. Jiang Lingxian glanced around in mild panic. Though her strength was barely perceptible, feeling the almost non-existent force against his chest, Wang Chen chuckled inwardly and pressed closer. Jiang Lingxian glanced around in mild panic. Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of resistance at the idea of being affectionate in public, instinctively turning her fair and lovely face slightly away. As Wang Chen drew nearer, Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of resistance at the idea of being affectionate in public, instinctively turning her fair and lovely face slightly away. As Wang Chen drew nearer, beautiful cheek. Jiang Lingxian gasped at the unexpected sensation, instinctively opening her eyes in surprise, letting out a cute little sound. At that moment, beautiful cheek. Jiang Lingxian gasped at the unexpected sensation, instinctively opening her eyes in surprise, letting out a cute little sound. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian resembled a small cat savoring an exquisite treat, her eyes widening adorably. However, the current scenario was not her enjoying a delicacy. Behave yourself in public and listen to your rebellious disciple. Otherwise, be wary of facing his punishment at night. Wang Chen leaned in slightly, whispering in her ear, his words causing Jiang Lingxian to feel a surge of embarrassment, making it difficult for her to meet his gaze. The rebellious disciple of the reverse heavenly gang. His words causing Jiang Lingxian to feel a surge of embarrassment, making it difficult for her to meet his gaze. The rebellious disciple of the reverse heavenly gang. Feeling the warm breath against her ear, Jiang Lingxian unconsciously tightened her grip on her clothing, biting her lip, her body tingling with a strange sensation. Yet, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow at the blushing Jiang Lingxian, who was avoiding his gaze, and spoke gently. Jiang Lingxian adjusted her breathing, calming the unusual sensations coursing through her body, responding softly. Wang Chen, noticing her response, slowly turned and began striding towards the distant counter, calming the unusual sensations coursing through her body, responding softly. Wang Chen, noticing her response, slowly turned and began striding towards the distant counter, waiting for Jiang Lingxian to catch up. Clop, clop, clop. Just as Wang Chen was about to reach the counter to finalize the acquisition of the two treasures, setting the armor aside as he raised his hand in greeting, the Tai Su Grandmaster paused at the bottom of the steps. Setting the armor aside as he raised his hand in greeting, the Tai Su Grandmaster paused at the bottom of the steps, glancing at Wang Chen and then at his surroundings, momentarily bewildered. Are you calling me? He inquired, pointing at himself with a puzzled expression. Indeed, it's you. Come here. Come here. Upon seeing this old acquaintance from his past life, Wang Chen's face lit up with joy as he waved enthusiastically. The Tai Su Grandmaster frowned in displeasure, observing Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian as he approached, clad in his white Tai Su robe. You rascal, without any decorum. Holy maiden, shouldn't you educate your disciple? Which bore no trace of displeasure. She merely observed the two in silence. For she believed that soon enough, these two mischievous figures, this rogue and her beloved disciple, which bore no trace of displeasure, she merely observed the two in silence. For she believed that soon enough, these two mischievous figures, this rogue and her beloved disciple. Wang Chen appeared to be gazing at a cherished brother who had unexpectedly transformed into a figure of utmost seriousness, revealing a cheerful smile. 500 years ago. Wang Chen appeared to be gazing at a cherished brother who had unexpectedly transformed into a figure of utmost seriousness, revealing a cheerful smile. 500 years ago. At that moment, a young man appeared. You be quiet. You silence. The venerable head of the Tai Su sect was momentarily taken aback. The more he listened. At that moment, a young man appeared. You be quiet. You silence. The venerable head of the Tai Su sect was momentarily taken aback. The more he listened. Then you shall assist me in covering the cost of these two worthless items. Wang Chen lifted the two objects in his hands, locking eyes with the amiable yet authoritative visage of the Tai Su elder. Chapter 80. Chu Yao's Super Doubling Bomb. As a disciple of a holy maiden, locking eyes with the amiable yet authoritative visage of the Tai Su elder. Chapter 80. Chu Yao's Super Doubling Bomb. As a disciple of a holy maiden, do you truly lack spirit stones? Besides, is your master not present? Then will you pay or not? Wang Chen disregarded the elder's words and merely smiled as he inquired. She is not yet married. What is the price for these 2 items? Never mind. No need for change. He cast a deep glance at Wang Chen and spoke slowly. Meet me at the Tai Su Food Pavilion tonight. Without waiting for Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to respond, the elder donned in a white robe departed with hurried steps. Meanwhile, the steward at the counter of the Tai Su Treasure Pavilion quietly nibbled on spirit fruits, remaining silent in the background. Is 1 top-grade spirit stone sufficient? Yes, indeed. Upon seeing Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian turn around, remaining silent in the background. Is 1 top-grade spirit stone sufficient? Yes, indeed. Upon seeing Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian turn around, the exchange for these 2 tattered items belonging to the Tai Su Holy Maiden and her disciple is more than adequate. Since it is sufficient, return me the scattered low-grade spirit stones. Wang Chen collected the 2 treasures and, amidst the bewildered gazes of Jiang Lingxian and the elder, extended his right hand. Ultimately, return me the scattered low-grade spirit stones. Wang Chen collected the 2 treasures and, amidst the bewildered gazes of Jiang Lingxian and the elder, extended his right hand. Ultimately, the elder at the counter observed the departing figures with a hint of helplessness, initially hoping to earn a little tip. The Tai Su sect seemed rather desolate on the path of cultivation. As Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian walked along the once bustling path, now sparsely populated with disciples, they suddenly heard a distant call. Wang Wu, Wang Chen. The voice echoed closer and prompted both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to glance back. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Lingxian deliberately concealed Wang Chen behind her, her eyes directed at the approaching figure radiating a subtle hostility. No, Wang Chen, we meet again. Chu Yao, with an enchanting and alluring presence, trotted toward them, cheerfully greeting them. However, upon hearing Wang Chen's name, no, Wang Chen, we meet again. Chu Yao, with an enchanting and alluring presence, trotted toward them, cheerfully greeting them. However, upon hearing Wang Chen's name, Jiang Lingxian's eyes flickered with a hint of ripples, casting a cold glance at Wang Chen. Clearly, despite Jiang Lingxian's outwardly icy demeanor, her heart felt a pang of discomfort and disappointment. If she had fluffy little cat ears atop her head at that moment, they would surely droop weakly. What brings you here? Jiang Lingxian calmly regarded Chu Yao, responding with a tone that was icy yet composed, though inwardly she yearned to leave with Wang Chen. Little brother, we meet again. Just as one wave settled, another arose. Though inwardly she yearned to leave with Wang Chen. Little brother, we meet again. Just as one wave settled, another arose. Have you considered the conditions I mentioned last time, little brother? Before Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and Chu Yao could react, the purple-eyed elder continued with a flirtatious tone. Jiang Lingxian's patience was truly wearing thin. With Chu Yao in front and the inner sect elder behind, she found herself at a loss, unsure of where to shield Wang Chen. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Finally, Jiang Lingxian turned her gaze toward the purple-eyed elder, her tone growing unmistakably colder, a chill emanating subtly into the surroundings. Your words carry no weight. I wish to hear the little brother's response directly. After a moment of silence, the purple-eyed elder eventually shifted her gaze toward Wang Chen, persistently continuing. Surrounded by the attention of 3 women, Wang Chen felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. The purple-eyed elder eventually shifted her gaze toward Wang Chen, persistently continuing. Surrounded by the attention of 3 women, Wang Chen felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. The Tai Su disciples, though appearing indifferent, felt a pang of jealousy akin to tasting sour lemons. At that instant, Wang Chen gazed into Jiang Lingxian's eyes, which were fixated on him, a hint of tension flickering within their depths. I refuse to agree. You should leave. You seem a bit fiery, perhaps not entirely clean. Tentatively, Wang Chen reached for Jiang Lingxian's slender arm, mumbling towards the purple-robed, purple-eyed elder. Jiang Lingxian, feeling his arm encircle hers before crowd. Wang Chen reached for Jiang Lingxian's slender arm, mumbling towards the purple-robed, purple-eyed elder. Jiang Lingxian, feeling his arm encircle hers before crowd. If it were not for your handsome visage and your physique, I would not care for you at all. The purple-eyed elder, upon hearing this, appeared flustered, her flirtatious demeanor vanishing instantaneously. Oh dear, how impatient! Wang Chen tightened his grip on Jiang Lingxian's delicate arm, pointing at the purple-eyed elder while laughing heartily. You, oomph. Her flirtatious demeanor vanishing instantaneously. Oh dear, how impatient. Wang Chen tightened his grip on Jiang Lingxian's delicate arm, pointing at the purple-eyed elder while laughing heartily. You, oomph. Having revealed her true temperament, ceased to feign allure and shot a glare at Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Having been previously reprimanded by Jiang Lingxian, she was now visibly irritated, taking the opportunity to glare at them both more fiercely. Had she been capable of contending with Jiang Lingxian, she would have surely hurled a few more scathing remarks. Ultimately, amidst the gazes of several disciples, Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and Chu Yao, she would have surely hurled a few more scathing remarks. Ultimately, amidst the gazes of several disciples, Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and Chu Yao, the purple-eyed elder transformed into a streak of purple light and swiftly vanished. Chu Yao observed the entire spectacle, standing awkwardly, uncertain of what to say. Upon hearing Chu Yao's voice behind her, her sense of relief was replaced with rising tension. How frustrating. Why are there so many women seeking my disciple? I wish I could lock them all away. Yet, she found solace in the fact that she had insisted on accompanying her disciple today, even if it meant kissing him to persuade him. Jiang Lingxian's sense of urgency intensified, and her possessiveness over Wang Chen grew ever stronger. He could only belong to her, even if it meant kissing him to persuade him. Jiang Lingxian's sense of urgency intensified, and her possessiveness over Wang Chen grew ever stronger. He could only belong to her. By the way, Wang Chen, do you not have a wife? At that moment, Chu Yao, glancing at Wang Chen, who was intimately holding Jiang Lingxian's arm, Jiang Lingxian felt her mind whirl, her thoughts becoming chaotically tangled, and her heart tightened in response. The term wife echoed repeatedly in her mind. Jiang Lingxian felt her mind whirl, her thoughts becoming chaotically tangled, and her heart tightened in response. The term wife echoed repeatedly in her mind. Yet Chu Yao referred to Wang Chen as her spouse. Wang Chen, fearing that Chu Yao might develop feelings for him as she did in his previous life, had casually uttered the term spouse. This moment led to a rather awkward situation. Chapter 81. The aggrieved cry of Ling Xian the clown and the Han Tian bracelet. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian, feigning calmness, stood helplessly in place, her icy demeanor betraying her true feelings as her eyes began to redden. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian, feigning calmness, stood helplessly in place, her icy demeanor betraying her true feelings as her eyes began to redden. Chu Yao seemed to sense something was amiss with Jiang Lingxian, but could not pinpoint the source of her unease. Just as Chu Yao was about to scrutinize further, Chu Yao seemed to sense something was amiss with Jiang Lingxian, but could not pinpoint the source of her unease. Just as Chu Yao was about to scrutinize further, Jiang Lingxian cast her a cold glance, her eyes slightly tinged with red, before anyone could react, causing her to instinctively step back in fear, gazing at the two who had disappeared before her. What had happened to the Tai Su Shangnu? Chu Yao struggled to comprehend Jiang Lingxian's behavior, but an inexplicable thought began to surface in her mind. Observing the Tai Su Shangnu's reaction to those words, could it be that, as Wang Chen's master, she harbored feelings for her disciple? Yet, her disciple already had a spouse and was playing both sides. Had the Tai Su Shangnu become enraged upon discovering this? Chu Yao's heart raced, and she quickly surveyed her surroundings, resolving to keep this secret tightly guarded. Otherwise, she feared for her own safety. Wang Chen was indeed adept at manipulating emotions, even toying with the feelings of the Tai Su Shangnu. Before departing, Chu Yao silently gasped, marveling at Wang Chen's remarkable prowess. However, her perspective would drastically change when she found herself bound and apprehended by Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen later on, inside the Tai Su Shangnu's hall. With a loud thud, Wang Chen, wide-eyed with fear, was pushed against the wall, his heart sinking as he cursed Chu Yao 1,000 times in his mind. Barely 5 or 6 seconds had passed since Chu Yao had mentioned he had a spouse. Wang Chen was utterly bewildered, and in the blink of an eye, barely 5 or 6 seconds had passed since Chu Yao had mentioned he had a spouse. Wang Chen was utterly bewildered, and in the blink of an eye, unable to contain her feelings of injustice, tears welling in her eyes. Her reddened gaze fixed on Wang Chen's slightly pursed lips, as though she might burst into tears at any moment. Why do you keep deceiving me? Why do you keep lying? As though she might burst into tears at any moment. Why do you keep deceiving me? Why do you keep lying? along with images of Chu Yao and various intersect elders attempting to claim Wang Chen, flooded her mind. Each time these figures appeared in reality. Along with images of Chu Yao and various intersect elders attempting to claim Wang Chen, flooded her mind. Each time these figures appeared in reality. I only said that out of fear she might develop feelings for me like in my previous life. I don't have a spouse. Wang Chen, genuinely anxious, observed Jiang Lingxian's eyes brimming with tears and hastily attempted to explain. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian could no longer hold back. Tears cascaded down her beautiful face. Woo-woo. In my previous life, I still liked you. Why did you continue to meet her? Will you see her again in this life? Jiang Lingxian raised her hands to wipe away her tears, but her vision blurred more and more. She knew she was losing her composure. Yet the words exchanged between Chu Yao and Wang Chen made it impossible for her tears to cease. You clearly stated that you only returned on the same teleportation array with her, and nothing more. Yet how does she still know your name in this life? Why? You clearly stated that you only returned on the same teleportation array with her, and nothing more. Yet how does she still know your name in this life? Why? Every word was punctuated by sobs, her hands desperately trying to dry her tears as her voice trembled continuously. You deceived me, always deceiving me. Even when you knew I had been reborn, you refused to tell me. You wouldn't share anything with me. Jiang Lingxian gasped for air between her cries. Her fair face streaked with tears. I haven't. In this life, I haven't sought her out. We've only crossed paths on the road. Her fair face streaked with tears. I haven't. In this life, I haven't sought her out. We've only crossed paths on the road. Wang Chen was overwhelmed by the barrage of questions from Jiang Lingxian and found himself at a loss for which to address first. If it comes to that, he reached out to embrace her in an effort to soothe her emotions, but this time she took 2 steps back. Don't touch me. Just one Chu Yao was enough. Now if there's another spouse, what do I mean to you? Am I merely a simple and good master, to be toyed with by you, my rebellious disciple? Now if there's another spouse, what do I mean to you? Am I merely a simple and good master, to be toyed with by you, my rebellious disciple? Jiang Lingxian was clearly in no state to process anything further, wiping her tears once more, her red eyes gazing at Wang Chen, her sobs causing her to cough. What about the previous owner, Hanzun? Why have I changed masters? After a brief moment, a cute little girl's voice emerged from the Han Tian bracelet, sounding quite confused. Why are you crying, new master? However, sensing something amiss, the Han Tian bracelet quickly adjusted to its new identity, its tone becoming more indignant. Did that lecherous scoundrel violate you in secret? I will deal with him right away. The Han Tian bracelet directed its gaze towards Wang Chen. Did that lecherous scoundrel violate you in secret? I will deal with him right away. The Han Tian bracelet directed its gaze towards Wang Chen, as if it intended to tear Wang Chen to shreds. Yet the very next moment, no. You mustn't touch him, go back. Jiang Lingxian, her face stained with tears, as if it intended to tear Wang Chen to shreds. Yet the very next moment, no. You mustn't touch him, go back. Jiang Lingxian, her face stained with tears, her face reflecting the indignation of being wronged by Wang Chen. Yet, she fiercely protected the bracelet, her conflicted expression evoking a sense of innocence. The Han Tian bracelet, her face reflecting the indignation of being wronged by Wang Chen. Yet, she fiercely protected the bracelet, her conflicted expression evoking a sense of innocence. The Han Tian bracelet, who bites in silence and whimpers. Seeing Jiang Lingxian so focused on the Han Tian bracelet she was covering, Wang Chen swiftly wrapped his arms around her. Don't touch me. Who bites in silence and whimpers. Seeing Jiang Lingxian so focused on the Han Tian bracelet she was covering, Wang Chen swiftly wrapped his arms around her. Don't touch me. Pouted her lips in a display of hurt as she struggled against Wang Chen, wanting to break free. Please stop crying. I assure you. There is nothing between me and Chu Yao. We can confront her directly later. And I swear, I truly have no spouse. If I did, it would only be you. The more Jiang Lingxian struggled, the tighter Wang Chen held her, speaking rapidly in a desperate attempt to reassure her. Jiang Lingxian felt the warmth of Wang Chen's body and the soothing words he offered, her struggles gradually subsiding. Wang Chen understood that if she, a being of the Tianzuan realm, truly wished to break free, he could never hope to hold her. The fact that he could embrace her now indicated that he might be able to console her. Please do not cry, Wang Chen gently suggested. tentatively raising his right hand to caress the back of her head, guiding her delicate face to nestle against his neck. However, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, causing him to widen his eyes and draw a sharp breath. Yet, he refrained from using his cultivation to resist. He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, causing him to widen his eyes and draw a sharp breath. Yet, he refrained from using his cultivation to resist, to the point where Wang Chen felt as though his shoulder might break under the strain, causing him considerable discomfort. Ultimately, however, the force of her biting dissipated, to the point where Wang Chen felt as though his shoulder might break under the strain, causing him considerable discomfort. Ultimately, however, the force of her biting dissipated. Wang Chen felt her tears soaking through his shoulder, rendering the fabric damp and warm. Jiang Lingxian seemed oblivious to the passage of time, as if she were intent on shedding every ounce of grievance she harbored. Her tears were not solely for Chu Yao or Pinyanzi, as if she were intent on shedding every ounce of grievance she harbored. Her tears were not solely for Chu Yao or Pinyanzi. There were the countless days and nights she spent waiting on the mountain where she had met Wang Chen, crying for over 100 years in solitude. There were the countless days and nights she spent waiting on the mountain where she had met Wang Chen, crying for over 100 years in solitude. All her grievances coalesced, and today, Jiang Lingxian could no longer contain her emotions in front of Wang Chen. He was unaware of how long she cried, only that his shoulder was completely drenched in her tears. Eventually, the formidable Tianzuan powerhouse succumbed to exhaustion, her face gradually resting against his shoulder as she fell asleep. As Wang Chen felt her calm down in his embrace, he gently pried her arms from around his neck. He then lifted her in a princess carry. As Wang Chen felt her calm down in his embrace, he gently pried her arms from around his neck. He then lifted her in a princess carry, carefully placing her on the bed. Gazing at Jiang Lingxian's tear-streaked, delicate face, now flushed, he tenderly wiped away the remnants of her sorrow. Her closed eyelids were tinged with red, glimmering with unshed tears, evoking a sense of profound sympathy. Wang Chen procured 2 basins of clean water and cloth from the system, moistening the fabric and delicately cleaning her face. He then glanced at his own shoulder, which was soaked through with her tears. Upon lifting the fabric, opting instead to leave it for Jiang Lingxian to see once her emotions stabilized, he then turned his attention to his drenched clothing, preparing to dry it with his spiritual energy. However, before he could summon his power, the fabric seemed to sense his intent and began to dry itself through an unseen force. Wang Chen stared in astonishment for a moment. The fabric seemed to sense his intent and began to dry itself through an unseen force. Wang Chen stared in astonishment for a moment. Hoarse and tinged with sadness, called out softly, her tear-stained face looking utterly forlorn. Wang Chen's heart sank at the sight of her vulnerable demeanor. Hoarse and tinged with sadness, called out softly, her tear-stained face looking utterly forlorn. Wang Chen's heart sank at the sight of her vulnerable demeanor, enveloping her in his warm embrace. Disciple, you. Jiang Lingxian's exquisite features twisted in distress, her voice breaking as she struggled to articulate her feelings. But Wang Chen silenced her with a kiss. He understood that if she spoke, she would only spiral back into tears, necessitating further explanations and reassurances. But Wang Chen silenced her with a kiss. He understood that if she spoke, she would only spiral back into tears, necessitating further explanations and reassurances. Thus, he opted to quiet her with his lips rather than let her voice her sorrow. Jiang Lingxian, caught off guard by the sudden affection, gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Her mind momentarily blank. Her beauty was already captivating, and in her current state of vulnerability, she evoked an overwhelming desire to protect her. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes, now glistening with tears, began to flutter closed. When their lips finally parted, they instinctively embraced one another tightly, breathing heavily. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes, now glistening with tears, began to flutter closed. When their lips finally parted, they instinctively embraced one another tightly, breathing heavily. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian found peace. Her flushed face nestled against Wang Chen's warm neck, her mind too clouded to articulate her thoughts. A soft cough escaped her throat, as if something had lodged there, prompting Wang Chen to gaze at the ceiling, taking deep breaths while holding her close. He realized that in the future, whenever she cried, He could simply silence her with kisses until her mind was too foggy to think straight. Embracing the warmth radiating from Jiang Lingxian, an idea to quell her tears formed in Wang Chen's mind. Xian, let us sleep now, dear, he murmured, gently stroking her hair. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, seemingly unwilling to respond, choosing instead to bury her face deeper into his neck. Wang Chen, recognizing her need for peace, held his tongue, providing her with a tranquil environment. A stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. It appeared that even the one known as the Ice-Heart Empress had her vulnerabilities. However, a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. It appeared that even the one known as the Ice-Heart Empress had her vulnerabilities. However, it seemed that her soft spot was him. Chapter 83. Captivated Xian that night, Wang Chen found it difficult to sleep. Their eyes would meet, and her small face would take on an expression of profound grievance. During those moments, he could only soothe her with his voice. Yet, Jiang Lingxian did not protest further, calming each time she heard his gentle tones. The dimly lit room, steeped in silence during the night, amplified the sensitivity of their hearts. Each time she awoke, it seemed she was confirming the reality of Wang Chen's presence in her embrace, fearful that he might be taken away or disappear. Eventually, each time she awoke, it seemed she was confirming the reality of Wang Chen's presence in her embrace, fearful that he might be taken away or disappear. Eventually, Wang Chen decided against sleeping, instead cradling Jiang Lingxian and staring blankly at the ceiling, allowing the Chaos 9 Yang divine art to circulate within him. Thus, as Jiang Lingxian slowly raised her delicate face to gaze at him, Wang Chen instinctively tightened his embrace around her waist. Xian, I'm here, I won't leave. He softly reassured her, his voice reminiscent of the soothing whispers in the stillness of night. However, unlike previous occasions, Jiang Lingxian did not bury her exquisite face into his neck. Instead, they remained intertwined, her beautiful eyes, still tinged with remnants of tears from the night before, quietly met his for an extended moment. After a brief exchange of glances, Jiang Lingxian began to shift her position, seemingly intending to rise. Wang Chen, taken aback, paused momentarily. Xian, must you call me that? Jiang Lingxian replied coldly, her tone edged with irritation, her brow slightly furrowed. The previous day's emotional turmoil had left her voice hoarse, rendering the initial refusal almost inaudible. This caused her to hesitate slightly in her attempt to rise, an awkwardness enveloping the moment as she feigned calmness. All right, I'll call you that. Just don't be angry anymore, okay? What do you intend to do now? Wang Chen wrapped his arms around her waist, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her features as she feigned calmness and continued to rise. All right, I'll call you that. Just don't be upset anymore, okay? Jiang Lingxian's icy voice faltered with indignation, and she coughed softly, reiterating her demand. Are you still upset? If all else fails. I said not to call me that. Let go of me. Jiang Lingxian's cool tone was slightly disrupted, her irritation manifesting in a few coughs as she repeated her demand. Are you still upset? If it comes to it. Wang Chen feigned a cry as Jiang Lingxian's delicate elbow inadvertently struck his shoulder, prompting him to instinctively release his hold on her slender waist. Jiang Lingxian's struggle momentarily halted, prompting him to sit up as well. However, the mere mention of Chu Yao made Jiang Lingxian react like a cat whose fur had bristled, attempting to pry Wang Chen's hand from her waist. Ouch, that hurts. Wang Chen feigned a cry as Jiang Lingxian's elbow struck his shoulder, instinctively loosening his grip on her slender form. Jiang Lingxian's struggle momentarily halted, disappointment flickering in her reddened eyes upon realizing he had indeed released her. And she leaned closer to Wang Chen, peering at his shoulder. The sight before her caused her to freeze for a brief moment, regret and concern surfacing in her gaze. Following her line of sight, one could see 2 rows of bite marks on Wang Chen's left shoulder, stained with droplets of blood. It's nothing, just a minor injury, Wang Chen quickly assured her, attempting to cover his shoulder with his garment while offering consolation. Mind your own business. This is a real injury, he thought to himself while ignoring the system's mocking commentary. No, Jiang Lingxian exclaimed, reaching out to grasp his hand as he attempted to cover the wound. Wang Chen looked at her in confusion, and Jiang Lingxian, caught in his gaze, felt an urge to avert her eyes. Since I bit you, I should take care of it myself. Don't overthink it, she insisted, trying to maintain her composure as she met his gaze directly, with determination, then chose to ignore its incessant barking. No, Jiang Lingxian exclaimed as Wang Chen attempted to cover his shoulder, instinctively grabbing his hand to prevent him. As Jiang Lingxian's gaze fell upon his firm chest, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Once his upper garment was removed, she stared at his well-defined physique, momentarily lost in thought. Xianxian, what is it? Wang Chen, surprised by her daze, waved a hand in front of her face, feigning ignorance. And nothing, just don't speak. Jiang Lingxian stammered, her ears flushing with warmth as she regained her composure. Wang Chen recognized this familiar pattern. Her embarrassment always caused her to falter in speech. Suppressing the heat rising to her cheeks, Jiang Lingxian hurriedly retrieved some medicinal powder and spirit bandages from her spiritual space. In her flustered state, the experience markedly different from when she had inadvertently glimpsed him changing clothes before. Xianxian, what is the matter? Wang Chen, taken aback by her sudden daze, pouring the powder onto it before focusing on wrapping it securely. Throughout the process, Wang Chen quietly observed Jiang Lingxian, who knelt on the bed, diligently tending to his injury. Her technique had grown noticeably more adept from frequent practice. Although the bandaging was still somewhat uneven, it was securely fastened. All done. You can put on your clothes now, Jiang Lingxian said as she stowed away the vial and remaining bandages, occasionally stealing glances at Wang Chen's physique. No, you only put on. You bit me. She accidentally dropped the vial onto the bed with a clatter. After picking it up, she proceeded to clean the blood from Wang Chen's shoulder with the spirit bandage, then poured the medicinal powder onto it before focusing intently on the task of wrapping it securely. Wang Chen silently observed her, kneeling on the bed with bare feet as she diligently tended to his shoulder. Having sustained numerous injuries in the past, Jiang Lingxian had become quite adept at binding wounds. A thought crossed her mind as she lifted his upper garment. Just then, she felt her wrist gripped firmly. Before she could react, her palm pressed against Wang Chen's body. Jiang Lingxian instructed while gathering the medicinal vial and remaining bandage, her gaze occasionally drifting to Wang Chen's figure. No, you do it for me. You bit me. Understanding her predicament, she quickly turned her back to him, no longer facing Wang Chen. He merely chuckled and donned the upper garment that had slipped from her grasp. If you wish to look, then look to your heart's content. Why be shy? Jiang Lingxian shivered slightly at the warmth against her ear, weakly attempting to push his arms away. Wang Chen, undeterred, pressed a gentle kiss to her flushed ear, then softly nibbled her warm, fair cheek. You. Jiang Lingxian fell silent, her breathing quickening as she found herself ensconced in his arms, her body growing weak. Sensing her vulnerability, Wang Chen cautiously attempted to lay her back on the bed. Yet, in a sudden turn of events, the scene darkened, and a loud thud echoed through the air. Moments later, the scene resumed, revealing Wang Chen tumbling off the bed, propelled by Jiang Lingxian's sudden surge of power. Ow! Jiang Lingxian's beautiful face blushed a deep crimson, unable to suppress her heated cheeks. Realizing her predicament, she quickly turned away, no longer facing him. Wang Chen simply smiled, donning the upper garment that had slipped from her grasp. Are you not angry anymore? Please? He murmured softly, embracing her from behind and resting his face against her cheek. Wang Chen exchanged a fleeting glance with the furious Jiang Lingxian, feeling a twinge of guilt. I apologize. I almost couldn't restrain myself. Your demeanor was simply too alluring. You. Was that truly a near lapse in self-control? Had I not possessed a higher cultivation than you, my purity would undoubtedly have been compromised. Sensing her yielding form and slightly erratic breathing, Wang Chen cautiously attempted to lay her back onto the bed. However, the scene abruptly shifted to darkness followed by a crash. In less than 3 seconds, the scene resumed, revealing Wang Chen tumbling off the bed, propelled by Jiang Lingxian's sudden burst of power. Wang Chen's body collided with the floor, causing him to let out a cry of anguish. However, this time, Jiang Lingxian chose to ignore him. Traitor, shameless, raised her hand, sealing his mouth with spiritual energy. Woo-woo, you shall never dare kiss me again. As Wang Chen's muffled whimpers echoed, Jiang Lingxian's indignant and resolute words punctuated the scene, shifting the narrative. Tai Su Si Ge. The morning was rather desolate in the Tai Su Shi Ge, with the melodious notes of a flute filled the air, played by a young man clad in green. In a corner, another handsome youth with a gentle demeanor sat. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback by his words, but upon grasping their implication, her face flushed with embarrassment as she indignantly retorted. Once the flute melody concluded, the young man tucked the instrument into his waist and turned to leave. The already sparse Tai Su Shurga grew even more deserted, stirring a flutter of emotions within her. So, does my superior cultivation imply that? You. Silence. Jiang Lingxian, as if anticipating Wang Chen's ensuing remarks, raised her hand, sealing his mouth with spiritual energy. Woo, you shall never dare kiss me again. As Wang Chen's muffled whimpers echoed, Jiang Lingxian's indignant and resolute words punctuated the scene, shifting the narrative. Tai Su Si Ge. The morning was rather desolate in the Tai Su Shurgo, where the melodious notes of a flute filled the air, played by a young man clad in green. In a corner, another handsome youth with a gentle demeanor sat. Little did he know, Wang Chen had spent the previous night embraced by Jiang Lingxian in the Tai Su Saint Maiden Hall, reveling in joy. Within the Tai Su Saint Maiden Hall, a notification chimed. Ding! Mission: detection of Yi Qing's opportunity. The Ci Yin Chao is about to mature, attracting all beasts. Please proceed immediately to contest for it. Reward: Sacred Grade White Tiger Talisman. Time: 7 days. The White Tiger Talisman. Wang Chen contemplated the reward for a moment, then cautiously stole a glance at Jiang Lingxian, who was seated nearby, meditating. Suddenly, a series of impatient knocks resonated from outside the door, drawing both Wang Chen's and Jiang Lingxian's attention. Jiang Lingxian ceased her meditation, her gaze shifting to the door and then back to Wang Chen. Should I hide? Seeing Jiang Lingxian look at him, Wang Chen pointed to himself, then glanced at the wardrobe and the bedding nearby. No need. Jiang Lingxian's voice was cool and melodious as she responded lightly, her feet descending to the ground as she approached the door. Creak! As Jiang Lingxian opened the door, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, observing the familiar figure of a young man. Where's your disciple? Xiao Qingxiu, with his hand raised mid-knock, paused, looking at Jiang Lingxian with an icy glare as he weakly inquired. He had searched throughout the Tai Su Xian sect, and in desperation, he had come to ask Jiang Lingxian. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian scrutinized Xiao Qingxiu, recognizing him as the young sect master. I do not know. What do you seek him for? Jiang Lingxian, already in a foul mood, found Xiao Qingxiu's relentless knocking aggravating, her voice seemingly capable of freezing the air. You don't know? Fine, it's nothing, I shall. Xiao Qingxiu, noticing Jiang Lingxian's evident displeasure, was about to turn away when he suddenly caught sight of someone inside. Why is he in your room, especially on the bed? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, observing the familiar figure of a young man. Where's your disciple? Xiao Qingxiu, with his hand raised mid-knock, paused. But you just said you didn't know where he was. Hearing Jiang Lingxian's cold tone, Xiao Qingxiu recalled her previous statements. You misunderstood. Xiao Qingxiu responded, incredulous. He had come to ask Jiang Lingxian. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian scrutinized Xiao Qingxiu, recognizing him as the young sect master. I do not know. What do you seek him for? Jiang Lingxian, already in a foul mood, found Xiao Qingxiu's relentless knocking aggravating, her voice seemingly capable of freezing the air. Donned his black flip-flops and approached Xiao Qingxiu with a puzzled inquiry. I waited for you all night at Tai Su Shurge. Why did you not come? Xiao Qingxiu did not reveal his identity, yet his words were clear enough for any rational person to comprehend. Wang Chen hesitated, standing there with Jiang Lingxian between them, exchanging an awkward glance with Xiao Qingxiu. He had indeed forgotten, having accepted Xiao Qingxiu's spirit stones and neglecting his visit to Tai Su Shurge was indeed his fault. I was busy comforting my little crybaby at home and forgot. Wang Chen scratched his head awkwardly, maintaining eye contact with Xiao Qingxiu before continuing calmly. Upon hearing little crybaby, you could at least act a little. Are you that adaptable? Chapter 85. Is it all so complete? Xiao Qingxiu, listening to Jiang Lingxian's calm yet frigid words, displayed an expression of skepticism. Who are you, and what do you want from me? Wang Chen, having descended from Jiang Lingxian's bed. There was no other little crybaby. As Xiao Qingxiu turned to Jiang Lingxian, she furrowed her brows in displeasure and shot a cold glare back at him. Xiao Qingxiu did not reveal his identity, yet his words were clear enough for any rational person to comprehend. Wang Chen hesitated, standing there with Jiang Lingxian between them, exchanging an awkward glance with Xiao Qingxiu. He had indeed forgotten, having accepted Xiao Qingxiu's spirit stones and neglecting his visit to Tai Su Shurge was indeed his fault. I was busy comforting my little crybaby at home and forgot. Wang Chen scratched his head awkwardly, maintaining eye contact with Xiao Qingxiu before continuing calmly. Upon hearing little crybaby, at that moment, Wang Chen produced the small Huang Xianding from his right hand, gently tapping its head to indicate something. Jiang Lingxian, upon seeing this, glanced back, relieved that Wang Chen had not exposed her secret. Woo-woo, big pigeon, what are you doing? The small Huang Xianding unexpectedly pulled from its slumber to bear the blame. There was no other little crybaby. As Xiao Qingxiu turned to Jiang Lingxian, she furrowed her brows in displeasure and shot a cold glare back at him. Do you think you meant me by little crybaby? Jiang Lingxian's brows knitted as she exchanged a chilly glance with Xiao Qingxiu, her clear and melodious voice laced with annoyance. I would like to ask you something. If the information is accurate, I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory reward. Xiao Qingxiu, observing Wang Chen cradling the small Huang Xianding, finally understood, believing his words. He had suspected that his sister, who appeared so cold and distant, could not possibly be the one to cry. That might not be possible. Wang Chen shook his head, gently in response to the beckoning Xiao Qingxiu standing at the door. Why not? You let me down once. And now you refuse to leave with me, even when I'm right in front of you. Xiao Qingxiu's expression grew, slightly irritated. The small Huang Xianding remained oblivious to the situation since Wang Chen would always shield them during his intimate moments with Jiang Lingxian. Oh, now that you are free, I would like to ask you something. If the information is accurate, I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory reward. Xiao Qingxiu, observing Wang Chen cradling the small Huang Xianding, finally understood, believing his words. He had suspected that his sister, who appeared so cold and distant. Noticing her lack of movement, he tentatively lifted one foot to cross the threshold, leaving the other behind. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian turned away. Wang Chen shook his head, gently in response to the beckoning Xiao Qingxiu standing at the door. Why not? You let me down once. And now you refuse to leave with me, even when I'm right in front of you. Xiao Qingxiu's expression grew, slightly irritated. Finding a spot in the courtyard of the Tai Su Shangnu Dian to sit down and meditate. To his surprise, even as he reached the doorframe and passed by Jiang Lingxian, she did not utter a word to stop him. This left Wang Chen hesitating at the threshold, feeling an inexplicable chill emanating from behind him. He glanced back uneasily, locking eyes with Jiang Lingxian's calm yet frosty gaze. Despite being the sect leader and possessing a higher cultivation than Jiang Lingxian, he felt a tinge of fear whenever he encountered her. Within the confines of the Tai Su Shangnu Dian, Wang Chen hastily approached Jiang Lingxian, who sat on the bed radiating an icy demeanor, his gaze cautious. Xian. He began, but she coldly interrupted him. Be quiet, and closed her beautiful, frosty eyes. I won't stop you this time. If you wish to leave, then do so. Seated on the bed with her eyes shut, her voice was frigid, indicating her desire for limited interaction with Wang Chen. If I truly leave, you will be unhappy, he murmured quietly, gently pinching her delicate, pale cheek, his words spilling forth. Do not pinch my face, Jiang Lingxian protested, slightly shaking her head. As the cold sovereign had warned him during her childhood that any ill thoughts towards her would result in dire consequences. This was why, despite being the sect leader and possessing a higher cultivation than Jiang Lingxian, he felt a tinge of fear whenever he encountered her, leaving him momentarily speechless. In a few days, I must go to Mo Huang to attend to certain matters. We may not see each other for a while, he stated, maintaining eye contact with Jiang Lingxian, knowing this was a conversation that needed to happen eventually. Is that true? Jiang Lingxian's words suggested skepticism. Then do so. Seated on the bed with her eyes shut, her voice was frigid, indicating her desire for limited interaction with Wang Chen. If I truly leave, you will be unhappy, he murmured quietly, gently pinching her delicate, pale cheek, his words spilling forth. Do not pinch my face, Jiang Lingxian protested, slightly shaking her head, mysteriously retrieving a black and white maid outfit adorned with cat ears and placing it on the bed. It was a proper dress-style maid outfit. Refraining from any further gestures, posing a question that held significant weight for her. At his inquiry, Jiang Lingxian finally opened her eyes, her deep, cold gaze locking onto his, leaving him momentarily speechless. In a few days, I must go to Mo Huang to attend to certain matters. We may not see each other for a while, he stated, maintaining eye contact with Jiang Lingxian, knowing this was a conversation that needed to happen eventually. Is that true? Jiang Lingxian's words suggested skepticism. Yet she was aware that Wang Chen was likely speaking the truth. After all, having lived a second life, she had her own plans, and Wang Chen undoubtedly had his as well. Then allow me to gift you a particularly beautiful outfit. Please do not be upset, he said. Fine, all right, she conceded, but Wang Chen's disheartened response interrupted her unfinished sentence. Jiang Lingxian bit her lip, her breathtakingly cold features displaying a hint of hesitation. However, when she saw Wang Chen genuinely preparing to take the outfit away, she quickly reached out, pressing her hand down on the made outfit. Let us just accept it, otherwise it would be inappropriate for your disciple to give it to someone else. Besides, I want to wear it. It's merely accepting it, she reassured herself internally. Then, bewildered by the completeness of the ensemble. Does it come with everything? He stammered, having initially assumed it was merely a dress. Looking at Jiang Lingxian's stunningly beautiful face, her ears were already flushed a deep crimson, her face averted, avoiding eye contact with Wang Chen. As she turned her pale profile away, her adorably flushed ears became visible. This bashful demeanor captivated Wang Chen, prompting him to slowly extend his arms and embrace her delicate neck. Do not hug me, Jiang Lingxian feigned resistance. Fine, all right, she conceded, but Wang Chen's disheartened response interrupted her unfinished sentence. Jiang Lingxian bit her lip, her breathtakingly cold features displaying a hint of hesitation. However, when she saw Wang Chen genuinely preparing to take the outfit away, she quickly reached out, pressing her hand down on the made outfit. Let us just accept it, otherwise it would be inappropriate for your disciple to give it to someone else. Besides, I want to wear it. It's merely accepting it, she reassured herself internally. Then, to Wang Chen's astonishment, Jiang Lingxian hastily gathered the cat, made outfit piece by piece. Once the area between them became clear, her ears were already flushed a deep crimson, her face averted, avoiding eye contact with Wang Chen. As she turned her pale profile away, her adorably flushed ears became visible, looking dashing and cheerful as he stepped outside. Meanwhile, inside, Jiang Lingxian, blushing profusely, quickly raised her fair hand to wipe away the moisture from her reddened lips. Wretched disciple, pushing against him slightly as his warm body pressed closer. Do not move, he whispered, tightening his embrace around her warm, shy neck, his voice deep and gentle. Jiang Lingxian, clad in a pristine white dress, she sat with her legs folded to the sides, her beautiful face flushed with embarrassment, reflecting on her disoriented acquiescence during their kiss. She remembered Wang Chen's insistence that she wear the outfit he had given her. The mere thought of that second condition filled her with shame, but her words were silenced as Wang Chen's lips found hers, effectively stifling her voice. At that moment, she felt a slight emptiness in her heart. If Wang Chen truly insisted on going out, he could still do so, looking dashing and cheerful as he stepped outside. Meanwhile, inside, Jiang Lingxian, blushing profusely, quickly raised her fair hand to wipe away the moisture from her reddened lips. Wretched disciple. At the moment the door closed, Xiao Qingxiu, hidden in the corner of the courtyard, gradually opened his eyes, oblivious to what had transpired. Upon seeing Wang Chen finally emerge, clad in a pristine white dress, she sat with her legs folded to the sides, her beautiful face flushed with embarrassment, reflecting on her disoriented acquiescence during their kiss. Rubbing his hands together with a mischievous demeanor as he inquired, "Who is your child? Address me as Big Brother." Wang Chen replied with a frown, prompting her to swiftly close the door after he exited. Jiang Lingxian did not truly wish to confine Wang Chen's freedom entirely, having allowed him to leave. This familiarity allowed him to jest with a sect leader like Xiao Qingxiu. Otherwise, in their past life, they would not have found themselves in such compromising situations after a night of revelry. Hey, I am, after all, your superior, a sect leader. Show some respect. At the moment the door closed, Xiao Qingxiu, hidden in the corner of the courtyard, gradually opened his eyes, oblivious to what had transpired. Upon seeing Wang Chen finally emerge, "You still look as foolish as ever." Upon hearing the address of Big Brother after exiting the Tai Su Shangnu Temple, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous demeanor as he inquired, "Who is your child? Address me as Big Brother." Wang Chen replied with a frown, casting a glare at Xiao Qingxiu. Wang Chen understood that while Xiao Qingxiu appeared imposing and dignified, he was, in fact, rather playful at heart. This familiarity allowed him to jest with a sect leader like Xiao Qingxiu. Otherwise, in their past life, they would not have found themselves in such compromising situations after a night of revelry. Hey, I am, after all, your superior, a sect leader. Show some respect. Then will you call me that or not? Big brother. Xiao Qingxiu finally relented, after a moment of silence, weakly calling out, "Ha ha ha, old fool," appreciating the music and whispering among themselves, for it was indeed delightful. Upon entering the Tai Su Shirgu, Wang Chen recognized the familiar flute melody and lifted his gaze. Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle as he supported himself on Xiao Qingxiu's shoulder. Bold, as if you knew me in the past. I'm a sect leader too. Should you continue like this, I might just ignore your news. Oh, if you want it, then follow me. If not, just leave. After laughing, Long Ritian was the only one Wang Chen did not harbor any disdain for. Their relationship was neutral, neither adversarial nor amicable in their past life. Long Ritian had not participated in the previous life as ambush and rarely crossed paths with him, yet possessed formidable strength. Wang Chen even suspected that among the 9 great emperors of the past, one mysterious figure, elusive and enigmatic, might be Long Ritian. Appreciating the music and whispering among themselves, for it was indeed delightful. Upon entering the Tai Su Shirgu, Wang Chen recognized the familiar flute melody and lifted his gaze. After sharing a moment of calm eye contact with Long Ritian, Wang Chen shifted his gaze and settled in a corner with Xiao Qingxiu. You, go fetch me 2 meals. Seemingly sensing the presence of another, Long Ritian, with closed eyes, raised his gaze slightly as they exchanged glances. An alternate child of fate, Xiao Qingxiu stood up and proceeded to the spiritual food vendor, purchasing several platters of leisurely spiritual cuisine. Upon returning, accompanied by the soothing flute melody, Long Ritian had not participated in the previous life as ambush and rarely crossed paths with him, yet possessed formidable strength. Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, Xiao Qingxiu, unable to contain himself, interrupted eagerly. Of course, the Moon Sect as Saintus is at the Moon Sect. Wang Chen replied. It appeared as though Long Ritian had never been ensnared by the limitations of ignorance, adeptly calculating the balance of benefits and drawbacks, a true sage. After sharing a moment of calm eye contact with Long Ritian, Wang Chen shifted his gaze and settled in a corner with Xiao Qingxiu. You, go fetch me 2 meals. Wang Chen commanded, adopting an imposing demeanor reminiscent of the Blue Star Long Tu, pointing towards the area where spiritual food was sold. Without a word, Xiao Qingxiu stood up and proceeded to the spiritual food vendor, purchasing several platters of leisurely spiritual cuisine. Upon returning, accompanied by the soothing flute melody, shielded their surroundings with his power, leaning forward over the table. Continuing from the story shared days prior, 500 years ago, in the Ryu secret realm. Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, Xiao Qingxiu, unable to contain himself, interrupted eagerly. Of course, the Moon Sect as Saintus is at the Moon Sect. Wang Chen replied. They reached an unspoken agreement to pretend not to know one another upon dressing. However, the young man remained haunted by the memories of that night, feeling remorseful. Xiao Qingxiu's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing Wang Chen with a hint of intensity. Ha ha ha! Wang Chen erupted in laughter at Xiao Qingxiu's serious demeanor. Xiao Qingxiu's emotions were in flux as he listened, but suddenly, Wang Chen's voice faltered, interrupting the flow of the narrative. You little rascal. Wang Chen's final teasing remark caused Xiao Qingxiu's heart to leap, fearing for her life. From Wang Chen's clarity in recounting the events, shielded their surroundings with his power, leaning forward over the table. Continuing from the story shared days prior, 500 years ago, in the Ryu secret realm. Yet Xiao Qingxiu could not fathom that this information stemmed from Wang Chen's own drunken confessions in their past life. I have a question for you. Wang Chen recalled that the Moon Sect was also located in the Mo Huang region and proposed to Xiao Qingxiu that they venture there together to compete for the Saint rank 4-leaf flamegrass. Speak. Xiao Qingxiu urged impatiently, relieved that their surroundings were shielded, lest curious gazes fall upon them. Do you wish to find her? I can personally lead you to her, but I require some form of compensation. Upon saying this, Wang Chen observed Xiao Qingxiu's reaction, reminiscent of his past self, eager yet evasive. Wang Chen's final teasing remark caused Xiao Qingxiu's heart to leap, fearing for her life. From Wang Chen's clarity in recounting the events. The Moon Sect has revoked her status as saintess. Wang Chen shrugged, his expression reflecting resignation, yet his gaze lingered on Xiao Qingxiu with a hint of pity. Yet Xiao Qingxiu could not fathom that this information stemmed from Wang Chen's own drunken confessions in their past life. I have a question for you. Wang Chen was unaware of the circumstances surrounding her death. Logically, the Moon Sect as saintess was a formidable figure of her era, at least a spirit emperor. Speak, Xiao Qingxiu urged impatiently, relieved that their surroundings were shielded, lest curious gazes fall upon them. Do you wish to find her? I can personally lead you to her. After all, Xiao Qingxiu had endured hardships alongside him, whether begging or fleeing from pursuers after digging up someone's ancestral grave. Go. We must go. This is your reward. Xiao Qingxiu hesitated briefly, but ultimately agreed and produced a small storage pouch, placing on the table. Wang Chen said nothing, accepting the pouch and tossing it into the vast storage space of the system. The system's storage space was indeed vast, rendering the concept of nesting containers moot. Item: 100 premium spiritual stones. Wang Chen glanced furtively, realizing that although it appeared to be merely 100 stones, it equated to a true 1,000,000 source points. Wang Chen was unaware of the circumstances surrounding her death. Logically, the Moon Sect as saintess was a formidable figure of her era, at least a spirit emperor. How could she have met her end? There must have been some hidden circumstances. This lifetime, however, was 200 years earlier, perhaps offering a chance to save her. After all, Xiao Qingxiu had endured hardships alongside him, whether begging or fleeing from pursuers after digging up someone's ancestral grave. Go. We must go. This is your reward. Just a moment apart, and she's in tears? Xiao Qingxiu pondered, recalling the small Huang Xianding that Wang Chen had shown him, and furrowed his brow in confusion. Indeed, I spent quite a while last night soothing her, or else she wouldn't even acknowledge me, Wang Chen replied, his mouth full of lingsure, responding somewhat muffled as he observed Xiao Qingxiu's perplexed expression. Wait a moment. Shouldn't you carry her with you? Gulp. I left her at home when I stepped out. I didn't bring her along. No matter, I must take my leave now. Wang Chen swallowed the lingsure with a gulp, then kicked his chair aside and waved his hand as he dashed towards the exit of Tai Su Shige. Xiao Qingxiu watched Wang Chen's hasty retreat, his brows knitting in confusion, yet he merely stroked his chin without giving it much thought. Little did he expect that 500 years ago, just a moment apart, and she's in tears? Xiao Qingxiu pondered, recalling the small Huang Xianding that Wang Chen had shown him, and furrowed his brow in confusion. Indeed, Wang Chen's feet skidded against the ground, leaving a long trench in the peach blossom forest as his black flip-flops scraped the earth. You gluttonous girl, you ate all this? Wang Chen exclaimed, staring at a petite figure before him, who barely reached his chest and nearly got knocked over due to his inattention. Huh? ABA. What is it to you? Dragon Xiao Tao, a petite girl with a head of pink hair and clad in a pink peach blossom outfit, shoved the peach blossom she was holding in her mouth and retorted defiantly. Wang Chen assessed her for a moment, raised his palm to compare it against her head, moving it back and forth a couple of times, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He chuckled heartily, turning to leave, leaving Dragon Xiao Tao stunned on the spot. The adult in age, yet childlike in stature, Dragon Xiao Tao, with a slightly delayed reaction, stood there with the peach blossom in her mouth, momentarily dumbfounded. You, soul egg. Wang Chen's feet skidded against the ground, leaving a long trench in the peach blossom forest as his black flip-flops scraped the earth. You gluttonous girl. You ate all this? Wang Chen exclaimed, staring at a petite figure before him, who barely reached his chest and nearly got knocked over due to his inattention. Huh? ABA. I'm not a child. I'm already an adult. Dragon Xiao Tao exclaimed, tears spilling down her cheeks as her small figure dashed out of the peach blossom forest. However, wherever her tears fell, beautiful peach blossoms bloomed, one step, one tear, one peach blossom. Meanwhile, Wang Chen paid no further attention to the petite figure with pink hair, moving it back and forth a couple times, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He chuckled heartily, turning to leave, leaving Dragon Xiao Tao stunned on the spot. The adult in age, yet childlike in stature, Dragon Xiao Tao, with a slightly delayed reaction, stood there with the peach blossom in her mouth, momentarily dumbfounded. You, soul egg. Jiang Lingxian extended her delicate right hand and fiercely grasped the returning cold sword, which trembled violently in her grip, emitting a chilling sound. Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze observed the vast grassland where 7 dragon-shaped figures gradually transformed back into human forms, those from the Hua Long Xian zone. "I'm not a child. I'm already an adult," Dragon Xiao Tao exclaimed, tears spilling down her cheeks as her small figure dashed out of the peach blossom forest. Observers hidden in the grassland watched in horror as a single sword had sealed the throats of 7 great dragons. Jiang Lingxian flicked the blood dripping from her cold sword, and with a shake, the blood clinging to it was instantly cleared away. "What a pity they're not real dragons. If they were, my disciple would surely be delighted to take them back." Flying high in the air, her snow-white skirt cloaked in spiritual energy, Jiang Lingxian gazed down at the 7 corpses on the grassland, her eyes reflecting a hint of regret. The true dragon egg should be hatching soon. It's time to reveal the cultivation that has been shielded for so long. With a swift motion, a rift in the void opened before her, and she stepped through with her sword in hand. Moments later, half an hour had passed in the realm of Bahuang. In the Tai Su Holy Maiden Palace, observers hidden in the grassland watched in horror as a single sword had sealed the throats of 7 great dragons. Jiang Lingxian flicked the blood dripping from her cold sword. Still a little short, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful icy gaze opened, feeling the barrier she was close to surpassing yet could not cross. She sighed inwardly. "Knock, knock, knock." The sound of knocking at the door snapped Jiang Lingxian back to her senses, and she quickly released her spiritual awareness to check. "My disciple has returned." Jiang Lingxian's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly slipped on her shoes and walked towards the door, gently pulling it open. However, the moment she laid eyes on the scene before her, Jiang Lingxian's pupils transformed into a soft peach pink, her expression filled with surprise. Before her stood an entire peach blossom tree, approximately 2.5 meters tall, in full bloom, incredibly beautiful. Wang Chen's handsome face suddenly peeked from behind, exuding an unexpected sense of joy as he grinned widely. "Isn't it beautiful?" Wang Chen leaned in, smiling at Jiang Lingxian, then stepped forward to gently take her hand. Still a little short, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful icy gaze opened, feeling the barrier she was close to surpassing yet could not cross. She sighed inwardly. "Knock, knock, knock. Although I have not formally accepted you as my teacher in this life, holding hands is quite normal, isn't it?" Wang Chen felt the smooth, slightly cool palm of Jiang Lingxian and found it quite pleasant to hold. Jiang Lingxian bit her lips slightly, still wanting to withdraw her hand. But Wang Chen held on tightly, leading her into the courtyard. With his free hand, Wang Chen waved. Before her stood an entire peach blossom tree, approximately 2.5 meters tall, in full bloom, incredibly beautiful. Wang Chen's handsome face suddenly peeked from behind, exuding an unexpected sense of joy as he grinned widely. "Isn't it beautiful?" Wang Chen leaned in, smiling at Jiang Lingxian, then stepped forward to gently take her hand. Jiang Lingxian snapped back to reality, her eyes glimmering with concealed delight, yet feeling slightly uneasy at the hand-holding. "Do not resist. We are master and disciple." Wang Chen chuckled as he playfully poked her delicate, fair face with his finger, causing it to slightly indent. Jiang Lingxian felt a rush of embarrassment at his teasing. Slightly cool palm of Jiang Lingxian and found it quite pleasant to hold. Jiang Lingxian bit her lips slightly, still wanting to withdraw her hand, and curiously raised her lovely face to look. "All right, Xian, come over here. Let us plant this peach blossom tree together." Within mere seconds, Wang Chen had dug a large hole in the courtyard of Tai Su Holy Maiden Palace. Then he clapped his hands and gently pulled Jiang Lingxian over. The two stood before the vibrant, blooming peach blossom tree, exchanging glances. Wang Chen released a surge of spiritual energy to levitate the peach blossom tree, and Jiang Lingxian, seeing this, slowly released a gentle chill to accompany it. Their energies intertwined, resembling a husband performing a task with his wife, silently supporting him from behind. The chaotic Jiang spiritual energy and the Join cold energy intertwined above, their harmonious powers adhering to the peach blossom tree. Wang Chen then gradually lowered the floating peach blossom tree, placing its roots into the large hole. The Jiang spiritual energy and Join cold energy can intertwine, and curiously raised her lovely face to look. "All right, Xian, come over here. Let us plant this peach blossom tree together." Within mere seconds, Wang Chen had dug a large hole in the courtyard of Tai Su Holy Maiden Palace. Then, he clapped his hands and gently pulled Jiang Lingxian over. The two stood before the vibrant, blooming peach blossom tree, exchanging glances. Wang Chen released a surge of spiritual energy to levitate the peach blossom tree in Jiang Lingxian. As Jiang Lingxian gazed absent-mindedly at the peach blossom trees they had planted, Wang Chen silently approached from behind her. He then gently extended his hands from behind Jiang Lingxian, wrapping them tenderly around her waist in front of the blooming peach blossoms. The moment Wang Chen's body pressed against her back, Jiang Lingxian returned to her senses, her delicate form momentarily stiffening. However, to Wang Chen's surprise, she did not resist or struggle this time. Instead, she shyly lowered her charming face, remaining silent. Observing this, mutually assisting each other, thriving endlessly. Host, you can release your respective spiritual energy along with Jiang Lingxian into the peach blossom tree, ensuring it does not wither. Tenderly enveloped the back of her fair hand, releasing a gentle flow of spiritual energy. Wang Chen rested his face against the exquisite contour of Jiang Lingxian's profile and whispered softly in her ear. Jiang Lingxian silently complied, and Wang Chen followed suit, channeling spiritual energy through her palm into the peach blossom tree. During this exchange, Wang Chen noticed that Jiang Lingxian's breath had become slightly rapid and warm. He gently extended his hands around her waist, tenderly embracing her in front of the blooming peach trees. Jiang Lingxian, feeling Wang Chen's warmth against her back, momentarily stiffened, yet surprisingly did not resist. Instead, she shyly lowered her lovely face in silence. Observing her demeanor, Wang Chen lightly grasped her soft, slightly cool right hand. Peach petals danced above them, creating a picturesque scene as Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian's figures drifted gracefully amidst the floral rain, releasing a soothing stream of spiritual energy. Wang Chen pressed his face against Jiang Lingxian's exquisite profile, whispering softly in her ear. Jiang Lingxian complied in silence, and Wang Chen followed suit, channeling his spiritual energy through her palm into the peach tree. During this exchange, Wang Chen sensed a subtle quickening of Jiang Lingxian's breath. He leaned in for a kiss. Jiang Lingxian, feeling the tender sensation of their lips meeting, let out a soft sound, her beautiful eyes trembling as they met Wang Chen's gaze. At that moment when their lips slowly connected, every fallen peach blossom before them began to bloom anew. Their figures, clad in white garments, floated amidst the cascade of petals, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty, as if untouched by the world. Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian wrapped her arms around his neck, her long eyelashes fluttering softly, their lips touching tenderly. Once their kiss broke, the blossoms of the peach tree bloomed magnificently. What could he do if he could not contain his feelings? He leaned in to kiss her. With the sensation of their lips meeting, Jiang Lingxian emitted a soft, muffled sound, her beautiful eyes trembling as they met Wang Chen's gaze. At that moment, every fallen blossom from the peach tree seemed to rejuvenate, sprouting anew with the enduring yin-yang spiritual energy flowing within their bodies, ultimately blooming again. In Chapter 89, with a peculiar feeling stirring within her, Jiang Lingxian nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, his arms gently encircling her slender waist. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her long eyelashes fluttering, their lips pressed together. As they parted from the kiss, the blossoms of the peach tree flourished spectacularly, swaying in the gentle breeze. This time, Wang Chen's kiss was light, remaining silent. "All right, if you truly wish." Wang Chen's words trailed off, but Jiang Lingxian's cool, soft voice responded quietly to his earlier statement. "You need not overly restrict yourself. It is perfectly acceptable to encounter her. I simply wish that when there are no pressing matters, you refrain from seeking her out. Can you do that?" Jiang Lingxian seemed to realize that her actions might overwhelm Wang Chen, slowly lifting her beautiful face to meet his gaze. "If you truly wish it so," Wang Chen began, but Jiang Lingxian's cool voice interjected softly, affirming his earlier statement. "I do not wish for you to overly restrict yourself." Even though she had once mistakenly believed Wang Chen was seeking Chu Yao, her emotional turmoil had merely led her to desire more of his company. And after a few days of silence, she had ultimately allowed him his freedom. Hearing Jiang Lingxian's words now, Wang Chen felt a flicker of surprise within him. He had contemplated how he might react should he inadvertently encounter Chu Yao again, especially if Jiang Lingxian were to witness it. Would she, in her somewhat possessive nature, transform from being merely concerned to becoming possessively bound to him? Yet, Jiang Lingxian's demeanor suggested otherwise. She exhibited a remarkable understanding, merely striving for the security she desired. Very well, I promise you, I shall not seek her out, nor will I harbor any affection for her. I shall forever cherish only you. What does that sound? Imagining that her response could turn from confinement to a more possessive nature. However, her demeanor indicated otherwise. She seemed to possess a remarkable understanding. His three assurances and the promise of eternal devotion caused Jiang Lingxian's heart to flutter. Unaccustomed to such romantic declarations, she lowered her beautifully flushed face in Wang Chen's embrace. Feeling somewhat flustered, watching her shy demeanor, Wang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he silently pondered about Chu Yao. Of course, not in the manner of desire, but rather considering that he needed to find an opportunity to confront her in front of Jiang Lingxian, ensuring her peace of mind. As Wang Chen observed her bashfulness, a faint smile graced his lips while he silently pondered about Chu Yao, not in a possessive manner. Are you all right? Chu Han asked, glancing at Chu Yao, who had covered half her face with her delicate hand, her expression filled with concern. "Yeah, me fine. Just feeling a bit strange," Chu Yao replied, lowering her hand and furrowing her brow, sensing an inexplicable unease within her. Logically, cultivators should not sneeze easily. Such occurrences could indicate impending events or troubles. It seemed prudent for her to be more cautious in the days to come. "Sister? Sister?" Chu Han called out playfully, noticing Chu Yao lost in thought, her brow furrowing slightly as she repeated her sister's name. "Huh? Oh, sister, here are the medicinal pills entrusted to me by your parents. Make sure to cultivate well," Chu Yao said, startled back to reality by her sister's call, quickly retrieving some cultivation resources. "Thank you, sister." Chu Han expressed her gratitude, taking the resources from the table. "Well, I'll take my leave now," Chu Yao said, gently patting Chu Han's head. "I shall take my leave now." Chu Yao lightly patted her sister's head, a gentle smile gracing her enchanting face as she turned to exit. With these resources, she would surely be able to enhance her cultivation swiftly upon brother Yi Qing's return, and then she would defeat that bothersome villain. Chu Han watched her sister leave, glancing at the cultivation resources in her hands, feeling delighted. However, unbeknownst to her, the brother Yi Qing she so admired would later become the architect of grave misfortune for the entire Chu family. After departing the residence of the inner disciples of Tai Su, Chu Yao passed by the dining hall, where the enticing aroma wafted out, drawing her in. Unable to resist. "Brother, once again, I have been mocked for my height, with others claiming I am merely a child. I'm not a child." As Chu Yao stepped into the Tai Su Shirgu, she gradually discerned a muffled yet somewhat dazed sobbing emanating from a nearby location. The sound of weeping drew numerous gazes, prompting even Chu Yao to lift her head in curiosity. Oh, what an adorable little creature. Her attention was immediately captured by Long Xiao Tao, who stood beside a man clad in green, resembling a tiny potato in her pink skirt, instantly melting her heart. At that moment, Long Ri Tian, holding a white flute in his right hand, gazed at Long Xiao Tao with a sense of helplessness. He could only kneel slightly, using his left hand to gently wipe away the tears from her fair little face, attempting to soothe her emotions. "Xiao Tao, while it's true you do resemble a child who has mocked you, lead your brother to them, and I shall help you take revenge, all right?" Long Ri Tian, squatting down and cradling Long Xiao Tao's face in his left hand, tenderly wiped her tears with his thumb, his gentle words flowing forth. Long Xiao Tao had indeed been overly protected by him and the royal family. Thus, not only was her height a concern, but though she had reached adulthood, her mental maturity still lagged behind, leaving Long Ri Tian feeling quite exasperated. Oh, alas! The moment Long Ri Tian uttered the words about her being a child, Long Xiao Tao erupted into even louder cries. The Tai Su Shirgu was bustling with diners, yet none dared to disturb Long Ri Tian as he comforted his sister, most opting to shield their ears. After all, Long Ri Tian was a member of a certain immortal dynasty's royal family, having merely joined the Tai Su Xianzong. His princely status remained intact. Meanwhile, Chu Yao casually purchased some delectable spirit food that caught her eye. Ignoring the curious glances from certain disciples, she found a corner to sit down, enjoying her spirit food while observing the young man comforting his sister. Chapter 90. She escapes. They pursue. They chase. The scene shifted to the Tai, Su, Shangnu Dian. Xian, would you like to have a meal? Wang Chen, seated at the left side of the bed, opened his eyes after a round of cultivation. Jiangling Xian, sitting beside him, also opened her beautiful eyes upon hearing his words. With a glance at Wang Chen, Jiangling Xian, born with a naturally cool and stunning demeanor, lightly tapped her delicate face twice in a daze after responding with a simple eye. Wang Chen's mention of food made Jiangling Xian momentarily reminisce about his cooking. Then let us head to the Tai Su Shurge to buy some ingredients. My dear husband can purchase some spirit noodles to prepare for you personally. As he spoke, Wang Chen leaned forward slightly, intending to wrap his arms around Jiangling Xian's slender waist. What does husband mean? Jiangling Xian inquired, a hint of confusion clouding her beautiful eyes as she gently grasped Wang Chen's outstretched hands. Since he had never used this term in front of her in either his past or present life, she was genuinely puzzled. It is a special title that only you may call me, reserved exclusively for you. How does that sound? Observing Jiangling Xian's contemplative expression, Wang Chen mischievously broke free from her grasp and embraced her delicate waist. Shouldn't I have a unique title to call you as well? Jiangling Xian shifted uncomfortably, attempting to escape his embrace while pondering her question. Indeed, Xian, my wife, Wang Chen murmured, gradually drawing closer, his breath warm against her ear. Jiangling Xian, though unsure of the meaning behind the term, felt her cheeks flush inexplicably at Wang Chen's endearing tone, her lips instinctively pursing. However, if possible, I would prefer to call you wife. As these words left Wang Chen's lips, his warm breath brushed against her slightly reddened ear, causing her mind to momentarily spiral into confusion, her lips transforming from a gentle press into an unconscious bite. The mention of wife reminded Jiangling Xian of what Chu Yao had said, even though Wang Chen had already clarified that it was not the case. Yet, Jiangling Xian could not help but think about it. Simultaneously, she felt an inexplicable fear that the wife mentioned by Chu Yao might transition from a non-existent concept to a reality. No, absolutely not. My disciple belongs solely to me. I shall not allow those wicked women to touch him. With this thought, Jiangling Xian, surprisingly, did not refute Wang Chen's term of endearment. This time, her cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head, but she still struggled to escape his embrace. Unexpectedly, her symbolic struggle prompted Wang Chen to loosen his hold, and in that instant, a wave of reluctance and emptiness surged within her. All right, I know what you're thinking. Let's go buy the ingredients, and I will prepare a meal for you, my beloved wife. Wang Chen seemed to read her thoughts, gently brushing his fingers against her delicate nose as he gestured. Jiangling Xian replied softly, her tone carrying a hint of discontent as she sat on the bed, observing Wang Chen. Come now, place your feet down. I shall help you put on your shoes. Wang Chen hopped down from the warm bed, where they had been seated for quite some time, squatting beside it and gazing at the somewhat bashful Jiangling Xian. At the Tai Su Shurge, Long Xiao Tao, having been comforted by Long Ri Tian, sat atop a chair that reached only from her thighs to her knees. Holding a pancake larger than her face, she swung her legs while eating, her eyes slightly red. At this time, Chu Yao had finished her meal as well. After wiping her mouth with a thin white cloth, she stood and made her way towards the door. Suddenly, Chu Yao's gaze flickered, spotting Wang Chen and Jiangling Xian approaching from a distance, her heart racing. Oh my goodness, it is them. This time, Chu Yao dared not rush over to greet them, but quickly crouched down among the bustling disciples. In the bewildered gazes of several disciples, she stealthily maneuvered like a thief. Wang Chen and Jiangling Xian, entering the Tai Su Shurge amidst the crowd, did not notice her at first. It was only when they stepped inside that Chu Yao, resembling a thief, found herself at the entrance. Wang Chen, observing the curious glances of the disciples directed at him, felt a twinge of confusion, instinctively glancing back. Jiangling Xian, noticing Wang Chen turning, followed his gaze towards the entrance of the Tai Su Shurge. Amidst the many disciples, Chu Yao, crouching like a thief and preparing to slip out, seemed to sense something, cautiously glancing back. Meanwhile, Long Xiao Tao, sitting beside Long Ri Tian, took a hearty bite of her massive pancake, tilting her head back slightly before returning to an upright position, suddenly spotting Wang Chen. In that fleeting moment, Wang Chen, Jiangling Xian, Chu Yao, and Long Xiao Tao found themselves momentarily frozen within the Tai Su Shurge. As Chu Yao noticed the two within the establishment looking her way, The sparkle of intent to greet them from days prior vanished from her eyes. Realizing she had uncovered Wang Chen and his master's secret, Chu Yao wished to flee, not wanting to attract trouble. Whoosh! In her black dress, Chu Yao sprang up like a large black rat and hurriedly dashed towards the exit of the Tai Su Shige. Quick! Catch her! We must confront her directly. Wang Chen, sensing urgency, called out to Jiang Lingxian, pulling her along as they chased after Chu Yao. Brother, it is him. He is the one who bullied me. Long Xiao Tao exclaimed in a panic, dropping the pancake that had been shielding her face and pointing at Wang Chen as she shouted to Long Ritian. When Long Ritian looked up, he could only catch a glimpse of two figures darting out the door, their identities obscured. But it mattered not. Anyone who dared to bully Xiao Tao deserved to be pursued. Long Ritian swiftly stowed away the white flute, hoisting Long Xiao Tao onto his shoulder, and in a flash, dashed out. Thus, amidst the puzzled and bewildered gazes of numerous disciples from the Tai Su Xian Zone, 5 individuals, each possessing formidable backgrounds, made their way out of the Tai Su dining hall in quick succession. On the path of Tai Su Xian Zone whoosh, Jiang Lingxian tossed a binding spirit rope, which seemingly appeared from nowhere, darting toward Chu Yao. Medicinal herbs. Chu Yao, in her haste, felt a sudden constriction, and her entire form was bound and suspended in midair, unable to move. At that moment, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian swiftly caught up, standing resolutely beside her, their gazes fixed intently upon her. In that instant, Chu Yao felt a profound sense of despair, as if her future had been engulfed in darkness, convinced that today marked her demise. Whoosh! Just then, a blue spiritual energy attack surged towards them, albeit non-lethal, merely intended to teach the two a lesson. However, before the blue attack could reach Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, it abruptly exploded in midair, dissipating into nothingness. Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen furrowed their brows and gradually turned, their cold eyes locking onto Long Ritian, who was chasing after them while carrying Long Xiaodao. Upon realizing that he had nearly struck the holy maiden of Tai Su and her disciple, Long Ritian's eyes widened in terror. Sister, you're putting me in a bind. At this moment, Long Xiaotao, still oblivious to the unfolding events, flailed as Long Ritian steadied himself, eager to descend. Brother, did you catch him? Since he mocked my height, I want to jump up and kick him. Long Xiaodao supported herself on Long Ritian's shoulders and, with a leap, turned her back to Wang Chen and the others before jumping down. Gradually, she turned to face Wang Chen, her eyes brimming with an adorably fierce indignation, arms crossed defiantly. Initially, Wang Chen struggled to recognize her until she spun around, glaring at him in anger, revealing her identity. Pfft, aren't you that child from the Peach Blossom Grove? Unable to contain his amusement at Long Xiaodao's adorable demeanor, Wang Chen chuckled and inquired. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Long Ritian, surprised to discover from Long Xiaodao's words that they were siblings. During their last encounter in the Peach Blossom Grove, Wang Chen had mocked her due to her ill-tempered demeanor, never anticipating she would be Long Ritian's sister. In his previous life, he had never heard of Long Ritian having a sister, though it could be attributed to their limited interactions. Long Xiaotao, upon hearing the word child, was momentarily flustered, her words caught in her throat, struggling to express her frustration. Finally, realizing she couldn't articulate her feelings, she attempted to charge at him only to be swiftly restrained by Long Ritian, who produced a rope to bind her around his waist. Brother, what are you doing? Long Xiaodao was bewildered by her suddenly treacherous brother, writhing against the bonds that held her. Who are you? Jiang Lingxian's brows furrowed disapprovingly as she observed the scene, her icy gaze fixed on Long Ritian and Long Xiaodao. Had it not been for the fact that her disciple seemed to recognize them, she would have already dealt a severe blow to them following the earlier attack. Please forgive the holy maiden of Tai Su. I am the second prince of the Qing Xian Empire, having mistaken you for someone else, which inadvertently led to this offense. This young girl beside me is my little sister. She is merely a child, naive and unrestrained with her words. Long Ritian, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly placed the still, fidgeting Long Xiaodao on the ground and extended his hands in apology. I'm not a child. Long Xiaodao slightly bowed her head, attempting to use her spiritual energy to seal her brother's words before she could protest. Given his current cultivation at the first level of the Spirit King realm, if a confrontation ensued, he would merely be smitten by the holy maiden of Tai, Su, with a single strike. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian, upon hearing Long Ritian's apologies, narrowed her beautiful eyes. She had heard of the Qing Xian Empire, which was said to have an ancestor at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Tianzun realm, a force to be reckoned with. Jiang Lingxian chose not to respond to him, but instead shifted her cold gaze towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen met her gaze, understanding that Jiang Lingxian was seeking his opinion. A prince? How extravagant. 100 top-grade spirit stones for that attack aimed at us. Whoosh. Long Ritian, not waiting for Wang Chen to finish, swiftly tossed a small storage pouch, which floated gently towards Wang Chen. Naturally, he was pleased to resolve the situation with wealth, for he lacked nothing but riches. Damn, I should have asked for more. Wang Chen felt a twinge of regret for not demanding a greater sum upon witnessing Long Ritian as quick compliance. Ahem, very well, you may leave. Wang Chen quickly raised his hand to receive the small storage pouch, momentarily pausing in his speech, clearing his throat twice before waving them off. Thank you for your understanding, Long Ritian said with a nod, hastily lifting the still-sitting Long Xiaodao, who was sobbing, and turned to leave. TSK, another 1,000,000 source points in hand. And that fellow even thanked me. Wang Chen stored the small pouch in his spatial storage, watching Long Ritian carry the little one away with a smile. Jiang Lingxian frowned slightly, regarding Wang Chen with a hint of peculiarity in her eyes. She distinctly remembered that Wang Chen still possessed the over 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones she had given him. Little money-hungry disciple. Jiang Lingxian regarded Wang Chen with a frosty gaze, internally amused at her little thoughts. Hey, aren't you going to concern yourselves with my well-being? I've been tied up here for ages. What do you actually want? Chu Yao felt as though she was on the verge of losing her sanity, regretting ever initiating an acquaintance with Wang Chen in the first place. Wang Chen paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered that there was still someone bound by the spirit rope hovering behind them. I almost forgot about you. Heh. Whoa. Why are you grinning so wickedly? Chu Yao, startled by Wang Chen's laughter as he turned back, desperately tried to distance herself from them. At that moment, Chu Yao felt as if Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were demons preparing to subject her to torturous interrogation. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian exchanged knowing glances at Chu Yao before shifting their gazes towards one another. Whoosh! Subsequently, the three of them, Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and Chu Yao, vanished from sight amidst the observing disciples' curious glances. TSK. This is quite the spectacle. It appears the noble daughter of the Chu family has lost in her pursuit of men. Based on my observations for several days, standing at the edge of the sex path, it seems this is the case. Ha. Fellow comrades, I shall remain here daily, awaiting the appearance of the holy maiden of Tai Su and her disciple to enjoy the drama. As Wang Chen and the others departed, only a few disciples from Tai Su remained in the distance, whispering among themselves after witnessing the spectacle. Within the holy maiden's palace of Tai Su, I don't know. I truly know nothing. Chu Yao, bound to the peach blossom tree in the courtyard, gazed in horror at Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian approaching her. All right, even if I know that Wang Chen already has a wife and is seeking a master, straddling 2 boats, you still cannot treat me this way. The holy maiden of Tai Su is a wicked man. Do not be deceived by him. Quickly release me and come to your senses. Zhu Yao, struggling against the ropes binding her to the peach blossom tree, attempted to sway Jiang Lingxian with her words. Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian. Where on earth did she hear such nonsense? Wang Chen listened to Chu Yao's foolish words, his mind in a haze, nervously glancing at Jiang Lingxian. I did not. I swear, I absolutely did not. Seeing Jiang Lingxian looking at him with a hint of discomfort in her eyes, Wang Chen quickly raised his right hand, holding up 3 fingers in a vow. Observing this, Jiang Lingxian slightly pursed her lips, her troubled emotions calming down considerably. However, she could no longer tolerate Chu Yao's words. Although they were likely untrue, they were still distressing to hear, prompting Jiang Lingxian to pull out a piece of white cloth and stuff it into Chu Yao's mouth. Chapter 92. Will you speak? Will you speak? Will you speak? You still won't speak, will you? Wang Chen noticed that Jiang Lingxian was no longer focusing on him, allowing him to finally exhale deeply, feeling a bit of sweat trickle down his back. He then turned his attention to Chu Yao, bound to the peach blossom tree. his gaze sharpening as he instructed the system to procure a large bag of small yellow beans. How many times have we met in total? Where have we been? And where did we first encounter each other? Also, my wife is this lady beside me, not anyone else, not what you might think. Finally, he exclaimed again. Will you speak? Will you speak? Will you speak? Still one T speak, will you? After finishing his inquiries, the tone of his voice shifted abruptly as he began tossing the small yellow beans at Chu Yao's head. Woo woo woo. Woo 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 woo. Chu Yao was nearly overwhelmed by the barrage of small yellow beans, her mouth stuffed tightly with the white cloth, rendering her unable to speak or struggle. Wang Chen found great amusement in her plight, knowing that the cloth obstructed her speech, yet he intended this as a small act of revenge. It was due to her foolish remarks that he had almost been tied up by Jiang Lingxian, taking considerable time to appease her. Thud, thud, thud. Will you speak? Will you speak? Woo woo woo. Disciple, perhaps we should remove the cloth from her mouth before asking her to speak? Jiang Lingxian observed Chu Yao's distressed expression, nearly in tears, and gently nudged Wang Chen, signaling him. All right, I forgot she couldn't speak with the cloth in her mouth. Wang Chen feigned ignorance, then nodded vigorously at Jiang Lingxian. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxian stepped forward, extending her delicate white hand to pull the cloth from Chu Yao's mouth. You bullies. I've never felt so stifled in my life. You scoundrels. Scoundrels. Big scoundrels. As soon as the cloth was removed, Chu Yao shouted with immense grievance, disregarding her status and venting her frustration. Both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian remained silent, understanding that she needed to express her feelings after having endured such indignity. Wang Chen's throwing of the yellow beans had not been overly forceful. It did not hurt, merely exacerbating her feelings of confinement and urgency. After a brief moment of tension, Chu Yao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere. You are now coldly ignoring me. I'll speak. I'll speak. Is that not sufficient? After enduring what felt like an eternity bound and explaining herself, she finally exclaimed, Hey, a friendly reminder. Be wary of your Chu family member, Chu Han, especially when she appears with a man named Yi Qing. Always remember to be cautious. Wang Chen, observing Chu Yao's forlorn figure as she walked towards the gate of the Tai Su Sheng Envy Temple, could not help but offer this warning. If it truly becomes unbearable, come seek our help. We will assist you within our means. Although Wang Chen had joined Jiang Lingxian in teasing Chu Yao, he had not forgotten the kindness she had shown him in his past life. Even though in this life, Chu Yao had not extended any favors to him, Wang Chen sought only to remain guiltless. Since the Chu Yao of his previous life had perished, he felt compelled to repay her life-saving grace in this existence, believing that the previous Chu Yao would not wish to see the downfall of her entire family. At this moment, Chu Yao halted at the entrance of the courtyard, momentarily frozen by Wang Chen's words, before she huffed in frustration. With an air of indignation, she donned her black dress and stormed out of the courtyard. Chu Yao remained silent, her mind filled with chaotic thoughts of the master-disciple drama, and she felt an overwhelming urge to flee. If she lingered any longer, she feared for her safety. As she exited, she unexpectedly encountered Xiao Qingxiu, who had searched half of Tai Su Xianzong for Wang Chen without success and had come here in resignation. The two paused, exchanging bewildered glances, yet neither spoke a word, allowing the other to pass and continue on their way. Within the courtyard of the Tai Su Sheng Envy Temple, Wang Chen approached Jiang Lingxian beneath the peach blossom tree, leaning in slightly. Now do you believe me? Jiang Lingxian, feeling a bit awkward, attempted to retreat slightly as Wang Chen drew closer. However, seeing his earnest effort to explain, she allowed him this moment. Her ears flushed with color. She tilted her head slightly, her body feeling warm, her gaze uncomfortably fixed on the entrance. As she sensed Wang Chen's face nearing hers, her eyes suddenly widened, and she quickly grasped his left shoulder. I've told you not to move. I will remove this spiritual cloth. Jiang Lingxian regained her usual composed demeanor, her beauty radiating as she leaned in closely, examining his shoulder. You couldn't come earlier or later, but now you choose this time to cause trouble. Feeling slightly displeased, Jiang Lingxian lowered her gaze, gently lifting the edge of Wang Chen's white robe to inspect the spiritual bandage beneath. Wang Chen, sensing her light touch on his shoulder, feigned discomfort, grimacing slightly. However, as he covered his shoulder, he secretly grasped Jiang Lingxian's delicate hand, playfully scratching it with his finger. Jiang Lingxian, feeling the ticklish sensation on her hand, momentarily froze, her beautiful face displaying a hint of surprise as she lifted her strikingly cold gaze. At that moment, Xiao Qingxiu approached from behind Wang Chen. However, due to Wang Chen obstructing his view, he failed to notice the interaction. What caused the injury to your shoulder? Why has the saintess not healed it yet? Xiao Qingxiu inquired, his expression friendly yet slightly handsome, revealing his confusion. It was evident he believed Jiang Lingxian had been treating Wang Chen's injury and remained unaware of any unusual happenings. Oh, it was when I was comforting the little crybaby that she bit me out of frustration. There was no other choice. Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, turning to face Xiao Qingxiu, his handsome features displaying a hint of mischief. Ah, so it was that little spirit girl. That makes sense. Her martial prowess is quite formidable, and a bite from her would surely bear a trace of her essence, making it challenging to heal. Xiao Qingxiu nodded in understanding, chuckling lightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian, standing behind Wang Chen, cast a slightly reproachful glance at him, her naturally cold eyes revealing a trace of mild annoyance. You naughty disciple, always calling me a little crybaby. Aren't you the one being a rebellious disciple? No, that is not right. Isn't your master me? Chapter 93. Jiang Lingxian discusses serious matters, while Wang Chen remains unruly. Have you resolved your matters? Wang Chen asked, looking at Xiao Qingxiu with curiosity while standing under the peach blossom tree in the courtyard of the Tai Su Sheng NV Temple. Not yet, but shortly I will discuss a few matters with your master, and it should be nearly done. Xiao Qingxiu restrained his smile, his gaze settling on the silent figure of Jiang Lingxian, who stood like a cold and ethereal fairy behind Wang Chen. He gestured subtly. Oh, Wang Chen, upon hearing this, nodded lightly and exchanged a brief glance with Jiang Lingxian, whose cold eyes were fixed on him. Please take a seat, Wang Chen invited the two, leading Jiang Lingxian to a small pavilion in the courtyard, where the three of them settled down. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian sat closely together, while Xiao Qingxiu took a position opposite them and began to discuss matters. The situation between the two sects has become increasingly complex, and the other two major sects are also beginning to get involved. Plans are often disrupted by unforeseen changes. Han Zun has just completed his seclusion and is due to emerge, so you must accompany him. Xiao Qingxiu's expression was serious as he looked at the stunningly beautiful yet frosty Jiang Lingxian, gradually explaining the situation. Jiang Lingxian nodded occasionally or murmured in agreement, her naturally cold and melodious voice devoid of emotion. At this moment, there seemed to be no unusual tension among the three in the pavilion. That was until Jiang Lingxian felt a warm hand gently clasp her left hand, which rested on her lap, hidden from view beneath the table. A slight tremor coursed through her heart, yet as she gazed at the serious Xiao Qingxiu, she could only feign calmness. She attempted to withdraw her hand silently, but Wang Chen suddenly interlaced his fingers with hers, holding them tightly. Moreover, she felt his right foot gently hook her left calf, drawing her closer. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian's heart fluttered once more, and she focused on maintaining her composure, her gaze steady on Xiao Qingxiu. Suddenly, a sharp sound of an object falling startled Jiang Lingxian, causing her heart to skip a beat as she quickly glanced around. Xiao Qingxiu also turned to Wang Chen, but the two, with their upper bodies concealed by the table, appeared entirely normal. And no worries. I just dropped something. Please continue your discussion, Wang Chen stammered. Xiao Qingxiu, noticing Wang Chen's awkwardness as he scratched his head, nodded knowingly and shifted his attention back to Jiang Lingxian. However, at that moment, Jiang Lingxian's mind went blank as she stared into Wang Chen's cold eyes, which harbored a subtle tension. If her disciple were to crouch down, what more might he attempt? Jiang Lingxian's heart raced, but with their fingers still entwined, she found herself unable to escape. What were we discussing? Xiao Qingxiu's voice broke the silence, pulling Jiang Lingxian's focus back. This trip may take us to Qingyu. Oh, right. As Jiang Lingxian responded, Xiao Qingxiu appeared to have a sudden realization, continuing his explanation. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, crouching beneath the table, firmly held Jiang Lingxian's left hand with his right, while his left index finger lightly traced her thigh. Xian, may I massage your leg? Wang Chen inscribed characters upon her long, slender leg, gently poking her to indicate his request. though separated by her skirt. Jiang Lingxian could discern the meaning and felt somewhat uncomfortable. She shifted her left foot, attempting to retract her leg, clearly refusing him. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen embraced her, his left hand becoming restless. "It's fine, I'm listening. Please continue," he said, sensing Cao Qingxu's gaze. Jiang Lingxian, feeling an unusual sensation on her thigh, could only suppress her discomfort and respond. "Oh, so the other two sections." Remarkably, Jiang Lingxian's acting was truly commendable. Cao Qingxu mistakenly believed her previous aha was a response to his words. "If you squeeze my leg again, I swear you won't get another kiss." Jiang Lingxian could hardly endure, suppressing her body's unease as she transmitted her shameful thoughts to Wang Chen. During this time, she seemed intent on punishing him, but it ultimately transformed into a decree that he should not kiss her. Perhaps that authority held more weight. Yet, Jiang Lingxian appeared to forget her own status as a powerful Tianzuan. In truth, she could have easily used her spiritual power to repel Wang Chen's advances. But she did not. As anticipated, Wang Chen, feeling helpless, concluded with a gentle squeeze before finally rising. Jiang Lingxian sat upright in her chair, feigning an icy demeanor as she responded to Cao Qingxu regarding the situation between the two sections. However, Cao Qingxu noted with curiosity that a heaviness lingered in Jiang Lingxian's frosty expression. Did these matters weigh heavily on her? Sighing, he contemplated the complexities of the current state of the four major sects on the Bahuang continent before resigning himself to this possibility, feeling a pang of sympathy for Jiang Lingxian. Meanwhile, Wang Chen had already returned to his chair beneath the table, a broad smile adorning his face. "All right, that's all I wanted to say," Cao Qingxu concluded, nodding gently to both Jiang Lingxian, whose ears were slightly flushed beneath her hair, and the grinning Wang Chen. He then slowly stood up, prompting Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to instinctively release their grasp on each other. Once Chen line of sight was unobstructed by the table, he perceived everything to be normal. "When do you plan to head to Mo Huang?" Cao Qingxu inquired, locking eyes with Wang Chen as they delved into their private matters. "Tomorrow. Come find me at noon, and we'll set off," Wang Chen replied, glancing at the sky before recalling that the Si Yin Chao would take about 5 more days to mature. "All right, I shall take my leave then." Cao Qingxu smiled faintly, nodding slightly before turning towards the entrance of the courtyard. Creak! A sound echoed from afar as Cao Qingxu inadvertently closed the door behind him. "You despicable, shameless, utterly shameless, disobedient disciple. Shameless disciple," Jiang Lingxian exclaimed, turning to Wang Chen with a mix of anger and embarrassment, chastising him once Cao Qingxu had departed. Yet, Wang Chen found her indignation rather amusing, as her words lacked any real sting. All right, Master, I admit my mistake. I promise to try not to touch your leg again," he said, inching closer to the now somewhat softened Jiang Lingxian, reaching out to embrace her. However, Jiang Lingxian, feeling both humiliated and furious, stood her ground, refusing his embrace. "You shall not hold me again," she declared, her cheeks flushed with anger as she turned and walked toward the interior of the house. Chapter 94. The third breach of boundaries. It's nothing. With a decisive slam, Jiang Lingxian shut the door to the Tai Su Shengnu Hall, but left it unlocked. Wang Chen did not rush to placate her. Instead, he contemplated visiting the Tai Su Shurgu to procure some ingredients. He aimed to prepare a lavish 20-star couple's meal, hoping to surprise her and ease her anger. After all, the difference between action and inaction in reconciliation was substantial. Resolutely, Wang Chen calculated that he could complete these tasks within an hour, for the speed of cultivators was undeniably remarkable. Aware of Jiang Lingxian's inherently sensitive nature, he knew she would not be able to wait long before becoming anxious. Inside Tai Su Shurgu, Long Ritian sighed in relief as he observed Long Xiaodao, her eyes glistening with tears as she munched on a pancake larger than her own face. "Phew, I finally managed to soothe her. Now I can resume practicing the 9 kills flute technique." The 9 kills flute technique produced a gentle sound. It was often the softest melodies that could take lives imperceptibly. However, he seldom employed it, mostly coming to Tai Su Shurgu to show off his flute-playing skills, reveling in the adoring gazes of his female admirers. Just as he prepared to continue his practice, Long Ritian's eyes widened as he spotted someone entering through the door of Tai Su Shurgu. Oh no! Long Ritian felt a sudden jolt within. casting his gaze towards Long Xiaotao. As expected, Long Xiaotao was staring blankly at Wang Chen while chewing on a piece of cake. Brother, he is all alone right now. I don't care. I must kick him. Long Xiaotao swallowed the morsel and looked at Long Ritian with an expression of utmost grievance. Her small finger pointed at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, seemingly sensing her gaze, turned to her with a mischievous grin that was inexplicably cheeky. Brother, he is laughing at me. He is mocking me. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Long Xiaotao dashed towards Wang Chen in full view of the few disciples of Tai Su Shige. Sighing, Long Ritian quickly tucked away his flute, helplessly exhaling before following her. Long Xiaotao was furious, leaping up to deliver a kick aimed at Wang Chen's chest, only to be caught effortlessly by Wang Chen, who seized the back of her pink collar, leaving her flailing like a small turtle. You, soul egg! Long Xiaotao, with her intelligence already somewhat lacking, resorted to incessantly repeating the insult soul egg. At this moment, Long Ritian stood before Wang Chen, his expression betraying the embarrassment of having his sister cause a ruckus. No worries here, take her, Wang Chen said generously, presenting the only spirit realm cultivator, Long Xiaotao, to Long Ritian. Thank you, brother. Why are you helping others and not assisting your own sister? Long Xiaotao cried out, attempting once more to kick Wang Chen in the chest, her determination seemingly unwavering. Xiaotao, be quiet. He merely laughed at you verbally. How many times have you offended him? It has long been settled, Long Ritian admonished her sternly. Wang Chen, observing this scene, felt somewhat surprised. The name Long Ritian evoked images of an invincible figure, yet he was refreshingly principled, a rarity in the realm of cultivation. Wang Chen recalled their past encounters, where conflicts arose from mutual threats to their interests, resulting in fierce confrontations. However, after each battle, devoid of ulterior motives, they would meet as strangers, not resorting to underhanded tactics against one another. You are quite impressive. I must be on my way. May fate allow us to meet again. Wang Chen offered a friendly smile to Long Ritian, who nodded calmly in return. Wang Chen then made his way towards the kitchen of Tai Su Shige. The realm of cultivation boasted a plethora of meats, each more peculiar than the last, capable of tantalizing the palate with a medley of flavors without the need for seasonings. Fortunately, Wang Chen was adept at culinary improvisation, enhancing the preparation methods of the ingredients. Ultimately, he procured some spirit chicken eggs, a selection of spirit beast ribs, and a dragon head fish, casually adding some vegetables to his purchase. Instead of leaving immediately, Wang Chen borrowed the kitchen from the bewildered cooks. In a flurry of activity, he conjured a cacophony of dishes within the pots, the chaos resulting in a delightful mess. Yet, when the dishes were finally presented, the chefs gazed in astonishment at the beautifully glossy, slightly charred meats that elicited involuntary salivation. Wang Chen meticulously crafted artistic presentations for each dish, transforming even the unappealing into an aesthetic delight, which he then stored away. Time to head home. As he exited Tai Su Shige, Long Ritian was softly coaxing his sister, glancing at Wang Chen with an odd expression as he walked away. The setting sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson. Inside the Tai Su Saintess Hall, Jiangling Xian lay reclined on her bed, her lips pursed slightly, her beautiful eyes gazing unhappily at the entrance. Why hasn't my disciple come in yet? Did I scold them too harshly? They wouldn't be angry, would they? Jiangling Xian's heart began to flutter with growing anxiety and discomfort, fixating on the door. Has my disciple left? What if they were lured away by another woman? Her apprehension morphed into fear, prompting her to sit upright abruptly. It was merely a touch of the leg. I didn't overstep any boundaries. It's fine. It's fine. I won't hold it against them. Reassuring herself, Jiangling Xian stood up, a sense of urgency compelling her to seek out Wang Chen. Just as she prepared to step forward, the door creaked open, revealing Wang Chen, who entered with an air of mystery, his hands concealed behind his back. Xian, guess what I brought you? He exclaimed playfully. Peach blossoms? Incorrect. In truth, I brought nothing at all. Wang Chen suddenly extended his empty hands towards Jiangling Xian, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Jiangling Xian seemed at a loss for words, her expression a mix of grievance and bewilderment. Just kidding. I did bring something. Wang Chen's heart raced as he swiftly revealed a beautifully crafted strawberry cake, placing it before Jiangling Xian. The cake was adorned with a blooming four-leaf peach flower atop, exquisite and delicate. The sweet aroma of the strawberry cake filled the room. "I didn't leave. I was only busy making these delicious treats for you. Please don't be upset," Wang Chen said, gently cradling the exquisite cake with one hand while wrapping the other around Jiangling Xian's waist. Wang Chen's warm presence enveloped Jiangling Xian as he leaned closer, his voice soothingly magnetic. He guided her to the table, carefully setting down the strawberry cake, then unveiling a variety of dishes, particularly the dragon-head fish. Despite its imposing appearance, Wang Chen had skillfully removed its fangs and scales, steaming it delicately and embellishing it with peach blossoms and other ingredients, rendering it adorably charming. It now resembled a cute, oversized fish, a delightful sight. "Due to certain reasons, you're unaware of your birthday, which leaves me in the dark as well. So today, let us pretend it is your special day. I made this just for you. I assure it will be delicious." After arranging the dishes, Wang Chen turned Jiangling Xian towards him, his gaze softening as he wrapped his arms gently around her waist. Jiangling Xian appeared somewhat dazed. Her beautiful eyes locked with Wang Chen's for an extended moment, as something deep within her began to fracture and unravel.